Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The open book glowed. The story of this book is as follows. The high tower fell. One day the world changed dramatically. Huge monsters opened their mouths, towers and dungeons appeared out of nowhere and began to give birth to monsters that immediately began to attack people, and the world plunged into chaos. A map appeared on the screen, and in particular the Korean peninsula, which became famous as a region where towers and dungeons appeared continuously. The building was destroyed. Here the monsters were much more aggressive and stronger than in other countries. It was a real hell. The frightened woman was holding a child in her arms. The wolf opened its mouth, attacking them. Suddenly he was pierced by lightning. However, even the most pitch darkness can be scattered by a bright light. The woman looked at the light in surprise. The man held out his hand. The guy stretched out his palm with a smile. In this novel the characters became such a light. There were news sites on the screen. Thanks to the strength of the heroes, Korea began to fight monsters, and gradually people were able to take control of the dungeons and towers. The graph on the screen grew up. Cataclysms were used as the engine of the industry, and gradually mankind began to get out of the miserable situation. The city was illuminated by the sun. Time passed. Korea, along with the USA, became one of the strongest countries, which attracted world-famous heroes. Clouds floated in the sky above the city to prevent the appearance of new monsters and dungeons, and Korea established the world's best hero training center, which taught advanced magic and magical technology. A silver logo appeared, and the Cube Academy was born. Silhouettes of heroes appeared. Cadets from all over the world studied in it, who were able to break through despite the high competition. A flash appeared among the trees. The heroes sent beams of energy forward. Among them were heroes who would save this world in the future. Lightning flew from the weapons. The hero held a spear. These were those who competed with them. It was a view of the world situation. The laptop screen was glowing. If you ask how all this is known, then this world was not invented by God, but by him, the author. But there was one problem. Confetti flew over the light building. A blue-haired guy approached the leader. Words were heard that the first place among the first-year cadets was occupied. Soho was handed a document and given his name. The guy opened his mouth. On the screens in the center was Soho. The hero realized that the world he described in the book was now in front of his eyes. Information about the hero appeared on the screen. After reading this, the author realized that he would definitely recognize this world and asked what happened. A shadow fell on the face of the guy who heard people discussing Soho and his abilities, and wondering who was in second place. The author of the story listened to the laughing people, thinking that he heard everything that was being said in the distance. Silhouettes could be seen in the distance. The man said that this year all the first-year students were quite capable. The figures became clearer. The long-haired girl smiled and said that Soho was among them. She put her hands on her hips, saying that she couldn't believe he was only 17. The guy with the shadow on his face mentally repeated this name. Imagining the blue-haired guy, he thought that he was the main character in this world. Introducing the luminous hero, the author said that he was a hero and the one who would lead a world ruled by monsters, kind, just, and possessing all the qualities of a hero. The image of the hero shattered like glass. The guy thought that he had a special secret that he could not tell anyone about. The dark-haired guy thought that there was someone who was competing with him. Soho looked to the side, and he heard the words about the second-place cadet. The white-haired guy put his hand in his pocket. He was introduced as Jahak. The hero confidently looked ahead. He was the grandson of an oligarch, the owner of a large company Jason. The guy stood with his back turned. He had similar skills as the main character, and was an arrogant rich man who would become a negative character in the future. Rays flew from the crossed swords. The author of the novel thought that now they were all cadets, but later Jahak, experiencing his inferiority because of Soho, would have to become a villain, and their fight would be like a fight between light and shadow. The cadets stood in front of the podium. The hero realized that there were two main characters in the story in front of him. It seemed that he definitely got into the world of the book. The question arose, who is he himself? A hand reached out to him while he thought that if he was a character in his book, then he should at least have a name, and he was asked what he was thinking? The chubby student turned to Kadun and asked, did he fall asleep late yesterday? A question mark appeared. The comrade blushed embarrassedly when he heard the question whether he had addressed him, and confirmed. The hero was pierced like lightning by the question, is there another Kadun here? The hero imagined a canvas with this name and mentally asked if there was a character with such a name at all. A spark appeared and the author thought that he did not remember calling someone that. Maybe he would remember when he saw the face. On the screen there was his face with a question mark while the hero was thinking about who this man was. The question mark appeared again. The brown-haired man clutched his face in horror, asking why his face was hidden by a question mark. Confetti and ribbons were flying in the air. The guy was thinking about what it was, and at that moment he realized that he had become a character that he did not write about in the book. The audience in the stands rejoiced, and the man thought that this man had no appearance, no role, and some old-fashioned name. Covering his face with his hand, Kadun thought that even his presence was somehow obscure, and without a face, no one was paying attention to him. Introducing the characters of the book, he thought that he was only called a cadet, and he had no friends, and he was the one who did not have any points of contact with the main characters. He wore light shoes on his feet. The hero reflected that he was just a character to fill the spectator seats. The guy without a face bent down and realized who he was. A lot of students were sitting around him. He thought that he had become an episodic character outside the plot. Imagining himself as a small dot in the stands, the hero thought that he had become dust inside the book. The envelope symbol appeared. One day he received a message. The guy opened his mouth and asked what it was. On the screen there was a letter with the subject question to the author, in which there was an offer to make a remake of his work. Presenting the cover of the book, he thought that the sequel to the book The Return of the Hero had not been released for 6 months due to stagnation in the creative process. The author sat at the laptop and wondered aloud whether this man wanted to make a remake of the novel that stopped being published. There are still eccentrics in the world. He stared ahead silently. In the response letter, there was gratitude for the interest, and the hero said that he was even uncomfortable in front of him. The hero saw a notification that the letter had been sent. He did not even think that the answer to the request of a strange fan would cause subsequent events. The buildings were illuminated in purple. A drop of water splashed. The anonymous hero looked in the mirror in surprise and said that he had been looking at this face for 2 weeks and even got used to it a little. The figure was reflected in the water. The guy thought that this strange question mark was also 2 weeks old, and it looked like it was not a dream. Introducing the characters on the pages of the novel, the hero thought that he was in the world of the book he had written, and Kadun, whose body he possessed, was one of the many episodic characters in this book. Standing in front of the mirror, the guy reflected that during these 2 weeks he had tried a lot of methods, but he could not find out who, how, and why placed him here. Having introduced the main characters of the work, the author thought that perhaps he would have to stay in this world for a long time. His fingers squeezed the edge of the shell. The hero thought that until the plot reached the point where the release of chapters stopped, he still had about 10 years. The dark-haired man grew gloomy. Opening his mouth in horror, he mentally asked, "Spend 10 years in a book and all this time laugh with teenagers with a question mark instead of a face?" The hero imagined a laptop and a backpack with textbooks and thought that he had his own life, and he did not want to stay forever in this book, trying to survive. He was standing bent over the sink. Looking up, he thought that he needed to come up with a way to get back, and now nothing comes to mind except to follow the main storyline. Remembering the text of the book, the author thought that if he got to the middle of the story, then the chapters would stop coming out anyway. Raising his head, the man without a face thought that first he had to try to hold out. He remembered the cover of his book. Bending gloomily, he said that he would have to go to school to do so. The bird was flying over the beautiful city, the cube. The sun's glare reflected off the tall glass buildings. This place was located on an artificial island near the Eastern Sea. About 5,000 cadets were studying at the academy, including future heroes. Cars stood at a busy crossroads. It was a high-tech city where magic, advanced industry, and talented personnel from all over the world were concentrated. Thanks to the cube, Korea was called one of the strongest and most influential countries in the world. The guy was anxiously clutching his backpack and thought that this was the center of the city, and the main stage where the plot of his book unfolded. In front of him was the tall building of the Cube Hero Training Center. Introducing the fighting characters, the author thought that among those who hoped to become heroes and had special skills, only a small part of the elite could study at this academy. The hero looked at the palm and thought that the owner of this body was also a cadet. He clenched and unclenched his fist and thought he didn't know what his skills were, but it must have been something special since he was able to get here. The hero with a question mark instead of a face anxiously thought that whatever it was, he hoped that these abilities would help him survive in this terrible school. He stopped at the high door. The students were sitting at a semicircular table. Introducing the logo, Kadun thought that it was the truth class, which was the central place of the academy. The girl opened her mouth wide, yawning. This is a place where there are positive and negative characters. The heroes looked through the system windows in front of them, and the author thought that there were also allies and rivals. Suho smiled. Looking away, the hero thought that this was the main character of the book. The students at the table were waiting for the start of the lesson. The guy thought that very soon they would begin to form groups, which would entail various events. Kadun sat down in his seat and thought that he would have to be with them for 10 years, and without a face, he was very lonely. The setting sun illuminated the dormitory building. Taking a step, the guy said that he did not even notice how the days passed. The hero stood up aloud, thinking how he could study all day in high school. There was a box on the table. The guy began to unpack it, asking what kind of parcel it was. He was not told that something should come. Tearing off the tape, he assumed that these were Kadun's personal belongings. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth in surprise. He had a laptop in front of him, and he exclaimed it. Opening the laptop, the guy asked what he was doing here. A boot symbol appeared. A system window appeared that synchronization had begun. Covering his eyes from the bright light, the hero did not understand what was happening. There are 2 silhouettes and a message about Kadun starting to sync with Hajin. The system reported that the settings were being downloaded. The system reported scores, variables, strength 4, stamina 4.3, intelligence 4, sensitivity 5, magic power 3.5, health 4. Unchanged indicators, intelligence, patience, luck and charm 4 out of 10. The shocked hero remembered how he worked on the laptop and realized that this was the same settings log that he himself created. The guy stretched out a trembling hand, asking who could have sent him such a thing. His body seemed to be doubled. The question mark was covered with pixels. The synchronization was 99% complete. The laptop went out abruptly. A notification has appeared that you have received a unique right to change settings. The guy's silhouette cracked like glass. A surprised guy with dark hair appeared. He stared in surprise at the system window notifying him to reset all metrics in order to synchronize Kadun and Hajin. A notification appears that the synchronization is complete. The guy touched the lid of the laptop. Peering into his reflection, the hero learned that this was his real face. The hero looked around in a hurry, asking what happened and where did it all come from. Looking at the notification, the guy suggested that it could be an epiphany. Hajin introduced the silhouette of a person and said that this is the phenomenon of awakening, which occurs when overcoming one's own boundaries, and in this world such a phenomenon is called illumination. Presenting the figure of a person and his indicators, the hero continued that after it, you can see your abilities, techniques and skills in numbers, as well as become stronger in a much more effective way than before. Imagining the system window with information, Hajin thought that, to put it simply, he now sees the status window. There is information about the observation skill, which allows you to observe people in the user's field of vision, and viewing, which allows you to view the laptop settings at any time. Then there was information about variables and static indicators. Touching on the system window, the hero said that first you need to look at each indicator. Looking at the message about converting 10 points, Hajin thought he immediately paid attention to syncing and resetting. Looking ahead, the guy thought that he didn't know what it was, but because of this, his face changed, and he became weaker than Kadun, but his stats increased. Glancing at the yellow window, he thought that the next thing that worried him was, in front of it was a system window with information about the unique right to change settings, which allows you to edit or create inanimate object data using SP and allows you to use SP and edit or create experience points, abilities, techniques and physical stats data. Hajin asked what it is. The hero read a note that said that as Hajin's importance in the world grows, he gains SP, and said that he doesn't remember having such a skill and what does it mean. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. He asked if he really needed to increase his importance in this book. He imagined a monster running after a student, and wondered if it was possible that he had his laptop returned and given powers to fit into the story. A blue window shone nearby as Hajin asked what kind of nonsense was this. The message was written about undisclosed information that would be revealed after the end of the main story. With a grim grin, Hajin said that if he wanted to find a way back to his world, he would have to intervene in the story. The hero sat down at the table. Sitting in front of the laptop, he thought that even if he had to wait until the plot stopped, then it was not a fact that he would get out of here at all. He introduced the characters of his novel, and thought that if this hidden information didn't help him in any way, then maybe he could find some clues while interacting with the main characters. The system window asked if he wanted to put points into the indicators. The hero agreed and thought that he needed to become stronger in order to withstand the conditions of the main story. Hajin touched the line of the system window and said that there was no concept of leveling up in his book, and the stats could not be increased at will, and the only way was points, which were considered very valuable here. He touched his chin as he imagined the chips, and thought that for the most effective way to use them, he would have to invest in luck. Presenting the notice of applying luck, the hero reflected that it could not only be obtained by unlocking unknown rewards in the dungeon, obtaining money, extra points, personal relationships, and so on. It was an ability that could be applied in everyday life. Remembering the lines of explanation, the brunette thought that of course, the immutable luck indicators could not be increased, but he could exchange them for SP. Touching the keyboard with his fingers, the hero said that it was worth trying. The system reported the exchange of 10 points for 10,000 SP. The notification said that he had invested 9,000 story points in luck. It was written on the screen that luck was 9 out of 10. A purple notification appearing for the use of mysterious luck. Hajin was surprised to see this. On the screen, it was written about its use and an increase in the indicator by 0.1, and the guy noted that it affects even this. Sitting in a thoughtful pose, the hero reflected that Soho's magical powers are about 9, which means that he was very lucky. As he pressed the keyboard buttons, Hajin thought he needed to put his remaining SP into patience, as he had to endure training in the cube. The system reported applying great luck, with patience increasing from 6.6 to 7.207. Staring at this, the brunette said that he was lucky. The image on the screen began to distort. A warning appears that an error has been detected that could affect the likelihood of an increase in metrics. The system message stated that Hajin could no longer alter SP with immutable goggles. The guy turned gloomy, asking discontentedly what kind of mockery it was. He crossed his arms and said in disappointment that there were limits to tricks, but he still managed to increase his luck and patience, and that's not a small thing. Gray-eyed paid attention. Looking at the skill description, he said that he had another 10,000 points. Sitting in his chair, he was silent in disappointment. The rays of the sun illuminated the tall building. The guy said that he needed to think about how to use them. People were walking along the corridor of the academy. Words were heard that they all did a good job in the morning training. Hajin sat with his head resting on his hand when he heard the teacher introduce himself. Standing in a confident posture, the man said that his name was Suvik. He would be their instructor all this year. The students were talking, discussing what they had heard, and he said that his rating was 3850. He was ranked 9737th in the world, and in the association's rating he was at an average level with 5th category. Sohik knitted his eyebrows a little and said that it was time to stop talking about him and get down to business. He imagined the shining top of the pyramid and said that the cube is not a place for entertainment, and if they do not achieve the main goal, high grades, they will begin to fall behind. According to statistics, less than half of the cadets graduate from the academy without ever repeating a year. The blonde girl calmly listened to the fact that heroes were brought up here, which meant that they would be evaluated according to strict criteria. Raising his head, the teacher ordered everyone to stand up and follow him, because the first thing they would do was determine the main weapon. He put his hand to the blue screen. Hajin looked ahead carefully. In front of them was a lighted room. Sharp katanas appeared. On the other side lay a spear and an axe. The students ran into the armory when the man hurried them. Fingers gripped the hilt. Sohik said that the chosen weapon cannot be changed for 6 months, so it is worth thinking carefully. Soho stared at the blade he had chosen. His hand raised the bow. The girl took aim, pulling the bowstring. The blonde woman was holding a rapier in her hand. The brunette looked at the whip. Hajin looked ahead, reflecting that all the main characters had no trouble making a choice. Touching the window, the hero thought that it was his turn to choose. Looking ahead, he decided that he needed to think carefully. Looking at the weapon, the hero reflected that with its indicators, he would not be able to stop at the weapons used by other cadets. Looking at the shields, he thought that even if he wanted to increase them, his point investment efficiency would only decrease, so he had a few conditions for the main weapon. Hajin noticed something off to the side, musing that he must have experience using it in the real world, and he must adjust to it quickly. His hand reached forward. The students were surprised to see this. Someone offered to take a look at it. Sohik was surprised to see this. A question was heard, is he kidding? The tutor's eyes widened in surprise. He asked if Hajin would really take this weapon. The guy calmly held the pistol. The hero stood with a weapon in his hands. Sohik stared intently at the tablet, and told the cadet that he remembered that he had used the sword at the cadet school. The guy, looking at him, explained that he had decided to change the weapon. A question was heard, and for this he entered the cube and agreed in response. The bespectacled mentor looked at him and agreed, saying that in the cube, the choice is always up to the cadets. Crossing his arms, Sohik shouted that it doesn't matter if it's the right choice or not. The responsibility lies only with them. Let them keep it in mind. Hajin looked at him calmly and remained silent. He looked to the side when he heard someone say that he was completely crazy. Classmates around him were discussing him, asking why he joined the cube. If he chose a gun, he would need to take care of it during sparring. Maybe he wanted to attract attention to himself? Touching his fingers to his ear, Hajin thought that a pistol was the best weapon even in this world, especially for an ordinary person who did not know how to use magic. The bullet flew forward, leaving a trail. The hero reflected that magic bullets are mainly used here. They are much stronger and more destructive than simple steel bullets, since they contain mana. The bullet rushed forward. However, despite this, pistols are not very popular. A person repelled the attack, leaving a flash. They have obvious limitations. The glove of the disgruntled red-haired student was smoking. The instructor was calling the next cadet. The hero thought that no matter what power the owner possessed, the pistol already had a certain destructive power. Ancient symbols were painted on the wall. The second reason is that the gun does not have any deep and significant origin history. Presenting the historical image, Hajin reflected that there are myths and legends in this world, as well as artifacts from these legends. A warrior on horseback raised a sword. The longer and deeper the history of the weapon, the higher it is in rank. The palm reached for the glowing blade, so the cadets of the cube mostly preferred not modern weapons, but those that had their own history. They believed in their own strength and did not rely only on magic bullets, all in order to become at least one step higher, even if they reached the limit of their capabilities. Looking ahead, Hajin thought that naturally, it had nothing to do with him. He walked down the corridor, thinking that he was not some comic book protagonist. He had never picked up a sword in his life. There was nothing to compare him with other cadets. The guy was holding a steel suitcase in the tuck and thought that perhaps the pistol was not such a bad choice. He could handle it right now. Besides, it was a great way to earn himself points. Looking away, the hero reflected that since he had chosen a weapon, now he needed to acquire the ability. He introduced the golden logo, thinking that the ability was a skill that could be called a supernatural skill. The blade was surrounded by a blue glow. A katana hung on the person's belt. Usually everyone is given one ability, but there are exceptions. A blue-haired guy was walking down the hallway, possessing an as yet undiscovered skill and a revealed swordsman's skill, Soho. Naeun was holding a bow in her hand and heard the question, did she also come to practice? The girl frowned in displeasure, asking why else a training hall was needed, and it was still part of the elite. Soho awkwardly replied that it was just that there were usually few people here after class. Approaching his classmate, he remembered that another shooter had appeared in their class. The girl asked again, Hajin, and the hero confirmed. Naeun looked very dissatisfied, and a friend asked what was wrong with her face. The heroine imagined a guy with a gun and replied that she did not recognize him as a shooter. Which one is a shooter with a pistol who has a firing range of 1 kilometer? Exhaling, she said that he simply refused to be a hero. If he dropped out of the academy early, there would not even be a record of expulsion. Perhaps he was trying to achieve this. Naeun looked at the guy after hearing the question. How did he refuse? Looking at her, Suho said, "Don't throw such words." The archer asked again. The main character of the novel smiled sweetly. The girl with the bow furiously shouted that he should not tell her what to do. She did not want to listen to it from pleasure. The blue-haired man apologized in surprise. She shouted that if he did not let her train, then let him leave. His fingers touched his ear. Hajin was discouraged to think that it seemed that someone was talking about him. If only gossip was part of SP. He stared at the shining laptop and thought that the protagonist Suho would become a better hero just because of this skill, which meant that abilities were very important. On the screen there was a description of the unique right to change settings. The hero reflected that there was also the first ability that could bring 10,000 SP. He could not miss such a chance. A description of the sniper skill, which allows you to handle ranged weapons well, appeared on the screen, and the guy decided that it was worth trying it first. The system reported that he used 10,000 SP to create a skill. The shining monitor was reflected in the hero's eye. He asked in surprise, "So he fixes everything himself?" On the screen there was a purple window describing the permanent skill sniper, medium level, rising type, skill level 10, skill points 0%, bullet time skills, marksman skill, foresight, and their descriptions. Hajin introduced a bow and arrow and thought that any ranged weapon was not bad. He would be able to use not only a pistol, but also a bow. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the hero reflected that besides this is a growing skill, now the level is not too high, but he will be able to develop it, and this is a plus. If you look at it, then it is even better. He reached for the keyboard, saying that great, he would choose this. Hajin raised his hands, warming up, and said that it seemed he was ready now. A little gloomy, he thought that he could only hold out on his abilities until the main plot of the book ended. The heroes were walking along the street near the academy. There was a model of the planet above the teacher. She told that there are not many small problems, but they need to pay attention to examples of clearing the tower and dungeon. Hajin swiped his finger across the tablet screen, thinking that it was just a few illegible lines, but it turned out to be a whole textbook. The woman pointed to the question on the screen, "What is the reward for clearing the tower by the Holy Apostle Guild?" Then the answer appeared that the Holy Apostle Guild cleared the sea tower and received the sea stone. The guy reflected, thanks to the skill of watching and watching, he listens to this lesson completely. If the main characters find out about it, they will cry tears of blood. He imagined people in the building and thought that literally watching and watching, he could watch those in his field of vision and even view a smartwatch. Presenting the information at the laptop, Hajin thought what else to open the settings tables without any means at any time. The girl sat with her chin on her hand, and the teacher's voice was heard saying that they should repeat what they had studied today, because they knew that there was very little left before the exam. Naeun raised her fists and shouted angrily, asking why they should learn this nonsense. After all, it is enough to demonstrate abilities in a real battle. The door to the office opened. The guy put his hand to his face and shouted to the students of the class, "The truth is to go to the square in 20 minutes. Naeun froze with an enthusiastic big smile. Yona and Jaihak looked down at the speaker. A shout was heard that this was real combat training. Hajin propped up his head and thought displeased that this moment had come. The white figures of the cadets stood on a round platform. Words were heard that I hoped they all knew what kind of lesson it was, would skip the introduction and immediately proceed to form teams. Presenting the symbols of the participants with weapons, the teacher said that each team will have 4 people, 2 warriors, 1 shooter and 1 assistant. The blonde girl, along with the others, listened that if nothing happened, there would be teams in this composition until the intermediate exam. Each team would include cadets of both low and high levels, to make it fair. Suhik held a tablet, saying that in order to avoid riots, he would immediately say that they should get used to their team and ask to check who went where. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at the written names and thought that it could not be. Clenching his teeth in displeasure, the hero thought that he was on the same team with her. On the screen was a list of the members of the team that included Hajin and Yona. Staring at the screen, the guy nervously thought that he was on the same team as Yona. He imagined a guy figure surrounded by a lot of silhouettes, and he thought that in books it is always like this. The main character is surrounded by numerous characters who bump into him, talk and get into the same stories, and among all these characters, strands of dark long hair tossed up. The girl confidently looked ahead. The hero continued the thought that Yona was special. He introduced the guild logo, and thought that it was the successor no one of the best Korean guild essence straight, as well as the heiress of the famous clan. The hero imagined a handshake and thought that at the beginning of the book she was in conflict with Suho, but then fell under his influence, and became a reliable ally. Looking at the long-haired girl standing nearby, Hajin mused that Yona was a very important character. The more often he was involved in the story of the book, the more points he could earn. Resolutely clenching his fist, the brunette thought that today during training he must definitely find a way to attract her attention. Yona turned around when she heard someone say hello to her. She saw a hooded guy with a green-haired girl standing next to him. It was Ho Zung and Hazuki from Class Truth. The guy said they were on the same team. The heroine looked at them indifferently, analyzing that this was a member of the team, so they could not be ignored. Smiling sweetly, Yona said that she was very pleased to meet them. The guy thought, they are the same age. Why does she speak so formally? Turning to the side, the long-haired woman asked where the other one was and heard that it was him. Hajin walked confidently towards his teammates. Yona emotionlessly repeated that it was him. Looking at her, the hero thought that he should not mumble. She does not like insecure people most of all. Ho-Zung looked enthusiastically at the stunned hero and exclaimed that he was the one who chose his gun. With a broad smile, he said that he had managed to become famous among the first-year students, and the teacher gloomily clarified whether they had time for chatting. The frightened cadets turned to the stern Suhik. At the light building, he shouted that he had sent to the smartwatch the location of the monsters that the teams would have to fight. Let them start. A ray of sunlight illuminated the sea coast. The light flickered between the yellowish blades of grass. The three heroes quickly ran across the field. A card with an arrow appeared above the smartwatch on the wrist. Turning to the others, Yona said that they would be there soon. Let them get ready. Looking at Hazuki, she continued that the information about the monsters could be viewed when they got there. Hajin bowed his head, thinking that it was possible to die. He was sweating from running, exhausted, thinking that his physical stats were beyond the level of an ordinary person, and he was just trailing behind them. Ho-Zung with an axe quickly ran forward. Concentrated Hazuki put her hands back. The hero thought, is this the average level of the cube cadets? Stopping in front of the others, Yona said that they were there. Ahead of us in the sea was a small vessel. This is a training ground, Beach No 8. The purple tentacle of a ghost monster appeared. A black humpbacked octopus was beating the water with its tentacle. The heroes watched as the monster moved in their direction. Standing on the shore, Yona invited the others to start discussing their plan. Looking at the image of the sea monster, she said that it was a low-rank monster, a black humpback octopus. It didn't have such a powerful attack power. The color on the diagram was marked with growths on the monster's body. She explained that the problem was its hump above its head. Black creatures rapidly spread from the monster. When it senses the approach of danger, cubs appear from this hump and suddenly attack the enemy. Several dozen blood-sucking octopuses fly out at a time, and each of them is able to turn an ordinary person into a mummy in 1 second. Ho-Zung looked at the projection and said that once the battle began, the first thing to do was to destroy these cubs. Hazuki added that if it was necessary to deal with a few dozen, Hajin, who was the marksman, should try to do it. Opening her mouth, Yona objected, saying that she would take over the baby octopus. The hooded guy squinted to the side, hearing her tell him to step back and save his magic power. The black octopus has a very fast recovery rate. You need to destroy its hump with one blow. Hajin looked at the girl in surprise, thinking that she was trying to exclude him from training. Turning to the hero, Yona asked, is everyone ready? Looking at him sternly, she said that they were proceeding with their plan. The hero looked back with displeasure, and thought that she was harmful. The impact of the tentacle shattered the floating vessel. The monster grabbed the cracked boat. The axe struck the stone, shattering it. Ho-Zung raised his weapon, attracting the monster's attention. He rested the axe on the stone, standing in a confident pose. Looking at the tentacle-waving monster, he thought that he had to lure it to the shore first. The octopus's horizontal pupil trembled. A huge splash of water rose. The guy tensed when he saw a shadow approaching under the water. The monster was approaching, raising a wave. The guy jumped back when the monster got ashore. The training battle of Team 5 with the monster began. Ho-Zung ran away from the shore screaming. Hazuki anxiously touched the hilt of her sword. Hajin, blue with terror, held a pistol. Confident Yona moved forward with a determined look. The purple growth on the monster's body trembled. It burst, scattering many cubs around. Ho-Zung turned around and said with a smirk that he was already bursting. A lot of small monsters were flying over the guy with the axe. Between the tentacles was a round, fanged mouth. The guy turned around, running away from the octopus cubs. He gritted his teeth and looked at them. The swift movement of the whip. Yona slashed the monsters with sharp movements. Pieces of cubs flew next to the monster. Yona gripped her whip confidently. Ho-Zung sat behind, mentally admiring her strength. This is Yona's ranker, who took 7th place when entering the cube. Drops of water flew around the blue-haired woman. Running further away from the shore, the guy with the axe thanked her. The growth on the monster's head vibrated again. The heroine swung her whip. The octopus's eye was glowing. The monster reached out to the girl with its tentacles. The heroine jumped away from the blow of her limbs. A small octopus appeared behind. A fanged mouth appeared between the tentacles. Hazuki was frightened and screamed, warning Yona of danger. The long-haired woman froze when she heard this. A small monster was approaching from behind. Suddenly it shattered into pieces, not reaching her head. The cartridge case fell to the ground. Hajin, on his knees, clutched his pistol. Smoke emanated from the muzzle. Yona turned around indignantly and called out to him. Hajin looked at her with a slight smile. On the diagram, silhouettes surrounded the hero. The guy reflected that SP, which could be exchanged for stat points, increased every time Hajin's importance in this world increased. He was like a small ball sandwiched among the huge others, but from the very beginning he was out of the story, so it was difficult for him to count on a high value. The hero imagined a light haze, thinking that, accordingly, he had only one option to personally intervene in the events that the main characters of the book go through. Yona turned to the guy holding the gun, and he thought it was just like now. Hazuki opened her mouth in surprise. Hozung turned around, realizing that it was Hajin. The octopus appeared behind Yona, who reminded her in displeasure that she had told them not to interfere. The growth on the monster's body burst, scattering many cubs. Baring their round mouths, they flew forward. The girl held the weapon in displeasure and cursed. The monsters were approaching the sitting Hajin, who thought that there were several dozen monsters here. They had such low intelligence that the trajectory of their movement was clearly traceable. The concentrated shooter closed his eyes and thought that there would definitely be no second chance like this. He resolutely opened his eyes. The monster's body glowed green from the use of the bullet time skill. The shot shattered the pocket watch and the hero thought it was a skill he had created. When using it, time slowed down by 3 seconds. The monster's cubs have also changed color. Small octopuses flew towards the hero, who thought that meant that within 3 seconds he would be able to see where these creatures were moving. Hajin resolutely gripped the pistol, thinking that it was a matter of technique, he just had to shoot them. The seconds began to count down. The bright rays of the shot pierced the monster's bodies. The bullet hit the open round mouth. The cartridges fell down to the count of seconds. Hajin inserted a new clip. He knitted his eyebrows, aiming. The seconds were melting away, coming to an end. The monster flew over the head of the surprised girl. 0 seconds. There were round holes in the monster's bodies. The beams of shots pierced their carcasses. Yona turned around in surprise. Her eyes widened. The monster was preparing to spit out the cubs again. The whip flew quickly forward. He wrapped his arms around the purple growth. Pulling on her whip, Yona ordered the others to attack. Hazuki and Hozung jumped high. The guy swung his axe with a smile. The girl took a katana out of its sheath. Flying from above, they swung for an attack. Hajin shot another monster. The blow pierced the enemy. A bright beam crashed into the octopus body. The tentacle flew up. The defeated octopus was lying on the shore with its head crushed. Breathing heavily, Hajin asked in his mind, "Did they destroy them?" The long-haired woman looked at him. The hero threw himself wearily to the ground, saying how hard it was, and then a loud squeak was heard. A voice was heard that said that the results of the 5th team were being counted. Hozung held the octopus, saying that it had taken its original size. Yona looked away, hearing that the total time of the 5th team is 58 minutes 58 seconds. They are currently in 16th place. A tired Hajin put his hand on his forehead. The notification said that the fight with the monster was over. On the screen there was information that the 5th team, the total time was 58 minutes 58 seconds, 16 out of 100. The number 16 was yellow. Lightning pierced the shocked Yona. There was a rating of teams on the screen. A voice was heard saying that the video of this battle was filmed on a drone. It would come to the smartwatch. Let everyone analyze it for themselves. The girl clenched her fists with force and thought that it was only 16th place. So she heard everything right then. Personal achievements would still be evaluated separately. She looked at the girl sitting in front of her with displeasure, and wondered why Naeun had overtaken her. The second team, Naeun, and 3 other people, rated 4 out of 100. Squinting at the white-haired guy, Yona thought that she was trying to close the gap between their teams. Is this really all she is capable of? Jahak sat with his arms crossed. He glanced at Naeun, who was sitting in the row below. Yona gritted her teeth. His hand slammed on the table. The girl resolutely moved towards her classmate. She stopped behind like a gloomy shadow. Yona hugged her friend from behind with a sweet smile, and she recognized her. Standing nearby, the blue-haired woman asked how she was doing the practical lesson. It went well. The girl replied that the 4th place. It's a pity. Jahak and Rachel really wanted to win, but what about her? Yona mentally gnawed on a whip, furiously exclaiming how infuriating, and awkwardly replied out loud that she was in 16th place. Naeun pointed her finger at Hajin, saying in surprise that 16th place with that shooter, cool, it's good that at least it doesn't pull them down. The guy yawned, and Yona mentally repeated, he was pulling. It was definitely because of him that they got to a place where it was possible to walk in 10 minutes, although, on the other hand, his contribution to the battle with monsters was significant. Hajin touched his burning ear, thinking that it seemed that someone was discussing him. The girl remembered the battle with the octopus and thought that several dozen cubs that crawled out of that monster, he destroyed them before they even reached the ground, and this was with ordinary magic bullets. She remembered how Hozung happily slapped the dumbfounded guy, telling the shooter that thanks to him they easily coped, and Hazuki exclaimed that it was amazing. Looking attentively ahead, the heroine wondered who he was. A loud scream was heard. Tired Hajin was lying on the floor of the training room. After looking at the laptop screen, he said that because of training, he could not check the alert, how much has he grown. The system reported that he had applied his luck. His opponent was a low-level monster, so the accuracy of hitting the target increased dramatically. All the shots were accurate. Skill mastery is increased by 20%. Sensitivity increases by 0.03. Notifications appeared on the laptop screen that he had applied his luck. Now he will see and hear a little better. SP values increased by 27. Hajin remembered his teammate who turned around and thought that today during training he used luck. As he expected, he also increased his performance. It was not for nothing that he interfered with Yona's plan. Thanks to sports, he increased other indicators quite well. He touched the laptop and thought that it was all thanks to insight and luck. The system reported that through sports, muscle strength, endurance and health increased by 0.02. Mana is miraculously absorbed into muscle fibers. Muscle strength, endurance and health increased by 0.03. Hajin held a bottle of water and thought that since the indicators had increased so much, enough was enough for today. He looked at the machines, wondering if he should go back. In the evening, the light was on in the house. There was a sign on the door with the name Yona. The girl was sitting at a table with a laptop. On the screen there were shots of a guy shooting. The bullets swiftly pierced the monster. His finger pressed the space bar sharply, stopping the video. Yona's eyes widened in surprise when she realized that 2.76 seconds away, here he had fired 60 times with this pistol. The girl waved her hand, aiming, and thought that it was interesting. In 1 second it is possible to pull the trigger 20 times. Maybe there is a continuous fire button. Imagining the image of the shooter, she thought that his reaction was not the same as the others. But his health compared to other cadets at a low level. He also suddenly changed weapons. There were too many oddities in him. The smartwatch on the girl's wrist lit up while she wondered why she hadn't seen him at the Military Agent Academy. Turning her hand, the girl saw that she had received a message from Jang-hak. In the message, the guy asked what she was doing? With an embarrassed smile, Yona looked at the message. The blonde looked at his wrist when he saw the answer that she was analyzing the video and said that he was doing all sorts of nonsense again. A message from the girl said that if she wanted to take control of the guild later, she had to learn how to see the talented cadres beforehand. Jang-hak put his foot on the rubble in the training room, asking his friend where her team got capable shots. Only scum, by the way, like this guy with a gun. Yona chuckled. She smiled broadly, saying that she pretended that he was not interested, and she asked if there was something cute about him. In her message, it was written that she can cope with one task. Abilities are just at the level of 934 place. In response, Jang-hak wrote, maybe she was lucky with him? The girl calmly looked away, and then said that she was lucky. In the city, there was a tall building of the Maker's Grace Guild office. On the table was a sign with the name of Sung-ah, the vice head of the guild, and it was said that the guild visit was scheduled for Friday in 2 weeks. The girl with the folder was standing behind and heard the deputy chief agree and offered to take a better look at it. There was a smiling Suho on the screen. The girl in the chair asked what was in it. He didn't think so. It was Sung-ah, the deputy head of the Guild of Grace of the Creator, rank 307. On the screen, the guy attacked the monster in a jump. The woman continued that his smooth movements, like the flow of water, and a sharp sword technique, which has no analogues in any modern technique. The blue-haired man on the screen waved his sword, she continued, which was like dancing with swords. Crossing her arms, Sung-ah spoke of this extraordinary force with which he cuts. It seems as if he is slashing not just a monster, but space itself. Suho turned around surrounded by radiance, the vice chief saying that the essence straight, the red moon, the cold sense. It was now clear why the large soul guilds were trying to get their hands on it. Holding the document, Sung-ah sweetly said that she would like to take him in. It didn't look like he was already a member of any guild. There were images of characters on the screen. The woman finished that the next cadet would have him in mind. The brown-haired woman's eyes opened in surprise. She asked to wait. Hajin in the freeze frame was resolutely clutching the weapon. Sung-ah asked, so is he using a gun? An assistant standing next to him confirmed, saying that there was also a lot of talk about him in the guild community. Thanks to him being on the same team as Yona, this video was seen by many. The guy on the screen was concentrated. The words were heard that this was not even an automatic rifle, but he made 60 shots in 3 seconds. Among them 59 hit the target. Bullets pierced the monsters with bright beams. The employee continued that even if he had excellent reflexes and pulled the trigger, an ordinary pistol simply wouldn't survive it. Hajin held a pistol in his hand. The voice said that he was behaving quite eccentrically. In the academy he was called a heretic. The woman looked ahead thoughtfully and heard that as soon as he entered the cube, he had swapped his primary sword weapon for a pistol, and said what that insight meant. She introduced many different weapons, thinking that it is impossible to know about one's abilities before the insight, so sometimes there are those who change their main weapons, as it does not match their skills. An instructor with a pointer said something to the students. In this case, career growth begins to lag behind by 3 years. At school, cadets were advised to use different weapons. Crossing her arms over her chest, Sung-ah said that the epiphany at 17 years old is quite rapid, but if he's limited to one gun, then there's nothing unusual about him. Sitting in an armchair in front of the screen, she continued that anyway, it was necessary to take a closer look at him. Now there were free scouts. The assistant replied that of course not. This time there were many outstanding personalities. Everyone was very busy now. The deputy had nodded, saying that then they would leave him for the time being. If he was a diamond in the mud, he would begin to sparkle himself. The light of the screen reflected in her eyes, and she said that it would soon be clear whether he was a heretic or not. At this time, Hajin was asleep, cuddly hugging the pillow. Suho clutched his sword in his hand. Wednesday. The guy swung his fist with a grin. The opponents clashed in the attack. This is the day of one-on-one training battles. The instructor watched with a whistle as 2 students wrestled. One-on-one fights were held in teams, each of which had 2 cadets. Behind Rachel there was a scoreboard, where she had 16 points, and the enemy had 2. All the cadets used their main weapons. It was easier to assess, and not so painful. The girl furrowed her triangular eyebrows and shouted that the 934th seat is Hajin. She hovered over the guy, having already won 18 victories, and shouted for him to get up immediately. The hero thought gloomily, why is he the only one fighting with the instructor? The red-haired instructor girl said that he probably had a question. She would explain to him. The training pistol was still at the manufacturing stage, and it was too dangerous to train with a real pistol. The guy tried to crawl away, hearing that this is why he was put with the instructor, that is, with her, and shouted that he could no longer, and gave up. Clenching her fist, the instructor shouted that it would not be possible to surrender in a real battle, and ordered to strengthen the defense. Hajin was horrified to see her swing her fist. A blue target from the use of the skill appeared in the guy's eye. He quickly jumped away, avoiding the attack. The girl looked at him in surprise, not expecting this. The hero gritted his teeth in concentration. He barely dodged a quick blow to the body, and then he dodged a blow to the jaw. The redhead froze in surprise, thinking that this guy, the position was a little awkward, but he was watching her punches. Hajin's eyes glowed blue. He used the skill of foresight. He saw the arrows coming from the figure of the girl standing in a fighting stance. Foresight allows him to see at a great distance and approximately predict the trajectory of the enemy's movement. Raising his hands in shock, the hero managed to dodge a new attack and thought that the skill, of course, only helps, and he should dodge himself. A classmate pointed his finger, inviting a friend to look at him, just jumping around. Crossing his arms, Hajin turned to them in displeasure. The system reported that SP scores were increasing by 40. The guy thought that there was still a useful effect from attracting attention. A can of Coke fell down. A tired Hajin crouched down at the machine, taking it out. He turned gloomily to the side. Yona walked down the corridor past him. She looked at the guy gloomily. He looked at her silently. The girl went on, and the hero thought that although he wrote it, she has a bad character. Touching the button on the machine with his finger, he thought maybe he should conduct a small experiment. Yona turned around when she heard someone call out to her. A can of Coke flew forward. The girl deftly caught it. Holding the jar, she asked, "Is he bullying her?" Getting up, the guy asked what she was talking about. The heroine turned around, hearing that at the last training session she helped him a lot. He wanted to make friends with her. The guy's eyes glowed a little blue. He thought that this was just an experiment. If he got 40 points when he drew attention to himself in front of the secondary characters, how many points will he get after talking to the main character? Closing her eyes, Yona refused, saying that she should drink himself. The can flew back to Hajin. Pointing her finger with displeasure, the girl said that she should not be addressed informally without permission. This is the first warning. The hero was holding a red jar. Yona walked away down the street. Suddenly she noticed something. Holding the bag in her hand, the heroine realized that her weight had changed. The girl picked up her bag, looking closely. In his hand was a can of Coke, which Hajin had discreetly placed. The girl furiously swung the jar and shouted that he was crazy. However, she did not quit. Putting the can back in her bag, Yona thought that the cola was not to blame for anything. Hajin watched her from the stairs and thought that Yona liked simple food, cola, ramen, hamburgers, but due to his reputation, he couldn't buy them. The guy turned around and thought that if he tried to touch the unknown settings, then even with the help of short dialogues he would not earn many points. After all, he would have to intervene in the main plot. His fingers squeezed the laptop. The hero thought that the same thing should happen further in the story. The hero imagined a wide staircase and remembered the attack of human monsters on the State Armory Museum. A hand reached for a clawed paw. Human monsters are people who have made a pact with the devil. The girl from the crowd was smiling. In exchange for their souls, they gained great power, became subordinates of the devil, and spread in this world. The purpose of this incident was to kill a certain person, for which they hid in the museum. Suho waved his weapon, leaving a bright mark. The hero thought that, however, they were destroyed by the main characters who came on a tour at that time. Thanks to this episode, the main character Suho will be able to attract the attention of other characters. He presented a symbolic image of the characters and thought that the heroes of the book Suho and Neon would appear here, and the human monsters are not so dangerous yet, since this is just the beginning of the work. Looking thoughtfully ahead, Hajin decided that great, he would be able to wedge himself into this episode. A man in uniform called out to the guy, saying that the time of classes was over. Why was he standing here and not going to the dormitory? While the hero reasoned that first he needed to find a way to get on a tour of the museum. Hajin put down his laptop when he heard the demand for his number and apologized, saying that he was already leaving. Colored lines appeared on the black monitor. An envelope appeared among the symbols. On a light background, the word club appeared. The guy clicked the join button on the screen. It was noted that there are communities in the cube that are called clubs, and they are small groups of cadets who unite for a common hobby and are engaged in various activities. Someone was fighting in the ring. Another person was watering the garden. Another was busy with music. Another painted a picture, and so there were about 100 different communities in the cube by type of science, martial arts, practical activities, hobbies, and so on. The two shook hands. These clubs were aimed not only at self-development, but also at communication between the cadets. The bright sun illuminated the white walls. Today the hero was going to visit this club. The red-haired guy was smiling broadly. This is Han Hyun, the chairman of the Healing Rain Travelers Club. He thanked for taking part in their club. The headman was smiling as he looked at Suho. On the other side, the girl yawned. Someone noted that there are a lot of amazing people among the newcomers to the club this year. Han Hyun lowered his head awkwardly at the support, and thought about how when he received his application to join, he didn't know if it was real or not. Approaching the others, he said that he would tell them about their club again. He presented a map with directions, stating that the purpose of the club was recreation and that once or twice a month they would arrange trips outside the cube through the portal. Hajin stood and listened to the fact that today they would get acquainted with the club, and at the same time make a mini-trip not far from here. Han Hyun smiled happily as he said that he would go to Seoul, but Hajin only frowned. Looking at the others, he thought that they would split into pairs and go on a free journey, which coincided with the content of his book. The hero presented a pedestal with the sign of the State Armory Museum, reflecting that today his goal is the Seoul Armory Museum, where the first main story will begin. Ha Hyun ordered to draw lots to divide into teams. Hajin looked at the box in surprise, not understanding if this was how teams were distributed, but he didn't care who was caught. Everyone would act separately. They called the name of the hero. The girl turned to look at him. Hajin looked confused. The girl folded her arms over her chest, offering to go separately. She turned around when the hero supported her. The guy looked at Yona in surprise, who wanted to add something else. She looked at him intently, reminding him not to address her familiarly. The hero lowered his eyebrows when he heard that this was the second warning. The rays of the sun illuminated the street. People walked along the corridor. There was a state weapons museum with the largest weapons exhibition hall in Korea. Hajin walked among the shop windows. Turning around, he noticed Naeun. The hero turned. At the other window stood Suho. The blue-haired man was looking at something. Remembering the cover, the hero recognized it as the main character. Hajin walked over to him. Behind the glass, a cold weapon was displayed, and he asked the blue-haired man if he had looked at 7 knives, and introduced himself. Suho apologized, putting his hand on his neck, saying that he had forgotten for a second. Looking at the interlocutor, he asked if he was the same shooter who had chosen a pistol, and whether he had joined the Travelers Club. Looking at him, Hajin thought that Suho was strong, likable, fair, but because of him, readers had a lot of complaints that he did not look like a normal person. Looking at the interlocutor, Suho offered to see the hall with firearms, but the hero refused. Debris rained down from the ceiling as Hajin said there wasn't enough time. People raised their heads. A crackling sound was heard from the speaker. Everyone looked up, hearing that monsters had appeared near the museum building. They looked away when they heard something else. A blow rang out over them again. Panic began. Everyone rushed to the exit. Everyone tried to get out first. Someone pushed the child. Someone's fist struck the glass. One of the students was standing by the window. Everyone turned at the sound. Suho held the girl in his arms. Frowning, Naeun urged everyone to calm down, saying that the hero would be coming soon. She took the bow. The system notified about the theft of the exhibit. The girl warned that if they ran out, they would be devoured by monsters. A new message announced the activation of the barrier. The hall was painted red. Naeun put the quiver behind her back, telling Naeun that they would have to protect people until the hero came. Footsteps were heard. She paid attention to this. The girl reached for the arrow, noticing someone. The guy walked calmly. He was surrounded by a dark aura. Naeun shouted that one had already entered the interior. Looking at him, Hajin realized that he was the human monster dog of Lucius, a villain who contributes to the development of the protagonist. Claws appeared on his hands. Suho attacked the enemy. Another guy attacked from behind. The hero watched, remembering the plot of the book. He stared intently, thinking that Suho could easily handle it. The enemy threw him back. The blue-haired man smashed the wall with his body. He fell to the ground next to the hero. He was shocked by this. Hajin stared at Suho lying down. There was fear in his eyes with thoughts that everything was different in the plot, and at first the guy gave in, then gathered his power and won. Naeun looked down and called out to Suho. He coughed up blood. Then he woke up, trying to get up. The enemy was moving forward. He withdrew his sharp-clawed hand. Naeun snatched the arrows. They headed towards the enemy. Arrows pierced the monster. The girl released a few more. The enemy smiled without taking damage. This shocked Naeun. Her hand gripped the bow tighter. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that this was not a special skill or regeneration. Arrows broke into pieces. Seeing him brush them off, she realized that he was only using dexterity. The enemy smiled ominously. Hajin watched in surprise. As the monster charged at the girl, he yelled for Naeun to leave. Its claws almost touched Naeun's face. But Suho unexpectedly struck a blow. Opening his mouth wide, he asked if she was okay. Reaching for another arrow, the girl only asked about it. The monster had already pounced on the blue-haired man. The guy held back the attack with his sword. Dark marks wound around the blade. Something bright seemed to be among them. The demon beast held the blade in its mouth. Looking at this, Suho thought that his body had changed. The demon pressed harder on the blade. The guy fell to the floor. Suho feeling the fangs at his neck. Several arrows struck the monster. Naeun, holding her bow, was surprised. The monster looked at her. He pointed a dark hand in her direction. The girl looked confused. Grabbing her, he slammed her against the wall. Looking at this, Hajin realized that they were in trouble. Taking off his backpack, he thought that at this rate someone might die, and shouted everyone to move away. The demon was holding Naeun against the wall. Soho tried to hold back the onslaught. The hero wondered why the plot of his book had changed so much. Putting the laptop on the floor, Hajin decided that he needed to calm down and do what he could now. The hero took out several bullets from the clip. They fell out of his hand. Magic bullets lay on the floor with destructive power. He realized that they would not deliver a fatal blow. Seeing the properties of darkness and light, he knew that this was his world, and the basic settings had not changed. The hero typed quickly on the keyboard. The bullet was surrounded by a bright light while editing the settings. There were new reports that he had increased his destructive power to 6 points. The guy pulled out the pistol, saving the settings. He inserted a clip into it. Hajin ran towards the enemy, thinking about the reason why there are many different heroes in this world, and deciding that the properties and compatibility allow him to overcome the level difference and show even more strength. The hero aimed, noting that this person had demonic properties. A finger touched the trigger. Soho looked behind him as he heard him address him. With his mouth wide open, he asked Soho to move away. A bright light appeared when the shot was fired. The bullet hit the demon's shoulder. The bright light blinded everyone. The shot tore off the monster's arm. He shouted wide, tearing his mouth off. The girl looked obsessed. Naeun fell to the floor. Soho pulled his hand aside. The hero fell to his knees, thinking that he had delayed enough time. He looked up, hoping that this was indeed the case. Soho seemed to be inflamed. On his blade were visible symbols. The monster became nervous seeing this. The guy glanced at his weapon. The swing struck the enemy with the thought that this time he was finished. The demon opened his mouth and grunted. Soho, leaning on his knee, tried to catch his breath. Drops of sweat were dripping from his face. Naeun tried to get up. Soho touched her, asking about her condition. She brushed off his help. The guy lowered his eyes in confusion. Hajin advised him to leave her. He put his hand behind his head, saying that her brother would come soon, thinking that this was going to happen in the book. Suddenly he felt something. Soho and Naeun looked at him in surprise. The girl trembled, asking again what he had said. The girl lowered her head again. 2 mosos rushed forward. A ray of light appeared in front of them. The monsters fell to the ground. Someone took a step forward. Later, Sangha stood among them, wanting to make sure that she had dealt with everyone. The man got out of the ambulance, addressing her. Looking at the buildings of the museum, she heard that the situation near it had been settled and asked how things were inside. Introducing a man in a raincoat, the interlocutor replied that he had been destroyed and there were 3 cadets of the academy. Sangha smiled slightly, clarifying who was inside. Her eyes grew larger after hearing the names Soho and Hajin. She rushed inside. Sangha smiled at the chance to see Soho. Seeing people on the stairs, the girl thought about where to start a conversation. Noticing Hajin, Sangha was glad to have met him. The guy looked up in surprise. The girl approached and greeted her. Looking at him with a smile, she was about to ask about Soho. Sangha smiled when she heard that he was inside. The girl went on. But looking behind her back, she did not understand how the interlocutor recognized who she was hiccuping. Later, Hajin sat down on a bench. Opening the laptop, the guy noted that he was frightened by the way Sangha addressed him, thinking if this was the situation that the story had changed. Imagining a handful of stones, the hero reflected on the fact that a character named Hajin had intervened in the situation, but the value was insignificant. After that, I introduced the cadet, thinking that so far the plot had gone without any problems, as it should have been, and it did not affect the main line in any way. Suddenly he opened his eyes wider, remembering what he had forgotten. Looking at the text, the guy noted that this story had a co-author. Imagining the explosion, he, the hero, thought that this world is a remake based on his book, which was edited by the person who sent him an email. And now he understands why things happened that he could not foresee in advance. He remembered the monster they had fought. A drop of sweat appeared on his cheek. He looked frightened, realizing that all his assumptions about his story were now useless. A shiver ran through his body. Hajin glanced at the laptop screen. A message appeared there. Opening it, he saw one remark. Seeing a person at the beginning of the path, the hero read that there are threats to him and others. On the screen of the phone, the knight fought with a monster, and it was noted that if the development of events continued like this, there was a risk of losing the interest of readers. A new message appeared. Hajin clicked on the mouse button. The light of the screen reflected into his eyes. A message appeared in front of him about increasing the level of negative characters, even if it entailed chaos. Master waved, calling out to Hajin and Soho. Standing nearby, he said that he had heard about what had happened and they could return to their homes, and they would tell about the details later. The man looked at the guy who asked what was wrong with Naeun and replied that she had taken sick leave after going to her parents, advising her not to stay late and go to the cube. Hajin looked in the direction of his comrade. He looked up and asked why Hajin had told the girl that. The hero was noticeably surprised, and when asked what he was talking about, he heard that it was about her brother. The guy remembered the letter on the laptop screen. Hajin leaned over to the other man, not understanding what was wrong with her brother, but he did not understand why he pretended not to know. Soho just gritted his teeth. The setting sun lit up the sky, and he said they would talk about it another time. Later, Naeun's profile was revealed on the screen. He is currently studying at the Academy of Hero Family Relationships, Father Che Sin Zek. brother Chae Jin-yoon. Ha-jin, who was sitting at the laptop, said that everything was as he described in the book. But something caught his attention. It said that my brother was now in serious condition. In the photo, rescuers took him away. Below was information that he was in a coma. Ha-jin imagined several people going on an operation to suppress human monsters. Introducing the smiling guy, he noted that this was the first opportunity for the ally of the main character Chae Jin-yoon to gain fame. Naeun looked at him with delight. She was 13 years old at the time. She looked at the guy with delight, and she was very proud of her brother who became a hero. He said that this was his version of the book. Now the hero was looking at the screen in confusion. There was another message. When he opened it, he saw a note that the changes would be sent in a message after the Kim Ha-jin object personally confirmed them. The new post revealed that Jin-yoon is Naeun's brother, and Kim Soo-ho's sidekick in the story. Later, Jin-yoon was lying on the ground covered in blood. A new message has appeared that it has been decided that the main character has too many assistants, so changes have been made. Tears flowed down the blonde's face. 4 hours ago, when Chae Jin-yoon became a hero during the first mission, he obtained the devil mark and became a demon seed. Wide-eyed, Ha-jin didn't understand what was written there. It was dark in the ward. A voice said that this afternoon at 13 o'clock a.m. whole pack of monsters appeared in the very center of Seoul, and as a result of the unexpected appearance of monsters, 50 people were injured, 7 people died. The hand touched the radio. Once it managed to report that the deputy head of the guild took part in suppressing the situation. The girl was sitting on the bed. She laid her head on her knees. The man entered the room, saying her name. Naeun turned around, calling him dad, and asked him about his job. Coming closer, he only asked if it was a problem, how she felt, and the girl replied that she was fine. Looking at her, her father asked if he needed to be examined, but Naeun refused and asked why he had come. She lowered her head when she heard that he was worried and said that the truth was fine. He looked at his daughter carefully when she turned to her. Hugging her knees again, the girl asked, "Can I meet him again before discharge?" Her father only looked at her sympathetically. Taking her by the hand, he agreed. Meanwhile, Ha-jin put his head on his hand, imagining the monster and reading about how demons were creatures above human monsters. They left marks on people and turned them into demon seeds, and people turned into strong demons, and this period lasted 5 to 6 years. Naeun was standing in front of the door to the room. Half the time had passed. On the plaque was her brother's name. The hero continued to sit at the laptop. The girl went inside. He thought that there was only one answer in this confusing situation. Both lowered their heads until a demon awoke in Chae Jin-yoon's body. It was necessary to kill him as quickly as possible. The sister stood in front of her brother lying in the bed. The light of the monitor illuminated the face of the main character, who was thinking about how to do it and who should do it. Imagining their father, the hero thought that it was impossible to hire a person. No mercenary would take on the murder of the oligarch's son. Naeun was sitting next to Sun-a's bed. He didn't show any signs of seed germination, so it was impossible to do anything either. After that, he introduced the battlefields, reasoning that there was no way to stop the demon that was supposed to manifest in Kim Soo-ho. And even when the acting heroes enter the fight, sacrifices among them are inevitable, so now is not the time to do anything, because these heroes play a big role in the second part of the book. The sister looked at her brother in a coma. Our hero began to tremble. Smiling, the girl said that it was her. And Ha-jin, who was sitting at the table, said that he had to kill her brother. Putting one foot on the other, Naeun said that it was the first time she had seen such a human monster. Almost died, not understanding how an ordinary cadet could inflict a fatal blow on him. Then she frowned, talking about the shooter. But she fell silent abruptly, only said that it was not worth talking about it. Turning around, she heard a word that the time of the visit was over. Putting her hand on her brother, the girl said that she would look at him again. After that, she headed for the exit. She lowered her head. The girl took a step forward. Then she stopped. Naeun remembered Ha-jin and his words again. She remembered his look and his words that his brother would soon come and calm her down. Then Naeun pursed her lip. Frowning, she looked forward, repeating his name. Several tall buildings rose to the sky. This is the Tower of Heroes. At the entrance, it was written that this was an archive, and someone turned to the deputy leader. Sun-a was scattering documents when a person behind his back said that viewing the materials of a state organization was illegal, and what to do if someone noticed her. But when she sat down at the table, she replied nothing. She was just going to look at the records of today's incident in the museum for a second, and the guy thought that this was the whole problem. Remembering the killed monster, the girl said that traces with the property of light were found in the body of the human monster, and it turns out that one of those who fought with him used this property. She seemed to be inflamed, saying that such a person could become a rather dangerous opponent for a human monster, and it was necessary at all costs to find him and drag him to them. But the guy only thought that she was worried again because of the premonition of a talented shot. Opening the camera footage, Sun-a said that it was said that 3 cadets who were on a field trip at the time were fighting the human monster, to which Han-hyun said that one of them used the properties of light. Remembering Soo-ho and Naeun, he said that they are already under his supervision. Thinking, the girl put her hand to her face and said that she had heard about the latter for the first time and found her in the Cuban 934th ranking. Later, Ha-jin sat with a laptop and reported that he had recently realized the fact. Seeing the blue windows on the screen, he noted that other people didn't seem to see the laptop. He added that he didn't have to worry about the main characters and check the contents of the book in peace, and added one feature to the laptop when he found out that it was invisible to others. Looking at the blonde, he announced that Rachel had won. Then a notification appeared about a change in the settings. Watching his comrades, the hero saw that the guy's self-confidence had become lower than usual, and noted that this was the function. After imagining the people around him, continued to talk about if settings appear within a radius of 30 meters from him that differ from the plot of the book, he should immediately receive notifications. Someone stomped their foot behind their back when they thought it was much more effective than messages from a collaborator after their confirmation. Naeun clenched her fists and offered to fight again. Turning around, he looked silently. The others noticed them when the hero said that he did not want to, but the girl asked why and added that he was chatting about other people's families. But after looking at the interlocutor, the hero said that these were real bullets and he had to be careful, and added that he did not want to be scolded for wounding a classmate. Angry, Naeun gritted her teeth and cursed. An instructor then came in and asked what they were doing, and when she turned around, she heard that Cadet Kim Ha-jin couldn't fight the other cadets due to the lack of training weapons, and that Cadet Naeun had to return to his seat. In anger, she began to leave. Seeing her off, the hero thought that there was no need to apologize to her now. Looking at the scratched hand, he realized that his primary goals were to try his best to become stronger. Imagining the guy in the bed, he understood that he had to be killed. Watching how she leaves, he realized that even if their relationship improves, then only betrayal on his part awaits her. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the building. A lot of people gathered inside. Blue light fell from the ceiling and someone's voice asked if everyone was ready. The guy had a microphone in his hand and Hyan, a representative of the Truth Science Club, greeted everyone at the introductory class. Standing on stage, he revealed that the purpose of their club is to analyze monsters and research strategy, and added that they meet every week for discussions. The girls looked at him with admiration when he told them to familiarize themselves with the brochures that had been handed out to them. Carefully examining him, someone noted his attractive appearance and the ability to keep the attention of the audience on himself. Folding his arms over his chest, Ha-jin added that these were all demonic abilities. A long shadow fell from the speaker. He thought that from the very beginning of the story in Cuba, where the main plot unfolds, various cases began to occur with the disappearance of cadets, the attack of monsters, and so on. Hyan would become the villain who would be responsible for all these incidents. Imagining Hyan kneeling in front of the girl's silhouette, the hero assumed that after the contract with the demon, he gained the skill of charm and became a human monster. Continuing to look at the speaker, Ha-jin noted that this is the one he is now hunting. Looking to the side, he also thought that this was the reason why he joined this club. He was looking at Yona. The girl sat with her arms folded over her chest. Pressing the button, the speaker said that today is an introductory meeting, so he will just talk a little about the activities of the club. An image of a beast appeared behind him, and he said that it was an above-average monster, a mountain tyrant who appeared during an outcall and turned out to be almost 60 years old. Several dots appeared on the beast's body, and regardless of where the monsters are, outside the cube or inside, information about high-ranking monsters is of great value, which can be worth at least several billion won. The girl looked at Hyan as he asked her what the vital information about this mountain tyrant was. The guy pressed the remote control button again when she replied that it was unknown, and said that the task of their club was to discuss such cases. A bright beam came from the spotlight, and the speaker informed everyone that those who wanted to share their thoughts were asked to stay for the meeting after the end of the class. Getting up from his seat, the hero asked the girl if she would go. Yona silently passed by. Angry, Ha-jin asked her again. The hero looked at her in surprise when she replied that yes, perhaps she could get useful information, and he thought that this was a place where information about monsters could be useful. The girl looked angrily at the hero when he asked if he wanted to tell the dungeon clearing team in his guild. Against the bright background were the silhouettes of the people from the Essence Strait Guild. After introducing the monster, the hero suggested that the guild was created 50 years ago during an outcall, and added that the Yona family was the key figures in it. Afterwards, he imagined a bright symbol, thinking that it was now one of the major guilds that had great influence in Korea. Yona frowned when Ha-jin reported that the guild leader's influence had begun to decline recently, so she felt threatened as a successor as well. Raising an eyebrow, she heard the question because of this, that she wanted to go to the meeting and get information, and asked him again why he was doing this. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hero said that he would tell about the weaknesses of the mountain tyrant. Her question was heard in the whole hall, and the guy replied that if he wanted to lead the guild without any problems later, then he had to make an effort now. Imagining the leg of the beast, the hero said that it had a small blue pattern on its heel, and if you hit it straight there, it would not be able to move. Now, calmly looking at the interlocutor, she heard the words that, of course, this information is not free, and the question is about whether their guild has an arsenal? Presenting the gun, the hero said that he would like her to get a Desert Eagle for him there. The girl just looked at him thoughtfully. Still looking at him, she asked what was the basis for such a statement. Did he have any evidence? Then Ha-jin smiled. There was a strange feeling between them when he replied that he did not. Yona looked at her interlocutor carefully. Turning away, she got angry, saying that she was just wasting time, but the guy said that it would be beneficial for you to believe him. As he looked after her, he thought that if she ignored his words, then information worth several billion won would turn into an ordinary piece of paper. The bright sun illuminated the leaves of the trees. The guy added that if she believed him, then he would have an army of allies. A voice asked the secretary if she could convey something to the team that was dealing with the mountain tyrant. With her mouth wide open, Yona said that this was for the next raid. The girl held the bracelet to her mouth, saying that the vital place of the monster was the blue pattern on the heel. Let them check. Hajin understood that this army would later be called the Kings of Seoul. On a piece of paper it was written that this was a promissory note on a loan. Below was the amount to be paid 300 million won. Hajin was shocked. Imagining a satisfied Kadun, Hajin thought that the maximum amount that is given to a cadet on credit is just 300 million, which is more interesting this Kim Chun-dan was doing. The hero lowered his eyebrows in displeasure. Then he glanced at the screen, seeing only 3 million on his bank book, noting that he would not even be able to return to his world. After that, the guy imagined how he sells organs or fishes, realizing that he risks spending here, paying off debts for the rest of his life. Scratching his head, Hajin thought that he should make money, and now there are 2 ways to legally earn a lot of money. Imagining different charts, he thought about stocks and then he imagined a high tower, thinking that in this world, dungeons and towers appear like mushrooms after rain, so you need to find guilds that are engaged in clearing dungeons and buy shares of developing guilds. Looking in front of him, he thought that he knew which one would succeed, but he didn't have the money to buy shares, so that wasn't the way to do it. Then he had to go out on the field himself, and the second way was to hunt in the field. The hero presented a map with markers, knowing that this is a dangerous zone where monsters appear. Then I imagined selling things, reasoning that the difficulty level here is very different from towers and dungeons, but you can make good money on selling monster corpses. Looking at his performance, he thought about the fact that his points had only now exceeded that of an average adult man, and whether he would be able to enter the field. Thinking, he put his hand to his face, knowing that even if he enhanced the effect of the pistol with an additional device, it would be a waste of energy. Was there no other way? Suddenly he heard a sound behind him. Someone knocked on the door, saying that he had a package from Yona. He looked inquiringly. Opening it, the hero saw a suitcase. Bending down, the guy opened it. The guy looked at the contents in surprise. The bright sun illuminated the city, Gangwon Province, Wonju City, field area. Smiling broadly, the man thanked for using the services of the portal. Walking to the entrance, the hero noted that it was worth saying that he was a cadet, and the girl behind became so polite. There were many people at the entrance. The hero stepped onto the step. In front of him was a view of the street. Seeing people on the street, he thought about the fact that the Gangwon area is considered quite low in terms of the danger of the field. There are many foreigners who come to hunt all year round, so the city is called an international metropolis. Someone shouted that they were looking for a team. The guy put his hand to his face, informing him that the recruitment of mages who were ready to go to the Chayak Mountains together was being carried out. As he looked around, he heard what was being said in the area, about some man who hunted monsters with his bare hands. Walking further, he drew attention to a girl who said that all together would cost 600,000 won. He noticed someone haggling for trolls, and thought that the agent would be much more profitable for them to sell monsters. Behind him, he heard footsteps as he wondered if anyone could find an agent in these parts. He turned around when someone caught his attention. A man in glasses asked the hero if he had come to hunt. Turning around, Hajin asked if he was an agent, to which he replied in the affirmative and searched for his business card. After that, he handed it to the hero, but he only thought that the man was strange. But something caught his attention. On the business card it was written that this was the SN Sohyuk agency. He remembered the man on the cover of the magazine and thought that he would become the director of the best agency in Korea and Kim Seo's personal agent. Sohyuk scratched his head awkwardly, and the hero thought that he did not expect to meet him here. The interlocutor was surprised when the hero asked for the name of the agency. He reached out and said that the inscription convinced him and that he would sign a contract. Hajin thought that in this world it was just the beginning of the book, and that many characters did not yet know their true value. Sohyuk shook hands with the hero and said that he would provide him with the best service. The hero thought that it would be a good idea to establish connections with them in advance. But he frowned, wondering if he could take over the Kim Seho agency. The rays of the sun illuminated the foliage. Turning around, Hajin asked if they could really go with him. Sohyuk, breathing heavily, asked not to worry and said that if it became dangerous, they could drop their weapons and run. The hero thought that usually agents were waiting outside the field. The man noticed footprints on the ground and reported that there were hobgoblin tracks, noting that the difficulty level was low and one could fetch about 300,000 to 400,000 won, and asked how they liked it. Turning around again, the hero expressed doubts, thinking that for one destroyed tower they give about 200,000 won, and if you think about the price, then the monster is more profitable. Then he pointed his finger in the other direction. Standing by the cliff, they saw a boar below. Adjusting his glasses, Sohyuk said that it was a steel boar. With a slight smile, the agent noted that such a boar could not be defeated with a pistol and that bullets would not penetrate its skin, but the hero said that until they tried, they would not know. The man looked at the hero in surprise, and he said that he had a very good pistol. Remembering the conversation with Yona, the hero said that he received this weapon in exchange for information about the mountain tyrant. Hajin pointed his pistol at the target, and a description appeared that it was a desert eagle. The agent stared at the weapon in amazement, and the hero thought that he was using SP and added some settings. When the hero was aiming, the man expressed fears that the beast would only get angry. Frowning, the hero aimed his weapon. A shot rang out. The bullet pierced the boar. The beast opened its mouth. Soo-hyuk was shocked by this. The boar fell to the ground. The description of the weapon appeared again with a postscript that in case of destruction of the enemy, the indicators of the increase in destructive power are doubled. Hajin took a step closer to the cliff. Satisfied, he looked down and said that the performance of the weapon was not bad. Smoke was coming from the weapons. On his knees, the agent noted that it was an amazing weapon and that it shot perfectly. The hero averted his head and thanked the agent. Then he fired another shot. The bird fell down when Soo-hyuk asked what was there, and the hero replied that there was a black pelican near the rocks. Adjusting his glasses, the man asked if he could see so far, to which the hero replied in the affirmative. Circles appeared in front of Hajin's eyes, and he said that he could see 1,000 li ahead. Then he turned around and said that he was leaving. Sunset rays lit up the sky, and the agent asked to wait for him. The bird fell directly on the boar. Inspecting them, the man said that they were just part of the monster, and their weight was great, and the hero wondered if they could drag them out of the field. The agent put his hand to his face and said that it would be better to pay the 119 service, and he would transfer the money tomorrow. The hero thought that everything was clear for him, because it was Soo-hyuk. After shaking hands, the hero agreed and said that he hoped for profitable cooperation. The man with a smile clarified whether this was the hero's first hunt on the field and asked how he used his fee. Calmly looking at the interlocutor, the hero replied that he would buy shares. The man only smiled silently. Hajin introduced the silhouette and revealed that the new guild, the Pack Horse Master, was created by human monsters and that it plays an important role in the book. He sat at his laptop and thought that, of course, he should focus on other settings now, but there is a dungeon that this guild has cleared. In the book, it is described as a devil's nest. Presenting the graphs, the hero noted that after the cleanup, the shares of the Pack Horse Master Guild would increase by 1,000%. Pressing the buy button, Hajin reasoned that he would only have to buy and he would definitely win. A message appeared about the purchase made. Hajin looked at the bracelet screen and wondered if there was any other information on the promotions. If there were no official communities, then he would have to go to the shadow site Purple Baker. Then he looked up in surprise, noting that he had started talking about flowers and remembered something. Hajin introduced different people, thinking that a group of chameleons. Until the second half of the book, they were the main villains. This is a criminal organization about whose members there was no information, only that they masked the color and perhaps only he knew their data and information about the activities. Only he knew the author of this book. The guy looked thoughtful and reasoned that although they were criminals, they avoided human monsters, thinking that if only he managed to enter the guild arena, then maybe he could tell something about the incident with Jin Yoon. Sitting down at his laptop again, Hajin remembered that around this time, according to the plot, one place in their guild became vacant, which meant that they should start searching soon. But the monitor turned off. In a panic, the hero stared at the black screen. His eyes grew larger with excitement, as it was perhaps the only way to return to his world. But the image began to appear again. Hajin smiled. However, there was a message that 1 month had expired. The laptop features are updated 0.01%. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the room. The girl whispered to her boyfriend to look in someone's direction. Yona and Jae-hak sat opposite. The guy raised his head and asked if it was possible to stop these meetings of high society. The girl replied with a smile that even if she got tired of it, they still had nothing to lose if they established close ties with community leaders in advance. Leaning on the table, the girl asked how his grades had been lately, and after hearing the answer, she noted that Jae-hak, whom she knew, would not rest until he achieved first place. But looking at the screen of the bracelet, Jae-hak said that this is why he believes that everything is fine. Feeling embarrassed, Yona agreed. The door to the cafe opened. Naeun went inside. The guy jumped up from his chair and greeted her. Yona was confused when he approached her with a question about why she was attending meetings now, and she said that if she had known he would be there as well, she would have come. Approaching Naeun, he asked how she had been to the hospital, to which the girl replied that it was nothing serious. Yona just lowered her head. Someone put a glass of drink on the table, about to tell something. Yona opened her eyes wide when she heard the question if they knew Hajin. The girl looked at her interlocutor with surprise and asked what was wrong with him. Naeun averted her eyes, saying that there were 3 of them in the museum that day, she, Suho and this guy. Remembering the fight, she reported that the human monster was stronger than she thought. The battle was brutal and happened right during the fight. She then remembered how the bright light had torn her hand off and cursed at Hajin. At that moment, the monster man's arm was torn off. Then she watched in shock, wondering how this was even possible with what kind of training gun if he had just ripped off the man's arm. She remembered Hajin's gaze and found the incident very suspicious. Seeing how the other person was thinking, Naeun remembered that they were on the same team and asked what he thought of him. She was confused, not knowing what to answer, thinking that he lived in an orphanage and became a cadet of Cuba, and also owes about 300 million. The girl was standing against the white wall when she added that these were all features of Hajin, and it was not clear how he knew about the mountain tyrant. The girl lowered her head, saying that he did not answer questions, and decided that she would have to continue the investigation, and considering that it was necessary to check whether he would be useful to her or not. Taking the cup, she reported that he was just an ordinary person and thought that in the fight with the human monster, she noticed enough strength in him for him to be able to break his arm. Taking a sip, she wondered if that meant he had something hidden. Naeun leaned closer and asked if he was a human monster. Her comrades looked at her in surprise. Closing her eyes, the friend asked if he began to attack his own, with which she agreed, but noted that there was something in him. Meanwhile, Hajin stared at the bright laptop monitor. The renovation is almost completed there. Then there was a light near his hand. He turned, closing his eye. There was blood on his wrist. Drops of blood fell on the stool. The hero grabbed his hand. There was a message that this stigmata contains magic, one of the types of creator power. The hero put his hand to his head and thought that information appeared in it like a tsunami. His hand struck the table. Jae-hak leaned on the table and asked if she liked this guy. Naeun looked away. The hero fell to his knees. He reached for the laptop with his hand. Lowering her head, Naeun remembered her words about her brother again. Raising her head, she said that it was something like that. Falling to the floor, the hero lost consciousness. But the laptop continued to work. A list of updates appeared on its screen. Seoul, the Tower of the Association. At the entrance to the hall, there was a sign with information about the award ceremony for exemplary citizens, and the main character thought that after the incident in the museum, he, along with Suho and Naeun, received awards for their contribution to the safety of society. The young man rubbed his hand. He looked at his wrist with displeasure, noting that yesterday's wound was still aching. Hajin raised his hand and thought that he should find out what this skill was, and the girl next to him clattered in annoyance. The archer glanced at him and asked him to be quiet. The hero turned around and replied that he had not said anything, but she only said that he was making noise anyway. Naeun frowned when the guy asked if she had forgotten who saved her. The student turned pale and pursed her lips. Suho stood up and asked them to stop when the girl started to get indignant again. The main character looked tiredly at his classmate, who was persuaded to change places. Suho sat down next to Hajin. He coughed delicately, attracting attention. The brunette sighed when the interlocutor thanked him for that time. The student smiled and added that if it wasn't for the young man, they wouldn't have been able to win. The hero looked away and replied that they would have coped without him. He remembered the moment of the battle and thought that perhaps if it hadn't existed, then a higher level power would have awakened in the guys. Suho looked at him in surprise as the gunslinger thought about how he was the main character, that he had to become stronger in the face of danger. The staff looked at each other, preparing for the appearance of the main guest. Someone left the portal. It was a man in Haori, carelessly adjusting his hair. Yushi-yuk, 37th in the hero rankings, frowned, grumbling that he was being forced to walk back and forth. He walked over to take the papers, and the audience whispered that he was the Wolf of Valhalla, who had great magical powers. The archer straightened up as the award ceremony was announced. Suho got serious as the host asked all the winners to go up on stage. The main character looked indifferent. The students lined up, and Shiuk was preparing to hold a presentation ceremony for the guys who, in a dangerous situation, were able to destroy the human monster and became exemplary citizens of their society. The man approached Suho and clarified his name, holding out a letter. The young man smiled awkwardly as he pointed out that he wasn't surprised that everyone wanted him, and replied that it was an exaggeration. He accepted his award. The interlocutor leaned over and asked the guy not to come to the association, but rather to work as a hunter for the Endless Field Guild, because the heroes have too much responsibility, and there is nothing interesting in the work. The student grinned and objected that this activity still suits him. Shiuk pulled away, calling it boring. The girl blushed and shuddered when the man paid attention to her, and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The archer was embarrassed, calling him a teacher, but he reminded him that this was not true. The main character chuckled, hearing that her father asked to take care of her, but this is not in his plans. The hunter looked at Hajin and asked who he was. The young man stretched out his hands to pick up the letter, and introduced himself, thinking that the only thing worse than hatred was indifference. Spotlights lit up the stage, and the host announced the end of the ceremony, asking Naeun to say a few words at the end. Some time later, a cafe. The main character walked with a tray of dessert, rejoicing at the reward for the destruction of the man. He sat down at the table, muttering that he had decided to buy more shares of the Packhorse Master Guild with this money. The young man opened the laptop to check the updated features. Information on the list appeared on the screen. The guy remembered the mark on his hand and learned that it was a stigmata. The student looked at the screen and noted that the method of use was rather inaccurate, because it said that you can use it according to your desires. Suddenly, the mark began to glow. It was worth thinking about the desire. The guy quickly hid his hand under the table so that no one would notice. He looked at his laptop and decided that he would have to certify it already in the dormitory. Next, the student pressed the internet activation button. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. A list of available sites appeared in front of him. The young man rubbed his chin, noticing that there were not only ordinary websites, but also those that could be accessed for a fee. He noticed the icon of the purple banquet. The hero presented the trophies and remembered that here you can trade information, weapons, rewards, place orders, and so on. The guy thought of different hunters and thought that there are almost no heroes who have never used this site. So even the government turns a blind eye even though they know about this shady industry. A window appeared on the screen during registration, notifying that he needed to deposit a decent amount, but if he had 200 points, he could easily make an account for himself. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and decided to try, but then someone put his hand on the chair opposite. This was a woman he had met before. The main character looked at her in surprise, and she assumed that the young man already knew her. The guest put her hand in the pocket of her raincoat and said that she was very surprised when it disappeared so unexpectedly from the award ceremony. She laid out a business card on the table, saying that she wanted to pass on something. Hajin looked down and thought that if Sama had given the card, then it meant a lot. The woman leaned on her arm and said that she was curious about something. She smiled and asked for permission to ask him a question, and the guy realized that this was the first stage of Sama's recruiting method. The cadet narrowed his eyes and noted that she looked quite friendly, but inside she was completely different. He introduced the panther and remembered that if the person she brought did not meet her expectations, she simply got rid of them, the principle of natural selection. The deputy head of the best guild in Korea smiled imperturbably. The young man closed his laptop, realizing that connections with her would be useful for further developments. The woman began to ask questions with a smirk, but the guy interrupted her, saying no. Sama froze, and the hero only said that he had nothing to say to her. The interlocutor sweated and said that the guy seemed to have misunderstood, because she showed great interest in him as the deputy leader of the #1 guild in the country. Brown-haired put the laptop in his backpack and thanked her, but only if her interest was sincere. The woman sat across from him, and the young man knew that she had most likely seen that he had used an attack with the light property, but now he was curious about him. Hajin stood up, determined to leave so that her curiosity could grow into something more. Sama opened her mouth in surprise. The system has opened up descriptions of stigmata and their uses. The mark on the boy's wrist began to glow as he asked to transform the magic into a sword form. The symbol shone. A silhouette of a weapon appeared in front of the hero. Hajin waved his dagger and muttered that once he thought he wanted to use it, it appeared by itself. He imagined 2 hands and remembered that magic is an ability that is greatly influenced by skill and training. The blade vanished into thin air, and the guy noted that when he got to this world, he did not even imagine that he would be able to use magic, but it was good that at least such a way appeared. On the screen below, the skill book of truth remained. The young man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Hajin stretched out his hand and said the name of the skill. Pages rustled in the air. The main character stared at the book, and the system said that it contained the truth, and you can get an answer to any question, if magic allows it. Brown-haired was sweating, realizing what was happening. The student looked at the book and asked how tall he was, receiving the answer, 174 centimeters. The page turned, and the system notified that 1 point had been deducted. The bracelet on the hero's arm began to blink. The guy raised his hand in surprise when he heard the signal. An emergency notification flashed on the screen. An announcement appeared above the clock looking for the one who had last seen Cadet Jin Ha-jong. The young man read the message in surprise and realized that it seemed that the second main story had begun. He imagined the building and remembered that it was an incident with the disappearance of people in a cube. The guy visualized schematic men and noted that, as the name implies, 6 cadets will disappear during the month that this episode lasted. The hero remembered the crime scene and thought that the traces of the criminal would not be found, and the investigation would come to a standstill, while the number of missing people would only increase, as if someone was deliberately mocking. Yona and Jahak were walking down the street. The girl was smiling, and the main character realized that she would be the last target of the criminal. Brown-haired touched his chin and decided that if the assistant of the main character died due to the intervention of the co-author, it would be a big problem, so it was better to find the culprit yourself. The student lowered his hands and thought that, if he makes a hasty decision, history can be distorted. The sunset was breaking over the building, and the young man decided to watch from the sidelines for the time being. The next day, the gym. The guy took a sip of water. The student walked over to Suho and pointed his finger at the other guy. Someone kicked the barbell. A cadet with a katana leaned over to the main character and asked what he was doing. 2 hooligans stood side by side, discussing that the young man was crying, how hard it was for him and disgraced the academy, and also probably bribed to enter here. Suho jerked to stop them, but the interlocutor grabbed him, saying that there was no need to climb. The guy looked at Yanhan with displeasure and reminded him that he was, by the way, the headman, but the student said that it was immediately obvious that this was just a provocation, and it was better not to interfere. He smirked and assumed that the young man was faking it at all. The headman clenched his fist and reminded him that his friend had told him that Hajin had chopped off the man's hand, and now he wouldn't be able to answer these guys or something. The main character at this time tried to get up with a barbell. He did not succeed, and the hooligans decided that he was joking. Yanhan scratched his head and decided that the young man was just lucky in the battle, and his comrade went to separate the cadets. Naeun stood to the side, not looking in their direction. Suddenly the door slammed. An angry teacher appeared on the doorstep, asking what they were doing during training. The man showed a folded Whatman paper and ordered everyone to gather to announce the results of the exam. Soho turned around, and the teacher said he would hang it on the blackboard to check it out. Students pulled up to find their surnames. In the first place in the list was the name of the main character. Hajin looked at the board and thought that it was natural. After all, he had cheated. A sword fell to the floor with a clink. A blonde woman stood behind him. The guy turned dumbfounded at Rachel, the English princess who had taken third place when she entered the cube. After all, I have never lost first place to others in written exams, no matter how difficult they are. The blonde looked at the main character in confusion. The young man was sweating, realizing what he had done. The large mansion was lit by the sun, and someone congratulated the girl on entering the academy. The butler and the bodyguard looked at the lady anxiously and asked if she was worried, since all the outstanding and world-famous heroes would gather there, and the classes were held in Korean. Rachel smiled and replied that she would study hard and live up to the hopes placed on her for the glory of the English royal family. She looked at the family portrait on the wall. The student doomedly leaned on her arm and mentally apologized to the citizens. The teacher smiled and said that Hajin has introduced a whole new perspective on real-world analysis, and he wants other cadets to follow his example. The blonde touched her lips with her pen and thought that real-world analysis was a rather difficult subject, and she would not be able to catch up with the guy in grades before the midterm exams. In front of her sat the main character, who looked relaxed and a little lost. The girl's eyes lit up with the desire to know how he usually practices to achieve such results. The page of the Estina Information Department was opened on the screen. Shaten sat at his laptop, thinking that since he got a book of truth, he should use it properly, at the same time earn pocket money. The young man rubbed his chin and noticed that with the help of this thing, you can find out any information about this world, if it does not exceed the number of points available, and so far few people know about it, so you cannot expect large incomes, but if there are good reviews and recommendations, there will immediately be more customers. The hero clicked on the registration button as a seller. A line ran across the monitor. Hajin put out his hand, opening the system windows, and invested the accumulated SP. He presented footage from the second main story and realized that now the cube was no longer a safe place that could not be penetrated by human monsters. The brown-haired man took out his pistol and realized that he needed to change the shooting settings, because now his skills were not enough to counter enemies. The young man remembered the bullies from the academy and noticed that he had plenty of points, probably because of their bullying, so it was worth investing them and getting something that could be useful in a dangerous situation. He put down his pistol and was about to strengthen it. The student began to type on a laptop, writing down additional properties. The guy smiled awkwardly and wondered if it was too much. However, he pressed the start anyway. The weapon began to glow, and the system notified about the spending of 250 points. A rifle appeared in the air. It was embraced by light, taking its final form. The Desert Eagle, now a sniper rifle, lay on the table. The hero looked at her contentedly, and said that he could surprise everyone with this thing. The weapon took the form of a pistol again. The monitor displayed the lack of techniques, and the young man decided to try to make new ones. Hajin introduced different experts and thought that unlike abilities that cause supernatural phenomena based on magic, techniques refer to physical data or skills. He looked at the diagram and noted that the most important thing for a shooter is the ability to take a position. The student began to type something. The parkour technique appeared on the screen, so far with a low level, but increasing flexibility and dexterity of movements, and it took 350 points. The main character looked at his hand and muttered that he could not feel it now, but for sure the skill was used. The bracelet on his arm began to glow. A general message appeared asking if anyone had seen the Sunjian cadet, who had not been contacted since yesterday. The guy looked at the alert and realized that this was the second victim. Hajin imagined the girl's silhouette and remembered that all the cadets who disappeared before Yona's abduction were killed by the perpetrator. The young man thought about the skulls and wondered if he should continue to watch people go missing if he knew who was behind it, and who would be next. Brown-haired was sweating, trying to make a decision. The next day, Cuba's outdoor training ground. The teacher looked at the students and said that today there would be a special practical training. There was a cave behind him, and he explained that it was an artificial dungeon created using magical engineering technologies. He presented the contents and said that there were imitations of real monsters inside, and today the cadets will have the practice of clearing the dungeon. The man frowned and demanded not to relax, believing that this was just a lesson. The students listened patiently that in this huge dungeon, which cannot even be measured, today there will be a joint training of 2 classes. The trainer turned on the interactive whiteboard and said that they would unite in groups in which there would be 1 team from each class, and now it was time to break into teams. Students began to divide into groups. The protagonist looked forward, finding himself in the 8th team along with Yona, Ho-Zung, Hazuki and guys from another class, Jaden, Jinyu, Sujong and Jinxia. Red eyes appeared in the darkness, and the young man thought that there were all kinds of traps inside the artificial dungeon, and among them were several in the form of human monsters. The guy clenched his pistol, remembering that he had made a few special cartridges just in case. But would he be able to pass this training safely? Ripples passed through the sky. A notification flashed in the air that a change in the settings had been detected. Brown-haired eyes rounded, surprised that as many as 3 settings had changed. He looked around, trying to figure out who it was, but everyone around him was calmly talking. Yuna from the parallel class looked at Suho with contempt and grumbled that he looked dumb, especially since he should have already walked over and pulled himself together, and the protagonist noted that her temper had become even more mischievous than before. The guy shook Yona's hand and exclaimed that it was a pleasure to meet him. Jaden broke into a smile, expressing the hope that they would work together in training, and afterward, his growth potential increased by 0.5. The archer pointed her finger at the cadet, and remembered that he was also on their team, asking for his name. The interlocutor smiled and introduced himself as Sven. The blonde looked at Neon, and the system noted that his psychological weakness was increasing. The protagonist turned to look at them, seeing alerts that during the dungeon clearing, there was a high probability of the devil's servants penetrating. The entrance to the cave now seemed creepy to him, and the guy thought that it was just a disaster. Hajin shifted his gaze to the side and noted that there were 2 interested parties. The first was Jaden, an arrogant wimp before the strong and a strong man before the weak. But he is strong enough to be invited to Essence of the Strait, but you need to understand what the 0.5 growth potential is. The student pointed to his team and introduced them. Yona straightened up and did the same, making a mistake in the protagonist's last name, which infuriated him. The brown-haired man squinted to the side, deciding to distract himself. To the side, next to the archer, stood Sven, a German state-funded student, hero, an up-and-coming player who had completed an elite training course. The blonde man blushed slightly, and Hajin noted that he had a liking for Neon. The shooter introduced the students and remembered that there were many foreigners studying at the academy who dreamed of reaching the very top, and the blonde man was no exception. The guy visualized his best classmates, and noted that the reality was not so simple. Sven turned pale, because of the strong cadets, he had become one of the ordinary average students. The blonde clutched his head, feeling for the first time his inferiority and defeat, as well as personal instability due to adolescence. The main character presented the blade and noticed that, in the end, the guy sold his soul to the devil to gain power. The brown-haired looked at the notice of the possible infiltration of the devil's servants, and thought about the strange expression during the dungeon clearing. The young man thoughtfully touched his chin, hoping that this would not affect the plot too much, because the awakening came ahead of time. Someone put a sharp hand on his shoulder. Jaden leaned over and asked him not to slow down like that in the dungeon. The main character brushed his hand away and asked him to move away, to which the interlocutor said that there were all sorts of rumors about him for a reason. The young man clenched his fist and thought that his reputation had been terrible lately. He remembered the sidelong glances and realized that it was all because of the rumors that were spread in class, that the guy used his status as a cadet and intimidated everyone, and also went to Seoul every weekend to have fun there. The brown-haired man thought of the blonde man and his gang, guessing who was behind it all. Hajin sighed, noting in displeasure that no one even stood up for him, even though they were one team. The sun shone on the entrance to the cave, and the coach ordered them to take turns, starting with the first team. Jaden smiled at the brunette and said that there were rumors that she was ranked first among the cadets receiving support. The protagonist crossed his arms in exasperation as they discussed that there are usually outstanding players in teams and those who go in addition. The students went inside when it was their turn. The first in the squad was Jaden. He stopped, looking ahead. The guys found themselves in a round room, from which there were several passages. Yona rubbed her chin, wondering where to go, and the interlocutor said that the shooter Jingyu was on their team. The main character looked at them and said that they needed to choose the 6th way. The commander knitted his eyebrows and was indignant. The young man's eyes widened questioningly when the girl advised him to do so. The brunette looked at the hero and noted that he did not look very good, but he had a good eye. Hajin chuckled and thought that she would definitely hurt her somehow, but it was even better this way since they were able to follow the path that Neon had chosen. He presented the archer's questionnaire, thinking that if Sven really made a contract with a human monster here today, then it would be difficult for her to cope alone, and if something bad happened to the girl, then the whole story would be confused. The team moved into the tunnel. Jaden walked in front with displeasure, muttering that the young man just wanted to attract attention, but Jaden advised him to keep an eye out for the monsters ahead. There was darkness around, and the interlocutor said that there was nothing there. The swordsman glanced sideways at the hero, who said that there was a salamander ahead and, it seemed, a dungeon switch. Jingyu looked at the brunette and offered to shoot a light arrow. The archer drew the bowstring. A bright projectile flew forward. The girl twitched in surprise. The above-average 6th-grade monster, the salamander, turned its head. The cadets took the fighting stances, and the commanders ordered everyone to prepare for battle, preferably with the attributes of water. The main character clenched the gun and thought that it was not yet time to use it. Yona swung her whip and ordered an attack in the center. The girl took a good swing. Then she forcefully sent the weapon forward. The salamander opened its mouth, concentrating energy. The whip bound the monster's mouth. The 2 girls immediately jumped up to strike at close range. They rained down their blows on the enemy. The monster began to disappear into thin air. The brunette looked ahead and noted that the dungeon was changing. The whip in her hand sparkled, and the hero was surprised to notice that she had already reached the level of insight. Hajin looked at her, thinking that the girl was really amazing. The student tripped over a rock on the floor. He leaned forward, grabbing a classmate, and then a projectile flew past. They fell flat down. Brown-haired was sweating, realizing what he had done. The brunette stood up and demanded to let her go, so the young man immediately jumped away. She turned to give him a punch, and the girls stared away. Hajin and Yona turned to their voices. An arrow was sticking out of the wall, and they asked where it came from, and the hero realized that the threat to the man was probably much stronger than expected. The guy's eyes widened. He remembered how a shell flew at the moment of falling, and it was a poisoned arrow. Someone was running through the dungeon. A blond man was lying on his back. Sven turned pale and asked to be left behind. The archer was sweating and asked him to shut up, because if he had the strength to talk, then let him get up and run on his own. Some time later, an arrow flew into the guy, and the girl did not understand how the poison could be at the training session, and it was not clear from nowhere. Naeun ran forward, muttering that it was also an artificial dungeon. A fiery paw appeared in the darkness. Lava was oozing out of the rocks. A huge monster was chasing the cadets. Artificial dungeon, training session. The guys were hiding behind a friend's shield from fire shells. Small lizards released pillars of fire. The girl held the shield tightly. Behind her, Jinyu was standing. He drew the bowstring and fired at 2 targets. Yona and the protagonist were fighting nearby. Jaden brandished his sword as he got a taste for it. Another explosion rang out. The guy brushed the blood from the blade. He threw the weapon over his shoulder and noted that they almost made it. The team was standing near the pillars, and the commander added that most of the monsters were either peanut flames or salamanders, so it was easy, but there were no other traps in sight except for that arrow, so we could move on. The main character knitted his eyebrows. He remembered the poison tip and thought that even the cadets didn't understand what was going on, so could it be a trap for a training session? Something was approaching the students from behind. Flames flashed in the darkness. Hajin's eyes widened and flinched. He turned to look at the silhouette that appeared. The salamander opened its mouth, preparing to attack. The young man frowned, surprised that she was still alive. The monster exhaled flames. Yona turned her head towards the light. The others also looked back, only noticing the attack. The main character stretched out his hand. The stigmata on his wrist began to glow as it changed his magic. The guy gritted his teeth and created a water barrier. The attack fell on the blue dome. The fire hit the water, but could not break through. A charred trail stretched from the salamander to the guys. Then it collapsed. The students turned pale at the sight of such a powerful attack. They stood behind the hero's back, discussing that this was too much for a simple doll, because even the heat was felt on the skin. Hajin turned around when he was hailed. Jaden grabbed him by the jacket and called him names, reminding him that he was asking if anyone had water attributes. The young man squeezed his hand and replied that it was just the effect of a magical weapon, but the interlocutor did not believe it, and the brunette said that they did not have time for a showdown. The cadet arched an eyebrow and asked what the real monster was doing here. Yona looked at her and said that this place was as close to a real dungeon as possible, so it was possible that the salamander could have appeared here naturally, and most likely they would be able to get extra points for it, so it was better to leave the explanation for later. The girl turned around and called everyone on. She pursed her lips and thought that the hero must have lied about magical weapons. The student walked forward, thinking that the young man could not even buy a gun for himself, so how could he have magical skills, although the guy knows important details about the mountain tyrant and has magical abilities. But why does he hide everything so carefully? Yona remembered a friend who suggested that the main character is a human monster. The brunette glanced at Hajin suspiciously. Lava splashed at the bottom of the dungeon. A mid-level 5th grade magma monster emerged from it, which was most likely the main one here. The students looked down, doubting that they could handle him, and the archer confirmed that it would be difficult with their strength. But another team would come here soon, so we had to join forces and hide in the meantime. The cadets stood at the edge, and behind lay Sven, who needed treatment for a sudden poisonous arrow. The guy clenched his fist. He turned pale and sweated, reproaching himself for exposing himself to the blow. Tears welled up in his eyes as the young man wondered why he always found himself in such situations after entering the academy. A shadow flickered in the darkness, and someone called to him. The disciple turned his head, and a voice asked if he wanted to become stronger. Sven opened his eyes as the demon whispered that he could give him power. A bony hand reached out from the darkness, convincing him that the payment was far less than giving it all. The blond man stood up, looking in front of him. He burst into tears and exclaimed that he wanted to become stronger. The student shook the outstretched hand. The demon opened his mouth, sneering at the fact that the young man had been caught. Sven opened his mouth and screamed loudly. His body was throbbing in convulsions. The guys ran closer, trying to understand what was wrong with him. The archer turned and asked the others to hold their comrade. She froze, noticing the monster's huge eye. The enemy discovered them. He opened the stone mouth, preparing to attack. Lava poured out of it, and the girl shouted to everyone to run. A huge paw was approaching the students. Everything shuddered from the impact. The ground beneath her feet trembled. Naeun rushed forward, dragging the blond man. The enemy continued to smash everything around with a roar. 2 cadets flew away, getting hit. The archer and Sven were cut off from the others. The girl closed her eyes and coughed. Large red eyes appeared in front of her. The student turned pale and thought that this could not be an ordinary doll. She looked at the enemy, sure that she was finished. The monster opened its fiery mouth. A bullet flashed in the air. It pierced the body of the enemy. Drops of water remained at the scene of the injury. The creature turned back. Naeun looked to the side questioningly. Opposite her stood the main character. His pistol was still smoking after the shot. A few minutes ago, his team was standing in front of the rubble. Jaden looked at the young man with displeasure, remembering that he had said that the main monster's area could be seen here. But Jaden replied that this is the right way. There were only stones up to the ceiling, and the hero thought that this wall had just been gone. But this is not important now. Hajin turned to one of the captains and said that behind this obstacle was the zone of the main boss, so let him try to break it. The guy swung his blade. The blade slammed into the stone with a screech. The student gritted his teeth, and goosebumps ran through his body. The hero narrowed his eyes, noting that even the blow with magic did not work. Hazuki pointed upstairs and drew the attention of her comrades. A crack was found in the ceiling. Hajin stretched his arms and said that it would be possible to get through it, and the swordsman asked how he was supposed to climb a 10-meter wall. The brown-haired man lifted his head and replied that then he would go first. He grabbed onto the rock and activated a special technique. The young man was at the top in a few jumps. Then he calmly climbed into the crack, and he slipped inside, so that he was compared to a cat. The students flinched when they felt the vibration. Stones fell from the ceiling. Jaden frowned and cursed, asking what was going on here. At this moment, the archers were sitting in front of the monster that was shot by the main character. The young man was standing on the other side. The enemy began to move slowly, and the cadet was indignant that he thawed so quickly. The girl shuddered when a classmate shouted at her to pull herself together and move. Hajin stared at the approaching shadow. He turned pale and asked to save him at the same time. Suddenly, several blows fell on the monster. Blades cut through the air. The disciples attacked the enemy, horrified that he did not even move. Naeun smiled when she saw her comrades. She grabbed her bow and stood up. Then she aimed directly at the boss. The girl knitted her eyebrows and asked them to drag out a little time. The cadets continued to pound the enemy. The main character, together with another student, went aside. Suddenly someone pushed off the floor. He aimed directly at the monster's eye. A quick blow knocked out the enemy's stone tooth. The blond man lowered his head. Sven was on top of the monster, apologizing for coming too late. The guy jumped and spun around in the air. At this time, the girl concentrates energy in the arrow. She remembered the fight in the museum. Naeun frowned and said that this time would be different. Then she let go of the bowstring. A powerful blow slammed down on the monster, exploding it. The dungeon was covered with smoke. The boss was lying on the ground, spreading lava. The cadets looked at him, discussing whether they would give points for a real magma monster. Naeun and Sven approached their comrades, asking if everything was okay. The main character stood aside while his classmates were amazed at the abilities of the girl and the blonde. The swordsman looked at the archer with a smile, and the young man noticed that he had not yet become a human monster, and the plot was slightly different from the original book. Hajin knitted his eyebrows and thought that the process was just going slower, but the guy had already made a contract with the devil, and the situation had become more serious, because it was not known when he would break through. The girl turned towards the hero. He sat on a rock, recuperating. The student narrowed her eyes, thinking. The brown-haired man looked at her when she called to him. Classmates looked at each other. The young man stared at the cadet, who was muttering that she had something to say to him. She opened her mouth and took a breath. Naeun looked away in embarrassment, thanking the hero. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. He was covered with goosebumps and asked again, and the interlocutor immediately stamped her foot in embarrassment and exclaimed that she had just said it. The brown-haired man stared at her, not believing that she had really said such a thing. The hero imagined a little girl and remembered that her whole life was a nightmare, and it all started on her 6th birthday, when she lost her mother to human monsters, after which she decided to become a hero. The student was beating on the post. Naeun spent all her time in the gym, while her peers laughed and bullied. As a teenager, she met Yona and reached out her hand. The archer knitted her eyebrows, because she was not used to being friends with anyone, because it meant showing her weakness. Now the girl turned away embarrassedly, and the main character thought that few people had heard words of gratitude from her, and the real friends who stayed with her could be counted on the fingers of one hand. The guy lowered his head, noticing that even less often they heard an apology, as well as from him, the author of the book. Brown-haired eyes rounded. Naeun arched an eyebrow and asked why the young man endured Jonghak's bullying if he was so strong. She remembered how the guy stopped the magma monster, and added that with such abilities, the student could just fight back. The interlocutor looked at the young man questioningly when he replied that he could not win if he got into a fight, so he endured, but she remembered a powerful gun. The brown-haired man raised his weapon. Hajin looked at the girl and told her that he had done it himself. The archer ran closer and, looking around, muttered that he would be immediately kicked out for such a thing if caught, and the hero said that for this reason he would only use him when necessary. He clenched his hand and thought that now he still understood how to hide a weapon in stigmata, and now no one would catch him and kick him out. The girl knitted her eyebrows and exclaimed that the hero was still too strong. She looked at him enthusiastically and assumed that Hajin had a weapon enhancement skill. The cadet stared at her indifferently, and replied that she could think as she wanted, to which the girl said that she would not tell anyone about his secret. The student stopped, remembering something. She didn't turn around, but asked if he didn't want to tell her. The young man looked at her silently. Hajin turned away and replied in the negative. The archer returned to her comrades, and the hero thought that if he apologized for what he said about her brother, she would forgive him, but it would be better for him to remain a simple acquaintance at a distance. The guy imagined Jinyun's face and remembered that he had to kill him. The cadet looked at Naeun and asked if she was friends with the main character, but she answered in the negative. Sven looked at the girl with a mad look. The archer raised her head at the signal. The cave shuddered, and a voice announced that all cadets should immediately stop clearing and leave the dungeon, because, as it turned out, some problems had been discovered during the training session. The guards in the observation room found that several cameras inside the dungeon suddenly stopped working after the start of the lesson, and instead of magic dolls, real monsters entered the cave. Besides, there was a confusion with the distribution of trainers, so these problems were discovered much later. Clouds floated over the academy building. Despite the seriousness of the incident due to the absence of casualties, Cuba decided not to involve external forces, but to conduct an internal investigation. The main character leaned on his hand and thought that the human monsters who held leadership positions managed to hush up this case. He drew a face in a notebook and noted that the investigation of the incident will take place in the second episode, and now we need to focus on the problem of Sven. The young man imagined a demon attacking the girl and remembered that the consequences of a contract with the devil were heightened sensitivity and fixation, and if the blonde's emotions reached the limit and exploded when he was alone with Naeun, something terrible could happen. The student moved his laptop and decided that it was worth observing how their relationship developed in order to prevent such a situation. He opened the messenger. The guy was sweating and thought that he was a little ashamed of what was included in the archer's social networks. The girl's dialogues flashed on the screen. The hero opened a dialogue with a blonde man who wrote that the hunting club was going to Kanwon this week, and whether the student wanted to argue. Hajin introduced the swordsman and thought that according to the plot, it was on that day that he would have a breakdown. The brown-haired man sat at his desk, thinking that it would be better to go with them and prepare just in case. The guy knitted his eyebrows and reminded himself that he had grown a little too, so it was time to go to the dungeon on Mount Gari. The bracelet on his arm blinked. The young man looked inquiringly at the notifications, not understanding why the interlocutor was calling. The student on the other end smiled as Hajin answered. Suho looked at the bracelet and greeted his classmate. The main character stared at the screen when the guy asked if he had time on Friday because there was one request. White clouds floated over the mountains. This is a famous place in Gangwon province, where energy and spirit are mixed, so this mountain has long been called a training mountain, where warriors from all over the country came. Imagining the route, the man said that not only warriors came here, there were also treasure hunters hidden in the depths of the mountain. A guy stood opposite the main character and said that people like him are mountain ginseng collectors. The guy just stared at him silently. There was an awkward pause, and he agreed. The leaves rustled above them. They discussed why they should stare at some map, so you may not see the main thing, and the guy replied that he was not looking for ginseng here, but one place. In response, hearing that it was good, all young people who are just starting to do this say so, but if he hopes for quick enrichment, then it is in vain. The young man did not answer him. Then the seeker wished him good luck and said goodbye when he heard his consent. While he was leaving, he thought that this newcomer still had to learn and learn. At the same second, the main character stumbled and asked what these roots of the tree were. Behind me I saw the same ginseng root. He was very surprised and realized that he had found what he was looking for. Immediately, the guy picked it up and, of course, decided to eat it. At that moment, hugging the tree, he thought that he was now chewing 7-year-old ginseng roots, and if he changed the settings, he would be able to increase his changeable skills by 2 points within 30 minutes. Then he closed his eyes and thought that if he sold everything completely, he could earn about 700 million, and he was even a little sorry. A second later, he fell off and almost flew straight down. All this time the young man remained on the rock, reasoning that it was very high there, so no one had yet been able to find him in the middle of the rocks on the mountain, where there are many different caves and moss. He found a passage. I grabbed the edge and reached there. There was an immortal dungeon hidden there. At last the young man stood in front of the entrance, and nothing threatened. True, the boss of this dungeon is a mid-level first-class monster. Thanks to ginseng, he became stronger, but now he does not have enough strength to defeat him, and even looked quite terrifying. Still, the hero went inside and thought that it no longer mattered. Immediately, a hand broke out of the ground. Terrible skeletons followed her. All this was happening right before his eyes. Then the guy clenched his fist and thought that his target was not the boss today, although he would still have to fight, because at that moment he was already surrounded by a herd of opponents. He was interested in the hidden stage in this dungeon. After a moment, he pressed his sleeve. A second later, he presented a pistol directly to the jaw of one of the skulls. Immediately a shot sounded. The monster flew to pieces. Following him, several more opponents were destroyed. The eyes of the main character at this moment lit up when using 1000 Li. It became clear that it was necessary to move on top of the opponents. She was above them. The guy pointed his gun at them. In the cave, the sounds of a gunshot were heard. Finally, it was all over. The gun was smoking from the work done. The hero looked around and said that everyone was ready. And while I was moving forward, I thought that the number of dead is gradually increasing, which means that it is approaching the Evangel base. Imagining the girl, he thought that she was a witch, the boss of a hidden stage in the dungeon of the mountain. Later she would erect a castle, the most terrible bathhouse of the dead in an abandoned school in Suwon. It would look very crazy. Meanwhile, the young man continued to walk on, thinking that the reason why he was hunting her today was because of the 2 items he could get. After that, he introduced the crystal, the first of which is a weapon of the growing type, ether, and the witch's seed. Imagining the silhouette of a man, he conceived that, according to the plot, they made Jintomer, the characters of the book, a human, a monster, the leader of monsters. The ether would just help him grow quickly. Finally, the guy came to the end of this cave. Stopping, he pronounced 1000 Li again. The words echoed in the cave. Then the walls were completely sewn. A tree covered in crystals appeared there, and a little girl sat below. When the young man noticed her, he thought that it would be quite difficult to fight against an adult witch. She must be killed in childhood, when she is not yet developed either physically or intellectually. The baby at that moment was just sitting and playing with something. She touched her. She exploded. She was surprised. The brunette just stared silently all this time. Then I clenched my fist and thought that I needed to pull myself together, because even the character of the book did it. Rolling up my sleeves, I thought that in any case, it was he who created it himself. Then, he raised his hand and activated his energy. Something bright appeared in his hand when he reasoned that the witch was in a state of mind. So you can't kill her with a gun, then you need to do it with magic. The hero took a spear of light magic. The guy took a step forward and said that the ginseng was not bad after all. Then he took a swing, comparing himself with Yuyona. Then he threw this spear directly at the little girl. Everything around was covered with a bright light. The guy covered his eyes with his hands and did not understand what had happened. And a second later he saw that his target was still alive. Her body was falling to pieces, and her eyes showed incomprehension. Immediately, black magic began to generate around him. The little girl tried to say something, but after a second, it just dissolved. Because of this spectacle, the brunette froze for a while and said that he did not understand what it was, life or an objective state. Nevertheless, her seed lay on the ground, which contains the soul of a witch. If this seed sprouts, a witch of despair will be born. An ether also appeared, a weapon in a liquid state, does not have a specific shape, sticks to the weapon and the owner, strengthening the essence. It is possible to transform into a weapon formula. This weapon of the growing type grows with the master. There was also information that all these items have been collected. Night fell. In new system messages, information appeared that due to the effect of ether, all indicators increased by 0.6 points, and at the same time cannot change the user. The indicators were as follows: muscle strength 2.455, endurance 2.545, intelligence 2.85, sensitivity 3.705, health 2.465, magic power 1.925. He was surprised and said that this effect was quite good. Then he tried to use the ether, said that if he grew up, it would only get better. Now he even likes to be a cadet of the cube. Then he smiled and added that he received about 47 points. The rest of the ginseng was invested in a purple banquet. It will be bought soon. But the most important thing is that this baby is profitable. In front of him lay the seed of Evangel, a characteristic, a seed that contains the soul of a witch. If this seed sprouts, a witch of despair will be born. The young man leaned over and said that it was a terrible name, but if she was raised correctly, she could become a good ally. Then he dripped blood on the seed and thought that it would be very easy to grow. He should give him some blood instead of water. But the height and character of the witch will depend on whose blood the seed feeds on. It is worth approaching this issue seriously. The contenders for this role were his friends, to whom he offered to give him some blood. They asked in surprise if it was a joke. Then they got angry and expelled him, and also called him a pervert. It was for this reason that the guy now picked up 7 and said that it was better to postpone it for now, because he did not know how to find blood. Then he approached the laptop, saying that today he had to go to bed early. On the screen it was written about the hunting club, regular hunting on Thursdays. He noted that tomorrow would be a difficult day. The next day has come and you can move to the province, the mountain spring. The girl asked if everything was assembled. She spread her hands and said that she was pleased to see everyone collected and prepared, because they saw them for the first time after the first meeting. The guys listened attentively that for those who were not there last time, and will once again tell about the purpose of their club. Regular meetings are held in their hunting club, where everyone hunts harmful animals, which allows them to do what they like, and at the same time benefit society. The young man was thinking about the fact that he himself did not know today's episode, since he wrote only a short end. As a result of the battle with human monsters, the girl was seriously injured, and Sven died. This incident was only necessary for Soho to pay attention to Nayun when she was seriously injured. We need to make everyone think that this particular girl was the target of these monsters, and while the search party is watching her closely, something incredible will happen. There was blood everywhere on the floor. The hero's thoughts were that here it was necessary to pay attention to the fact that the story of Sven has changed a little. He has not yet exploded, and controls the power of the devil, albeit very little, fights with opponents, and actively wins. In the present tense, the young man turned around and thought that if this blonde disappeared from the book now, he wouldn't have to worry about anything, but if he was attacked now, he would be swept away. Suddenly, the girl looked at him and thought, is she really being looked at like this now? Then she was confused and thought that this guy was pretending that he was not interested, and he was constantly hanging around. Did he really fall in love with her? At the same moment, the blonde turned to her and told her to be careful. In response, he received a question: with whom? Then with this guy. And when Svan said that he meant those disappearances, the girl was surprised. She said that that guy was not like that, but in response, the comrades simply remained silent. Finally, it was announced that we could go. The two of them went forward, and the main character walked behind and watched them carefully. A deer was standing in the forest nearby, and immediately, some black energy appeared next to him. Dark energy struck him. Then they wrapped their tentacles around his neck and began to strangle him. It turned out to be Svan. While he was killing a deer, they began to look for him. He had to withdraw his strength and look away. His girlfriend came out from behind the bushes and said that she had finally found him and that she had won the bet that day. But I was very surprised. A friend stood in front of her with a whole mountain of deer, and the question was asked, how did he manage to collect so much? The guy came closer and said that this time the victory was his. In response, he heard what it meant that she would have to fulfill his wishes, asking what he wanted. The blonde lowered his head and began to say something embarrassedly. Then he looked into her eyes and wanted to offer something. The guys stood opposite each other. At that moment, the main character was peeping at them from the bushes, thinking that this person had made a contract with the demon of lust. After that, he took a step forward and realized that when he bursts through and becomes a monster, he will forget about such a word as patience. Meanwhile, Svan finally gathered his strength and invited his girlfriend to date. She was surprised and asked again. The blonde, looking at her, heard that she did not want to, because they had known each other for less than a week, and the guy himself could not accept such an offer. The main character was still sitting in the bushes. He frowned and thought that he needed to manifest the essence of a monster. The girl herself at this moment, closing her eyes, added that she also likes those who are stronger than her. The blonde was shocked by this news. After that, the friend turned around and apologized to him. He began to gather his energy and asked if it was true. If he was stronger than her, then she would like it? Nayan turned around and told him that he needed to know when to stop. Several tentacles headed in her direction. After that, an explosion occurred. The blonde man stood still for some time. But he didn't notice something. A bright energy appeared in front of him. The main character was able to protect the girl, transformed the ether into the form of a shield. He turned to her and asked if everything was all right, not even noticing another shell. He was lifted up and thrown aside. The girl tried to grab her bow to protect him, but it was broken. At that moment, the hero hung in the air. He was strangled by dark forces. Nevertheless, the friend decided to use the concentration of magical powers and tried to help him, shouting for him to let him go. Suddenly, they also began to attack her and say that they love her. There was no longer a person in front of her, a blonde man she knew. There was a huge monster who kept addressing her and saying that he loved her. Therefore, the girl concentrated all her energy and thought that this bastard was now dangerous. The main character, meanwhile, was still trying to break free. Then he lowered his eyes and saw a bright light below. This bright light filled everything around. He thought that sometimes in this world, some characters with high potential choose weapons that don't quite suit them and can't reveal themselves to the fullest. But nevertheless, it seems that she has succeeded now. Although this girl was a vivid example before that. Suddenly, a huge sword appeared above her head, which made the young man even feel a little embarrassed. The girl herself frowned and ordered the monster to let him go. Then the light became even brighter and greatly surprised both of those present there. A second later, there was a blow. There was a trace left on the ground. There were remnants of that man's energy. The girl then looked at her hand and did not understand what was happening. And the young man approached her and asked what it was. Could it be some kind of laser sword? He heard the answer that she did not know and asked if everything was all right. The guy turned around and just looked away, then replied that everything was fine. The girl smiled and asked if it was true. Then she began to lose consciousness and said that it was good. Then it fell to the ground, and the young man immediately ran up to it. Night fell, and at last she came to her senses. Immediately jumped up and realized that she was on the back of her friend. Screams immediately arose. After he asked if she woke up, she still did not wake up, so he decided to carry her on his back, asked what was happening in order to immediately let her go to the ground. While my friend was carrying her in his arms, he asked if she really wanted to go down. In response, he heard that he had to quickly let her go. He put her on the ground and agreed, and the girl herself collapsed down a second later. She was seized with horror and incomprehension of what was happening. While she was sitting on the ground, she asked why her legs did not obey. What was wrong with them? The brunette turned around and asked if it was the first time she had been magically exhausted. Then the girl raised her head and looked at him without understanding what was happening. At the same time, The young man explained that magical exhaustion was a state when the internal reserve of magical powers was depleted, and the speed of magic recovery decreased. But this was the only information she knew. For some time, the guys discussed that he would not be able to move normally for a couple of days, so he had to climb on his back if he did not want to sit here for the rest of his life. So we walked through the forest. The companion was surprised to hear the question if she would use a bow, answering that it was a stupid question. And then I was surprised when I heard that today. I felt it myself. I did not understand it, but I discovered my abilities. It is an incredible power that can infinitely enhance skills if only there is a conduit of magical powers, a sword capable of destroying a huge number of monsters and even human monsters with a single blow. In a large-scale battle, there will be no one who can stop her. She will be able to become the queen in the battlefield. This is a truly shocking skill. And for the sake of such a future, she should leave the bow now. Because of this, the girl was very angry. Then she began to wave her hands and asked, "What does this person understand at all?" He walked forward and thought that it seemed that this was still a long way off. After a while, he put her on a bench and said that from here you can already see the checkpoint. Then she needs to move on herself. And my friend had a question. Where is the young man going alone? He turned around and said that the dormitory was already under curfew and it was time for him, despite being asked to stop and take her with him. Morning came, everyone was discussing and hearing the news. The students were standing in the corridor and talking about the fact that another student was attacked by a monster man. It turned out to be Sven, and it is not clear when he managed to become a monster. Once they exchanged a couple of words with him. But why is the management silent? Meanwhile, the main characters approached room 303. I went inside and saw something. His comrades called him to come closer. All the guys he knew were there, and everyone was looking at him at that moment. All these people had gathered here and were the most significant figures who were waiting for him. But fast forward the day before the incident, in the hunting club, he raised his hand and received a message if there was time for Friday. There was one request for him. Then the brunette was surprised and thought that this was a request. What exactly? And then he was surprised when he read that he was asked if they knew about the disappearances of the students. In connection with this, the Cube entrusted them with an investigation. Now it was clear what was happening. In order not to attract forces from the outside, the leadership of Cuba selected several students from each year and entrusted them with the mission of catching the criminal, while marking them with certain bracelets. At the same moment, his girlfriend called him and asked if he was coming with them. He asked to wait a minute and thought that the representatives of this team were first-year students. After that, I received another message that this is natural. The Cube will also take action. There is a high probability that the criminal may be cadets. These people believe that an internal investigation will be easier. The young man was sitting at the table, saying that he understood what they meant, but why they called him. In response, he heard that he had good eyesight, heard that he could see 1,000 li ahead. And then they said that he was advised. The brunette was surprised by this news. The dialogue continued for some time. He was asked if it would help. When he got there, Soho met him and thanked him for coming. He only got better. At least he would earn points. The comrade then stretched out his hand and said that since everyone was together, we could start before they began to speak out about the incident. I would like to share my hypothesis. They believe that the culprit is a human monster who attacked their girlfriend. Suddenly, someone knocked on the floor so that it began to crumble. It was a blonde man who was sitting in one of the stands. This guy raised his head and asked about the girl. The blue-haired youth simply repeated her name, only in full. He introduced her and said that in general, it is quite possible that the next target will be the monster person. He follows the orders of the demon. If the demon who made the contract with Sven was the one who hunted her, then the other human monsters would also make attempts on her life, and asked if they had anyone under suspicion, adding that perhaps someone they knew was acting strangely. Now the main character is thinking. After that, he introduced the blonde man and thought that he knew who the real criminal was. But he thought that it would be too dangerous to rush to reveal his name, so he just expected that everything would resolve itself. Then he thought that unlike the book, where 6 victims appeared in 2 months, 3 people had already disappeared in 2 weeks. At this rate there could be many more victims, and it would turn into a bloody mess. He sat all this time, clenching his hand. At the same second, the girl raised her head and thanked everyone around her. The guy thought that he didn't want to stay away and put them in danger anymore. His eyes began to sparkle. Thoughts were that he could not wait for the development of events. Raising his hand, he said that he had one person in mind. He looked at the others and said that the leader of the high-end nightclub, who were acting quite suspiciously. Everyone looked at him and said nothing. Then someone said that he had an alibi, was in a close relationship with the first victim, so they checked him, even talked to him personally. Then, when asked what if the victim came to him herself, the blonde turned and asked if he really thought that some kind of magic suggestion could affect the cadet. The main character raised his head and said that he could not, if we are talking about ordinary suggestion magic, however, but he was interrupted. A girl intervened in the conversation, who said that something was wrong here, that everyone was attached to a person who had an alibi. Then she looked at them and added that it seemed to her more likely that it was not the leader of the club, but this guy who was a human monster. This news shocked him, and the question immediately followed, is it serious? Before that, The main character sat in front of the computer and talked about the fact that there should be at least one character who would help. Kept writing and thought I needed a rich character to help Suho. The character is a bit tough but not quite nasty either. Maybe insert the detail that she loved ordinary people? He then smiled and said that her name was Yun. Let's go back to real time. The girl sat and watched that it was more likely that it was not the leader of the club, but this person who was the monster. The young man asked again, surprised. Suho then looked at her and said that he had an alibi and was using the portal when the crime was committed. The girl lowered her eyes and said that she just decided to check it too, because you can fabricate a record of using the portal. The guy immediately jumped up and asked what kind of nonsense was this. Then I heard a question about what can be worse starting from the back. A huge guy came up to him, who said that from the blow he would begin to change himself, right? The blonde man watched all this and smiled. The other person also just stared silently. But their leader, Suho, was shocked. The guy lowered his head and said nothing, and the one who approached him asked if he was really cowardly. He was about to hit him. Only then did the main character raise his head and say that this guy could try to do it, but in response he would get a hole between his eyes. Their friend intervened in the conversation, told them to stop. There was no need to move with each other, they both needed to calm down. After that, the brown-haired man looked at them and said that if they doubt him, then you can ask the girl. That day we were together in the club. And immediately a sword flew into his head. It turned out that it was a blonde man who threw him right from the stands. He looked up and turned to him, asked how he dared to talk about her. The guy replied that when she was attacked, that monster man was killed together, or he hadn't heard about it yet while he was having fun with his gang. He jumped up and began to insult him, but suddenly he was stopped by a friend who asked him to recover. At this moment, Hajin turned around and said that he thought he knew the culprit. He was immediately stopped and asked where he was going, but the guy confidently continued to move towards the doors. Then he stumbled, and thanks to the fact that he bent down, he did not get stabbed in the back. While the young man was falling, the one who ran after him broke down the door with his fist. Everyone saw this and was very frightened. Brute looked at his target and asked if he had evaded. The guy immediately took out a gun and said that he would have to teach him a lesson. Then he pulled it out and was ready to shoot. Only some energy stopped him abruptly. It was Suho who drew his sword and blocked the attack. He looked at the guys, turned to the attacker and said that he needed to know the limit. Then he looked at the blonde man and said that he should also control himself. If there are any doubts, you can ask the girl. Then the brunette intervened and asked them to wait. Silence reigned in the corridor. The main character came out of the office. The brunette at this moment was talking to a friend who asked if this Hajin couldn't be a monster, then asked if Yona could hear. He simply remained silent. If you move along the hallway of the school, you can see that someone has left after all. It was the main character, who at that moment had already gone outside. There was complete darkness around. After a while, the guy sat down in the forest and began to reason. He couldn't figure out what the hell was going on right now. I also thought that not only did I get into my own book, but now I quarrel with the characters that I created myself with great love, and the moments of writing the script flashed in my memories. Now he was sitting on the grass and talking about how sick he was. He thought that he missed his parents and friends very much. He wanted to return to his apartment. According to the contract, he had 1 more year left, and so many pleasant memories immediately flooded in. I also thought that it was interesting what was happening now in his world. If time passed, without change, then he was declared missing, and the apartment was probably just empty. The young man clutched his head and thought that what happened to his parents. Suddenly they were looking for him everywhere, and what if they were crying because of him? As I sat there, I thought that I didn't understand at all whether I would ever be able to return home. Suddenly, a status window appeared in front of his face. It was written that his perseverance indicators had increased. After reading this information, he just laughed. Then he smiled and said that he didn't seem to quite understand what was happening. I looked at the window again, thought that it was good that the indicators had increased. I would have given up the idea of returning home earlier. Then he wiped away his tears. He got up and shook himself off. After that, he looked ahead and decided to continue on his way. Meanwhile, the guys in the room were still gathered. One of them raised his head and asked what was wrong with Hajin. In response, he heard from his friend that it was better not to touch him now. The other two then sat downstairs and were silent. The girl decided to ask her friend if he recognized his skill. Then she turned around and asked if some shooter had dodged the wrestler's attack, and which one of them was more suspicious. Immediately she received a notification on her watch. It would be a message from Hyan with an offer to meet tomorrow in the study room before the meeting. She read it and said nothing. At the same time, somewhere nearby was the blonde himself. He received a notification with consent from her, and the whole face and body were covered in blood then. I think it was our villain who looked at it and laughed. After a while, everyone gathered in the classroom. Now it was clear why it was advised to do things when there was a bad mood. Usually when training or going hunting, he was too tired, so there was no time to think about anything else. Now the main character was sitting in a bad mood and understood that now everything was clear to him. Then he looked at his comrades and thought why everyone behaved like this. Stop thinking about him. Everything was fine. He was even embarrassed. Then he frowned and thought that he had created these characters himself. What was he doing? Stop doing stupid things. he had to think about how to get home. At the same moment, a girl entered the office. A blonde man approached her and asked if she could already go to school. In response, he heard that there was nothing to do at home anyway. At the same time, Soho came up to her and stretched out his hand. She immediately asked what was wrong with him and said that she could reach herself. The blonde ordered him not to touch her. He began to get angry and said to try. At this moment, the brunette was sitting at her desk and just watching them. Suddenly, someone shouted that the lesson had already begun there. Go to the classroom, and everyone went there. A teacher stood on the stage, who said that everyone already knows that there is less than a week left before the midterm exams. After that, he added that immediately after the written exam, practical testing will begin. It is divided into 2 parts, by which they will be evaluated. He imagined the battle between the students, and said that the first one was a duel between the cadets. He also imagined the battle with the monster, and said that the second battle was with the monster that the wizard would produce. Then he looked around and said that both tests would be held at a different level of difficulty, different from the one that was mastered in the classroom. This must be kept in mind and be prepared. The main characters at this moment thought that it was not so difficult to pass the written exam. He was more worried about the duel. Then I imagined the students' cards and thought that each of the participants was given 3 cards, from which he would have to choose an opponent. At first glance, it would seem that high-ranking cadets would immediately choose weak opponents to earn points. In this way, they could easily win, but to prevent such situations, the cube developed a bonus points system. For example, even if a strong cadet wins in a duel with a weak student, the winner can go into the red, since the number of points depends on the difference in the level of cadets, and this will be quite unpleasant. After that, he looked at his new enemy and thought that naturally, there would be those who don't care about this system. They just use the right to choose an opponent to defeat the one they don't like. He turned away and thought that he was worried about something else. Suddenly, his hand moved to the side. While the blonde was sitting next to her, thoughts were that the distance between them had clearly decreased. Then he looked at her and thought that he was not saying anything, but continued to hang around him. She used to always sit alone at the last desk and study. Immediately the girl turned around and the thought arose that she was probably cheating. The guy took out a pen and began to write the names on the notebook. She saw it and was surprised. These were the names of his parents. After a couple from a friend, the girl received a message that he had already arrived and was sitting in the study room, so she could take her time. She read it and went on. After a while, I finally reached my destination, and when I went inside I looked around. A friend was waiting for her there, who smiled and embarrassedly asked if she had already come. The girl closed the door behind her and replied that it looked like the others were not there yet. In response, she heard that they would be there soon. You can sit down. It seemed to confuse her. When I approached the table, I saw a lit candle. The young man said that they say that this aroma helps to concentrate, because now they will study. Then I turned to her and added that I heard that she had joined the human monster search team, and she was also there, and represented the second year. She was surprised. After that, the guy embarrassedly said that so far everything was unsuccessful, asked what their group was doing, and whether there were any suspects. In response, he heard that not yet, but there is one person who talks all sorts of nonsense. The guy came closer to her and asked her about nonsense. Then he strangely began to snap his fingers and asked which ones. The brunette did not understand what was going on and said that she said that her friend was also a monster, and at that moment her soul became calmer. Then she stretched out her hand to the side and added that he said that her comrade uses magic that affects the mind. It's just unheard of. The friend replied that he had no proof. The brunette nodded her head and confirmed it. Then she opened her eyes and was very surprised. She looked at her friend and asked again about the evidence. He was frightened and said that he had expressed himself incorrectly, and meant, on what basis did he make such an assumption? But now it didn't make sense. The girl was wary. She took out her weapon and said that usually when an innocent person is suspected of something, he does not ask if there is evidence. And a second later she tried to strike. Then she struck a pose and asked who he was. The young man just smiled. Then he came closer and asked what was wrong with her. There was a reflection of her in his eyes, and black magic hovered around, and it sounded that her turn had not yet come. Meanwhile, the second-year dormitory was quiet. Finally, the girl came to her senses after losing consciousness. And when she finally opened her eyes, she realized that she was tied. The sun was already rising outside the window. In addition, music was playing in the room. Looking around, the girl realized that this was a second-year dormitory. This information made her sick and uncomfortable. The comrade was also in this room. It immediately became clear that this person was really guilty of the disappearances of the students. It turns out that he is a monster man, and these were not just stupid guesses. In her memories, the image of the main character who warned her surfaced. Immediately the girl began to try to get out and thought that she needed to calm down, still tried to ask for help. His hands were tightly tied, the name was hard to move, and panic covered her more and more. While the girl was twitching, she thought that she would like to get help from someone. But suddenly a blonde man came up to her and said that she would not succeed. Then he smiled and asked what it was. At the same moment, a new message came to the Hajin bracelet. He raised his hand and asked who it could be at such a time. The message was from her. Immediately, the guy raised his eyes and asked again. He did not understand what it meant. There was only one number in the message, 9. At the same moment, the kidnapper snatched the watch from her hand. Then he took them upstairs and asked them what they would think if they peed like that in the middle of the night. He smiled and said that Hajin quickly guessed that this was a monster man. He would have to finish him off later. The girl immediately shouted that she really thought he could get away with it. The search group had probably already attacked the trail and began to act. And the guy just crushed her watch and replied that it didn't matter, because he would soon leave the cube. The baby at this moment just continued to be angry. The comrade came closer to her and said that he liked such an expression on his face. Then he smiled and added that the mistress had told him that she would like to see horror on him as well. The main character in his room was still trying to figure out what the number 9 message was. I looked at my watch, thinking maybe I accidentally sent it. The number 9 was spinning in my head, and suddenly it dawned on me that it was 911. He jumped up and shouted about the Book of Truth, asked where was this girl now. Immediately a book appeared in his hands, and the information from there frightened him greatly. It was not clear what it was. The brunette was almost infuriating. She was imprisoned. I asked her something, because she was lonely. This creature said that she knew what this feeling was, but the girl did not pay attention. The comrade influenced her with the help of his power, and was happy about it. But then I noticed something. Only aggression was still visible in her eyes. Then he came closer and said that she had a pretty strong will, had put in so much effort, but she didn't give in yet, she just had to open her mind to him once. And then he reached out to her neck and added that there was no need to be afraid. Lilith herself allowed it. The guy touched her head and added that Lilith wanted to meet her. And then the girl pushed off and immediately heard that even if she untied, it would not save her. The guy's face changed abruptly and said with a laugh that there was no hiding or running away from magic. But a moment later, someone pierced his head. Glass and his blood flew around. The brunette watched this and did not understand what was happening. The former friend fell to the floor and screamed in pain right in front of her eyes. Immediately she heard someone come and say that he did not believe people, constantly doubted what he had come to. The monster man turned around and asked, "Who did it?" When I got up, I heard that I could not even hope for recovery. This shell was treated with a special solution. It can only be obtained with the help of an operation. Then he stretched out his hand and, cursing at the attacker, asked where he was now, ordered him to leave. And then he waved his hand, activating his black magic. It was magic that destroyed even the remaining glass. And she also flew towards the girl. And because of this, she fell to the ground and hit her head. But the kidnapper himself still did not find the attacker. He only heard that there was no need to strain so much and continued to ask where he was. The main character, meanwhile, raised his gun again and said that he was now very far away. And a second later he shot him right in the chest again. The blonde lost a lot of blood and began to scream in pain. The blow was so strong that he fell to the floor again. If you look closely, you will see that somewhere far away, behind the bushes, there was someone. Right in the trees there was a man who shot him. A brown-haired man who got a new rifle. He took aim and said that was why he liked shooting at long range. Then he smiled and added that it seemed that today he would spend all the ammunition that his girlfriend had given him before. The brunette, fortunately, remained intact or lying on the floor when the young man said that she hoped that something good had been prepared for him. The human monster was still trying to get up and find him, calling him a psycho, and the main character continued to shoot. All these cartridges flew into him and brought incredible pain. Finally, the blonde man turned around and was able to look straight into the distance. Meanwhile, the young man was watching him through the scope. Then he got up and exhaled. He also turned to a friend and said that she had to look at it, asked if she had any injuries. In response he heard that everything was fine and told her to sleep a little. A search group would arrive soon. The girl began to close her eyes and agreed, while somehow she was able to thank him. Rays of light from LED lamps illuminate the room. Rachel struggles to open her eyes and tries to understand what is happening. She lies on the bed in amazement. At this time they ask her if she is awake. Hajin peels an apple with a satisfied look. The girl asks what he is doing here. The main character sits by the bed and asks if nothing hurts her. Because the doctor said that there are no abnormalities, she indignantly asks again why he is here. The disgruntled patient squints at him, hearing that they are all sitting with her in turn. The shoe trips over the floor. It is said that they are all partly to blame for what happened. John Hack and Horik are standing in the hallway at this time. The protagonist states that they should have paid a little more attention, but unfortunately they were busy with something else. An astonished Rachel hears an apology addressed to her. Pleasantly surprised, the protagonist looks at her, while her friend states that he has said more than once that he is the break. She silently thinks about what she thought was the most important thing to take first place in the ranking, but unfortunately she was wrong. The sad girl remembers the past, realizing that she was really wrong. Soft light falls from the windows into the room. Rachel at this time asks if he has come. MC asks again, not understanding who he is talking about. The disgruntled lady sighs and says that it is about no one. She looks attentively out of the window of the ward. Bright sun rays illuminate everything around. A message came that Yona would definitely thank her. The main character looks at this notification from the clock with a smirk. The system windows say that his SP points have increased by 457, and luck has been activated. A bonus of 11% of the points received has been granted, so now he is a successful long-range marksman. The sniper skill has increased to the 7th level. MC is sitting in a coffee shop with a laptop, wondering if he really managed to earn so many SP in one action, which means that they give a good reward for solving one of the main episodes. Hajin looks away and thinks that it's not very profitable to invest everything in the sniper skill, but it's not bad because he saved Yona. He is surprised when someone calls him from the outside. Park Soo-hyuk smiles benevolently, stating that he was so surprised when he called him, while clarifying if anything had happened. A man in glasses falls to his knees and shouts that if the protagonist wants to cancel the contract, then let him think about it again. The main character replies that this is not the point. Park Soo-hyuk tearfully watches the guy put a large case on the table. The main character calmly declares that he would like to invest in the SH agency. The bespectacled worker opens his mouth in amazement. Ginseng is shown to be at the Purple Banquet, and it is said that he earned approximately 400 million won from it. The logos of the companies are opposed to each other. It is explained that of them he will invest 250 million in the owner of a pack horse, and the remaining 150 in the agency. Hajin looks at the frightened employee, thinking that he is confident in the growth of both the owner and the agency. Stunned, Park Soo-hyuk exclaims that this is such a large amount, and he doesn't even know if he can accept them. They sit down at the table. The main character with a businesslike look asks to take it, because he invests for the sake of their common growth, and they will buy a normal magic pocket and HUV with them. Inside the institution there is a neat interior. The question is how old he is. He answers that he is 29. Hajin with a serious face assures that he is much older than him, so he can address you. He, in turn, shouts that he cannot do this at all, because he is talking to the investor, and the protagonist suggests canceling the investment in this case. Park Soo-hyuk excitedly holds his folder and agrees to an informal style of communication. They go outside. The main character offers him to go to a convenience store. The store has a multicolored sign. An excited Park Soo-hyuk peeks out from behind him and asks why he needed a lottery ticket. He replies that he is a minor and therefore will not be able to receive the winnings without an adult. Hajin stands at the counter and says that he wanted to test his luck at the same time. The bespectacled employee asks how much he won. The man smiles nervously when he hears that he won 20 million won. Suddenly he heard what he had heard. The entire store is shouting about 20 million won. Park Soo-hyuk enthusiastically accepts the golden ticket with both hands, hearing that he will also invest this money, and he needs to adjust the contract and send it, because with the deduction of taxes, it will be less than 20 million. The amazed protagonist sees how his interlocutor is frozen in place in one pose. An orange sunset is already visible in the sky. Hajin asks what is wrong with him. He replies that he is afraid that they will be stolen. Houses stand in the middle of the evening sky. Warm orange light falls through the windows into the room. A black substance flows out of the barrel. She turns into the silhouette of a person. The boy tells the captain with a smile that they have begun to move. A child with a dark silhouette declares that the owner of a tall horse has grown up, clarifying what to do next. The interlocutor calmly claims that they will take away only the subject, and the rest must be left as it is. The boy sees the boss sitting opposite him and says that he noticed something strange. A man appeared who bought up the owner's shares. The strange kid thinks about it, and explains that at first it was 300, 1,000, and recently he invested 250 million, while asking if this is too much for a guild that doesn't even have a personal page. A soft light falls through the glass on the roof. He is told that he does not need to think about it. It is better to concentrate on their business. A boy with a dark silhouette raises his finger and says with a smile that he almost forgot, because several curious pages have appeared on the Purple Banquet. He asks if the boss wants to take a look. A black shadow attendant stands beside the flying sheets and tells him about the relic search team, the dog soup, the truth office. The inner one tells him a little that something is really wrong with this office. The unflappable leader turns to drone when he hears that he can make an order from them, because maybe they will find him. The little boy looks on in amazement. He stands in front of his leader and assures that he was just joking. A girl with long hair sits silently and listens to the midterm exams in the cube begin next week. Hajin and Jaehak stand with their backs to each other. It is explained that they occupy a leading position. Drun clarifies approximately how many people will be involved and whether she will take part. Her long hair flutters in the breeze, and she agrees with him. A boy with a black silhouette stands silently. The girl gets up from the barrel. She has a mysterious look. She says with a stern look that it would be nice. Hajin waves his hand smiling, while the mysterious villainess says if there was someone capable. Multicolored candy wrappers fly through the air. It is said that time flew by quite quickly. The red system window says welcome. Posters with support were hung above the building. Intermediate exams came. The girl spreads her hands with loving eyes and shouts to her mother. They hug tightly. The woman asks how her daughter is doing. She exclaims that she missed her very much. A drone flies over the people near the academy, explaining that during the week of exams, the cube opened its doors to guilds and associations that were interested in hiring heroes, as well as relatives of cadets, so the crowds resembled some kind of festival. Journalists with microphones say that they are in the cube, the best academy in the city, and let those who are in the top 100 call. The drone approaches the hand, at which point a fan asks if it is Lee Jin-ha, who is ranked 117th. The main character looks at his device and states that so far he has not been able to shoot anything. He launches the quadcopter back, deciding to wait a little longer. The protagonist looks at the drone hanging in the sky and thinks about the fact that it was given by Suhik. It flies all over the area of the cube and will be easier to detect with it if someone tries to invade. Two people unexpectedly bump into each other. Hajin turns around and apologizes to the girl. The mysterious villain is mysteriously silent in response. Their views intersect. The main character is amazed and wants to say something. He opens his mouth wide in shock and realizes that he almost forgot. The girl silently looks at the protagonist, who understands that she will also be at these exams. Hajin does not take his eyes off her. He suddenly turns around, realizing that he has been staring at her for too long. The worried guy is thinking about what to say to him so as not to look suspicious. He stands in front of her and declares that she is quite beautiful. A girl with a tired face looks silently. The main character, feeling awkward, thinks. She turns around and walks past. A girl walks in the middle of a crowd of joyful people. The villainess walks forward and turns to Drun. She tells her assistant that the guy she encountered was looking at her through the object of the block of vision. A lady with purple eyes earnestly asks her assistant to check who he is. MC walks among people, thinking that not only heroes come to the cube to find capable cadets, but also from a group of chameleons. Soho and Jahak are presented side by side. It is said that their goal is to recruit them, but the beliefs of the former do not coincide with their policy, so they will not take him. So in the plot they will take a closer look at the other and come back. The nervous protagonist understands that infiltrating the chameleon cube is not a threat in itself, but if the plot changes, the heroes guarding the exam field will get into a fight. The main character understands that this will not end with one or two victims. Surprised, the soldiers turn around when they hear a loud scream. The guy with a mysterious grin says that he does not see a single suspicious person. A yellow-eyed lady in glasses advises him not to shirk, because what can happen to the reputation of heroes if the guards in the cube are broken during the exams? Junhyuk, a rank 6 hero, smiling, walks beside Yangji, a rank 7 hero. They are walking down the street. The girl notices that everything is easy in his words. He, in turn, offers to go eat pizza. A bearded man with a smirk asks that he saw him despite the siren necklace. The fighter looks around the crowd, stating that his appetite is beginning to awaken, and he thought that he would have to return with nothing. The boy, with his face twisted, thinks about the grief of the muscles. At this time the question of who he is, because he will be the first to find him and fight. The amazed bearded man suddenly hears that he should calm down, because even without his intervention everything can be checked. A majestic building is shown on the territory of the second battlefield. It is said that the battle will begin soon. There are many spectators sitting in the stands of the arena. The host reports that today at 9 o'clock in the morning the first fight will finally take place. A correspondent sent to the scene. The first competition will be held using. The guy walks forward alone. Hajin turns around in surprise because he was called. The girl stands near the wall and asks if he will go to the arena. The main character goes with her and agrees, stating that he has his first competition. A lady with an important look calls an employee with a case. Inside it, 100 high-quality bullets shimmer, which the girl talks about. The amazed protagonist sees this. While it is said that he will not be able to use them at the exam, but perhaps they will be useful somehow, so he can turn to them. She hands him the case, and says that she is not trying to thank him for saving his life. Yona with a serious face assures that this is just a gift. She continues to say that she is called to be a witness in the case with human monsters, but she has not yet said that it was the main character who shot then. He, in turn, asks to keep it a secret. Hajin closes his eyes, thinking that if they find out it was him, there might be trouble. The girlfriend stops and declares that she knows that he has reasons to hide his powers, so it will be difficult for him to pass this exam. MC is silent in amazement as she wonders if he has seen his opponent. On the sign hanging on the door, it is written that this is a waiting room for cadets. The fighter lifts the heaviest dumbbell. Sweat drips from his face. The pumped-up warrior trains and confidently declares that he will smash his enemy. The hero reaches out to the golden window and tells the boss that there is nothing special here. Drun sits among many such windows and explains that he grew up in an orphanage, no parents, no relatives. At the age of 6 he had special abilities, after which he went to study at a military school, was an average peasant, did not stand out in any way, and then entered the cube. And that's all. She remembers their meeting. The villainess does not understand how he was able to see her through the object of blocking vision. A man in a suit comes out of the bushes and says that he has finally found her. Junjayan, a member of the chameleon group, smiles broadly and states that he and his boss haven't seen each other in a long time. He shrugs his shoulders and hears a question that he was late. If he turns somewhere on the way, he asks in response why he needs it. Because he was so diligently looking for talented cadets, as she asked. The man calmly declares that there is no report, because they are all weaklings who will fly away with one blow. Drun sits in the middle of the golden windows and asks if there were any unusual cadets. He replies that he doesn't even know, because he looked at the best second-year cadets. Junjain asks about the protagonist with a stern look when he is told that this year's freshmen stand out very much, so he needs to look for it, because Hajin's duel is about to begin. The girl with purple eyes is silent. The colleague at this moment remembers that this is the same guy who saw her through the object of the block of vision. A balloon flies over the arena. The poster says that this is the exam field for the battle of the intermediate session. The guy is happy to eat pizza. Jun-hyuk sits with a happy look next to his girlfriend and says that there are a lot of good memories here. She replies that they are rather terrible, because he also said that he would not look at the fights, because he recently grabbed it. The girl in glasses looks carefully ahead, hearing that he is already much better, and her son loves competition so much, she asks if this is true. In the middle of the stands, you can see Jun Jaeum, who is bored watching what is happening. She wonders who this person is. She keeps her eyes on him and tells her partner that he keeps watching them and smiling. A bearded fighter looks at them with a mysterious look, while the guy suggests that perhaps this is their fan. He is surprised to see a fighter below and notices that the fight is already beginning. The pumped-up Horak is ranked 19th in the cadet rankings. He has good abilities. The guys are surprised to observe and suddenly notice his opponent. Hajin calmly stands in the arena, announcing that he is ranked 934th. The guys stand opposite each other. Thousands of spectators are looking at them. The question is whether he passed the written test well. The main character with a smile declares that it is written on his face that he is thirsty for blood, so let him hit lighter. The fighter clenches his teeth in anger, veins protruding from his face. He begins to glow with blue fire, has bright eyes, and is said to have self-defense by dispelling magic. So he'll be lucky if he doesn't break it in half, so there's no way you should let him get close. A huge multicolored ball moves the poster. It is said that now it's time for exams for first-year students. The guys resolutely take up fighting stances. The first fight is announced, which begins right now. They begin to run at each other with all their strength. Lightning flies in different directions. The pumped-up opponent swings his fist. The main character calmly looks at him. Suddenly, everything around changes its color. The bullet time skill is used. The hero moves, realizing that the duration of using this skill has greatly increased. He is in a strange space, thinking that for at least 1 minute. Hajin dodges his punch in a second, knowing that he will be able to follow his movements. The protagonist opens his mouth in shock and declares that he is walking like a tank. All hatred and anger are depicted on the face of the enemy. The protagonist hastily dodges his subsequent attacks. Gritting his teeth, Horak chases after the guy. Suddenly, he sees that MC has pulled out a gun and is aiming at him. He starts shooting at his opponent, but he deftly dodges every bullet. Horak sees the bullet with a smirk and wonders if this idiot really expects to break through his defenses. He points his mighty fist towards the ammunition, knowing that it must simply bounce off him. Suddenly, a bullet pierces his arm. He tries to understand what is happening in horror. A frightened Horak casts his gaze at the grievous wound, which glows brightly. Jun-hyuk holds a slice of pizza in his mouth in shock while his girlfriend is extremely discouraged. A flaming fighter stands in front of the protagonist with a pistol. An exclamation is heard if he really broke through his self-defense. Horak stands with a stern look and holds on to his wound, wondering who is in front of him and how he did it with normal bullets. The main character looks at him with a serious face. The pumped-up warrior clenches his teeth in fury. He sits down slightly, feeling a hail of bullets. His eyes show absolute anger and intense hatred. Hajin holds the gun with a smirk and realizes that he was counting on bullets to bounce off him. But this is special ammunition that is made with the help of stigmata magic. The protagonist shoots decisively, mentally declaring that they contain the power of a demon. The audience depicts different emotions on their faces. Some are very happy, and some are extremely shocked. They all raise their hands, watching the fight. The warrior's strong fists rise to the sky. He slams the ground with all his might, causing a massive earthquake while shouting that Hajin is a bastard. The stone floor begins to crumble and move. MC deftly jumps away from the collapsing slabs. The main character sees the blade and shouts for it to be careful, because a sword is flying at it. Horak looks on in amazement, and sees a flying sword. He dodges in a second, thinking that there may be some kind of device in the blade. Hajin laughs and aims his gun at, claiming that it wasn't real. He again fires special bullets directly at the enemy's body. A defenseless Horak falls to the ground. The main character comes closer to him. The guy sees a lying opponent. He aims his pistol again. Spectators open their mouths in complete shock. Silence reigns in the stands. The protagonist pulls the trigger with his finger. Hajin stands in front of his defeated enemy. The pumped-up fighter looks at him in shock. Spectators in the stands are shocked. Jun-hyuk opens his mouth in amazement and asks if he really ran out of bullets. His girlfriend at this moment notices that Horak is already badly injured. The wounded fighter slowly stands up while the protagonist aims. He looks at the guy angrily, veins protruding on his face. The main character silently looks back at him. He grins slightly. Hajin raises his hands with a smile and declares that he surrenders. The enemy is in complete shock. Jun-hyuk and Yanji are also discouraged. A red system window appears. It is announced that the fight is over. The fighter trembles with anger. The host talks about the winner Horak. Workers try to restrain him, while he yells at the departing protagonist to get the puppy back quickly and fight. Next to the villain there is a man who asks if he really was hit by a real bullet, but remained intact because he is a real fighter. Yanji happily sits next to her friend and asks what her impression is. The lady with an important look explains that Hajin is great, and his opponent was too clumsy. He used self-defense, which requires a lot of energy. Although he could have done with a slow attack on his own, he tried to show himself in all his glory in a short time, but as a result, he disgraced himself. A girl in glasses with a serious face says that she is more worried about the protagonist. Footage of their battle appears. Yanji states that rapid shooting is beyond common sense, the ability to follow the movements of the enemy with the whole body. But at some point the enemy began to move slower, so MC slowed down. It is specified that this may be a special ability to improve his physical abilities. She remembers the shot and says that he then squeezed the magical power and put a bullet in him. The guy with a smirk clarifies that in her opinion, he compressed his mana so much that he was able to break through self-defense, just some kind of cadet. The girl with a smile declares that she does not know what abilities he has. At this moment another viewer exclaims that this is true, because he broke through the defense with the shot. A lot of people are sitting in the stands. Someone suggests that the main character could have taken doping and you need to call the director right away. But the girl assures that there is a high probability that he will become the best in history. Light clouds and clouds are visible in the sky. Yanji states that it would be necessary to remember Hajin. Her friend says that another competition is already beginning. A bearded thug scratches his ear and says that he doesn't like MC. He stands in the middle of the bushes and claims that some pot-bellied trifle is holding his gun and is just waiting to shoot. And why did the boss order to take a closer look at him? Jun at this moment wonders if he really did not see that he has the power of a demon. Junjang walks through the grass and asks what this has to do with strength. The boy sits in front of the system windows and says that he just doesn't like being a long-range fighter. He naturally agrees. The bearded scoundrel grins ominously, declaring that only such a battle can be called a real duel when you burn with a desperate desire to stick death into the heart of the enemy. He stands in the forest and thinks about the words of the assistant, who says that he needs to take a closer look at the cadets who have this desire. He clarifies if he has seen Jahak. The fighter in the suit replies that they both showed themselves well. A flashback appears in which the blonde fought with a spear in his hands. It is explained that he impressed with his technique, aiming directly at the enemy's vital organs without prior preparation. Colorful stars are shown on a white background. The bandit states that he also liked the way he treated the underpants who did nothing but defend themselves. Drone replies that if he liked it, then nothing good can be expected from his character. The boy is surprised to observe the system messages. He is told that Siho behaved quite unusually. He asks again. The sword fighter fought bravely. Junjiang states that he heard that he uses a blade technique similar to a dance. It is clear that his movements are very clear and polished by long training. A warrior points a sword at a defeated opponent. The bandit had a strange feeling. The guy looks down carefully. The bearded warrior declares that he must be hiding his real face. An orange sunset is visible. The boy asks that it seems that the best cadet of the cube is different from the others. He replies that he does not even know, because both of them are not the kind he would like to fight right now. The dumbfounded bandit hears a question about what is wrong with Hajin. He answers loudly and asks that he noticed him. A rustle is heard in the bushes. Jun replies that the boss was looking for the power of a demon. The villain remarks that he did not like him at all. The policeman shines his lantern at the evil scoundrel and asks who is there. The imperturbable villain silently listens that outsiders are forbidden to enter this forest, so he must leave immediately. He ominously replies that there are annoying flies in the forest. A large man in a suit stands with his back to him, while a law enforcement officer orders him to come out. The cap falls off the head of the policeman, who did not even have time to finish the sentence. Junjiang calmly attacks him with his mighty hand. Birds fly away from the forest from the terrible sounds of murder. Opposite the villain, pools of blood are visible. The bearded fighter smiles as Drone asks if he really blew his head off. There is a beautiful sunset in the sky. The boy assures that he is finished, because the boss will tear him apart. He replies that if she does not find out, he will not tear it. The bright sun pierces the high skyscrapers of the city with its rays. The lady is standing high on the roof. Rain begins to pour from the cloudy sky. A piece of rock is visible. It is said that she will certainly find this traitor. Clenching his fists, he stands near the grave, declaring that he will definitely find it. A long-haired girl stands in the rain and claims that she will avenge him. The lady is holding on to the railing. She calmly summons Drun. The villainess stands on the roof and says that he needs to check Suho and Hajin. He asks who will be first. She replies that the power of the demon can break the magic power, so the main character first. A few stars can be seen in the pink sky. The boy asks if everything will be alright, because there is very little information about him. She replies that it does not matter at all. The protagonist adjusts his clothes. The villainess claims that tomorrow she will meet him in person. The events take place at the first stadium on the second day of the midterm exams. The amazed fighter points to the system window. It is said that these are recruiters from the Sword Guild, also from the Maker's Fortress. Joyful spectators watch them. The girl says that compared to the first day, there is a big difference in the fans. Another notices that today will be a hot battle. Soho looks at his opponent with a smirk. The system says that he has the first place. Opposite it is Yohei, located on the 8th. Blonde Rachel is in 3rd place. Her rival Naeun is in 4th. An enthusiastic spectator tells his friend that he can't wait for the battle of the rankers, who clarifies that the first competition is with the participation of girls. The main character watches with a sad face, at the same time thanking for the explanations. The girl is standing in the arena. He realizes that today Neon will crushingly lose to Rachel, because with the help of a bow that does not suit her, it is simply impossible to defeat Rachel. The heroines stand opposite each other in a large arena. The host announces that now the competition between the first-year students begins, and the 8th battle begins. A red-haired girl with a smirk suggests changing the rankings today. The warrior draws the bowstring and prepares to send an arrow into the sky. She shoots an arrow that illuminates the entire arena. Several projectiles rise into the sky and rush towards the target. Rachel holds her sword and stares in amazement at the arrows flying at her. The blonde deftly dodges every projectile. Suddenly he sees a sharp edge in front of his face. In the blink of an eye, he cuts it with his sword. The girl with the bow sees this in complete shock. The audience enthusiastically rejoices, watching such a fight. The hero goes down the steps. The villainess walks past the protagonist. He turns around in surprise and looks at her. He sees that she sat right next to him. The lady silently watches as he realizes that she is wanted in the Hero Academy, is the leader of a group with a bad reputation, as well as a strong warrior who hides behind many names. The girl opens her mouth slightly. The main character thinks that in this world only he knows her real name. Suddenly, a glass of soda flies into her head. She doesn't have time to say anything. The guy is frightened down the stairs and does not understand how it happened. He clarifies if everything is all right with her. Hajin opens his mouth wide in amazement. On the huge screen, you can see the inscription that the winner is Rachel. The girl wipes herself with a handkerchief with an important look. The villainess talks about the handkerchief with annoyance. The protagonist replies that there is nothing to be thankful for. The lady calmly claims that she saw his battle with the Horak cadet. Surprised, MC listens to her prefer to watch from the shadows, but the skill he showed in the competition is an ability. She holds out a business card with the name of the Dark Moon Community. The main character realizes that this is the leader's phone number. The worried guy holds a piece of paper and wonders if her next fictitious name is written there, while he clarifies if she is from the guild, because he is not allowed to contact her until the end. The girl grabs her business card again. The protagonist says that she is not going not to take it. At this time, there is a tough fight in the arena. The lady explains that she will not go into details yet, but in any case, he will not lose anything. A mysterious stranger gets up from the bench and says that it is time for her. She expresses the hope that she will be called. Hajin looks after her with a serious look and wonders what is the point of the leader addressing him now. A sword flies into the sky. He thinks why she came to him. Suho happily raises his blade, the host announcing that this cadet is winning this duel. People can be seen outside the large arena building. The question is whether he saw Suho, because it was just amazing. Others discuss why Neon lost to Rachel, because this is the first time that Korean rising stars have lost to foreigners. The hero reaches for the drone. The protagonist looks at him with a serious look and wonders if he filmed anything, because he needs to return to the dorm and check. Hajin turns around in surprise when he hears a strange sound. He sees a girl in the bushes who is crying bitterly. MC looks at her with a twisted face and realizes that he remembers this incident. In the past, the guy happily supported her. It is said that Neon grieved over the loss, and Suho, who was passing by, tried to console her, after which she developed an interest in him. A red-haired girl cries, sitting by a tree. The main character realizes that such consolation will not help her now. A warrior with a sword walks past an enthusiastic audience. The protagonist reflects on the fact that there are moments in life when you just need to give up, but there is no such word in the Suho dictionary. He does not advise anyone to surrender, and does not do it himself. The girl wipes away her tears, Hajin speculating that she may not have thrown the bow because of him. Suddenly, the protagonist opens his mouth in surprise, from an idea that came to his mind. A bracelet glows on the hand of the losing girl. Neon sees a message that Hajin sees the contest. She is shocked to see this notification. In the following posts, it is written that the main character was right, that a sword is more suitable for her, not a bow, so perhaps it is not too late. In another notification, the protagonist advises her to change direction. The red-haired girl reads this in surprise. The guys happily run towards her, Suho exclaiming that he finally found her and doesn't understand why she's hiding. With a sincere smile, he declares that he has been looking for her for a long time, while clarifying why she is sitting alone. The girl turns to him with hatred. Near the academy, a loud cry is heard that he is a bastard and she will finish him off. It is said that the end of the martial competitions of the intermediate session of the first semester has passed. The villain directs his hand to the policeman standing in front of him. With a snap of his fingers, he punches through his head. The recording stops at the moment when the officer of the law has nothing left of his head. The guy is sitting near the laptop. The main character looks at this in amazement, realizing how cruel this sight is. In the recording, Jun Jaeung smirks haughtily, the protagonist wondering if he is really from the chameleon group as well. The bearded scoundrel smiles ominously. The protagonist declares that he does not hesitate to kill people, as if he does it for pleasure, and simply because he is thirsty for blood, and there are people in this world who are capable of such a thing. A futuristic city is shown. It is said that life has become much more comfortable thanks to scientific magic, behind which semi-humans were hidden, not bound by morals and laws. The sinister red monster smiles. It is explained that although they were people, They did not accept heroes. They could not be called ordinary criminals, because they had extraordinary strength. Like heroes, they were villains. Hajin excitedly realizes that initially in the plot, villains and negative characters were not worth much attention, but in the new version with the co-author, the plot has changed and now it is not known which characters will act in a negative role. Events take place in the afternoon, during the practical exam of the intermediate session, on the exam field for a battle with a monster. The girl in the cloak declares that she is very happy to see the dear cadets. She is the magician Junhwa, who will conduct the exam, so first she will briefly tell about it. The lady stands in front of the students and says that this exam is quite dangerous unlike the training lessons that were held so far, and the summoned mutant has exactly the same attack power as the real one, and even if the mage stops summoning, it will not disappear immediately. Frightened students look at each other silently as they are told that excessive pride can put their lives in danger, so if they have difficulties during the exam, let them immediately inform them of surrender. Junhwa states with a friendly look that the exam will be evaluated depending on how quickly and coolly they make decisions, so he wishes everyone to show their best side and pass the test. There are many lamps on the ceiling. The teacher claims that they will come in by 4 people, starting with the first team. In the middle of the 4 rooms, students appear and are told to get ready. The lady raises her hand and tells the others that they need to listen carefully. The teacher with a serious look declares that those who have not yet reached their turn should analyze the battle of other cadets. The guys carefully look at the system windows. They are explained that they need to watch the battle with monsters and notice mistakes, and if there is a better way, you need to record it. The girl in the raincoat begins to say what to do next. She thinks with a smirk, touching her chin with her hand. The guys turn off their smartwatches in amazement after being ordered to do so. The red-haired girl clenches her teeth in rage when she hears that their reviews will affect the grade, so they should take the entries seriously. Red light pillars appear. The teacher announces that they are now starting a battle with mutants. The mage forms a magic sign near the palm and summons a monster. Purple lightning pierces the arena. A huge mutant appears. The cadet is told that his rival is in advanced school. The monster swings its sharp claw. The girl barely fights off this attack. Other students sit behind glass and see powerful explosions in the arena. The guys carefully analyze the battle. The orange snake hisses ferociously. At this time they turn to the second team. The fighter swings his fist with a smirk, using the release of magic. He strikes directly on the body of the snake. The teacher says that the exam is over for him. There is a green flash of light. A deadly horse appears in the arena. Naeun stands with a bow in her hands, in front of the dead horse. The teacher announces that the exam is over for her. Yona slashes his opponent with a serious look. Another student fights spectacularly with a dagger in her hand. In the middle of the arena, battles take place. The lights are shining brightly. The teacher says that the 10th team needs to prepare for the exam. A ferocious chrome wolf has appeared in the arena, with the Hajin saying that his opponent will be him. The protagonist begins to shoot furiously at the mutant. The main character takes refuge behind a small rock. He watches the opponent and realizes that if he goes on like this, he will finish everything without problems. Suddenly, a red light appears around him. The children look at them in amazement and try to understand what is happening in general. MC looks up, frightened. Something can be heard in the fighter's earpiece. The guy presses it and clarifies whether something really happened on the exam field. Junhyuk smiles sweetly when he hears that he needs to focus on security. The girl with glasses asks with a serious look if he is aware that the guard who patrolled the cube yesterday was killed. On her monitor, you can see the recordings from the cameras. She warns that this is an emergency, so you need to be careful. He, in turn, wonders if she has found the source of the fluctuations that have just been. A guy with a sword is walking near the sea, hearing that he is in his direction, but the exact location is still unknown. While Junhyuk hopes that nothing serious will happen, he walks past the bushes. Suddenly, he hears something. A bearded man, gritting his teeth, asks him something. The armed villain smirks, declares that apparently someone is trying to stop him. The guy stands on the coast and says that outsiders are not allowed to enter here, clarifying whether the stranger is lost. The fighter looks confidently at the interlocutor, who clarifies why then he is here. The guy replies that he is not an outsider. Jun Jaeyoung stretches his hands, stating that he understands him. With an angry grin, he advises you to stop blocking his way. Let him fail if he doesn't want to get it. Junhyuk calmly raises his blade from its scabbard. Suddenly, a loud sound comes from the sea. They turn around in amazement, not understanding what is happening. The waves begin to rise high. A giant waterspout swirls the water. The guy screams, not understanding what it is at all. The guys in the arena feel this hum. The teacher stands in front of the students and declares that the exam is temporarily suspended due to an unforeseen situation outside the exam field. All cadets need to leave the exam field immediately. Hajin stands at the bottom while they shout from above that the 10th team needs to stop and run outside. The main character excitedly realizes that things are bad. At this moment, a mysterious villainess is standing on a tree branch. The protagonist hides behind a huge rock. A ferocious wolf stands behind him. He gritted his teeth and holds a gun and notices that the draft has not been cancelled. He looks at the balcony and calls someone, realizing that apparently there is no one there. MC sits with a gun and thinks that it can't just be a random mistake. Maybe there is a human monster among the mages. The teacher explained the rules to them with a serious look. He understands that it is not her, because he did not receive a notification about the change of settings, so there are no characters in this exam field whose settings have been changed. The main character opens his eyes wide. He turns back in shock. Another man is standing on the rock. A lady in a black cloak stands in front of the girl and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Rachel silently looks at her interlocutor, who calls her a princess. The main character understands that this is quite possible, because there are many episodic characters in the book who have never appeared in the story. A long-haired hooded character looks at him. He thinks of Sir Lancaster. Multicolored glitches are visible. The protagonist realizes that this is a story that is unknown to him. The ceiling begins to crumble. Rachel sees Sir above her and asks where he has been all this time since that incident in London. Lancaster stands silently, wearing a dark hood on his head, as she notices his appearance. He has cunning red eyes looking directly at her. The princess is silent in surprise, and then assumes that he has sold his soul after all. The blonde sees a fighter standing above her, stating that he was the commander of the guard in the royal palace. He replies that she did not express herself quite accurately. Lancaster, closing his eyes, assures that he did not sell his soul, just the new owner picked it up after he, who was ready to sacrifice his life for the sake of his fatherland, was betrayed and thrown out. She drew her blade. Rachel directs his weapon sternly, stating that it seems useless to talk to, better to just arrest him. She takes off. He flies straight at his opponent, swinging his sword, deals a powerful blow to his body. The princess is extremely surprised that nothing is happening. The sword is frozen in it, smoke streaming from the puncture site. Sir looks at the discouraged girl and states that he is sorry, but his body is not here, but in another place, and what she sees in front of her is only a small entertainment. The people are terrified and try to escape. Lancaster declares that there is chaos outside, so no one cares what is happening here. Various monsters have entered the exam field, so there is a complete commotion now. No one will come to her aid. The long-haired guy lowers his head and claims that everything here is very different from England, where members of the royal family were protected in the first place, and no one cared how many people died for this. The princess is only silent in response. Pools of blood are shown on the floor. A guy is on his knees in front of a murdered girl. Tears flow from his eyes. He calls this place damn. Rachel, holding a sword, stands in front of his opponent. The phantom Lancaster calmly declares that he would like to talk to her again, but there is no time at all. The worried girl loudly asks to wait while he says goodbye to her. Dark smoke swallows up his silhouette. The lady calls him by name. Out of the tongues of darkness comes a human foot. A warrior in a mask appears in front of her. He has 2 sharp blades. In the blink of an eye, he takes off. The princess watches puzzled. Suddenly, a stealthy fighter strikes her, but she manages to block her. Gritting her teeth, the princess realizes that this is just a ruthless swordsmanship technique. Rachel jumps backwards as she watches her opponent continue to attack. Cuts appear on his hands. The girl looks at him with a hard look, realizing that she can't win this way. She needs to take a risk and wait for the moment when he is distracted. A powerful beam pierces the space. A series of bright flashes occur. The lady in a rage swings her hand, from which the energy emanates. Suddenly, the princess falls to the ground, her sword flying aside. An unknown fighter frantically appears before her. She looks at him anxiously, her hand lighted up slightly. Her sword lies nearby, also slightly illuminated. An unknown assassin senses the blade approaching. Rachel's sword glows yellow and flies through the air. A bright flash occurs. Suddenly, the wall behind the villain explodes and shatters into pieces. The princess, frightened, looks at what is happening, as does the masked fighter. The silhouette of a warrior is seen in the middle of a hole in the wall. An unknown masked killer just keeps silent and watches. Suddenly, he flies up from his seat. He rapidly approaches his opponent, swinging his blades. His enemy has firearms, the system window says about the transformation of the Desert Eagle. Hajin calmly holds a double-barreled shotgun in his hands. The pistol has switched to shotgun mode. The protagonist does not hesitate to shoot at the opponent. The main character stands on a ruined rock in front of a girl. He has a shotgun in his hands. He looks at it, and wonders if it is true that he killed his opponent with one shot, although it cost him 250 points for a reason. Rachel looks at him at the same time. The amazed girl realizes that this is most likely her classmate. He walks towards her, stepping on the floor strewn with stones. The protagonist holds out his hand and asks if it is okay. Blood flows from her hand. She does not look like she is fine. The main character states that he has a bandage. He carefully wipes her blood with a bandage. MC sits across from her and, wiping his hand, states that if he had been even a little late, she wouldn't have been able to pick up the sword again. Hajin looks at the bloody napkin in surprise. He opens his mouth in shock, realizing that it is the precious blood of the cube ranker. The princess thanks him with a serious look. The worried guy replies that there is nothing to worry about. There are many spotlights on the ceiling. The teacher goes out onto the balcony and asks the cadets if they were injured. The guys turn around in amazement at her cry that she will now send a rescue team. A man in a raincoat addresses the teacher, stating that 2 cadets were seriously injured in the next room. Frowning, she wonders who arranged all this. Jun Hyuk sits alone by the sea, the waves of which are illuminated by an orange sunset. The girlfriend runs to him anxiously and shouts out her name. Yangji runs up to him and asks what happened. If Imyugi has appeared, he replies that she is fast, but he has already been chased away. The girl in glasses excitedly asks if he himself drove him away. The friend replies that someone else did it. In a flashback, Junjiang fought a fierce battle with a giant snake. The guy explains that he does not know who exactly, but it was a very angry monster, and the fighter drove such a monster away with his own forces. A bearded bandit with a grin waved his fists. Junhyu claims that he was a strong warrior. The worried girl asks if he really wants to be believed. The partner replies that he himself does not believe it, but apparently this is a suspect in the murder of a policeman. The sword fighter got up from the sand and declared that the unknown warrior and the appearance of a high-ranking monster was a complete failure of the exam session. The soft sun illuminates the tall building. It is said that it will be difficult for the administration of the cube to avoid responsibility. White-robed workers enthusiastically discuss the recording, explaining that to come to the conclusion, yesterday's monster cubed incident was hot news around the world, and the exams were postponed. Sohuk holds a pointer with a serious look and stands at the projector. It is said that the Cuba staff was busy with this incident and the restoration of the school, so exams and classes were temporarily cancelled. The joyful students raise their hands up. While the protagonist is surprised, the cadets are on a 10-day vacation, which has never happened before. The angry teacher shouts that they are lousy because they don't even think about the comrades who suffered, so they need to stop chatting and go to the dormitory. Hajin turns around in surprise when he hears suspicious noises. The student is fiddling with the laptop, thinking that the message about the change of settings has finally arrived. The screen says about Lancaster, and the information to increase attachment to the family that died in the accident and increase the likelihood of attacking Rachel in case of heightened anger, as well as changing the potential strength from 7.5 to 8.5 to set as a dangerous character. Sir has several orders on his chest. The protagonist wonders that this is one of the England characters he created. It seems that his goal was to stage a coup in his country. Puzzled, MC realizes that this negative character has become stronger and appeared earlier than he should have in the story, so if Hajin knew, he would have come up with more positive characters. The protagonist, thoughtful, sits near the laptop and realizes that there was not only bad news, because, for example, he got Rachel's blood. Suddenly, someone hits him on the head. The girl looks at him with an angry look. Sticking out her tongue, she asks why he is looking at her. The protagonist holds his head in annoyance. The guys nearby, smiling, discuss whether they are really fighting again, even though their relationship looks better than before. A girl in shorts approaches the stairs. The question is that he has no eyes. Naeun opens the door, calling him a pathetic jerk. She wonders why he's bullying her if there's nothing he can do. The amazed student looks at the clock, because a notification has come to it. The message shows information about the cadet's grade. She understands that this is an exam report. A smiling girl sits down on the sofa and wants to see who wrote what, because even Soho added something. The discouraged student sees that she has gained faith in herself. Soho sat in the stands and happily wrote that she seemed to have a lot of thoughts in her head. Many internal and external factors affect her self-esteem. Naeun stands in the arena with a bow in her hand. It is said that she is an excellent archer and has many abilities. Her steadfastness shown in the battle with the monster, as well as continuous effort and talent, helped to achieve good results. The girl happily waves her hand. The report says that someone says that her abilities are not enough, but this is not true. She just lacks faith in herself. Soho writes with a smile that if she believes in herself more and only goes forward, he is sure that she will become a better hero. Naeun is sitting on the couch reading this. The system says that this assessment was made by Soho. She lowers her head and says that she was even embarrassed. Her face is slightly red. The girl understands that it doesn't matter what she is told. After all, she is still an archer. She sees a large message from an anonymous person and realizes that someone has tried very hard. The enthusiastic girl wonders why he wrote so. Naeun sits silently and reads the message. Her face is red with anger, and her body is trembling. Large veins protrude from hatred on her face. The frightened girl walks down the corridor and hears a loud scream from the room. An exclamation is heard throughout the dormitory that she will not leave it so easily. A stone with patterns lies on a bloody bandage. A bloody aura radiates from the stone. The surprised protagonist looks at it and wonders if it really consumed her. Flashbacks with the sorceress are shown. He realizes that if her seed, obtained on Mount Kari-san, is poured with human blood, then a witch will be born. MC sits in front of the stone with a smirk and says that this is the blood of Rachel, a kind girl, so surely the witch will not be a villain. He pokes his finger at the stone and asks him to grow up as soon as possible to help him. Suddenly, everything around him darkened. A strange purple glow appeared. Hajin wonders with a worried look if this is happening. A pattern is glowing on his arm. He thinks that the second stigmata has appeared right now. Loud laughter is heard throughout his house, in the middle of the night. Events take place on a sunny day. A guy with a bandaged arm is lying. The sleepy protagonist rides in a car. The man behind the wheel turns around in amazement and asks if he is okay. He replies that he is just a little tired today. The car rushes along the road. The question is how the trade is going. The man replies that it has become much easier with the car. There are more customers, and it is safer than before, when he had to walk. Park Soo-hyuk exclaims through tears that this is all thanks to the main character, who realizes that it was necessary to move the conversation to another topic. The car stops at the entrance, wondering why there are so many people at the entrance. White bandages are visible on their arms. The guy assumes that they are from the guild. The amazed girls see strange people. The fighters pass by them. It is said that they are the same members of the Essence Straight Guild. Yona, with a serious face, goes further. The protagonist looks out of the car window and notices her, assuming that they have come to inspect the field. The girl also turns around and watches him. She touches the car door with her hand. A lady with purple hair asks why they came to the field. Worried, MC nervously replies that they wanted to make money. The driver turns around puzzled. While the warrior asks if he is alone, he replies that he still has a personal driver with him. Yona examines them and speaks clearly. The protagonist introduces a snake and a mouse with a smirk, reflecting that they are a strange combination. A guild sign shines near the skyscraper, saying that Park Soo-hyuk was originally supposed to be an agent of Suho, but Yona found out that he had signed a contract with him and decided to invest a large amount of money in SH. Coins fall from the sky into a huge pile. As a result, they were waiting for great success and a favorable future, but this was only according to the plot of the book. A girl with purple eyes looks serious. The question is whether SH is valuable without Suho for her to invest in or not. Park Soo-hyuk looks ahead anxiously and is visibly worried. The protagonist is sitting in a car. Yona is standing outside the door. The main character understands that in the worst case, it will happen that the agent's future will be in jeopardy. The warrior calmly declares that she understands everything. She touches the handle of the car with her hand and opens it. The girl sits down next to Hajin and says that if they came to hunt, she will join them. The main character looks at her in surprise and is silent, while the lady asks if they really don't mind it. The car drives among rocky terrain and forests. The guys sit silently in the back seat. Hajin looks out the window with a serious face and wonders what the girl is on her mind, who in turn asks to listen. The main character looks at her excitedly, hearing the question if they have decided what they will do in the future. A green forest can be seen flying past the car window. Yona asks what they will do after the end. He remarks in response that the end is still far away, so why worry about it in advance? The protagonist listens to her, puzzled by the fact that the intermediate session is over, and due to the practice in the third year, they will spend little time in the cube. The lady clarifies with serious intent that if he has no special plans, if he wants to enter the Strait of Essence, the building of another community towers over their guild. She explains that they are certainly inferior to the Grace of the Shaper, but if she becomes the leader, she will make the best guild in the country. A nervous driver hears that she can provide high-end weapons and the best agent who can help in any matter. Yona looks at the hero with a smirk and suggests that the offer is quite generous. The perplexed protagonist objects that contact with agents before graduation is prohibited. For this a fine of 500 million is imposed. She replies that she will pay such an amount without any problems. The SUV hits the cobblestone with its wheel. The girl at this time asks to think carefully. From such a push, she sharply hits her head against the seat in front. An angry girl asks the driver why he brakes so sharply. The car stops among the Green Mountains. It is said that they have arrived at the spawn point. Park Soo-hyuk anxiously asks what he is talking about, because an ordinary agent is not destined to know where this point is, because it is just the end of April, the time of monster activity inside the field. A scheme of mutants is shown. It is explained that there will be a lot of them in this area. There are a few more similar points, but there are too many people there. Plus he chose this field based on Hajin's shooting skills. The surprised girl is in a stupor while the protagonist gets out of the car and declares that he can trust this information, because he personally checked everything, while clarifying whether he really has a great agent. The guy descends from the cliff and tells the agent that he will be back soon, who in turn asks him to be careful. The driver turns around and wonders where Yona will go. She replies that the guild members will be arriving here soon. Park Soo-hyuk is annoyed to see that she has come out and says that she understands. Suddenly he sees a knock on his window. Yona asks for his business card with a serious look. The building of the academy is shown. It is said that 10 days have passed since the incident at the exam. The lessons have resumed. The cadets have returned to the cube. Hajin walks in the hallway, realizing that he naturally has the first place. The faces of smiling guys are depicted. The main character realizes that after he taught Horak a lesson at the practical exam, the hooligans who mocked him have quieted down. The protagonist yawns, realizing that this is the most peaceful time since joining. Suddenly, a fist flies in front of his face, which makes a crack in the wall. The embittered girl asks if he really wrote it. The main character silently stands next to her. The guys around are discussing that apparently a fight has begun. She persistently points her finger at the screen, stating that he does not need to deny it, because everything is clear from the style of speech. The perplexed protagonist wonders what is wrong with this. Because he wrote specifically to help her, she, in turn, shouts loudly that she did not ask for help and in his opinion she is a bad shooter. The other students walking down the hallway turn around when they hear her scream that if Hajin is a good student, then he can do anything, but she is willing to show how hard it is to shoot a bow. The hot-tempered girl fell silent after the main character agreed. The guy calmly looks at her and claims that if he suddenly loses, he will throw the bow. The opponent is silent in amazement. Suddenly, with a sinister grin, he calls him that bastard. Multicolored patterns are shown. The main character declares that he will also take a bow instead of a gun, but she must give time to prepare, while the rival asks if he really thinks that this will help him. Hajin sees her leave. He realizes that his shooting skill is now at level 7, but he needs to raise it to 6 to have a chance of winning the bet. Naeun runs away angrily. The guy realizes that she believes that her ability to wield a bow is on the same level as swordsmanship. The protagonist realizes with a serious look that it is not always good to always praise her, because she should become even stronger. The events take place in Grace's building, room 303. The girl exclaims that she is glad to see them. The chairman of the Travelers Club declares that the exams are finally over and all of the members of the club are alive and well. The main character listens to him wearily, thinking that the activities of the scientific and hunting clubs were suspended due to the incident with human monsters, so the events go approximately according to the plot of the book. A yellow background is visible. It is said that this is why this time. The chairman stands behind the lectern and announces that this time they have decided to go to France. A red-purple puddle is shown. It is said that the next episode is the murder of a French rich man. The knife is stuck in a note that says that this will happen from the last Saturday to Sunday. They will take his life, while explaining that it all began with a letter sent by a group of killers. An old man named Bethel sits on a chair and reads a note, because he is the recipient. The mustachioed elderly man was a gentle and calm man who lived a quiet, measured life in the suburbs of Paris. He has a sinister look on the verge of madness. It is said that it was only a mask. A cunning old man dressed in a thief costume and carrying a bag. It is explained that his real name is Bearbit, and he has been a fraudster since childhood, reputed to be a terrible villain who has accumulated a lot of money on deception. The red sphere glows green. He had managed to avoid responsibility so far, but this time he stepped on the trail of darkness. Bearbit reads the letter in horror. It is said that due to the fact that he was wanted, the old man could not go to the police, and he did not have time to look for good security, so a chill ran down his spine. A bright flash is visible. It is said that even if the heavens collapse, he always had a way to retreat. The sign of the hotel is shown. There is a story that once he met a student of the Cube, who came to Paris to travel, which in turn prompted him to a brilliant idea. A blond man in a black suit holds a glass of wine and tells the other that it's cool that the leader of the travel club is cubed. He replies that there is nothing wrong with it. The old man holds a glass to his lips as he hears a conversation about how the guy would like to come to Paris next time, but finding a suitable hotel for all the cadets is not easy. The seemingly friendly Bethel assures that in this case they can stay at his house all together. The main character, feeling bored, remembers that the old man was just going to use the cadets as guards. Suddenly, a notification comes to the protagonist's laptop. The window says that someone asks to fulfill the order. Hajin is amazed to realize that this is his first commission. A dossier on a person is visible. The letter says that the family is looking for a scammer who deceived them and fled, so the main character is sent detailed information about the person. Hajin opens his eyes in shock, trying to figure out what this means. Night light from moon falls through the windows on the storage room. Several mysterious people are standing around a sphere on which a video of the battle is playing. The dark silhouette of the man smirks, stating that he is very frightened, while clarifying whether this is really his strength. The tall girl claims that this year's freshmen are at a high level, so this guy can be useful, while the other one remarks that she doesn't care at all. A mysterious lady stands nearby. She is addressed as a boss. A participant in the meeting with a grin asks since when they began to analyze whether to take chicks or not. Thinking about it, the girl declares that he is a suitable candidate, because he has neither parents nor a beloved. She is asked what this has to do with it. The dark silhouette of the heroine explains that if there is no one around, then it is much easier to get carried away with material things. They will not help him achieve fame, but they will give him as much money as he wants. The bald lady calmly says that their main goal is to find the traitor and punish him, and if he has all the qualities for this, then you need to lure him away. Another member is interested in suggesting that they will bring him here, but the only free color is black. You can hear the question that they really offer to give the color to this chick, because this is the strongest member of their team. Another wonders what color the one who betrayed their leader had. The fighter comes closer and tells them that there is nothing they can do about it. The self-confident bearded bandit claims that he will have to give his own, and take the black one for himself. The dark silhouettes talk about how they are against it, because he is too stupid. He in turn asks what they should do then. Jun says with a smile that there is only one way out. The boss is standing nearby and hears that they need to hold a vote. A girl with a tired look tells her wards that those who agree to take Hajin into the team must raise their hand. Participants raise their hands in a strange dark form. Others are silent or turn away. Drun happily raises his hand and says that 8 out of 10 agree. He clarifies that it has been decided to accept the main character with them. The bearded scoundrel gritted his teeth in anger. The boss looks at Jane and tells him what needs to be done. On the purple screen, you can see information. The girl talks about the invitation to a VIP party in Paris. The ward clarifies that she means the place of the task. The cunning girl holds a map and smirks in declaring that it won't be a problem for the golden member of the team to steal one ring. The main character happily walks with his girlfriend, while he does not take his eyes off her. The chairman of the club enthusiastically says that he has checked everyone, including Hajin. Now he needs to divide into teams and go to the portal. The protagonist sees how the teams are chosen, realizing that he has never been to Europe, and now 10 seconds and you can be there. According to the plot, he got into the same team with Yona and Suho. He stretches out his hand, entrusting his fate to chance. The bright sun shines directly on the famous Eiffel Tower. The monument stands on the city square. People are walking peacefully and calmly through the streets. Someone is reading a newspaper, sitting under an umbrella. Naeun angrily wonders why she is so unlucky in the draw. He replies that he pulled it out himself, and now he is complaining. They swear again. The girl rushes at him with her fists. The other guys notice that the cube cadets are quite cool. The main character turns around in amazement when the cadets from Korea began to be called. A girl with purple hair hugs the chairman tightly. They call each other dear. Disgruntled students witness a scene where she asks how her beloved is doing, and he replies that everything is fine, while not forgetting to ask how the sweetheart is doing, while the guys wonder if he came on a date. A happy and embarrassed lady smiles. The head explains that this is his girlfriend and she has come as a doctor. She introduces herself by the name Natasha. Hajin stands with a serious face in the middle of the crowd as she greets everyone and expresses her hope that they will enjoy their time in Paris. There is a bright blue sky above them. It says that now is free time for sightseeing, then there will be a party, so you need to gather in this place at 7 o'clock. Naeun stands in front of the protagonist and asks where he will go. He replies that he needs to have a snack first, while he asks if she wants to join. The indignant girl claims that everyone is already divided into teams, clarifying whether he is going to send her away. The main character says that he just thought that she was so different from someone else. A nervous classmate looks around and asks if he knows where everything is. He asks just to follow him. Hajin turns around and says with a serious look that he found out everything beforehand. The disgruntled companion hears that she needs to follow him. The guys are walking through a small park. She declares that she does not eat everything. The guy remarks that he knew this. Decent people are sitting in a beautiful restaurant. The girl looks around inside and is surprised at the interior decoration. They sit down at the table. An excited Naeun asks if he really booked a table in such a place. He replies that there are his own receptions. He holds out the menu and wants her to order whatever she wants. The girl takes the book in surprise and says that she understands. At this time, the protagonist looks around, realizing that she is from a rich family, and will probably cope with the order herself. Outside the window, you can see long female curls fluttering in the wind. Hajin stares in surprise without taking his eyes off. He suddenly gets up from his chair and asks what is wrong. The guy abruptly runs out of the establishment, shouting that she needs to stay here. The main character is in a hurry, wondering if the story has changed or if some unknown character has jumped in again. The guy goes along with the girl. The protagonist does not understand what is happening. The surprised lady in glasses hears an appeal to herself. Selma turns around in amazement. Hajin can't figure out what she's doing in Paris. The girl opens her mouth in complete shock. MC stands in front of her and with a serious face notices that she walks very fast, while he clarifies what the girl is doing in the capital. Selma stands next to another guy and wonders who even approached her. The protagonist, confused, asks if she is pretending not to know him. Her surprised companion covers the girl with himself. The main character is in complete shock. Suddenly there is a notification of the system. He sighs excitedly and apologizes to her, stating that he must have misidentified. The protagonist stands outside holding his laptop. He looks at the screen carefully. The system window provides information about a plot change that caused friction between Jane and Selma due to an anonymous person, so that the latter will appear in this episode. At this time, Naeun calmly shoots from the glass, while the main character understands why they ended up in Paris. A large bizarre building stands in the middle of the city. It is said that they were both members of the Creators' Grace Guild. The girls look at each other happily, explaining that Jane joined the guild at the same time as her. The blonde laughs heartily at her friend. There is a story that they perform tasks together. Girls with a shabby look sit on the steps. They have been through many incidents. The friends smile genuinely, hugging slightly. Selma has always been quite stubborn, and Jane is the only person she could call a friend. Their photo together is shattered. Small pieces of glass fly apart. It is said that at the most decisive moment, Jane will betray his girlfriend. A fire is raging inside the room. The wounded girl is on her knees and asks why she is. The traitor calmly wonders if she really doesn't understand why. Jane states with a crazy smile that this is natural, because then it would be fun. The beaten friend is lying on the floor. Everything around is on fire. It turns out that she is a golden member of the Chameleon Group, a villain with a talent for stealing and disguising. Selma looks around the city with a serious face. The guy hands her a glass of coffee and asks the deputy for a drink. She in turn thanks. The astonished assistant notices that she looks rather alarmed. A girl in glasses with a sad face says that, on the contrary, she feels relieved, because she will finally be able to put an end to this terrible relationship. The guy is standing with coffee and asks what, according to the reports of an unknown Jane, will really appear at the party. She, in turn, does not trust this information 100%. He clenches his fist, claiming that she loves such events, and if there are valuable things to steal, even more so. Homer's gold ring is on a red substrate. He says that a real treasure is stored in the safe of the banquet hall. Expensive cars are pulling up to the mansion, saying Jane will show up tonight to steal it. The sign of an expensive establishment is shown. Joyful Neon strokes her belly and declares that she is full. The protagonist stands nearby and offers to split, because she probably wants to watch something of her own. With a serious look, he understands that the ball will begin at 5 o'clock in the evening, and in order to find a good place to observe, you need to study everything in advance. The girl brushes him off and says goodbye to him, while the main character asks to wait. There is a blue sky above them. The guy asks her not to get lost. She grumpily asks who he takes her for. Cars are driving towards the mansion. A well-dressed young man opens the door of a lady coming out of it. Everything around shimmers and shines. Glasses of champagne are displayed. The rich guests look around enthusiastically. A guy with a mask in his eyes is standing next to Yona, who is also disguised. Other guests are standing nearby and discussing that they must be some kind of celebrity, because they look so cool in these masks. The protagonist's partner says with a smile that she did not dress up in vain today, but he thinks that he is very uncomfortable in this shirt. They are standing in the middle of a large hall. The girl invites him to dance. He refuses. Bright light pours out of the windows of the huge mansion. A cloaked soldier stands behind a building. He analyzes with a serious look and realizes that it is 6:30, so Sama is probably already here. But so far no special changes are visible. In the middle of two giant houses there is a fountain. It is said that today there is a masquerade ball in the suburban castle of Paris, and the protagonist must help the story take its course. Hajin analyzes the situation with a skill. In the middle of the forest, an orange magic portal can be seen, which he notices. Hajin excitedly wonders what he thought, why it's so easy. The orange portal emits light. It could only be created by a human monster. It must be some very strong magician who enjoys the favor of the devil. Dark silhouettes of the guests walk around the hall. The protagonist reflects on the fact that among the guests there is already a human monster capable of such a thing. Hajin looks at his laptop nearby, surprised. The system states the first critical moment. The notification says about Homer's ring, an artifact of mythic rank, but the item has not yet been revealed, so despite the rank, many want to get their hands on it, which is considered a mistake. The message says that a group of human monsters called the villains want to get him. For this they arrived in the capital. Hajin thinks of this group in amazement. Hakbyo turns around ominously. He stands at the head of this group. Various objects are floating in space. It is explained that they are engaged in the robbery of artifacts, terrorism, incitement of wars, so there are a lot of terrible events in the world that are closely related to this society. An angry Hajin realizes that he has brought very dangerous people here. His hand begins to burn brightly. A dark mask appears on his head. He claims that this time it will not be according to the plan of his opponent. The protagonist stands on the roof and looks at the mansion, wondering where Jane is. At this moment, the employee is strangled with his hands. The poor man falls unconscious to the floor. Behind him, a waiter stands with a friend. A third person is watching this picture. He has yellow eyes that stare intently ahead. On the combination lock, you can see a message that everything is confirmed. The doors open in front of him. He says that everything is very simple. The villain goes inside and declares that this is an artifact of mythical rank. On a red pillow lies Homer's famous ring. He reaches out his hand to the jewel, which emits a bright light. The surprised guy opens his eyes. A girl approaches him from behind and asks what he is doing here. Yorin, not understanding anything, turns around. He stands near the artifact and notices the second commander, clarifying how she found out. The girl in the mask declares that she came for him, because how can her secretary just leave the workplace? She is getting closer. The girl hugs him slightly. Yorin smiles nervously in shock. The indignant assistant asks what she is doing. The lady hugs him carefully and wants to say something. Suddenly, the guy senses something is wrong, until the deputy says that he will not fall for this bait a second time. The lady throws it over herself. An explosion occurs in the middle of a large hall. A hole has formed in the wall. People notice it in shock. In the night, the silhouette of the villainess is seen heading towards them. There is melting wax on her face. She screams ferociously. The blonde runs away smiling, asking how she even guessed, because she was impeccably disguised. The opponent rushes forward in an instant. They collide with their blades. The masked scoundrel asks why she switched places with Yorin when she arrived in Paris, because her gait and speech are easily distinguishable. Jane remarks with a sinister smile that her friend hasn't been so meticulous before. A discouraged rival in a mask hears that she is probably still offended by the betrayal. The rope flies through the air. The girls' hands are suddenly tied. The person behind them earnestly asks them to listen. Yona holds the rope and declares that they should have a love fight at home. A warrior in a dress holds a rope while they are asked who they are. The black masked lady replies that they are cube cadets, so if they lower their weapons now, then bloodshed can be avoided. At this time, the rival is angrily silent. Suddenly, a rope binds her wrist. Yona is shocked to see her weapon incinerate. She thinks of her whip in horror. The enemy nervously glances to the side. At this time, the blonde calmly rushes at her with a blade. The other swings a katana with a red handle. Yona rides his face from the battle that is taking place. Sama has difficulty holding back the enemy's quick attacks. They mercilessly attack each other. Explosions occur. The white mask crumbles into pieces. The frightened girl opens her eyes. Sama swings her blade in a rage and shouts that she is finished. Suddenly, another sword blocks her sharp blade. The guy looks in surprise at the enemy, whose blow has just been parried. Jane watches in shock as they swear. Suho calmly claims that he does not know the exact reasons for the conflict, but they cannot allow other people to be drawn into this fight, so it is better to stop. The rival clenches her teeth in anger. She delivers a powerful blow, screaming for him to leave. She looks at the void and calls them annoying. In shock, he turns around and asks where they went. The blonde enthusiastically runs away, saying goodbye to Sung-ah. Suddenly, dark clots of energy rise from the floor. Another girl covers herself with her hands from the black aura and endures the pain. Jane asks in shock what it is all about. The amazed ex-girlfriend silently watches, horror depicted on her face. A ring lies in a huge hand. A sinister voice declares that she has finally found it. The monster, half of whose body is a snake, speaks of Homer's ring. A guy in a raincoat silently watches, standing behind the mansion. He has a mask on his face, the fighter size. The sign of an expensive establishment is shown. Naeun holds her head in anger and shouts that she has come here again. A diagram of her movement is shown. She exclaims that she came from a map, but this watch is just stupid. The girl clicks on them and wonders who came up with them at all, because she needs to write a complaint right away. The student, thinking about it, realizes that this is actually her father's company. Frowning, Naeun taps the call icon. In the system window it is written that Yona does not respond. The girl says that she does not even check messages. At this time, a classmate stands in front of the monster, while a grumpy friend wonders what she is doing there, that she cannot even answer. Sung-ah sees the man in a stupor. The lady with the long tentacles is standing still. The masked warrior directs her katana and resolutely demands that the ring be given to her immediately. The red-eyed monster declares that this thing is not suitable for people like them. The mutant reaches for the ring with his long fingers and claims that the artifact will remain with the villains. A lady with purple hair is standing next to her partner. They understand that if it falls into their hands, then everything is in vain, because no combination of forces in the subsequent search will help. An orange blob floats through the air. The protagonist decides to use Plan B. An orange creature curls around his hand. The main character begins to twirl it, realizing that this should be enough. Hajin throws it forward with all his strength. The monster is talking to enemies while MC's device flies at it. The human monster looks at the broken glass in shock and asks what kind of freak did it. Suddenly, the mutant senses something is wrong. Sung-ah bravely runs at her with a sword in his hand. At this time, the stealthy fighter stands behind the mansion and understands that she will no longer chase him. He has a ring in his hands. He thinks that if he takes it for himself. Suddenly he opens his eyes wide in surprise. A powerful explosion occurs not far from it. Everything around collapses and falls to the ground. The character stands on the tile and declares that this is a bad idea. A smiling guy with an energy sword wonders where the main character is in such a hurry. The protagonist in a black mask notices another man. The man stood in front of the hero and introduced himself as Sidious. He smirked and added that it would be clearer if he said that he was a member of the Evil Society group. The stranger made a gesture with his hand and admitted that the young man had stolen the ring very skillfully, so that even Silison was confused. He grinned menacingly and said that the guy had to guess that he was about to be asked to hand over the jewel. Hajin put his hand in his jacket and replied that it wouldn't do. The interlocutor scratched his head in irritation and muttered that there will always be special people who climb in and confuse all the cards. He took out his weapon and decided that there was nothing he could do. A lightsaber appeared from the hilt, and the man said that he would take it by force. The main character rounded his eyes and shuddered. The enemy unleashed a powerful blow on him. The roof of the building was engulfed in dark flames. The cadet managed to jump away. He was sitting on the tiles, and a trace of magic was smoking nearby. The guy shuddered when his opponent noticed that he was a little scared. Sidious smirked and explained that it was a magic sword, one of which was worth several hundred million, and if you added the user's magic power, it would surpass even a low-ranking artifact, so the young man had better give the ring if he didn't want to see it in action. Hajin stood up and thought that among the other goodies that human monsters get when they sign a contract is an increase in magical powers, and this man must be excellent with his weapons. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and wondered what he could do with his sword. The enemy quickly swung. The hero dodged a powerful charge again. The young man turned around, breaking on the descent. He looked at the enemy and offered to discuss it in words, because he could just give it away, but he replied that it was easier to kill him and take him away. The interlocutors were standing on the roof of the mansion, and Hajin recalled that he had just offered to negotiate, and the man said that the guy could stall for as long as he wanted, but he still wouldn't be able to beat him. The cadet crouched, and the enemy noted that it was immediately clear from him that he was much weaker than those who were fighting inside. Sidious chuckled and said that the guy had no other weapon besides the gun, and his physical data was only enough to dodge attacks, which was what he hoped for when he decided to fight the human monster. The blade in his hand caught fire, and the villain said that he was tired of it. The enemy swung and said goodbye to the young man. However, instead of attacking, a small spark appeared and went out in the air. The man's eyes widened in surprise. The main character also stared at him. The blonde looked at his weapon and asked what was the matter. The student narrowed his eyes and paused. Sidious frowned as he said that this thing would likely not work anymore. A system notification appeared in front of Hajin that luck had worked, which weakened the magic sword, and he added that he was quite lucky. The interlocutor put the handle in his pocket and replied that the young man was bluffing, and the weapon was simply broken, but even without it he would kill him. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes and wondered how. The cadet clutched the pistol in his hand and replaced the remaining stigmata with light magic. The weapon immediately changed. The opponent pushed off the surface. He swung his leg and asked what these tricks were. The hero swerved and fired. Everything was illuminated with a bright light. Sparks burned out over the roof of the building. A zombie game was opened on the screen. Naeun sat on a bench and played a shooting game without finding a venue for the ball. Police cars drove in front of her, and she wondered where they were going. The bracelet displayed 0 messages, and the girl was upset that no one was even calling. The archer stared at her watch with displeasure. Naeun turned pale and wondered why it made her so sad. Someone sat down next to her, and she noticed that strange thoughts were creeping into her head. The student turned around and noticed the main character. The girl jumped up and asked where he was from. Hajin lowered his head and muttered that he had no strength. The guy collapsed on the bench, and the interlocutor shuddered from surprise. Naeun looked at the young man and asked if he was hurting somewhere. The hero lay with his eyes closed and did not react to her. A light appeared ahead. There were blurred silhouettes around, and the young man wondered what kind of place it was. He rounded his eyes as he recognized. At the top there was a sign with the center for the exam. The young man stood on the street, realizing that he had just come out after passing the exam. Hajin flinched when he was hailed. The guy turned around and rounded his eyes. His parents were smiling and waving. The schoolboy turned to them and asked why they had come in such cold. Their faces began to blur and looked surprised. The young man began to cry, saying that he had not passed the exam well. He burst into tears, and the woman came closer, calming him down. The parents hugged their son and said that there was nothing wrong with that. The main character opened his eyes, and tears flowed down his cheeks. The guy was lying in bed, wondering where he was. Naeun and Seho peeked into the room. The cadet stood up at the sight of them. The girl knitted her eyebrows and said that it was very difficult for her to carry him, so let her pull herself together. Hajin turned away in embarrassment when she asked if he was in so much pain that he even cried. Seho looked at his classmate and asked her to leave, to which she indignantly asked what she had done. Natasha handed the hero a tray and asked how he was feeling, and the young man replied that everything was fine. The brown-haired man smiled awkwardly when she said that he was showing signs of exhaustion, so he shouldn't strain himself, but rather try to rest more. The light was on in the house, and the cadet asked what kind of place it was. The interlocutor put down a tray and replied that this was a residential building, and it was in her and Soho's room, so the guy immediately thought that this was the same mansion. There was a clock hanging on the wall, and Natasha asked if he was not hungry, because it was already more than 10 in the evening. The main character knitted his eyebrows and remembered that the murder episode was about to begin, and it was good that he woke up before it all began. The girl smiled and asked the young man to rest, after which she told Naeun to come out with her. The archer headed for the exit with her companion, indignant that she was always being kicked out, and Soho waved after her. The guy was peeling an apple. He looked at the hero and asked if he was definitely fine, to which he received an affirmative answer. Chat and opened a virtual window. Above the bracelet appeared a photograph of the mansion and the latest news about the appearance of human monsters. The article contained information about the consequences, and the young man was glad that no one was hurt or killed, and judging by the fact that no other details were heard, Jane managed to get away unharmed. Soho looked up as his comrade spoke about the incident. He held out an apple and said that he could not tell the details, but nothing terrible happened, because the human monsters fled before the heroes arrived. The main character ate the fruit. The guy noticed that the cadet's hands were bandaged. The swordsman looked inquiringly at the brown-haired man, who asked him to be careful. Soho stared dumbfounded at the cadet, who stated that he was the protagonist and should not be allowed to be injured. The hero imagined the scene in the manner and thought that today the guy rushed to Selma without any fear, and she was determined to kill, and if the human monster had appeared a little later, perhaps the matter would not have ended with light scratches. He visualized the image of a classmate and noted that he understood his motives, because the young man always follows the path of virtue in the book. The ink was blurring on the paper, and Hajin wondered if someone who was trying to do nothing but good could overcome these difficulties set up by an unknown being. The young man narrowed his eyes. The hero thought about his parents, wondering if his friend would be able to return him to his world. He turned to the interlocutor, who asked what he was talking about. Soho grinned and said that if the main character, but also the shooter, and the whole world consists of the same. Hajin looked at him in surprise. The cadet looked up at the young man, who turned away. The guy stuck his fork into the apple and turned to the main character. The brown-haired man ate a bite while the interlocutor said that he had seen the report he wrote for Naeun. They looked at each other, and the swordsman admitted that he was rather harsh. But the young man objected that this was not true, just that his classmate was not a born archer. The light was on in the room, and Soho asked if he had decided to have an archery contest with her, to which Soho replied that she would throw the bow. The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes when he heard that the girl had chosen this path herself, and others should not encourage her to abandon it. Hajin lowered his hand and asked if it was really worth supporting her, even if it didn't suit her. He presented the broken weapon and said that not everyone was able to move mountains just because they had been given good advice, and that the guy would do if she tried her best but failed. Suho looked at him puzzled when he asked if he would take responsibility, but immediately returned the answer to him. The main character remembered the laptop and said that he thought much more than him and watched Naeun longer. The brown-haired man looked at his comrade and said that therefore he knew more. The cadet stared at him in surprise and asked again, and there was a noise behind him. He turned around and clarified what he meant. The hero used special vision and cursed mentally. Naeun was running down the hallway, and the guy thought that one of the gunslinger's skills was the ability to hide, and she learned it better. Yona flinched when her friend rushed into the room. The archer blushed thickly and muttered what kind of nonsense the hero was talking about. The brunette stood up and looked at her. The girl straightened her hair in embarrassment, and said that nothing had happened. The lights went out, and Yona asked her to go to bed as soon as possible. Naeun lay down and covered herself with a blanket. The girl frowned and decided that she needed to calm down, because she had overheard this conversation, and she must, as always, not pay attention. An image of a hero appeared before her eyes, who says that he has been watching her longer than others. The cadet nervously squeezed the sheet. She fidgeted and muttered that she did not understand what was on his mind, when immediately there was a scream. The girl jumped up and asked what it was. An annoyed Yona loomed over her, reminding her that she had asked her to be quiet, but she exclaimed that it wasn't her. The students looked at each other, wondering what the sounds were. They turned around and wondered if it was really human screams. The maid sat on the floor, shaking with terror. Her master was lying in bed, covered in blood. The door swung open abruptly. Everyone went out into the hallway, hearing someone screaming, and the sound came from the lower floor. Something flashed in the air. Suho quickly flew over the railing. He jumped down to an exclamation of surprise. The main character looked after him, doubting that his friend was a human at all, since he had jumped from the third floor. The whole house shook with noise. The cadet quickly opened the doors. He froze and rounded his eyes. The guy saw the frightened maid and her master's body. The girl burst into tears and begged for help, shouting that the owner had been killed. The man's body was covered in blood, and a voice asked how this could happen. Natasha sat down beside the bed with a sad look. She frowned and said that he was bleeding heavily due to a knife wound in the abdomen, and there was nothing to help. The butler shed a tear and exclaimed that it must have been done by the envious people of the master. But how could such a thing be done to a man who had sacrificed all his life for the sake of others? The cadets silently lowered their eyes. Silence reigned in the room. Natasha straightened up and suggested that they go out and wait for the police and ambulance outside, and let the students go back to their rooms. Someone touched the switch. The main character was standing at the entrance when the room became light. Natasha turned around in displeasure and sweated. The young man looked calm, and he was asked why he had to turn on the light. The guy silently moved forward. He went to the bed of the deceased, and the girl shouted to him not to touch anything. Natasha held out her hand, demanding that they move away immediately. A gun was next to her face. Han-hyun turned pale at the sight of this. The girls stared dumbfounded at their classmate, asking if he was crazy. The main character pointed a gun at the doctor and said that she was lying. Hajin knitted his eyebrows and said that Bethel was not dead. The man lay motionless, but the young man knew that he had arranged this to avoid death, and then clung to the human monsters and became a terrible swindler. The shooter narrowed his eyes and thought that this villain role was written in a hurry, so there was no telling what he might throw out in the future, so it would be more correct to reveal it right now. The maid and butler looked at him in shock. The other students froze, not understanding anything. The main character frowned, realizing that it was quite difficult to convince the others, and it was not clear what other ambiguities could arise because of him and in which direction the plot of the book would turn. He suddenly remembered Suho, who said that the main characters are all here. The brown-haired man grinned and decided that it was not necessary to think much to understand that some stupid kid would interfere with this uncertainty. The cadet continued to hold the gun, saying that the man was pretending to be dead while in a state of deep fainting. Natasha frowned and exclaimed that as a doctor, she could determine that he was dead. She flinched when her interlocutor pointed out that such scars were too small for the blows that had slashed a person from top to bottom. A puddle was spreading at his feet, and the young man added that there was too much blood, and usually the fatal blow was on the heart. But now not only the entire mattress was soaked, but also the floor. He pressed the bracelet. Naeun and Yona looked ahead in surprise. The hero showed a photo of Bethel and said that he was included in the international list of wanted fraudsters. The doctor knitted her eyebrows and sweated. She dropped her hands and asked the butler if he had called the police and an ambulance. Natasha arched her eyebrows and suggested that we ask them not to guess, because the conclusion of specialists is much more reliable than the assumptions of some cadet. She waved her hand and said that it was better to end this conversation before the police arrived. The young man raised his pistol. Then he pointed it at the dead man, and Natasha froze. She widened her eyes in fright and asked what he was doing. The muzzle of the weapon was near Bethel's face. The students looked at their classmate in alarm and exclaimed that it was too much. Hajin's eyes flashed menacingly and said that he was counting to 3 and shooting, because there was nothing to worry about if the man died anyway. Natasha turned pale and sweated. She turned to the others and asked to stop the guy, muttering that it was already a corpse and there was no need for it. The pistol flashed near the master's face, and the hero continued to count. The doctor jerked and shouted that they had already called the police, so let him put down the weapon at once. The cadet knitted his eyebrows and said, "Alone?" The girl burst into tears and screamed. She pushed off the floor abruptly. Natasha covered Bethel's body, begging him not to shoot. The girl sobbed, declaring that it was her father. Han Hyun and the others stared at her dumbfounded. The butler turned pale and backed away, but he immediately flinched when a bullet flew into the wall next to him. The main character looked at him and asked to call not the police, but the heroes. Haji knitted his eyebrows and stated that they had caught a fugitive criminal. The sun was rising from behind the mansion building. Handcuffs jingled on the girl's hands. She walked with the constable, not holding back her tears. The main character introduced Han Hyun and thought that the murder was staged by Bethel and Natasha, where the man was trying to avoid arrest, so he came up with this whole plan, and his daughter found herself a sixth from the academy, which also played a role in revealing their insidious plan, and according to the plan, the owner of the mansion was supposed to come back to life after clinical death. The young man remembered a plant that plunges a person into a state of clinical death, quite expensive, but the girl was easily able to get it, as she worked as a doctor in Cuba. Then, after Bethel was clinically dead with the help of the herbal mage, Natasha inflicted a fake wound on his chest and spilled a bag of blood near his bed. Hajin presented the diagram and noted that rescuers who would have arrived at the scene would most likely not have been able to distinguish between death and clinical death, and a police officer in the vicinity of Paris had already managed to bribe a man, so during the transportation they planned to replace him with the pre-prepared corpse of another person who looked like him. Soho, like other cadets in Cuba, would have to testify as witnesses, and needless to say, the mere fact of studying at the academy already inspired confidence in their students. The guy sat on the balcony with a laptop, realizing that in this way, a person named Bethel would be listed as dead according to the documents, but in fact he would simply continue to live under a new name, but now it won't work that way. A notification flashed on the screen stating that a man named Burbot was currently arrested by the heroes of the French Association, and the hero won the draw and became the first customer for today, so there is no fee to respond. The brown-haired man grinned, reflecting that he did not think that the first question would be about Burbot, but he managed to raise the level of trust. Yona walked over and asked if the Sherlock was there. She chuckled and noted that first the Yoonhyun case, and now this, so you can open your own investigation bureau, to which the guy replied that the shooters have very good eyesight. He froze when the girl asked how he knew the faces of the criminals. The cadet turned away and said that these were personal circumstances. The young man looked up and thought. The hero introduced Kim Chun-dong, wondering what circumstances he had. The woman bowed and reported that she had been prevented by someone in a panther mask who had unusual thief abilities. The man's eyes flashed in displeasure when she hinted that Sidious was also lost because of him. She remembered the main character, and the interlocutor clarified whether he looked like a human, to which the ward replied that he was equally like a hero. The woman nodded when the master ordered to check all the mercenaries and hunters, and if he found her, then let her not even think of going alone. Veins bulged on his face. The air grew heavier, and he asked why she was telling everyone that she was a human monster. The interlocutor fell to the floor while he ridiculed her face. The man turned around and was indignant that she was showing that she was not a human being. He stepped closer, and she hurried to apologize. The girl began to change her appearance, and the master demanded to find the guy as soon as possible. The villainess flinched when the interlocutor asked if she had taken the magic sword that Sidious was carrying with her. The young man held the handle in his hand. Hajin twirled it in his hand, wondering how to use it. He began to type, thinking that if this weapon was controlled by ordinary magic, and not stigmata, then it made no sense to him, and in principle it could be sold for a good price. But for some reason he did not really want to. Next to it on the table was the Homer ring. It radiated energy, and the young man remembered that it took a certain amount of magic to activate it, but he didn't have to bother himself. He opened up editing the setting and decided to use SP points to remove a few letters. The relic began to glow. The ring dropped a dark plaque and the system activated it, noting that it merged with nature and gave the user a pure aura, as well as partially imbuing Homer with wisdom. The guy put it on his finger, surprised that this thing can increase magical powers and intelligence. Besides, it can be transferred to other people. He introduced his classmate and decided that Suho or Neon, who had more magical powers, would be able to use it properly, although the girl would use it even more effectively. Brownie looked at the trophy and wondered how many points he had raised. The system opened the user show, and the guy noted that everything except for ingenuity and sensitivity did not increase much, although it is good that there are a little more abilities. The hero imagined the plate and thought that there was a feeling as if he was hitting the wall, but he could only hope that he would be able to break through these boundaries if he continued to try. Hajin closed the laptop and decided that with such indicators he could defeat the archer. He froze, remembering that he wanted to know about the Chunong family. Brownie clicked on the app's icon and suggested that the collaborator couldn't have left this person's past completely blank. The guy introduced the student and remembered that he entered the Cube Academy and was an episodic character in his book, but in the real world he probably came from a rich family. In other words, his parents were clearly not from the common people. The main character looked at the screen carefully. Jin Hyuk's manager profile opened in front of him, and the young man muttered that no one was as good at finding information as he was. The cadet thought of a man who belongs to those people who can find anything about anyone, but the fee for services will not be small. Hajin smiled and said that nothing was impossible for such a person, so he could make a deal. The brown-haired man suddenly froze. He clutched his head, remembering that he had spent a lot of money. The student rubbed his forehead and muttered that he hadn't thought of it at all. The stone on the pillow began to move, and the young man decided that it was time for feeding. The tall building was illuminated by the setting sun. The girl looked at the bracelet and pressed something. After that, an outgoing call to Uncle Jin Hyuk popped up on the screen. Yona glanced at her watch in anticipation. Norway, snow-capped mountains. The main character stood with flushed cheeks and thought that it was too long to explain all this. A snowball flew into his face. Naeun was playing with another girl, but charged it directly at a classmate. They continued to exchange snowballs, and the guy thought about the fact that the club had resumed its activities again after the break due to the incident with Sven, but now he rented a house in the mountains of Norway to celebrate the opening. The student smiled and said loudly that she would now talk about the rules of the event. She raised her finger and said that the senior cadets had placed flags with numbers all over the forest, and depending on the number, there was a prize. The guys looked at it enthusiastically when they heard that there was a virtual reality device, coupons, and many other good prizes, so it was worth trying to find them all. Large flakes were falling from the sky, and the girl suggested that they go out one by one to draw lots. The archer crumpled the paper in her hand. She stood next to the main character, asking if he had set it all up. Naeun stomped to the side, demanding not to get in the way under her feet, to which the brown-haired man advised her to be careful, because there are boar traps down there, but immediately after that, a scream was heard. The companions were walking through the forest, and the student asked if he was cold in such a thin coat, because it would not take long to die of hypothermia. The guy looked at her and replied that these clothes have a heating function. He discovered a system characteristic and noted that there are many different indicators in it. The hero thought about Rachel, who gave him as a gift, because the young man himself could not afford it, and the girl said that this was her gratitude for her help during the intermediate exams. The brown-haired man shed tears and noted that the student was so kind that it would be necessary to create 100 of the same characters. Naeun pointed her finger at the mountain and exclaimed that there was a flag there. At the top was the first number. The hero narrowed his eyes, wondering why he was in such a place, and where there would be idiots who would climb there. At this time, his companion was already climbing the stones, urging him on. The brown-haired man put his hand in his pocket. He took out a dagger with a rope. The girl turned around and exclaimed that it was not enough to tie the knife to a rope and throw it there. The guy swung and replied that a simple rope really wouldn't do, and then he thought that he had put the magic of stigmata into this one. The cadet threw the weapon up. The knife flew past, but Hajin pointed out that he just needed to adjust his magic power a little. The blade began to glow. Then the knife plunged into the snow, knocking down the flag. The archer watched in surprise. The flag fell in front of the main character. He bent down to pick it up. Naeun ran up, asking what was there. The guy unfolded a note with the number Sungha written on it. The archer looked delighted, but Hajin was not happy with such a prize. The student handed the paper to his companion, and she was surprised that he so easily gave the contacts of the deputy head of the guild number 1. The young man gave her a note and said that he did not need it, but decided not to say that he already knew all this. Naeun blushed and paused. The girl poked him in the chest with a note and said that it was he who took out the flag, so there was no need, and the guy easily agreed, after which the guys decided to return. The academy building was illuminated by the bright sun. The girl nervously tapped her pen on the table. She recalled Hajin, who, when asked about the criminals, replied that these were personal circumstances. Yona knitted her eyebrows. She drew in her notebook, thinking that Bethel mainly worked in Europe, and nothing could connect him with the young man, and she would rather believe that the guy was specifically looking for information about international criminals who were wanted. The brunette frowned, wondering why he would need it. The student lowered her gaze and noted that there was something else mystical. She introduced the main character and assumed that he had experienced an unpleasant situation in the past, and did not know the identity of the criminal, so she studied the lists of wanted persons and remembered their faces. The girl wrote a word and circled it, thinking that if you add to this the fact that Hajin is an orphan, then this version is quite plausible, and his parents died for a reason, and someone killed them. The brunette narrowed her eyes and decided that her classmate was remembering the appearance of his enemies, and hiding his strength in order to someday unnoticeably kill the culprit of the tragedy. She crossed out the drawings and reminded herself that they were just guesses, not exact facts about his past. Yona introduced Hajin and thought that if he really had something like this and she could find out, then this would be a chance. The student visualized them shaking hands when she could get a young man to join her guild for a vantage point. The brunette leaned thoughtfully on her arm. She turned pale and sighed, muttering that she didn't want to call at all. A bell rang in one of the buildings. The signs were illuminated by the sun, and the ringing did not stop. The man stepped into the room and asked in displeasure if no one was going to pick up the phone. He reached for the phone, saying that there was no point in a secretary who received a salary but did not work. Jin Hyuk smiled and introduced himself as he answered the phone. The man's eyes widened in surprise when he heard his niece's voice. He immediately grinned and asked what she was calling about. Jin Hyuk knitted his eyebrows when the girl said that she needed to find one person. Yona crossed her arms and said that she wanted to know everything about Cadet Cub's past, Hajin, and with her uncle's abilities, it was surely possible. The main character returned with 2 flags, and everyone was surprised that he took first place. The guy chuckled and thought that the prize for the 4th was more useful because it was a virtual reality device. Icicles were hanging from the roof, and the guys decided to go eat meat now. The pieces were lying on the cutting board. Hajin walked over to the grill and asked another student to go rest while he finished frying the rest. The brown-haired man got down to business with satisfaction, while the surprised interlocutor muttered that the rumors about him said otherwise. The hero turned the slice over and remembered that his aunt ran a meat eatery, so he is great at roasting meat. Her classmates sat down at the table, and the girl remembered that the final exams were coming soon. Everyone looked at her when she warned her that no one could be trusted, and asked if it was really so hard. The interlocutor introduced the student and replied that she had seen many times how relations between people deteriorated, and just the grades depend on this exam, so everyone is very tense. The main character turned around when he heard that there is a class of repeaters, and those are really dangerous. It is better to beware of them. He imagined the schematic figures and thought that it was literally a class in which those who did not get the points and stayed for another year, and there were about 200 students in it every year. The young man visualized the silhouette and remembered that among them, about 20% were those who had made a contract with the devil, and the problem of the upcoming final exam would be with them. The cadet cut off a piece of meat and noted that the likelihood of this had increased after the intervention of the co-author, and this was a confirmation of how rotten the entire cube was from the inside. The girl turned around and noticed that the hero was good at frying meat, and now let him rest and eat himself. Naeun and the others devoured the barbecue with gusto, but Hajin replied that he had already eaten while he was cooking. The brown-haired man stood with his back to them, thinking that he was really good at it, since they liked the meat so much that they became very friendly. The moon rose in the sky, and everyone decided that there would be no evening hunting. It was time just to rest. Students sat in a circle, playing Mafia. Naeun sweated and flinched as everyone pointed at her. The main character chuckled when she got angry. The northern lights ran across the sky. Hajin sat on the bench, saying that he hadn't laughed so much in a long time. He opened his laptop. A message flashed on the screen that there was a certain scammer named Jerome Miller, a former financial manager, until he ran away with the money, and the guy was asked to find out his whereabouts. The brown-haired man rolled up his sleeve, noting that, judging by the German name, this person had been recommended by a previous client, and activated the Book of Truth. Hajin squeezed his eyes shut as he searched through the pages. He started typing, muttering that money was good, but it didn't feel very good after using the skills. The young man sent an answer, and he was awarded 5 million points. The hero closed his laptop. A snowy forest and the northern lights stretched out in front of him, and the guy noted that it was very beautiful here. He raised his hand to his face. Then he looked at his fingers in surprise and remembered that he did not smoke. Brown-haired turned his hand and thought that for 5 years he used to smoke half a pack a day, and when he got into this world, all thoughts about cigarettes immediately disappeared somewhere. Naeun came up from behind and asked if he was smoking here. There were footprints in the snow, and the guy asked when she appeared here. Hajin flinched when the archer said that he looked like a real bandit, and now, it turned out, he also smoked. Maybe he had tattoos. The girl bent over him, prying for an answer, but he replied that there was nothing of the kind. His classmate looked at him thoughtfully. Brown-haired looked up as she asked if he was sure he could beat her. The interlocutor arched her eyebrows as the young man asked if she was sure she could give up the bow if she lost. The student lowered her head. Naeun scratched her head and replied that it seemed impossible in itself, so she didn't think what would happen next. The guy remembered today's game of Mafia and assumed that she would cry if she lost, like today. The main character looked inquiringly at the open page when the girl said that they had written about him in the newspaper. Before him there was an article where he was called the Korean Sherlock, and the young man noted that everything was written there. The archer narrowed her eyes and was indignant that he was praised so much, because he always bullied her, and also indulged in smoking, to which the brown-haired man asked her to go to bed. Naeun stuck out her tongue at him, and exclaimed that she was going to do it herself. The girl stopped suddenly. She turned around and wondered what the cigarettes tasted like, but he didn't answer. The next day, the building of the shelter. There was snow on the man's hat. Jin Hyuk straightened his cloak and asked how long he had to wait, because he was at the limit, and the magic would soon run out. The detective drew attention to the silhouette. Someone was carrying a child in his arms. Then he laid it on the porch. The man arched an eyebrow and realized that it was a baby. Everything around him floated, and he noted that the density of the past was too high. His eyes rounded. Jin Hyuk stood covered in snow, wondering who she was. Letters were sticking out of the door. There were snowflakes on the floor. The man walked down the corridor, shaking himself off. The guy looked around, looking up from the sight. Jin Hyuk walked in and took off his hat. The subordinate looked at the director and asked how he liked the object, to which he replied that this one was quite unusual. The man turned around and said that he needed to go to the bathroom first. The detective remembered a frame from his memories and said that he returned to the day when the young man was thrown into the orphanage, and watched all night, but did not see his parents, since the baby was brought by some girl. It was very small. The man rubbed his chin and added that nothing specific was known, and the past was unclear, so in order to find out the details, it was necessary to maintain a complete state. Jin Hyuk sat on the toilet, realizing that it would take some time, and although it was his niece's request, he would not be able to fulfill it for free. The assistant looked into the toilet, covering his nose, and replied that he would have to anyway. He held out a paper and said that another order had been received to find out Hajin's personal data. The man's eyes widened when he learned that the new customer was a member of the purple banquet of the highest rank, the Red Diamond, just like him. He looked at the paper. The letter was written in a very respectful form, and the prepayment is large. A symbol popped up in the detective's head, and he decided that this was definitely a request from the Chameleon Group. The man smiled nervously. He had the main character's profile in his hands, and he muttered that this student seemed to be hiding something. Friday, the academy building. The teacher knitted his eyebrows and reminded him that there were 4 weeks left before the final exams. He was standing at the blackboard, saying that the practical exam would be very different from the one in the intermediate session, and they would have to test all their knowledge gained during that semester, so they needed to prepare properly. The main character looked at him and thought that unlike the intermediate ones, which were more like entertainment, there would be neither an equipped exam field nor spectators at the final exam. The guy presented the map and remembered that everything would last a week and would take place on a remote island in Korea, in the form of a test for survival among monsters and monsters. The brown-haired man crossed his arms and reminded himself that if the co-author intervened, then there could be changes here, and that would make his head hurt. Hajin imagined the silhouette and thought that among other things, there were already a lot of variables expected in this exam, so he had to be prepared. The teacher put his hands on his belt and said that he couldn't tell the details at the moment, but for the sake of safety, middle and high-rank heroes, as well as mentors, had been invited to this exam, so the students should focus only on the exam itself. But now they could return to their rooms for the weekend. The hero put the notebooks in his backpack. A girl came up to him and called out to him. Naeun smirked and reminded her of their argument. The young man grinned and asked if she had forgotten that in case of loss she would have to give up the bow, but the interlocutor advised not to burst into tears of shame when she lost. National Archery Center. The guy hung a quiver on his belt. A classmate looked at him and asked if he was ready. The main character glanced sideways at a group of students and asked what they had forgotten here. The headman hugged them and exclaimed, was they really going to be deprived of such a spectacle? And such events are much more interesting when there are spectators. Yang Han was smiling, and the young man thought that he wasn't even ashamed of what happened last time. Suddenly, someone grabbed the hero by the hair. Jahak grinned menacingly and asked if the guy had told Naeun to throw a bow if he lost, so maybe he should leave the academy in response. The girl irritably pushed them away and asked them not to interfere. There was a long field in front of them, and the goal was to hit the target. Nearby there was a device from which targets would jump out. The student looked at her opponent and offered to start with 100 meters, and with each hit they would increase the distance by 50 meters. She smirked and asked if it was too difficult for him to be scared. The hero turned away and replied that it was easier than expected. The cadets raised their bows. The girl knitted her eyebrows and shouted, "Shot!" Targets flew out of the device. They quickly rose into the air. The student confidently let go of the bowstring. The arrow pierced the target. Naeun smirked. She turned around and said that 100 meters was too easy. The main character smiled awkwardly and said that he could not shoot in surprise, so let this time not count. The interlocutor stared. The others also froze. The headman blushed and burst out laughing. The audience jumped up, and someone laughed, and someone was ready to tear the main character. Naeun squinted at them and frowned. The girl looked at her opponent and asked him to just shoot as he wanted, at least 100 times. Soho poked his friend in the side to stop him from laughing. Hajin pulled the bowstring. The guy narrowed his eyes and thought that his opponent had a standard pose, but it didn't matter to him. The arrowhead was shining, and he noted that the best is not the one who has mastered the standard method, because this is just a minimum condition that must be met in order to become the best. But in this world, the power called ability is important. The young man knitted his eyebrows and said, "A shot." A target flew out of the device. Memories from battles flashed before the hero's eyes. He resolutely let go of the arrow, aiming the archer's skill at it. It pierced the target. The audience opened their mouths in surprise. The archer froze as well. Hajin lowered his hand and muttered that he understood now. He smiled and said he would try again. The doors swung open and voices were heard. The children looked into the hall, discussing the student's hero. There was a small Naeun. She was sitting across from Shiuk. The man rubbed the bridge of his nose and asked. The girls sweated when he asked if he wanted to change the weapon for a bow. The master looked up and assumed that it was because of his mother, but she said that she had no reason. The student smiled and said that she just wanted to, and in the role of an archer she could quickly become the best. In front of her lay a magic sword given to her by her teacher. Shiuk frowned and exclaimed that he did not consider those who changed their path like gloves as students. He sighed. The girl sat across from her, and he finally said he wouldn't bother anymore if it was her choice. Naeun froze when the man asked if this was really what she wanted, because it was better to think carefully and not cut in the heat of the moment. The arrow pierced the target. The debris fell to the ground. The main character took aim and gave a signal. His target was also destroyed. The shooters from the parallel class watched, surprised that he was doing better than expected, and it was already 400 meters. Another guy leaned over and added that the young man shot as soon as Naeun hit the target. The opponents were looking forward, and the student said that when you face such pressure over and over again, it can be very difficult psychologically, but Hajin looks quite relaxed. The guy knitted his eyebrows and asked if the brown-haired man would win this argument. Jae-hak, who was sitting in front, clattered menacingly. The blonde man frowned. Now it was the girl's turn. She fired an arrow, hitting the target. The student gritted her teeth, noticing that she was not in the middle. She looked to the side when the hero reminded her that he had told her that the bow did not suit her. The opponent turned around and asked to be quiet and shoot. Naeun frowned, and the young man thought that she was not a calm person, so if you tease her a little, she would immediately get angry. He remembered her last shot, and noted that the role of a shooter was definitely not suitable for her. Hajin looked at the girl and asked if she was just afraid to fight with a sword. The interlocutor froze. She looked at him menacingly, and told him to hold his tongue. Brown-haired calmly pulled the bowstring and said that it seemed so to him, so the girl was constantly trying to rationalize everything. Her past flashed before his eyes, and he remembered that the girl had said that her ability to shoot was the same as that of swordsmanship. Naeun frowned, her hands trembling as the other party muttered that given her class change, she was doing quite well as a marksman. The student's eyes widened when she heard that with such achievements, not only to avenge her family, but even with one human monster. She let go of the bowstring. The target was in the air. The tip of the projectile was approaching the target. However, the arrow flew past. The audience opened their mouths in surprise. Jong-hak's eyes widened. Naeun froze in awareness. The main character looked at her carefully. The girl sank to the floor, defeated. The sunset was flaring up in the sky. Yona walked down the street, looking back. She stopped, looking away. Her friend was sitting on the bench. The brunette came up to her and said that everyone was looking for her. The student didn't look up, asking if Yona had heard what this freak had started talking about her family. The interlocutor looked at her in surprise. Naeun burst into tears, saying that he even helped her once, and they are not very close. But she thought he was not as bad as everyone says, so why the hero is constantly digging into her. The interlocutor narrowed her eyes, thinking that she meant that Hajin was doing this on purpose. She was sweating, quickly realizing that her friend's ruined relationship would affect her plan, so she had to do something. Yona looked at her friend and said that the guy didn't have a family, possibly for the same reason as the archer. Naeun raised her head. She looked dumbfounded. Her friend looked at her and added that this was just her assumption, but perhaps the young man saw himself in her. The interlocutor straightened up when she heard that even though Hajin was acting like this, perhaps she just wanted everything to be good in her life. Her eyes rounded, and the brunette immediately added that she would leave her to think more, but don't let her sit too long. The girl was left alone on the bench again. She remembered how, as a child, when asked about changing weapons, she answered that she was a little tired of the sword. Her brother looked at her attentively. Then he patted him on the head and agreed. He smiled and said that he would support her choice, and she would definitely cope. The girl raised her head contentedly, and the interlocutor asked for something to promise. The man lifted his pinky finger and said that she should think again about what she really wanted to do when she was ready. They sealed the promise on their fingers. Naeun was sitting outside, the wind blowing through her hair. The protagonist looked in surprise at the system notifications that incredible luck has worked in human relationships, and SP increases by 253. The student resolutely headed for the exit while Hajin tried to figure out what had even happened. Jin Hyuk brought his smartwatch to his mouth and said that this Hajin was definitely some kind of difficult guy. It would be necessary to check him. Perhaps he was connected to some criminal group. He thought that it was better not to mention the chameleon group for now. The long-haired girl heard the question if he should continue to follow him, and replied that of course. The girl closed her eyes and said with a smile that she had already decided everything. He should definitely be in the Strait of Essence. The man blushed sweetly and said that he would have to strain his channels. She replied that he seemed to understand something wrong. A training hall with a semicircular roof. Hajin recalled a conversation with the guy and thought that there were so many spectators at their competition that rumors immediately spread, but he didn't think he would be asked for advice. He shifted his gaze to the side and thought that he was already scared to enter the classroom. Maybe he should limit himself to his morning training? The guy looked around the corner and thought, who else is there at such a time? His eyes widened in surprise. Naeun clutched the hilt of her sword. Breathing heavily, I turned around. She was embarrassed and abruptly hid her sword. The hero looked around, saying that it looked like she was training here. She asked if it was really impossible. She looked at her interlocutor with displeasure. Hajin looked at her and said about her hair. The girl asked what was wrong with her hair. The hero pointed his finger and asked if she had cut her hair because of that bet. Naeun indignantly replied that she was just hot, Did he really think that she would cut her hair because of this? Hajin smiled and said that it suits her. Has it become cooler? The girl opened her mouth. She looked away embarrassedly. Hajin pointed his finger to the side and said that he would also go to train the heroine as he leaves, and remembered that Hajin said that he was originally a swordsman. On the wall hung a sign in the direction of the shooting range. Naeun held a sword in her hand and asked in her mind how he felt when he gave up what he had been doing all his life and chose another weapon. She touched her forehead to the blade. The blade engulfed green flames. A green ray rose up. The girl looked down sadly. Then she smiled happily and exclaimed that it was great, she could already reach the ceiling. Naeun looked up, remembering whether she was going to shoot a bow like this. After all, she herself felt today. Standing in the hall, she said that he seemed to know from the very beginning. On the screen was the website of an online store. Hajin rested his head on his arm, saying that he thought it was enough. Now he had to pay. A notification appeared above the smartwatch that the purchase was made. The hero said that before the exam he would check the inventory again, but such things as weapons or protective equipment can be prepared in advance just in case. The grain trembled, attracting attention, and the hero replied that he would feed it now. Approaching, Hajin said that it had grown as if it was about to hatch. He imagined a little girl and thought that the newborn evangel seed looked like a child who looked 3 to 4 years old, if changed with magical power, could also be kept in a dormitory, such as a cat or a dog. The guy touched the grain with his finger. It was nicely embarrassed. The hero smiled and asked to hatch as soon as possible. A tall hotel building in the vicinity of Seoul. Jane opened his mouth, exclaiming, "Is he serious about dressing up as a cadet and participating in the final exam?" A dark-haired girl stood at the window and replied that she needed her help. She asked if it was necessary. Again she was fixated on something strange. Looking down, the brunette replied that there was a person she wanted to test, and that there was something to get in this exam. Jane waved her hand and agreed, saying that no one would stop her. Black drops splashed on the floor. They flowed down the body of the long-haired girl. The heroine raised her finger and said that she would give her the data of a cadet, under which she would disguise herself. She wrote down her manner of speech, character, habits, and so on. Let her learn it all. The blonde turned gloomy and said that she was worried about all this. Shifting her gaze with a smile, the heroine noticed that she began to worry a lot. What is so difficult about it? In a room with bright windows, a sweet cry was heard. The girls hugged the emotionless heroine. One said that she bought cookies for her. The second added that yesterday she did not respond to her message. Did she really have a boyfriend? The heroine closed her eyes and thought that the dossier recorded that they were school friends. Really nothing complicated. Opening her eyes gloomily, she thought that there was nothing difficult about pretending to be a cadet. The undercover heroine winked cutely and asked, "What kind of guy?" The girl's attention turned to Hajin. The hero was shocked. He had the observation and viewing skill activated. The girl was poked on the cheek while she wondered if he had seen. The guy was standing at the door. Then he turned away abruptly when the blonde noticed that he was looking. Leaning on the table with his hand, the hero thought gloomily how it could be. Looking ahead, Hajin thought what the boss was doing here. The pink-haired girl laughed. This was the end of the events of the first season. The sun was shining on the liner, the written exam was over, and it was time for the final session. The girls were walking on the deck. The hero looked forward attentively. The heroine laughed sweetly. The hero thought that a boss under the guise of Ejin had entered the cube. Remembering sitting next to the girl, Hajin thought that after the intermediate session, she would not show up at the academy again. But unlike the story, she reappeared. The observing hero was discouraged by the girl's behavior, and thought that for no unknown reason he followed her everywhere. At the same time he increased his points. The girl pointed his finger at the vending machine. He even tried to start a conversation with her. The jar fell down. Ejin handed him a Coke with a smile, and that was all he managed to get. It is still in his refrigerator. Looking ahead, Hajin speculated that the pseudo-Ejin wants to watch Suho and Jahak more. A man in glasses shouted to the students, attracting attention. The cadets looked at him, hearing that the rules of the final exams were simple. Looking at the tropical island, the tutor said that for 5 days you need to survive on the island and earn points imagining the silhouette of a man and a beast. He explained that they can be obtained in several ways: destroy monsters or take them away from other cadets. And you can also resell your points to others. There were figures on the silver badge. The man said that if they want an even better score, they can try to take the badge away from the caretaker and get 200 points. Hajin wondered who would even want to fight the caretaker, who is the acting hero. The ship heard words that they would be dropped off at the appointed place, and a request to follow him. The setting sun illuminated the trees. The cadets walked along the sandy shore. The hero noticed a light braid and realized that it was there. Rachel turned her head as he called her name. Hajin approached her and offered to stick together during the exam. The blonde looked at him in surprise. The guy thought that it was no coincidence that he was here with her. The hero looked at her attentively, remembering that he had thought a lot about the changes that had arisen after the intervention of the second author. Imagining the gray images of the characters, he thought that since there was a negative character who hated Rachel, most likely she would be in danger at this exam. The heroes stood opposite each other. Rachel opened her mouth, starting to speak. With a sweet smile, she refused, saying that she was more comfortable alone. The guy thought that he knew that she would refuse. The higher the place in the ranking, the more convenient it is to complete the task alone. The bracelet on his wrist lit up. Pointing his finger at the watch, Hajin said that he would report his location just in case, and thought to himself that he was not going to follow the rules of the game of the second author. The blonde was surprised to see the map. The last rays of the sun descended on the island. Words of gratitude were heard. There was a shoe mark on the ground. A dark silhouette walked among the trees. The girl stared ahead silently. Behind her, a beast swooped down on her. Several monkeys opened their mouths. A green ray flew forward. Naeun sliced through the monster's body with her sword. She looked away attentively. She swung her sword, leaving a green trail. The heroine smiled and giggled. Under the sky with the full moon, a cry was heard. What kind of place is this? The disgruntled girl was walking through the forest, and said that as soon as she was on the island, she immediately began to fight monsters. Is there even a place to relax and what to eat? The heroine saw something ahead when she said that at this rate, she would be the first to fail the exam. A bright light could be seen behind the foliage. Happy Naeun ran there, happily thinking that it was starting to smell delicious. It looked like someone had obtained food. She had survived. Hajin sat on a chair by the burner with a frying pan. He looked a little discouraged. Blushing with anger, a fellow student called out to him. The hero noted that the battles between the cadets were in 12 hours. Strips of meat were fried in a frying pan. The girl indignantly asked where he got all this and heard the answer that when he found out how long the exam would last, he decided to prepare just in case, and then remembered that he had good grades. Naeun closed her eyes and complimented him. And then she blushed deeply, embarrassed by the hungry sound of her stomach. A brunette sitting at the tent asked how many points she had and heard that it was about 20, and offered to give her food in return for half the points. Naeun opened her mouth in indignation and exclaimed that it was a whole half. Then she sat down on the ground next to her and agreed. The guy asked if it was okay that it was just roast pork. The guy was holding a laptop on his lap. The heroine replied that she had to eat it if she wanted to stay alive. The archer ate the meat, sweetly saying that it was delicious, and Hajin thought that he ended up meeting not Rachel, but Naeun. A finger touched a button on the keyboard. A notification appeared that he had hacked the drone's server. The following reported a connection to the server. Images from CCTV cameras on the island appeared on the monitor. The camera lens flashed. Rachel, stopped by the fire with a group of cadets. The hero thought that the main story had not changed much. The blonde looked down. A question was heard. Does she want to buy food? A group of guys were sitting by the fire. One of them with a smirk suggested that she just help herself, because somehow it is not very good to sell food to her own people. The flames of the fire lit up his cunning face. A camp was set up in a clearing among the trees. Hajin reached out as he woke up and asked, "Is it already morning?" He looked out the window. It was dark outside and the hero mentally asked that there was a polar night here. The guy looked at Naeun sleeping in a sleeping bag. Next to him, a seed glowed. Stroking it with his finger, the hero asked if it wanted to eat. He lovingly took it in his hands, exclaiming that it was a cutie. Hajin put the seed in his pocket and asked him to sit there while he was busy. The hero looked at the sleeping bag and asked Naeun if she was asleep. Standing nearby, he said that he needed to assemble a tent. Removing the fabric, the guy decided not to wake her, but the tent still needs to be removed. As he folded the tent into a black cover, he thought that from now on, battles between cadets were allowed. It was better to get rid of dangerous characters first, but no one could be killed. He imagined a scowling guy standing sideways and thought that those cadets who he thought had become human monsters while they weren't. The contract that a human monster made with his own kind was different from the contract of a demon and a human monster. Imagining the falling chess pieces, he reflected that in the first case, the human monster who made the contract is just a pawn that is treated as expendable for experimental purposes. But since the human monster is replenished with magical power from another man, the contract is considered more flexible and the possibility of getting out of control can be eliminated. Recently, such a contract has become more common, but due to the side effects, few have survived its conclusion. The only one on this island who managed to overcome the side effect is Johan. The hero held the strap of his bag and decided to start by climbing higher. In front of him was a tall tree, the first destination of the world tree in the middle of the island. There was a trace of the fast movement. The guy thought that he had to hurry. The girl's head was visible from the sleeping bag. Something flashed near the slope. A spark appeared among the trees. An arrow peeked out of the branches. Hajin looked up. The words that he had found one could be heard. The archer looked at the outstretched hand and heard a request not to shoot. Resting her hand on her side, the long-haired woman said that he should not be touched. Presenting the list, a friend asked why, since he was only in 934th place. Yona objected that Rose could not cope with him. The brunette moved towards the tree. A palm touched the ground. The heroine frowned and wondered if he was really preparing to jump to climb the world tree. A shadow hid the boy's eyes. The hero jumped on the trunk of a tree. Rose opened her mouth in surprise, saying that he had managed to do it in just a few seconds. Among the dense crowns, words were heard that for a young man, the rating is just numbers. It is immediately clear how it would all end if the interlocutor had shot. Rose looked at her friend in surprise and heard the request not to tell anyone about his power, and asked why. Without turning, the blue-haired woman replied that perhaps he would become a member of their team later. A smart watch lit up on my wrist. Yona straightened her hair and said that it was a call from Hyejin. They had to go back. Hyejin sat among the branches. Glowing circles appeared in his eyes from the use of the clairvoyant skill. He saw the silhouettes of his classmates. The guy was standing next to the girl. One of the silhouettes was dark. The hero looked down carefully. A bird was sitting on a branch, he said. What I found. The guy broke off a branch and continued with a rather good way to blow his nose without using his hands. A light drawing appeared on the branch. The hero thought that all he needed was a special pen and a branch with a mark that he had in his hand. That was enough. Hyejin waved his hand. The magic of the stigmata was moving towards the dark silhouette. The guy stood, turned to the side. The beam pierced the ground at his feet. He opened his mouth in surprise. Then he picked up a branch. The man held it in his hand. Then he turned and looked at the tree. Hyejin sat among the branches and said that now all that remained was to wait. A sleeping bag lay in the clearing. The girl pursed her lips. And then she blushed thickly and jumped up. She clasped her hands and remembered how early in the morning she had heard the cadet say what a cutie he was. Dumbfounded, Naeun was embarrassed. She clutched her head, spinning, and thought that since childhood she had heard compliments about her appearance. But how could you say that to a sleeping person? She imagined the guy staring at animals and assumed that Hyejin had just met a stray dog or cat. Imagining the hero looking at the reflection, she continued that she could just look at herself in the mirror. Her fingers were clutching the sleeping bag, she said. If not. Embarrassed, Naeun touched her cheek and thought that if the hero was really talking to her, then what should she do? Hyejin looked away. He put his finger in his ear and muttered if there was a dog barking somewhere. Stars were burning in the sky. The cadets were walking through the forest. Rachel looked worried. She remembered standing by the campfire. Last night she had joined Yohan's second-year team. The girl was holding a spoon. They refused the points she offered, just shared the food and even asked if she was experiencing any inconvenience. The girl pursed her lips, thinking that for some reason she felt uncomfortable here. The guys were talking. She thought that other cadets were fighting for grades, and they were not even trying to earn points. The girl turned to the guy. They are not even interested in how many points the others managed to collect. Rachel stared intensely ahead. Imagining the many eyes around her, she realized that everything looked like they were focused on her more than on the exam. Her foot was on the ground. Rachel thought it looked suspicious, and it was a bad idea to stay here. She should have joined Hyejin. The blonde was frightened when the guy behind her called out. He smiled slyly and said that he had found a grizzly bear for 10 points, whether she wanted to catch him together, because he could not cope alone. The blonde turned around and agreed, thinking that she would help him and leave them immediately. She glanced sideways at the others, hearing that he would go in front and let her follow him, the heroine hoping that she could leave without attracting attention. His foot slipped on the ground. Johan pointed his finger and said that it was here. There was definitely a huge bear. A hooded man stood at the burning portal. There was a sly smile on his face. The guy said that it was not a caretaker. But who then? The blonde's eyes widened. She pushed Johan away. There were long metal claws on his hand. Pushing her friend to the ground, Rachel exclaimed that it was dangerous here. She turned back. The enemy was approaching with a smile. The girl thought that she hadn't expected the human monsters to show up here. She looked at her teammate anxiously, thinking that she needed to find cover before it was too late, and asked if the guy was wounded. A disgruntled Johan held his hand and pretended to shout that he was in pain and bleeding. The discouraged heroine looked at him inquiringly and replied that there was no blood visible. The interlocutor exclaimed, "Could it be a human monster?" Rachel was surprised to see the guy run away screaming. Exhaling, the blonde said that he was a bad actor. She pointed her sword at the stranger, saying that it was not for nothing that something was bothering her. The girl looked at him resolutely and said that she could not even think that the human monsters would be interested in the cadets of the cube. How wrong she was. The smiling enemy pulled his hand aside. Its claws left red cuts. The heroine jumped away, avoiding the explosion. She turned around tensely. The blonde barely had time to block the attack of the man. Rachel gritted her teeth and thought that he had powerful destructive power. His fingers gripped the hilt of his sword. Swinging her sword, Rachel thought she could handle it. Sparks flew from the blows. The blonde put out her sword, realizing that this was a good moment. The blow cut through the body. Rachel stared ahead in shock. A dark substance engulfed her leg. The enemy jumped behind the girl. She turned around in fright, realizing that this was a diversionary maneuver. She looked back at another opponent and realized that she could not dodge. Sparks appeared over humanism. Blood splashed from the bullet wounds. The blonde was surprised to see him fall. The second human monster stuck out its claws and screamed. Dark rays flew forward. Rachel froze in fright. The man drew the blade from its scabbard. Suho shielded the girl by holding out his sword. With a determined look, the hero shouted at Naeun to attack now. The opponent frowned uncomprehendingly. A radiance swirled around the arrowhead. A shining arrow flew forward. She flew further off the cliff. The comrades ran, calling out to Rachel. The archer came closer and asked if her friend was okay and asked if they were not caretakers. The blonde thanked them for their help. Suho walked over to the cliff and said that it seemed that the enemy had jumped down before the arrow hit him. Turning to the others, the blue-haired man said that it was not known when they would attack again, so they had to leave and called with them. The heroine agreed. The group went to the trees. Rachel noticed something off to the side. She turned, asking in her mind, what was it? There was a bullet on the ground. The heroine held it in her hand, examining it. There was a tall tree in front of her, and the girl wondered if it was. A sight could be seen among the branches. She thought about the first shelling. In the sight was the figure of a fleeing Johan. Hajin sat on a branch with a weapon in his hands. Naeun was sitting on a log by the fire. Surprised to hear the question, she decided to switch to a sword. Blushing, she shouted that she had taken it as a secondary weapon, just thinking that it would be difficult for her if she stubbornly used only a bow, and Rachel thought that among everyone she knew, he was the only one who used a gun, and she had never seen him with a sniper rifle. There was a bullet in the palm of the girl's hand. She wondered how he knew she was in danger, why he helped her, and why didn't he show up after saving her. Rachel's eyes widened when she heard her name. Naeun looked at her friend and said that she proposed to unite. It would be easier to pass the exam together, they and Suho. The blue-haired man was surprised to see her apologize for the need to go, and retorted that the danger was not over yet, and that she had better stay close to them. Turning to her friend, the blonde refused, saying that she needed to meet someone. There was an inscription on the screen, 22 points. The hero said that Naeun gave him 12 points, and he received another 10 for killing the monster. Hajin looked at the information window and said that if he wanted to be safe, he needed to score roughly 50 points. Leaning on his knees, he stood up and continued to do so. Looking ahead in surprise, he continued to think, how many more monsters would he have to kill? Ijin walked up to him. She looked at him emotionlessly, and the hero recognized the boss. He wondered why she was here. Did she decide to fight him? Looking at the girl in shock, the brunette thought that he would not be able to defeat her. Maybe he should run away while he could. No, he had to calm down first. She probably came to watch. Opening his mouth, the guy asked what she was doing here, and mentally hoped that she was not going to attack him. However, the heroine took out her sword, and Hajin mentally cursed that she was going to do it. He was smiling sweetly, but inside he was crying. Pointing her sword at him, the girl ordered him to take out a weapon. The hero thought that he had 0 chances of winning if he engaged her in battle. A shining string slipped out of the guy's sleeve. He asked what the weapon was talking about, and thought to himself that an important condition for winning a duel between cadets is. A thin string slid along his leg. The hero heard that he knew what it was about, and replied that, to be honest, he had no idea. Ijin, who was standing in front of him, said that if he didn't take out his weapon, he would leave her no choice. The hero asked her to explain what was going on first. The boss looked away, asking what he was going to waste time on idle chatter. A thin string pulled the smartwatch from his wrist, while the girl said that in this case he would consider that he did not mind if she attacked him. The brunette stared intently ahead, thinking that it was ready. He hid the girl's watch behind his back. The heroine looked at him in surprise, asking that he was going to give up. Hajin held the watch with a slight smile when he heard that it looked like hers. Hajin stared at him. Then on his hand. The brunette held the device in his ears and, in response to an indignant shout, said that the duel between the cadets was won by the one who first received the opponent's watch. If he pressed it now, then it would be disqualified. The watch would be activated by fingerprint. The boys swear words and words were heard among the trees. She attacked him, not knowing what he was capable of. The watch flew into the hands of the surprised girl, the hero said, so that she is not afraid. With a smile, Hajin said that she got off lightly this time. The girl looked at him in discouragement and asked again. Instead of explaining, the brunette rushed away, saying goodbye. Ijin looked after the guy and asked Jane, did she see it? The wind carried the leaves, a voice asked, saw that she was distracted for a minute. The girl replied that it didn't matter and thought that despite the fact that most of her emotions were turned off due to the Jane's skill, she couldn't believe that a 17-year-old cadet planned everything so quickly and carefully. Looking at the pattern on her wrist, she thought that she needed to activate one of them. There was a saucepan with a lid on the fire. Hajin touched his shoulder, which hurt from overexertion, and said that he was very scared. He definitely wouldn't be able to overcome her. I guess he should be glad that she was under disguise. Looking at the gun in his hands, he said that it was good that in this confusion he was able to find a place for a tent. Since he was safe now, he would eat first, and then use the points. He looked tiredly at the system window and said that he could easily use the points earned. Without speaking, he turned to see Rachel. The blonde stood among the bushes and said in surprise that there he was. Hajin stood up, asking she was looking for him. The girl hesitated. She stared at him, starting to answer, but she was interrupted by the loud sound of her hungry belly. A guy's question was heard among the branches. She wanted to eat something and a timid agreement with the promise to repay him with points. The characters looked at a pot of food. Turning her gaze to the guy, Rachel asked what he was doing alone. He replied that he was wandering around, trying to earn points. Garen looked down in embarrassment, and Hajin thought that she seemed to have a lot of questions. He was a little embarrassed to admit that he was the one who saved her. There was a trace of the wound on the girl's neck. The hero thought she was injured. Probably this is normal, since she fought with a human monster, and said aloud that it would be ready soon. You just need to wait. Evangelion Seed was pulling at the hero's pocket. He asked what was wrong. Let him not stick out. However, the seed quickly flew out. It flew right behind the scruff of Rachel's neck. who asked how he was able to cook all this. Shocked, Hajin reached for her. The heroine threw the drink out of the mug in surprise. Tears of shock appeared in her eyes. Her deafening scream was heard in the forest. The seed with a red pattern lay on the palm of the heroine. Hajin covered his face with his palms in shame, awkwardly saying that he was sorry. It was his pet, that is, more precisely, almonds. His pet was a seed. A question was heard: shouldn't he grow it in the ground? Why does it fly? The guy stretched out his palm, wanting to take the seed and promised to do so. The characters froze. Feeling awkward, the guy offered to eat. Hajin lifted the lid of the pot as the girl called out to him. Holding her braid with her fingers, Rachel said embarrassedly that she knew she was too late to offer, but he wouldn't want to team up with her, because it would be easier to pass the exam together. The girl opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that she was saying the same thing as Naeun and asked she had already offered him this. The guy replied that not really, but he would gladly team up with her, and thought to himself that he just knew the history. Folding her hands in front of her, Rachel added that she is in a kind of team. The guy clarified what she meant. Remembering the cunning face, she asked if he knew Yohun. Hajin looked at her encouragingly, and said that she didn't need to worry about him. His fingers held a wooden stick. The hero replied that everything would be fine. The silhouette of a man with a spear appeared. The disgruntled guy broke the wand with his fingers. Hajin suggested that she just join him. Fragments of planks lay on the ground. The bodies of animals were covered in blood. A man with a spear was sitting on a stone. The guy looked at the bodies in surprise. Yohun looked ahead anxiously, not realizing that he had forgotten Jahak here. The latter smiled, calling out to him. Rapid movement forward. Something crashed into a tree next to the shocked Yohun's head. He looked at the sharp branch in amazement. It had an inscription on it asking me to come if he thought he could win. Throwing up his hands, the brown-haired man shouted that it was not he who sent it. He was mistaken. It was sent by someone else. Still smiling, Jahak said it didn't matter. Yohun froze in fright and asked again. His fingers clutched the spear. The hero approached the frightened cadet and said that he simply could not tolerate parasites like him. His hand grabbed his neck sharply. The blond man restrained the trembling guy, calling him a nonentity. Grinning angrily, he ordered to know his place. A gray observation tower hovered among the trees on the northwest side of the island. Selma stood with her arms crossed. A man came up behind her, calling out to her. Coming closer, the brunette asked her what she was thinking about. Closing her eyes, the woman replied that about Hajin. The man asked who it was. Did she decide to switch from Suho to him? Shifting her gaze to the interlocutor, Selma replied that Suho would always be her favorite, but she received some rather interesting information. She presented a thick folder with the report, saying that 2 days ago she received a secret report from Yona, in which she reports that Hajin's abilities are superior to Suho's. She imagined the guy shooting at the opponent and continued that of course, there was still a chance that the information was false, but they had already observed Hajin's unusual abilities more than once, such as how he used light mana. The woman smiled a little, thinking that it was not a sin to allow such a cadet to deceive them at least once. Their dialogue was heard among the thick foliage. The brunette asked if it was impossible to verify this information. The deputy head replied that she would try when she had time. The man asked how she was going to do it, wanted to arrange a duel with him. Pointing her finger at the badge with her name on it, Selma said that she had it. With a confident look on her badge, she said that it was a bait worth 200 points. Night fell on the island. Stars shone in the sky. Rachel sat in front of the tent by the fire. Holding the shell in her fingers, she mused that Hajin was probably the person who had saved her. The heroine's eyes reflected the fire. She wondered why he said it wasn't him, and how did he know that she was in danger. She introduced the brunette who touched her breasts and promised that no matter what happened, he would protect the princess. The girl clenched the shell in her fist and thought that probably today's ambush was also his doing. Touching her chin thoughtfully, the blonde wondered if she should have died with them then. The wind tore the leaves from the trees. A red-eyed beast appeared in the clearing. The brunette stretched out his arms. The beast turned, noticing the danger behind him. The priest flew off the branches, frightened by the loud noise. The guy was standing by the bloody body of the animal. As he reloaded his pistol, Hajin said that today's hunt was going pretty smoothly. He remembered the girl frowning around her knees, who then ate with a radiant look, and thought that in the morning Rachel did not look very good until he fed her meat. The hero shifted his gaze, noticing something. He pushed the branch away with his hand, revealing the view. The water in front of him was shining, and the guy said that he had finally found the lake. With a satisfied grin, the hero walked forward, thinking that there must be a monster that is worth a lot of points. A crocodile monster, he believes. A glowing blue ball hovered above his palm. The glow illuminated the face of the hero, who said that he could easily be lured out by a sphere of light if shined over the lake. Suddenly he turned around abruptly, asking who was there? However, there was no one among the trees and bushes. Looking intensely ahead, Hajin thought that he didn't know who was hiding there, but he was good at tracking others. The radiant patterns of his skill appeared in the hero's eye. He thought that it was actually useless, since he could feel that he was being followed. Now he would not miss his pursuer. The silhouette of the archer was highlighted by the skill. The guy pointed the gun. A bright beam of the shot slammed into the ground next to Naeun, causing her to scream. The girl indignantly called out to the guy who was aiming. She walked closer to the brunette, who asked why she was following him, and angrily yelled that she hadn't. The heroine awkwardly pursed her finger when she heard the question what was doing here, then sparks of light reflected off the water surface. Hajin said that if he couldn't think of an excuse, then he was right. The archer shouted that no, it was better to let him answer what he had just done to her. Naeun pointed her finger indignantly after hearing Hajin ask to answer him first why she was following him, and shouted that she had already said that she wasn't following him, she was following Suna. The hero looked down thoughtfully, saying that the same Suna he knew. The girl put her hands on her hips and confirmed, and then asked why he was talking to her so casually. The guy took a laptop out of his bag. Hajin turned away from the girl who asked why he had sat down, and asked him to wait. He just needed a minute. A glowing monitor was reflected in his eyes. Hajin thought he knew where Suna should be in the plot right now. Looking at the screen, he imagined the characters of the novel. He thought that on the first and second days, she was watching Suho. On the third and fourth days, she should be watching other promising cadets. There were videos from CCTV cameras on the screen. The deputy director was sitting in a tree. Hajin thought, now she has turned her attention to him, so he is on the list of promising cadets of Suna. The guy watched the video on his laptop, thinking that he was among the promising cadets. Naeun pointed at him in displeasure and asked him to explain how he did it. The thing he created was a sphere of light, right? Her hand closed the lid of the laptop. The guy replied that she was right, but she should not try to find out more. The cute guy stood as if among the roses, sweetly telling her to be silent if she understood. The girl grimaced in disgust. Hajin was dumbfounded when he heard her ask. He was completely crazy, she wasn't interested anyway, so he might not even try. He thought that she was the first to ask about it. Among the trees, the words of the brunette were heard that since he came here first, he should look for another place. The archer pretended to agree. The guy closed his eyes, displeased, thinking that maybe she would think he was arrogant after that, but he couldn't reveal the truth. He imagined a lot of book pages and thought that if he told her about the magic of stigmata, he would have to tell her that it was a world within a novel. The bodies of the killed animals lay on the ground. Hajin looked at the smartwatch on his wrist. Scrolling through his finger, he thought that it had been 2 hours since he had split up with Naeun. Since he had taken up killing low-level and mid-level monsters, he was able to quickly score 15 points. Looking away, I wondered what the problem was. A man who appeared next to him greeted him. Selma straightened her hair, asking that it was the first time they had met since his rejection, right? The woman laughed sweetly when he hesitantly agreed and suggested that she had appeared too unexpectedly. Let him relax. There was a night sky above the trees. She said that in fact, it was not only here to test the abilities of the cadets, but also to conduct events. Looking thoughtfully ahead, Hajin asked again and heard that the rule was very simple. The woman standing opposite said that he would stand in one place and use only his left hand. He could attack as much as he wanted. Holding up a finger, she continued that if even one attack would damage any part of her body except her left hand. The guy looked at her silently. The woman touched her chest and continued that she would either force her to take one step. She pointed to her shining badge, and with a sweet smile she finished that she would then give it back. Continuing to smile, the deputy director asked that it was easy. A drop of sweat flowed down the guy's cheek. He thought that the caretaker's badge was worth 200 points. If you get it, then you can immediately become number 1. Definitely this is an attractive offer. He presented an item with an engraved name, and thought that the opponent was the best of the best, the hero Suna. Would he succeed? Standing next to the trees, the guy heard the question. What would he do? Give up right now? Red Eye looked at him, and continued. Or will he accept the challenge? Hajin reached for his holster with a grin. Pointing his gun, he said what an unexpected event. The bullet flew forward, leaving a trail. The bullet was approaching the woman, who thought she would see how strong it was. With a sharp wave of her hand, Suna deflected the bullet. Golden debris fell to the ground. Curling her fingers, the caretaker thought that he was capable of creating spheres of light, and his pistol had great power. Smiling sweetly, she thought it didn't look like the report was wrong, and said out loud that it was a little painful. Hajin thought with a displeased look that she had deflected an enhanced magic bullet without using magic. With his fingers, he clutched the daggers, thinking that direct attacks were useless. With a sharp movement, he threw his blades forward. Dodging the attack, Suna remembered that he was a swordsman before he changed the type of weapon. It was a good idea to use both melee weapons and firearms at the same time. His fingers gripped the pistol. Bright beams of shots flew towards the woman. She beat it off with a deft movement. The guy holding the weapon heard her say that the firepower was much higher than that of a training pistol. A spark appeared behind the smiling woman. When she said that she thought he was really good with a pistol, Suna turned around abruptly. Hajin smiled slightly, thinking that too far to reach with his left hand, everything would work out. The wind tossed the heroine's hair. Her body was engulfed in flames. Her strength bent her blades. The woman was standing in the center of the crater that remained in the ground. The brunette closed his eyes in discouragement, realizing that in the end nothing worked. Suna happily clenched her fist, saying that it was delicious. He had changed the trajectory of the blades with magic. Happily raising her fists, she asked what kind of technique it was. It really did resemble an onion, constantly opening up a new side, despite how much she already knew about it. Hajin reached for his holster when he was asked what other talents he had, and thought that if that was the case, then he had no choice but to do so. Turning around, the guy walked away, saying that he was leaving her. Sung-ah stared at him questioningly. The brunette was just leaving, and the woman called out to him. Reaching forward, she asked where he was going, because the fun had just begun. Turning around, the hero said that she had lost. Sung-ah froze without taking a step. The hero recalled that she said that she would only use her left hand, but she took a step herself. The amazed woman was surrounded by a haze. She asked, "Does he think she is joking?" Looking at her calmly, the brunette replied that he was just trying his luck. It was a waste of time, because the difference in their stats was huge. He waved goodbye and said that he surrendered. As he made a move, Hajin thought he wasn't seriously telling her that she had lost. Sung-ah behind was angry, scaring the guy who thought she was staring so intently that everything inside was shaking with fear. The woman followed him, shouting that he would regret it very much. Ijin was standing on a branch. She touched her ear when she heard the question. The infiltration operation was successful, and replied that yes. She introduced enthusiastic friends, hearing that the interlocutor did not think that separating from the team was a good idea. Her friends might decide that she was behaving suspiciously and replied that traveling with them was the worst choice. Standing on the branch, Ijin listened. Birds flew down from the trees. The interlocutor asked, "Something is wrong, what happened?" Looking ahead, the blonde replied that she could hear her heart beating. The roots of the tree were glowing. Veins were visible near the cocoon. A huge purple heart shone inside the tree trunk. She said that the butterfly sapling would wake up soon. The butterfly opened its purple wings. The butterfly sapling is a spiritual type monster that sucks on the tree like a leech. Blue-haired stood next to a blonde woman holding a sword. He appeared on the last day of the final exam and was destroyed by the main characters. According to the original, Soho was rewarded with pollen from a sapling, and Rachel with a clue to enlightenment. The girl walked along the path after the hero, because unlike the original, now she is in the Hajin team. The guy thought that in order to help her with enlightenment, he needed to push her to participate in the battle with the butterfly sapling. The gloomy guy heard his girlfriend call him, and thought that there was a problem. Rachel stood behind and anxiously asked the hero why he was walking in circles. The hero standing in front mentally exclaimed that even he did not know where and when he would appear. He had never written such details. The beast's body fell to the ground. There was already a whole mountain of monster carcasses lying there. Words were heard that he would probably take first place in the final for such results. Naeun stood next to the carcass and asked if there were only 20 hours left until the end of the exam. The comrade said that he would go and drink some water. Soho stood up, sighing tiredly. He turned when he heard someone call him. Resting her hand on her side, the pink-haired woman asked him what he thought of Hajin. Their conversation was heard among the leaves. The guy clarified why she was suddenly asking about him. The answer was heard. Just didn't it look like he was hiding a lot? Recalling the bright glow, the girl said that he was constantly on guard both in the museum and in Paris. She remembered how she had called out to the lying guy and continued that it was suspicious that he was quite strong and had a high rank with such a fragile body. The blue-haired man looked ahead, saying that she was probably right. He remembered the dark-haired man telling him that he knew a lot more than he did and thought that what he was hiding. The hero smiled sweetly, making his girlfriend indignant at his reaction. The roots were moved by Soho, who said that he really showed that he had many secrets. The heroine exclaimed that he knew something, and demanded to tell her immediately. The blue-haired man smiled sweetly, saying that she had to find out everything herself. Why was she asking him questions? Suddenly, the heroes were amazed to see a rapid movement nearby. The dark roots were moving forward rapidly. The question was heard, "What is this?" The roots of the tree are moving. The roots of the huge tree moved, bursting out of the ground. Hajin turned around in amazement. The cadets ran away from the roots moving behind them. The guy held the root attack with an effort. Rachel froze in shock. She glanced sideways at the friend who called her. Looking at her friend, Hajin suggested that they go to the source of the tremors to kill the monster, her task being to protect it when they get to it. The blonde looked inquiringly, and then agreed. The hero loaded his pistol, thinking that the cadets, who had felt the tremors, must now be heading for the butterfly seedling. He was not going to yield to them. He ran forward and called for the blonde. In the center of the trunk there was a large pink cocoon. A question was heard, "A butterfly seedling?" Sung-ah stood on the branch, heard the words that no one expected such a monster to appear. Should the exam be suspended? Looking ahead, she replied that she thought everything would be fine. The cadets had enough skills and experience to defeat this monster. The assistant said that her methods were too Spartan. Closing her eyes, the woman asked if he really thought so. Students ran away from catching up roots. The deputy director asked Very not to underestimate them. Cadets, seeds of heroes. There was a trace of the jump. She continued that heroes always develop in times of crisis. A glow appeared above the head of the Naeun attacker. A green ray cut through a thick plant. Landing, the girl happily asked, "How is he?" Suho smiled happily and replied that it was incredible. He closed his eyes and sweetly said that the cutting power of the sword would increase much more if it circulated energy around the sword. The girl angrily told him to shut up, then she would tell it all. The blonde guy clenched his fists, asking why they continued to grow, no matter how many of them were destroyed. Looking in that direction, Soho said that if just chopping off the roots didn't work, then he would have to destroy the trunk first. In the center of the trunk, a purple heart glowed. The cadet put his hand to his forehead, shouting to the others to look there. This tree is strange. There were dark veins inside the purple cocoon. The parents said that something was moving inside the cocoon. Suddenly, a yellow eye broke through the wall of the cocoon. The butterfly monster spread its wide wings. The guy looked at this in surprise, asking, "Did a huge butterfly hatch?" Thin limbs were torn away from the tree. A huge purple butterfly flew over the forest. Her glow appeared among the trees. The heroes were surprised to see this. Suddenly, the girl's eyes opened wide. Naeun coughed, covering her mouth with her fist, and asked what was it. Everyone staggered. She thought that she was losing strength because of the pollen. Her legs could not hold. The girl swayed forward. Soho caught her without letting her fall. Sitting his comrades down by a tree, the blue-haired man thought they had just fallen asleep. It didn't look like poisoning. He puffed out his cheek, and thought that it was difficult to move while holding his breath. Would he be able to overcome it before he took a breath? A purple butterfly flew over the forest. Blue eyes opened in surprise, thin leaves flew. From behind the trees, two figures rose into the sky. Hajin and Rachel had black masks on their faces. Soho opened his mouth, recognizing them in surprise. The guys quickly ran forward. His feet ran on the ground. Rachel looked at the lying cadet, and thought that they were just unconscious. Could it be that Hajin had foreseen this and prepared in advance? The brunette standing in front called to her. Pointing his finger upwards, he asked if she could see that butterfly monster. He would defeat him, but he needed her to protect him from his roots. Hajin pointed a gun there. A bright flash of the shot pierced the butterfly's wing. The monster roared furiously. The roots of the tree rose up. They rushed to the heroes. Bright rays cut through them. Rachel sliced the roots into pieces with her sword. Then she shifted her gaze to the side. The ground beneath her foot began to sink. A huge root broke it, crawling out. A huge root burst out where the heroes stood. The guy flew back in surprise, swept away by the body of the heroine. Root swung. A powerful blow threw the blondes back into a tree. Hajin turned around in shock, shouting the girl's name. The thick roots moved ominously. The hero's eyes opened in amazement. There was a flash of attack. The man was sitting on the ground. Soho was standing in front of Hajin with a blade. The question was heard, "What is he doing here?" Blue from lack of air, the guy thought that if he took a small breath, he heard a shout demanding to stay here. The brunette turned to Rachel, understanding that she's unconscious, she has to fight. A small seed appeared from the collar of the sweater. Hajin was surprised to see it leap forward in love. Staring, the guy asked where it was. The almonds hit the cheek of the blonde lying on the ground. Soho, covering his mouth, asked if he wanted to defeat the butterfly. He could help him, but he didn't think it would last long. Imagining the bullets, the masked hero thought that with the help of stigmata magic, he could only make 3 bullets with fire properties. He needed to be done with it by then. As he stood up, he told the blue-haired man that he would be grateful for his help. A giant butterfly flew over the forest. The hero said that as he saw, the bullet flew by. The monster moves very fast, unlike ordinary spirit-type monsters. The butterfly flew up to a large tree. The guy continued that if he wanted to kill him, then he needed to get closer to aim. He wanted the other to distract him while he was doing it. Clutching his sword, the hero agreed. Waves of radiance surrounded the sword. Hajin stared at them, wondering if the holy sword magic had become stronger after what had happened in the museum. Soho turned to him with a slight smile and said how interesting. The brunette was surprised, asking again. The main character of the novel stood next to his author. Hajin's eyes reflected the hero, who said that no matter what secret weapon he pulled out, he didn't look surprised. It was he who saw Naeun's talent. Smiling charmingly, Soho said that sometimes when he looks at him, he feels like he's looking at someone who knows everything about this world. The brunette's eyes widened at such insight. There was a trace of the jump. The hero said that in any case he relied on it. He moved quickly along the route. Blue marks remained from the blade blows. The hero was floating in the air, surrounded by segments. The masked brunette looked ahead, then he looked sadly to the side. He ran through the forest mentally repeating how he knew this. Because he created this world, he is its author. His fingers grabbed the vine. Hajin climbed up the huge tree trunk, thinking there was a problem. He jumped on a large branch. The guy's face was surrounded by a glow. He thought that the world he described in the novel was right now in front of his eyes. Hajin stared at the morning forest in front of him, remembering Soho's words that he felt like he was looking at someone who knew everything about this world. The brunette thought that he understood only now. He remembered the indignant girl and the laughing guy. Yona, pointing her finger. Rachel, who was smiling. The hero realized that he had become a character who was not in the original. Hajin held out a gun in front of him and thought that he was a minor character in his own story. The bullet flew forward. It pierced the butterfly's body. Soho looked at the burning monster in the sky and thought it was a fire attack. He looked up exhaustedly, thinking that Hajin had hit. Wasn't that enough? The body of the huge insect was engulfed in flames. A lot of roots rising from the forest. The guy gritted his teeth. Looking at the pistol in surprise, Hajin asked if there was not enough firepower, then he would fire again. Purple lightning surrounded the outstretched palm. They pierced the monster's body. A butterfly with burnt wings began to fall down. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise. The man took a step. The girl stretched out her hand. surrounded by a lot of black and purple lightning, and the hero recognized the boss. The charred insect flew down. The hero assumed that she would get butterfly pollen. Rapid movement. The glow hid the monster's body. The butterfly fell to the ground. Smiling, Soho looked at her. Suddenly he fell face down, saying that she was defeated. The man stopped beside him. Ijin stood next to the defeated monster. She reached out with her hand. Hajin stood behind and demanded that she be given to him. The girl turned a little. With a determined look, the hero stated that she could not take the pollen and thought that the boss still did not know the properties of pollen. Imagining the blue pollen, he thought that perhaps it had come for it, since the loot from the spirit could be sold dearly. He introduced Soho and thought that he should get pollen to deal with the future spirits. Jin turned to him indifferently. The blue-haired man lay unconscious on the ground. The cadets slept by the tree. Hajin covered his face with his fist. The heroine thought that although the butterfly was dead and the sedative effect was no longer strong, she did not understand how a simple cadet was still on his feet. Closing her eyes, the boss thought that he was really strange. She needed to watch him carefully. The blue hero thought that he had reached a limit in resistance to pollen with the help of ether. It was becoming difficult to breathe. He held his mask tensely. Jin put out her hand, attacking. Hajin covered his face with his hand. A dark portal opened. The hero froze in surprise. The girl's appearance has changed, she asked, but she knows who she is. The guy frowned a little. Pointing his finger, he naively assumed that she was Xiaoping. The girl hovered, thinking. She remembered a business card with this name, and how she had already dated a guy, and realized that it was a fictitious name. The wind tore off the leaves. The heroine confirmed that it was her, and asked him why she was there. Hajin assumed that she was here as a caretaker. The girl asked how long he had known that she was Xiaoping. A dark ray flew past the smiling hero. The girl looked at him gloomily, and ominously said that if he lied, she would kill him, that is, beat him. The frightened guy replied that when he took off her watch. Remembering the heroine in disguise, he said that when he looked at her closely, he realized that she was a little different. Pointing to the eye with a smile, he explained that he had rather sharp eyesight. Pursing her lips, the brunette mentally repeated. Remembering how she stood in front of her, she thought that his mana was blocking magic, allowing her to see through Jane's abilities. But not only her ability was not working on him, but also the object of the vision block. Hajin sat on the ground, and she thought that his mana had anti-magic properties. A glow rose from the hero's eye. She thought that a special state when mana blocks someone else's magic. In this case, it was understandable how he could see through the disguise. He only needed to focus mana on his optic nerves to do so. Hajin looked at her in surprise, and the heroine thought that if this theory was true, he was a very valuable resource that she could not miss. Purple flashes rose around the guy. He was surprised to see the girl approach. She held out the pollen, saying that it was for him. Xiaopeng looked down, saying she wanted in return. Hajin was surprised to hear that she did not continue. The voice of the blonde was heard, who ordered the boss not to say anything strange. Let him repeat after her if she did not know what to say. Xiaopeng lowered her head, hearing the request to speak calmly. She shocked the hero when she asked for his number. Frightened, Hajin almost died of excitement. He clenched the pollen in his fist. There was a small bundle in the palm of his hand. He thought that he was able to achieve an important goal. Clenching his fingers, the hero pondered how to convey it to Soho. Suddenly his eyes opened. He turned abruptly, remembering Rachel and the seed. Surrounded by the glow, the girl lay by the tree. A light emanated from her chest. Hajin mentally asked not to say that this would happen right now. Bright rays swept forward. The hero closed his eyes from the light, realizing that the seed was awakening. Rachel closed her eyes, feeling sleepy, thinking that she needed to defeat the spirit and become the pride of the imperial family. She opened her eyes slightly. There was a smiling girl in front of her. Hugging her, the blonde thought, "Who is this child?" The wounds on her face disappeared. Her eyes shone brightly. She thought that the girl seemed familiar. The heroine looked tenderly at her sweet smile, thinking that she looked like her little one. The child was smiling happily. Rachel's eyes widened. She asked, "What did she say?" Holding the little girl, she thought that she should ask her about it. The running guy blurred. Her eyes began to close. The girl said that she was too sleepy. Falling to the ground, she still asked what she said. Hajin opened his mouth in shock when he was called Dad. Sitting next to the blonde, the girl said that her mother had fallen asleep again. The man looked at the people by the tree in surprise. A trembling Hajin carried Soho. Selma raised her hand and said something. The ship sailed on the sea. The chaotic fourth day passed quickly. The hero was standing on the deck, and at 9 a.m. the next day, they were finally able to finish the nauseating final exam. Soho showed something to Neon. The guy thought that although there was an incident with a butterfly sapling, which the observers did not expect, as a result of negotiations, it was decided to divide the points among the 4 cadets who destroyed this monster. Glancing at the bracelet, he saw that there were no incoming messages. Remembering Xiaoping, Hajin thought about the fact that there are still no messages from the chameleon group. Putting his fingers to his face, he thought about why the boss was interested in him. Neon put her hands on her hips and asked how it ended. Looking at the girl, he clarified what she meant, and she explained that she only remembers the events until the middle, and Soho said that he destroyed his wings. Leaning against the side, the hero said that this was nonsense and clarified how they could be destroyed with a pistol. The interlocutor agreed and replied that she also thought it was funny. Hajin looked at her and asked why she used a sword instead of a bow. Naeun stared at him in shock. Standing in a disgruntled pose, she shouted that it was he who asked to use it, but the hero clarified that she first needed to practice. Was it too dangerous to use a weapon that she was less good at? Angry, the disgruntled heroine replied that she was not clumsy enough for him to worry about her. The rays of the sun illuminated the heroes. Hajin wondered how she felt after switching to the sword. The girlfriend turned away, and he continued. Is it scary yet? Covered with sweat with excitement, the girl exclaimed that she did not understand what he was talking about. She was not afraid of anything. Hajin looked at her carefully and thought that it was quite obvious that when Naeun lied, it was one of those disgusting traits he attributed to her. He closed his eyes, thinking that some things never change. Putting his hand on the side, the hero said that in any case, if she used it more often, she would get used to it faster, because she was born with the talent of a swordsman. Naeun was surprised to hear this. Later, while sitting at the table, Yona told Naeun that she thought Hajin was interested in her. A friend got angry and replied that it wasn't. Yona asked Soho if he had told her anything. Covering his mouth, the guy remembered the hero's words that he knew the girl better, and noted that there was some truth in Yona's words. Yona exhaled and replied that Hajin is cold with anyone who tries to communicate with him, but he shows interest in communicating with Naeun. The fork touched the salad. Someone asked Yona, wasn't she a close friend of Hajin at first? But she replied that he needed something, so he approached her. Wasn't he interested in her for another reason? Embarrassedly pulling her collar away from the heat, Naeun replied that it wasn't like that. She stared ahead when asked what she was going to do, and replied that there was absolutely nothing. Yona spotted Hajin standing nearby. He turned to their table and greeted them. Then he looked at them silently, and then he turned away. Yona pointed at the hero, saying that he was staring at her, and Naeun stopped her in embarrassment. There was a blush on her cheeks. Later, the hero returned to his cabin, informing him that he had returned, and asked if anything had happened. The girl happily ran to him, calling him dad. Staring at her tiredly, the brunette asked not to run. Hugging the baby, he heard a question about where he was, to which he replied that he went to buy her food. Picking up the baby in his arms, the Hajin said that she should not call him daddy. She asked why and he replied that people would misunderstand. The girl asked again sweetly, why? He was discouraged to suggest calling him uncle or Hajin. He closed his eyes irritably, having heard another question, and thought that he could not do without training. Evangel looked at him with a slight smile. Then she smiled charmingly. The hero smiled back, thinking that Evangel had woken up next to Rachel that day. He remembered their meeting and the words that his mother had fallen asleep again. Then he came closer, asking who she called dad, and the girl said that it was him. She jumped to him, shocked by it. Looking up, he saw a helicopter. Looking at the child, the brunette asked if she could turn into a seed again. The helicopter hovered in the sky, Hajin explaining that it was so round and small, her previous shape, but Evangel asked what about her mother, and there was a demand that she not call her mother. Rubbing her eyes, Evangel heard that she had something to do and agreed to it. The guy looked at the shining seed in surprise. Now she was happily running around his room in the dormitory. The hero thought that everything looked like he had a secret child, and called her to eat. Evangel, spoon in mouth, stared at the food. Then she smiled happily. Looking at her, Hajin asked her to take her time. He turned back. There was a small bag of pollen, and he wondered what to do with it. The pollen of the butterfly sapling clings to targets that have mana and helps to awaken hidden potential. He introduced a man and a box, reasoning that while it sounds simple, the difficulty is that the goal must have dormant potential, and pollen can affect both people and objects. He also recalled Xiaoping, thinking that it was originally supposed to fall into the hands of Rachel and Soho. The hero put his hand on the table, thinking that he needed to think about how to pass the pollen to them. Rachel was lying on the bed. Looking at the ceiling, she thought, who is the child she saw? She remembered his smile, thinking that she felt him rather than saw him, and she still remembered his warmth. Turning on her side, the heroine wondered if it was a tree spirit or something like that. After all, the power of spirits is still much unknown, or perhaps he was just having hallucinations. She imagined the girl's happy face again. A gentle smile appeared on her lips. Placing her hand on her chest, Rachel asked why she still thought about her warmth. The girl closed her eyes, and it seemed to her that they would meet again. The bright sun shone on the statue. The girl looked at her watch. Not far away, she noticed someone's footsteps. Smiling, she said that he had come. Hajin kept his hands in his pockets after hearing that she thought he would refuse. When the hero approached, she informed them that another person was to join them, but apparently he was late and they would go first. Looking at her, Hajin agreed, thinking to himself, who is it? The black car was driving fast down the road. Yona said that she had heard that he had done quite well in his final exams this time, to which the hero replied that he had a score of 67. The interlocutor replied that if he did not want to attract unnecessary attention, then he should have scored 20 points less. Looking out the window, he heard that the other guilds were already interested in him. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. The rays of the sun illuminated the girl's face, and she said to him, "Welcome to the Strait of Essence." The glass building of the guild towered. A notification about a tour of the guild appeared on the bracelet. Looking at the screen, the guy thought that this event was organized so that cadets on vacation could personally watch how the heroes complete missions. The deputy director and the team were standing in front of a large screen. The hero thought that the local guilds had priority in selecting cadets based on their rating. As he wiped his head, Hajin thought that he was actually interested in what the heroes were doing, and was sure that there would be others besides the missions he had written about. After presenting a scheme with people from different guilds, he reasoned that each guild could select a maximum of 3 cadets from the first and second years, and because of this, it was common not to even look at first-year cadets if their rank was below 300. He patted Evangel on the head and thought that according to the ranking he received when he entered the academy, it would most likely be difficult for him to get into the top 300, although he performed well in the finals. What a pity. The brunette was frightened by the loud sound. A message appeared above the bracelet. He was surprised that someone wrote to him. A message was reflected in his eye. The information reported that he was selected to participate in a tour of the guild. A lot of people gathered in the common hall. Hajin and Yona followed a guy who said that combat experience is important for heroes first and foremost, and that they see that many missions start from here. Missions above a certain level can only be taken over after the management has completed their analysis. Hajin shifted his gaze to the smiling girl. She was literally shining, and the hero thought that Yona must have put his name on the list for the daughter of the guild leader, which was not difficult at all. Stopping at the door, the guide said that they had come. The door opened. There were many people in the room. The hero thought that this was an analysis room. He looked around when he heard that he had been called the best in theory. The guy pointed his finger to the side, saying that the first thing he wanted to do was bring him here. The hero noted that the guy's name is Sango, and as it turned out, the above-average hero is Yona's left hand. The guide closed his eyes in a smile. He was in charge of the guild tour. Looking at how he interacted with Jin Yoon, the hero thought that he looked like a good person. Sango was smiling, and Hajin mused that he looked so good that if he wasn't the author of the novel, he would never have thought that the villain who would betray Yona in the future. A woman came up behind and reported that Sango had brought the cadets. She had documents in her hands. Jina, an above-average hero, clarified if he was a Hajin cadet. Resting her hand on her side, she said that the world had definitely become much better, because whoever took 934th place was able to get a tour of the guild. I wonder who helped check this. Looking at the woman, the hero thought that she was unlikely to have a good opinion of him. The heroines stood opposite each other. The brunette thought that since Jina supported Yona as the current vice-captain of the Strait of Essence, it was likely that she had a grudge against the guild leader's daughter, who was his rightful heir. He introduced the woman standing in front of the guild's crest and continued that it was only now, in the future, she would join Yona and take the place of vice-captain on her own. Discouraged, Sango waved his hand, saying that Hajin was number 1 when it came to theory, but the woman retorted that she was also number 1 in theory. The guy thought that she was one of the main characters. He clenched his fist when Jina said that the theory the cadets were learning wasn't that important. Afterward, she looked at Hajin, asking if he agreed, and named his child number 1 in theory. The hero looked at her attentively and said nothing. Looking at the papers, the woman remembered something. Holding out the documents, she asked how to deal with this, since he was so confident in his abilities. Sango retorted that she couldn't divulge such information so easily, but the woman replied that it was fine, there was nothing important about it. The guy looked down at the documents, hearing that they would let him try. Of course, if such a child could understand at least something, he angrily thought that she had decided to test him. The girl looked at the outstretched arm. Holding out his palm, Hajin said that he needed paper. The hero angrily grabbed the outstretched sheet. The woman asked, "Does he think that if he has paper, will it help somehow?" Jin Yoon glanced at the notification from the bracelet, and said that the last person had arrived on the first floor. As he walked out with her, Sango offered to meet him. Hajin was working at a desk with monitors. Looking at the paper, he thought that this report was about various situations that could arise during a raid on a dungeon. An ordinary cadet is definitely not able to do this. He was quickly writing something on a piece of paper, thinking that with his level of observation, he just needed to write down the calculations he saw in front of him. Almost reaching the edge of the sheet, the hero realized that the work was ready. It remained to solve the last part. He was surprised when his sheet was unexpectedly taken away. Holding it in her hand with displeasure, Jin asked why he was still here. Didn't he realize that everyone had already left? Let him stop doing nonsense and leave here. Hajin was furious. Later, he stood in the bodice, thinking that he had not been able to write the last part, and that it was better for her not to ask him about the last part. He crossed his arms in displeasure. There was the number 1 on the screen. The doors opened. As he was leaving, he ran into Naeun. She opened her mouth in surprise. Pointing her finger at the hero, she asked why he was there. But Yona replied that she didn't know. Looking at the cunning girl, the hero realized that he was the last person left by Naeun and asked in his mind, why didn't Yona say anything about her? The clouds are colored by an orange sunset. The sign said that this was Jin Hyuk's office. The man was sitting on the sofa in front of the documents. There was a scribbled dossier on the table. He thought it was surprising that after a thorough month-long investigation, he had found only a couple of pages of information. He introduced Hajin and remembered how he had been following him, the number of people he had been in contact with so far, the information about his parents, and how he had become an orphan. And no matter how hard he tried to find out something about him, he hadn't been able to find out any details. Leaning back wearily, the man noted that this was the task thrown by his niece. He looked down. On top of the table was a report on the massacre at the orphanage. Jin Hyuk said that the more complicated the situation, the greater his interest, and carefully considered the line about a pregnant woman and an unborn child. Standing in front of the others, Sango announced that they would now participate in the mission. All that remained was to wait for permission. Naeun scratched her head awkwardly when asked why she was late, and replied that she had just met her grandfather on the way. Raising a finger, the guy clarified that she meant a great hero. Yona waved her hand, saying that they should go ahead as she needed to call. The girl raised her hand and greeted her. She looked down and asked how her uncle was doing with what she had asked for. The girl was very angry when she heard that he hadn't started yet because he was very busy, and indignantly asked if he was mocking. Holding the phone and documents, the man asked why she wanted to find his parents, and then clarified whether he wanted to find his parents at all. Remembering how the hero looked at the ads, the girl replied that he remembered the list of wanted. It seems to her that his parents were involved in something criminal. Jin Hyuk looked thoughtfully to the side and remembered the massacre in the orphanage. Holding the documents in his hand, he heard the question when he would start work, and replied that they would talk later, since the customer came to him. Indignantly staring at the smartwatch, Yona asked to wait. Folding his hands in front of him, the man thought that it seemed that Hajin was indeed connected to this crime. He imagined the monsters, remembering that 16 years ago, when the monsters invaded Cuba, 87 civilians and 9 heroes who had defended the place had died in the orphanage. As he exhaled cigarette smoke, he also remembered that 10 years ago, he had tried to investigate the incident, but he had been caught and expelled from the Yu family. At first glance, it looked as if it had been done by humans, and the government and the association had come to that conclusion, but the real culprits of the incident were other people. He introduced different people in costumes of Soko, the president of South Korea, chairman of Daehyun, and Jinin, his brother and father Yona. Clenching his fist, the man remembered that they didn't even want to get their hands dirty and just hired assassins. It probably wasn't that important to them, but what if there were survivors in this incident? Jin Hyuk introduced the hero with a gun, thinking that perhaps Hajin's parents were victims of this incident, and now he wants revenge. The man was sitting at the table. He understood that it was dangerous, and it would not end well. His hands trembled. He thought that if he continued to dig, then when this crazy old man found out about it, he would die a horrible death. Joyful Naeun looked ahead with a smile. Hajin ran behind everyone. An announcement was heard that a large group of stone golems had appeared on the street. The cadets ran forward, hearing that the hero was above average level. Pak San-ho should go. Turning around, Sango asked where Hajin was, to which the girl replied that it was okay, he would catch up soon. Yona looked displeased and was asked what happened. She stared ahead, mentally indignant, and replied that nothing. The guy noticed something to the side. Stone monsters appeared. A cry was heard that the golems had been discovered. One of them raised his hand. Then he directed the blow down. The whip flew forward. He clasped his stone fist. Running forward, the spear-wielding guy praised Yona. He threw a weapon at the golem. Hajin was still running towards them. When he saw Naeun, he realized that he had caught up with her. The girl took aim at the golem, thinking that it was about 2 meters tall. She stared at him resolutely, thinking that she might be able to deal with him with a sword. She ran forward. Swinging her sword, the girl analyzed where the golems had a weak point. I looked at my leg and saw an ankle. A swing of the sword left a bright mark, and the golem's eye glowed red. The monster hit the heroine in the stomach. Blood spurted from the girl's mouth. She collapsed to the ground. Naeun held onto her side, asking why the golem was so fast. The monster swung his fist again. Opening his mouth, Hajin kicked her to dodge. Stones flew into the air. The hero froze with a confused smile. A moment later, he caught Naeun, not understanding what had happened. The guy, remembering how he grabbed the girl with ether, because he wanted to help her so much, the eager reacted involuntarily. The girl was embarrassed, and the guy thought that he should say something. Looking at his friend, Hajin said that if she continues to freeze at critical moments, it is better to fight from a long distance. She looked at the hero in surprise when she heard the suggestion that her sword might become longer. Indignantly pointing her finger, Naeun replied that she had simply let her guard down and made a mistake, and now he needed to look more closely. Turning away, she thanked him. Imagining the shining sword, the guy thought that the reason why Naeun should be a swordswoman was because her mana pool was several times that of an ordinary hero. The girl clutched the shining weapon. The hero reflected that thanks to the talent of the Sea of Mana, she had a greater amount of mana than Suho, and if you made the sword a conductor of mana, then it could be used without restrictions. The wreckage of the golems' bodies was lying in the street. Words were heard that they were finally finished. They could return, since the rescue squad had arrived. Hajin sensed someone's gaze. He turned around and saw a girl on the roof. The heroine looked down. The guy thought that there was no need to even guess who she was. Naeun put her hand to her mouth and hurried him on. Turning away from the roof, the hero thought only that he was sorry that he was faster with the ether. A dark aura hovered around the heroine. Meanwhile, Gina stretched, saying that her shoulders hurt a lot. The girl held the glass and asked if she was still counting, reminded that she offered to send it to the office workers, but the woman replied that she was smarter than them. She touched the keyboard with her fingers when a colleague asked what these documents were. Didn't she use pen and paper for calculations? To which she replied that they were the scribbles of an arrogant guy. Taking the papers in her hands, she wondered whether to evaluate it. The girl with glasses turned gloomy, asking what was it? On the Hajin bracelet, there were several messages from Gina saying that they need to talk. Let him answer the call. They will talk tomorrow when he comes. But the hero replied that he will not go. He clicked on the screen, saying that he already roughly understood how the guild worked. He had nothing else to do there. In a dialogue with Son, he wrote that he would not be able to join the guild tour tomorrow. The interlocutor asked why. Hajin then smiled villainously, wondering if he could have fun and tease her. A message appeared on the screen that someone had said that according to the results of the exam, he had only 934th place. It was better to give other cadets a chance. The characters stared at the screen with round eyes. Then they looked at each other in shock. Sango gave his colleague a stern look, who replied that she didn't want it to turn out that way. Laughing, the hero introduced the angry girlfriend and noted that this should be enough. He could imagine how angry Yona would be. The hero yawned tiredly. Looking at the evangel arms outstretched in his sleep, he thought that the tour had been fruitful after all, but there was something to do today. After carrying the girl to bed, he decided not to waste time and do it while she was sleeping. Then he stretched his hand forward. He took a small bag from the shelf. Opening it, he looked at the pollen. It shone brightly. The hero noted that there was much more here than he thought. Sounds were heard in the blue space. He thought he would share it with Suho and Rachel. Later, there were 3 envelopes on the table. The hero realized that even he would be left here. Looking down, Hajin noted that pollen is important to them, but it will also come in handy. He will use it as soon as he can. Bending his fingers, the hero thought that he had to act quickly, so he should not postpone it for later. As he rolled up the paper roll, the brown-haired man realized that it was useless to use it on himself, since he had low potential. A bright orb appeared in his hand when Hajin decided to apply it to the ether. Pollen began to spill out onto the ether. Looking at the bright glow, the Hajin waited for it to absorb. A new message from Naeun appeared on the bracelet. The hero said that it was unexpected. In the message, she thanked for what happened during the day, but wanted to add something. The hero looked at the bracelet inquiringly. 10 minutes later, he thought discouraged that one of the 2 ways to drive a person crazy was to be silent in mid-sentence. Then he asked what kind of continuation it was, but she only asked what he needed. The guy replied that she should go to bed. Sitting down at the table, Hajin called it stupid. Looking ahead, I mentally repeated that this was stupid. Remembering the correspondence, he noted that he would never have thought that he would correspond with Naeun like this. These emotions are something new. Imagining himself standing behind, the hero reasoned that he started out as an additional character who had nothing to do with the main plot, but somehow found himself in the thick of things. The guy silently looked ahead. He was still just a secondary character. The pages of the book were turned. He realized that nothing was determined. He could change everything. His fingers pressed the buttons of the laptop. After taking a sip of tea, Yona thought about how many things needed to be done. She needed to write a report on the guild tour and a message about recruiting for the guild. There was information about the guild on the screen. The girl thought that there was an information team in the Essence Strait. But this was not enough, and they needed people who could process information, and everything was ready. All that remained was to hire people. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, she decided to do everything herself so as not to wait for a lazy uncle. An incoming call appeared on the bracelet screen. She wondered why Naeun was calling at such a time. Sitting at her laptop, Yona said hello and asked what happened. She was looking ahead when Naeun said she would be going to a seminar with Soho next Tuesday. Would she want to join? Typing, the girl wanted to say no, but when she heard that Jonghak would be there, she agreed. Putting my head on my hand, I asked, so she called and heard the question. Did she see the recording of yesterday's fight with the stone golem? The video on the screen paused. Yona confirmed, and said that she needed to write a report, then clarified if she wanted to discuss the moment. When Hajin helped her, her friend replied in fright. There was a moment on the screen when the hero was holding her, and the girl noted that she was filmed from a good angle. It looked as if she threw herself into his arms. Yona laughed when an indignant friend asked not to show it to anyone, and asked why. She liked it, but she was indignant that she was saying this. Loud laughter rang out throughout the room, after which the heroine said that there was a lot to do. She hung up. The notification showed that the call has ended. Naeun, blushing, sat with her knees crossed. Continuing to write, Yona called her a liar and got to work. But again I was distracted by a new message. She jumped up from her seat when she learned that Hajin had refused a tour of the guild. There was a mug of tea on the table. The girl again said that she was ending the call. Gritting her teeth in rage, she called Gina a crazy woman after barely persuading him to sign a contract. Hajin is completely unpredictable. A new message has appeared about the receipt of 89 SP. Looking at him, the hero did not understand why, but he was happy about it. Sitting down at the laptop, the guy decided that it was time to distribute them. Looking at the screen, he thought that no matter how hard he tried, over time his physical stats would begin to lag behind, so it was better to choose and focus on one thing. A random upgrade system with a description was open on the screen. He thought that since he was using pollen on ether, he decided that he would not spend SP on himself, but on weapons. Later, with a tired smile, I thought that from the outside this talent is SOSO. With his luck there is no hope for the best, and whether the plan will be successful is another question. Looking ahead seriously, Hajin decided to give it a try. The new system window clarified whether he wanted to rewrite his talent. The guy only hoped for luck. Then he pressed the button. He closed his eyes. Then he looked at the screen with one eye. The system reported that there is not enough SP, the quality has decreased. Luck is activated and part of the loss will be reimbursed. A new window has opened with a description of the random upgrade system. Seeing this, Hajin breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning his head on his hands, he thought that he was not quite satisfied. But he could not hope for the best, he should be grateful for that too. After that, he looked at the screen again, thinking that the preparation was complete. The reason why he hurried with the preparation was. A bright light appeared below. The guy looked at the incoming message. The notice communicated that the Travelers Club on Friday next week, destination England. He thought the main story was about to begin. Standing among the trees, the guy thought about the fact that he had spent the entire last week of summer vacation training hell. Remembering himself in the hall, he reflected that although he had invested all his glasses in the weapon, this did not mean that he should forget about physical training. Back then, he was breathing heavily, but despite training hard, his stats are still average. The ether in the palm of his hand glowed brightly. The ether had completed the upgrade. A new window appeared about the release of ether and reported that part of the potential had been unleashed thanks to the mysterious power of the spirit. Looking at the screen, Hajin read that as a result, physical strength increased by 0.7, thanks to the additional function concrete implementation. You can choose the color and texture. A vortex of ether surrounded the knife when the hero thought that it would be difficult to create a gun, since it has a complex structure. Looking at the knife in his hand, he reflected on what looks and feels like an ordinary knife, after which the hero decided to recognize it. The knife glowed brightly. The window notified that this improved the characteristics of the recognized weapon by 1 to 44%. Then the hero threw it. The knife rushed into the stone. The hero noted that it was many times stronger than an ordinary knife. The blade managed to split the stone. Hajin smiled in surprise. Looking at the trace left by the knife, he thought that it was not as powerful as a relic, but it did not differ from an ordinary weapon, which meant that it would not attract unnecessary attention when the enemy lost his vigilance, pierced his heart. That was enough. The girl watched the broadcast with admiration. The hero asked her to behave well and not make noise while he was in class at the club. Okay. Watching the child, he also said that he would buy her goodies. Evangel covered her ears when he said that with the help of a spirit friend, you can only create animals, you can't create people, and replied that she understood, stopped grumbling. Then the hero waved goodbye to her. The girl waved back. The bright sun illuminated the walls of the palace. Rachel turned when she heard that she had nothing to worry about. The man in front of her said that their contract with the cube had expired and they had decided to hire reliable agents. The rays of the sun passed through the window, and the servant also remembered Kirsten, who had saved her. The girl smiled when the man said that he would like to contact him through the Royal Guild. She said that she liked the idea and asked to do it. Thinking back to Hajin, she thought that he definitely shouldn't have taken place 934. Maybe the other guilds would want to get his hands on him too. The girl also remembered Yona, thinking that it is illegal to contact someone in advance, so she will just watch for now. There was a seal on the scroll. Despite the fact that the Royal Guild is in no way inferior to the best guilds in Korea, it has the right of priority recruitment. Rachel put her palms to her chest, thinking that they could legitimately offer far better terms than any other guild. Pointing ahead, Han-hyun said that well, since everyone came, let's go to England. Naeun was sweating a lot. She lowered her head, saying that she was about to melt. Yona asked why she was wearing a uniform. Then she looked at Hajin, asking if he was hot. He still had a shirt on top of his uniform. He gave a thumbs up, saying that he was absolutely comfortable. His black royal jacket had a top-rank temperature control function. A Ferris wheel appeared. The guys looked at him with delight. The girls also looked around when they heard that they would be going to an island that was floating in the sky. Above Han-hyun's head was an island. He said that they would get to it with the help of a portal. The hero looked at this island, thinking that this place was created by the English government with the help of floating crystals that are at their disposal. Imagining the booze that poured on the gaming table, the hero thought that money rules everything here. All kinds of events and auctions are held here. You can find entertainment for every taste. This is the Golden Island, more like Las Vegas. Here the next chapter of the main story will begin. Naeun looked ahead with delight, and said that she hadn't been here for a long time. Soho looked at the girls, asking if they had been here before. Naeun replied that it was the first time she had come here with her brother. She looked down, saying that she hadn't been here again after that. Hajin looked in her direction. Soho then said with a smile that he was here for the first time and asked if she could be his guide. The joyful girl raised her hands, saying that she could be relied on. They entered the hall and Han-hyun said that there would be a big event on the island at 7 p.m. He asked if they could attend and they happily agreed. The guy noted that they could walk around and have fun before the event started. Naeun raised her hand when he asked if there were any questions. The girl asked if it was possible to go to the casino, and the guy replied yes, the cadets of Cuba are considered adults. The happy girl pushed the others to hurry up. The screen of the device showed different icons. Someone made a bet. There were a lot of people in the hall. The hero noted that it was much more chic here than he thought. The hero approached the cash register, and the girl asked to see her ID. Hajin saw the girl's true appearance, and asked if they had been working here for a long time. Smiling, she replied that she was 6 years old, then Hajin thanked her for the chips. The girl smiled broadly, and the hero noted that Jane was already here. The dark silhouettes had bright eyes. The event that Han-hyun was talking about would start at 7 p.m. To be honest, this is a serious problem, since the event is really big, and animals will also come here from all corners of the world to get their hands on it. He clenched his fist, thinking that even though he wanted to keep his cool, he couldn't help but be nervous. Greedily imagining a big win, he only thought about where else, if not here, he could make a lot of money with luck alone. Smiling, the guy reasoned that the incident would happen at 7 p.m. He still had time. With a click, the coin flew into the air. After catching it, he noted that it was not for nothing that he started with slot machines. Looking to the side, he thought about where to go next, and heard someone say that it wasn't fair. Naeun was sitting at the gaming table. Opposite him, he saw a blonde man. Getting up from the table, the girl said that she was done, but she was stopped. Holding out a stack of chips, Vert said that it was somehow not good to beat the child, so he would return 25% to her. Naeun stared at him furiously. Slamming her palm on the table, she shouted that he apparently felt that her money was easy to get. Now she would start playing seriously and take everything. After capturing her angry face, the hero noted that just 2 hours after that, Naeun would be crying in the hotel because she had lost all the money she had brought with her. Observing the dark figures, he realized that all the players here were cheaters. He looked at Vert because he is one of the important characters in his novel. The girl threw cards and swore, but the hero thought that she was stupid. She came from a rich family in the 4th generation, and for her to lose a lot of money was not such a tragedy. The man had a bracelet on his hand. He was interested in something about Vert. Naeun turned around when someone told her to stand up. Hajin rested his hand on the table, saying that he would play for her. One of the participants waved his hand, saying that he was being called. The hero noted that how lucky the place was for him. The girl asked if he had money. The minimum bet was $100, but the guy asked not to worry about it and continue. He sat down next to her, and the girl displeased said that he could do as he wanted. The croupier explained that it was a 7-card stud. Now he would deal the cards. The players looked at their cards. One of the participants saw something. Hajin's cards were still lying on the table. He asked if he was going to see his cards, to which the guy replied that he was not. The maps could be seen through. He could see them without turning them over. The hero pointed his finger at the card, wondering which one to choose, and the other player asked if he was a psychopath. Taking a card in his hand, the guy said that he would start with this one. The man in the jacket looked at the hero, asking how he dared to talk to him so casually, but Hajin clarified if he didn't start it. The stack of chips almost shattered, and the croupier asked everyone to calm down. Vert waved his hand with a smile and asked if they could see his clothes, which were the uniforms of cadets from the cube, and suggested that they practice good manners. The hero looked at his black bracelet, thinking that he was also very nervous, but he was good at keeping his face. The guy smiled slyly. There were a lot of people in the casino. The girl behind the counter said that there were 6 people from the villains, 3 heroes from the association, 1 swindler, and 1 from the source of light, but perhaps the hero from the source of light had only come for a tour. Looking at Hajin sitting at the table, she noted that he was also here. Someone suggested that everyone was at a low start right now. Looking at the hero's face, she noted that he saw her face, and she wondered if she had been revealed. She smiled when someone explained that he could only see through if he focused magic on his eyes. There was no reason to do that now. The gloomy Vert was holding cards, and the girl said that she didn't feel the movement of magic either. In front of Hajin were high stacks of chips. In the 12th round there was $60,000 at stake. He saw the man closing his eyes, thinking that the Vert card is the ace of hearts. If you take into account the previous 5 cards, then he has a full house. Vert looked calm, but the guy thought he was still keeping his face, even though he had good cards, not bad. There were chips on the table. The players said what they were going to do. The hero presented cards and chips, reasoning that now Vert has a full house. In order to win, he needs to collect 4 cards of the same rank. Usually he would not strive for this, since after a full house the chance of collecting 4 cards of the same rank is very low. Pointing to the hero, the man asked if he didn't have a lot of money. He thought that was why he hoped to win it here. Pointing with his finger Hajin, the man offered to put a ring. The hero took out a ring on a chain, and the man clarified that this is an artifact. He sees it with the naked eye. The ring shone brightly, and Vert wondered why he was wearing it around his neck. Hajin began to remove the jewelry, saying that there were reasons for this. Naeun bowed her head excitedly. Slapping her palms on the table, she suggested that she just leave. She frowned, resolutely saying that she would give him back the loss. The hero grabbed her hand, asking her just to sit down. Approaching, he whispered that he would definitely not lose, so let him sit quietly. Holding the chain with the ring, He said that the ring is expensive, so he will put it, but he wants him to risk his bracelet. The man unbuttoned it, agreeing. Both decorations were lying on the table. Reaching for the cards, the player said that it was time to open them. He would start. He turned out to have 3 aces and 2 jacks. Naeun opened her mouth in surprise when she saw a full house. Reaching for the chips, Vert said that he was sorry, but the hero asked him to wait. He pointed his finger at his cards, saying that he hadn't opened them yet. The man turned nervously. Hajin began to turn over his cards. Putting them on the table, he said that Luck was his middle name. The girl opened her mouth in shock and looked at him when the guy said that he had 4 cards of the same rank. It seemed that he had 1. Vert stared ahead in shock, and the guy said that there was no need to be so surprised. In poker, everything depends on luck. He opened his eyes wide, not knowing how. Later, security held him as he shouted that the hero was cheating. Naeun asked if he had any evidence. Hajin held a bracelet in his hand. A system window appeared above the jewelry that this is an obsidian bracelet of an Athenian resident. When the owner takes damage, it is converted into mana and stored in a bracelet that accumulates mana when in contact with air. Presenting the jewelry, the hero thought that Vert still did not know the true value of the bracelet, because although the bracelet is able to accumulate mana, the owner cannot use it for himself. Looking at it more closely, the hero thought that this problem can be solved very simply. You need to add another magical component to the bracelet. Vert will understand this only in a year. He will add one that will buff physical indicators. Looking at the hero, the girl wondered what he would do if he lost. Sitting at the table, he calmly replied that he would jump into Hongang, but she asked him not to say that. The chips shone brightly. A third belongs to the girl, and the hero asked if she wanted her money back, but she refused and offered to keep it for herself. He won, not her, and added that he was very cool. The guy waved his hand when he saw Hajin. The hero in a new suit and with purchases apologized for his lateness. Looking at him in surprise, Yona asked why he was dressed like that. He only asked him again, did it really not suit him? He adjusted his sunglasses while holding branded items and artifacts, and said that on the way he looked into an antique store. The question was heard, where did so much money come from? Raising her hands, Naeun said that it was just great, roulette, blackjack and even baccarat. Suddenly, Junwoo leaned over to her, calling the girl a baby. Everyone looked at the blonde, and Naeun asked what he was doing here, and the guy replied that he just came to have fun. She was very embarrassed when he asked if Hajin was her boyfriend, and she replied that he was just a friend, followed by mocking admiration for the amount of winnings. Yona pointed at the blonde, asking if he was the Junwoo hunter from the light source. With a cute smile, the guy replied that it was and noted that it seemed to be still popular. They shook hands, and the girl said her name. Someone was watching them from the alley. The long-haired girl stood with her arms crossed. Her eyes reflected Hajin. Jane appeared behind her, and she heard the words that everything was ready. A red carpet led to the entrance to the rich building, and it was said that they were now at the portal on the River Thames leading to Clancy Aylet Island. The reporter held the microphone and said that all the VIPs were gathering here to participate in an event organized by the international corporation Lotan. A car drove up to the path. The reporter said that the news of the white crystal demonstration was shocking and attracted the attention of the whole world. A car drove up to the path. A foot in a shoe stepped on the path. Everyone was looking forward to the speech of the general director. Looking to the side, the reporter announced that the princess had arrived. Rachel got out of the car. As she walked past the reporters, she heard them ask for a few words about today's event. There are many rumors that she has lost the top spot in the estimates. Can she comment on that? The guards stood with their hands spread and said that it was forbidden to go further than this zone. The door closed. The girl stopped in front of the portal. She closed her eyes, enjoying the silence. A man standing nearby turned to her. The man in the suit thanked her for coming. It was Zealand, the CEO of Lotan Corporation. With a stern look, the girl called his name. Both of them were standing near the portal, and the princess clarified if they had good protection against human monsters. The man said that they did. Introducing the island, he noted that it can be said that the island of Clancy is the safest place in Europe. For this event, they have hired a huge number of advanced-level heroes, so they don't have to worry. Holding out his hand, he added that as the largest sponsor of the Royal Guild, they promised to support the level and reputation of their guild. Rachel stared at him silently. The man smiled slyly. There were many people in the hall, and he told her to look forward to the start. The hero was sitting at the table. He looked at the time, thinking that there were 30 minutes left before the start of the event, but it was already so crowded. The look of gray eyes attracted something. Imagining the red curtain and bright bookers of the logo, he thought that in a world that is teeming with human monsters, it is difficult to believe that such a dangerous event is being held. Imagining Zealand sitting under the guillotine, he thought about what he wrote in the novel that the Lotan Corporation is one of the most corrupt companies in history. Although there are no human monsters among the leaders, they do evil worse than the humans. Afterwards, he imagined a crystal in the hand of a smiling person, saying that such people possess a white crystal. Looking at the name of the corporation, he reasoned that although this item should not fall into the hands of human monsters, it would also not be used for good purposes in the Lotan Corporation, and today there would be 3 important people. He imagined a smiling maid, a crystal courier, looking down at Silison, as well as a smiling man, Hakpyo, the leader of the villain artifact search team. Hajin threw his hands behind his head, thinking that with his current abilities, there was no chance that he would be able to thwart their kidnapping plans. It would be better to just watch the original development of the story. His dark hair was fluttering. A girl came up to his table, surprised that he was also there. The hero turned around, saying that Xiaopeng was also there. She said that she was guarding the event. She frowned, hearing Jane say that the boss had met with someone she liked. Clenching her fist, she asked what she was saying. After that, she awkwardly justified herself by saying something strange into the earpiece. Suho looked away in surprise. Approaching the hero, he asked who it was, and he replied that it was his friend Xiaopeng, an above-average hero. She was here on a mission. They met by chance. A man walked the red carpet. The hero introduced Suho and Yona. The blonde came to their table and said that he was glad to see everyone. He looked with a red eye, asking how she knew Hajin. The girl was unperturbed, and the blonde asked what group she was in. At that moment, the searchlights turned on. Everyone turned their attention to the stage. Xiaopeng looked at the blonde, replying that she needed to patrol the event. Turning around, she wished him all the best. The blonde man looked at her suspiciously, and Hajin mentally asked if he had guessed. From the top floor, the princess watched them. Standing at the railing, she noted that he was also there. Looking at the guy, she noticed the artifact she had given him on him, then she smiled at the thought that he was wearing it. Zealand took the stage, introducing himself as the CEO of Lotan Corporation, an industry leader in innovation. People at the table watched him speak, and he asked, "What is the source of all creation?" Smiling, he said that it was mana. The light of the spotlight fell on an unknown object, and it was said that as mana was naturally accumulated, it could become a treasure with incredible power, and among these treasures, the white crystal was the rarest and most valuable. Bright lights appeared. The presenter said that 480 crystals had been discovered so far, but at present the method of their proper use has not yet been discovered. Stretching out his hand to the closed artifact, the director was preparing to say something. After tearing off the blanket, there was a crystal there, and he said that the Lotan Corporation would show you how to use the white crystal. In the glass box was a white stone. People began to applaud. Hajin sat with his arms crossed. Rachel watched intensely as she heard that the history of this vacuum cube had its origins in the Persian Empire. She saw a few people with a dark aura, thinking about what those black puppets were scurrying around the hall from the beginning. Looking at one of them, she thought that at first she thought it was a guard, but there were more of them. Clenching her hands into fists, she noticed that something was wrong, sensing danger, but she thought that she couldn't act recklessly. Suddenly, Hajin stood up from his seat. He looked away. The blonde watched him go somewhere. She didn't understand where he was going in the middle of the event. Suddenly, her eyes became bigger. She thought that a person who was always on the scene. Hajin was heading for the exit, and the princess thought about how there were too many suspicious coincidences to ignore. The two guards bowed as she told them that she could stand up for herself, and asked them to keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals in the hall. The men quickly disappeared. The girl took the pendant in her hands. It began to glow brightly. A dark aura surrounded her from the application of shadow spreading. Rachel shadowed down from the balcony. She moved quickly around the room. Frowning, she decided that from now on, she would follow Hajin. Zealand spread his hands as he spoke. The man was smiling broadly. The hero looked ahead with concentration, thinking that something was about to happen in this hall. A man was sitting at one of the tables, and it was said that they had gained access to the internal documents of the Lotan Corporation, a crystal that everyone was showing the real one. The leader of the Human Monster Society, the villain's Hakpio, crossed his arms, thinking that Zealand had decided to bring a real relic to a place like this, and this mistake would cost him dearly. Zealand made a mistake due to his obsession with money. I wanted to prove the authenticity of the crystal to VIPs so that the stock price would rise. Imagining the floating island, the man thought that his plan wasn't that bad, and the only way to get to Clancy's flying island was through a portal that was under close control. Lights were shining in the city. The island was floating thanks to mana, so there was no way that human monsters could get here. No one thought that they could use air transport. The man smiled and gave the command to start. Corridor by the balcony. Hajin walked with his hands in his pockets. Rachel hid around the corner and asked in her mind where he was going. There was a trail left from the jump. She thought that she would just continue to watch from a safe distance. The blonde was looking around the corner. The hero touched the door. Rachel watched him, mentally asking what he might be doing on the roof. Ordinary people are forbidden to go up there, so it is usually closed here and opens only during rounds. The guy touched his chin, and she realized that he needed the key. His fingers clutched the hammer. The girl's eyes rounded in surprise. Hajin looked at the tool with a smile. She mentally asked if he was going to kick down the door, but it was forbidden to bring weapons into the flying island. The hero swung a hammer. The girl thought, is he really going to break the iron, man-reinforced door with some kind of hammer? The hammer approached the door. She thought it wouldn't work. A bright white flash appeared. A surprised Rachel sat on the floor. Watching the brunette twist the tool in her hand, she said that she didn't believe what she saw and didn't understand how he was able to do it with a simple hammer without even using mana. She was frightened when she heard a loud sound. An explosion rang out in the hall. The man lifted the participant of the evening by the head. A hand clamped over the man's mouth. Holding the cube with the crystal, Nade noted that he had finally found out what the white crystal was. Now he would take it. He was surprised to feel the movement behind him. An explosion thundered. The brown-haired man, clenching his fist, said that he was able to dodge his attack. There were a lot of blonde clones in front. The guy said that this was an unpleasant situation. The clones fled in different directions. The Xiangqian Hall standing loudly shouted, calling him a vile coward. Who should he chase? The brunette looked out from behind the wall. The beam crossed the monster's body. Neon asked Soho, standing behind, what was going on here. There were not only human monsters here, but also ordinary monsters. She looked away in surprise when she was called by name. The white-haired guy smiled sweetly, saying that he was glad that she was okay. He threw Soho an object, offering to catch it. He caught him with his hand. His fingers gripped the hilt of his sword. The blood-stained Junwoo smiled, saying that he needed something to fight. The blue-haired man nodded when he heard that this sword belonged to the man who was now lying on the other side. A guy in a coat was standing on the balcony. Looking down, Hajin thought that in the original story, Nade created 8 copies of himself and escaped. Xiangqian was catching up with the clone, and the guy was thinking that he was chasing a clone that was heading east. The guy in the hat grinned. As it turned out, he did not have the crystal. The girl was going to get a copy. The guy thought that Jane, disguised as a man, followed the fact that he went south, but he was also a dummy. The girl ran after the clone. The hero thought that the boss was chasing Nade, moving north. She looked away, the brunette thinking that he had the crystal in his story. From all directions, human monsters approached with a shout. Lightning appeared around the palm. A dark ball flew forward. The human monster waved his weapon and laughed, saying that he wasn't afraid of some tiny ball. He was shocked when he began to absorb his hand. The man's eyes narrowed in horror. The man clenched his teeth as he heard his screams. The girls ran away. However, the ball also began to suck them in. Nade gritted his teeth, angrily asking what was going on. A black shadow darted forward. It pierced his body. Hajin saw this by opening his mouth and mentally said that this ability was truly terrifying, even though he had invented it himself. He thought that in any case, the white crystal ended up in the hands of the chameleon group, just like it was in the original story. Xiaoping stood surrounded by haze. She looked down in displeasure. Realizing that it was another clone, Hajin mentally exclaimed that the crystal was not in his possession. He opened his laptop in surprise, mentally asking if the plot had changed again. There was a spark in the center of the screen. The guy thought about the fact that he did not receive new messages. If the reason for this rejection was not a change in settings, then it was all about the variables of the current situation. He touched his chin, thinking hard about what to do and what would be the best way. His eyes widened. The brunette tugged up at his sleeve, thinking that he couldn't hesitate, even though he hadn't tried it before. But he needed to use the magical power of the stigmata. He needed to focus it on the retina of her eye. There were blue patterns in the eye. He saw a distorted space. Seeing the silhouettes of people, Hajin asked where was the crystal. A man was sitting in the car. There was a suitcase on his lap, and the guy realized that he had found it. Suddenly his eyes widened. The brunette arched, his mouth open. He stood with his face covered. Looking through his fingers, he thought it was a mana reset, and after replying, it was very untimely. As he took a step, Hajin thought he needed to hurry. Rushing down, he thought that he would have to go after him himself. There was a motorcycle ahead. Looking at him, the hero realized that this is what he needed. The brunette got on the motorcycle, mentally apologizing to its owner. Gripping the throttle lever with his fingers, he mentally promised that he would return it later. People ran out of the building. Naeun, putting her hand to her mouth, shouted a request to remain calm. A motorcycle stopped behind. The brown-haired woman turned when she was called by name. She recognized Hajin. The brunette threw an object to her. She caught the hilt, asking what it was. Looking at her, the guy said that it was a magic sword. He was sure that she would be able to find a worthy use for it. Without a weapon, she was unlikely to be able to fight back against human monsters. Imagining the silver hilt of the sword, he thought that it was a magic sword, a unique item that he had stolen, and the higher the mana level of the wearer, the more powerful the weapon would be. The girl clutched the weapon. Hajin thought that she had great potential, and so she would be able to surpass the 2 human monsters. The question was heard, what should she do with him? Getting on the motorcycle, the hero asked her not to get hurt. She asked where he was going. The wheel began to turn. The hero replied that he was going on business, because she could cope here alone. The motorcycle drove forward rapidly. Hajin was driving fast down the road. There were skill symbols in his eye, and the guy thought that his path was directed to the southeast, and he needed to speed up, otherwise they would escape. He saw a car. A guy sitting in the car asked the driver how long they would have to eat, and heard the answer that it was less than a minute, and as soon as they arrived at the place, the plane would fly up. Fast movement appeared nearby. A motorcycle crashed into a car. The wheel bounced off the car. She rolled over. Hajin wiped his face with his hand. Nade kicked down the car door and cursed. A fighter jet appeared in the sky above him. He said that the guy was already a corpse. The guy put his hand to his mouth, calling to his comrades. The brunette held the laptop, thinking that the model of the aircraft was AO937B. He mentally apologized, saying that they would fly back. The system asked him if he wanted to turn the plane around. Nade froze with a surprised look. The plane exploded and the guy asked what was going on. The hero was walking towards him. While the guy was shouting loudly, he said that since they were left alone on one, Hajin stopped in front of him, asking, "How about discussing something?" The wind tore the leaves from the tree. Hajin turned sharply. Rapid movement appeared. The beam crashed into the ground. A man appeared among the wreckage, throwing a girl over his shoulder. Squeezing Nade's bloody head, he said that it did not seem to him he went well. The man threw the body, saying that now there was one less annoying fly. Hajin gritted his teeth as he recognized Jun Jiang and thought that he was at the wrong time. His eyes widened. Seeing the girl on his shoulder, he mentally asked why Rachel was with him. Standing in front of him, the brunette thought that things were bad. A yellow ribbon appeared in his palm. He wrapped her suitcase around her. The man with a cheeky smile asked to put it back. Hajin, pointing a gun at the case, said that he came first. Jun Jiang looked at the blonde, saying that she was also looking for the crystal, and he had to drag her with him so that she wouldn't get in the way. Could it be his beloved? The man opposite looked at Hajin. With a grim grin, he asked if he thought he would rip her head off much faster than he could pull the trigger, if he wanted to think again before setting such conditions. Holding the weapon, the hero said that he did not care, and if he did not let it go to the ground, he would not receive the crystal. The scarred man chuckled, calling him stubborn, and then agreed to lose. He threw the girl to the ground. The man held out his hand, saying that he had done, and now it was his turn. Hajin threw him a case. Jun Jiang caught him with a smirk. The hero glanced sideways at his girlfriend, thinking that he hadn't figured out what to do with him anyway. Rachel's eyes were closed. He thought that it would be a good idea to give the crystal to her family, because they would take care of its safety. But because of this brown-haired artifact, the artifact became a bargaining chip. Seeing the predatory smile of the bandit, Hajin thought that he would have to ask his girlfriend how she managed to fall into his hands. The man approached abruptly. The guy's eyes widened. The opponent clenched his fist, and the hero thought that he was distracted. An explosion rang out behind the trees. The man stood in the rising dust. He grinned grimly. Pointing his clenched fist at Hajin, he asked him to look at it. The hero calmly looked at him. The brown-haired mentally noted that he was good, since he did not even move. Grinning, the bandit thought that he did not relax after getting what he wanted, but continued to follow him, waiting for a catch. The man lowered his fist, saying that he recognized that he wasn't such a weakling. As he walked away, he said that he liked it. The main character opened his mouth. Then he fell to the ground in fright. There was horror in his eyes. He thought that he had just almost died. Remembering the fist in front of his face, Hajin thought that he had only to be distracted for 1 second before a fist immediately flew at him. He covered his face with his palm, thinking that if he had twitched, he would have already been headless. He couldn't believe that his difference in strength saved him. Rachel tried to get up. The guy asked if she was okay. Touching her head, she asked what had happened and heard that everything was fine. He left. The blonde looked at the guy in surprise and asked who he was talking about. The wind stirred the trees. Words were heard, which was understandable, so in the end the crystal ended up with him. The brunette clarified, was she also looking for him? Rachel shook her head, replying that she wasn't, and that she was following him. Holding the bullet in her palm, she asked if it was him. The hero looked at her in surprise, and the girl told him that she had found her during the final exam. Remembering sitting on a branch, Hajin thought that it must have been left behind after being shot with a rifle. Holding out his hand, he thanked him. The heroine abruptly withdrew her hand. Putting the bullet in her pocket, she said that she just wanted to make sure, so she followed him. Rachel closed her eyes in frustration, adding that she had managed to get into trouble again. What a shame. The guy looked at the girl in surprise when she asked why he helped her then. Remembering how she stood behind, the blonde began to say that perhaps what happened at the midterm exam was just a coincidence. Taking her hands to her chest, she continued that that shot at the final exam was not an accident. The brunette looked at her. The blonde, lowering her eyebrows, said that she felt as if he was constantly protecting her. The hero pursed his lips. The wind carried the leaves. The guy began to answer. He clenched his fist sharply and admitted that he was her fan. Rachel stared at him. Hajin showed the system window with a smile and said that he was a member of the Rachel fan club. He smiled falsely and wondered if she believed him, because he couldn't tell her the truth. Imagining how many hands reached out to the blonde, the guy thought that she was very important for the development of the plot, and if something happened to her, then it was not known how the story would change. The girl lowered her eyes in embarrassment. Looking at him in surprise, she asked what he liked. The worried brunette stared at her. Several service cars were parked near the round building. His fingers clutched a strand of dark hair. Tossing back her hair, Yona sighed. A brown-haired woman ran up to her and asked if she had seen it. She asked what it was about. The heroine arched an eyebrow in bewilderment, repeating the question. The guy looked at the approaching monster. A lot happened that day, clear and well-oiled movements even in such a situation. Jumping rapidly, the guy ran forward, having previously destroyed many enemies with his bare hands. Junwoo, a hunter emitting light. A flash appeared from the impact. Powerful blows sliced through the stones, a gift of the holy sword against which the opponent had no chance. Soho clutched a sword in his hand, slicing through enemy attacks like paper. Naeun looked at the hilt. A green ray rose up. The heroine swung her sword, and with a sharp movement she cut off the monster's head. The girl smiled happily, saying how great it was. Looking intensely at her friend, Naeun exclaimed that she was talking about Hajin. He had gone somewhere on a motorcycle. Remembering the guy, the heroine replied that she had seen him briefly. He skillfully handled the motorcycle, after which she asked if he had said where he went. The brown-haired woman said that he did not, but she was more interested in where he got such a handsome man, because she also really wanted to. The girls heard someone call out to them. Soho, looking at them anxiously, said that Rachel was missing and asked if they had seen her. There were guards behind the girl. She said she didn't remember and asked if she had been gone for a long time. She remembered that she was there right before the human monsters appeared. Yona exclaimed in alarm. Could it be that the princess was their target from the beginning? She thought it was likely, as the British government would go to great lengths to get her back, in order to get the rights to Clancy. The heroine burned with anger, swearing. Trembling with fear, the blonde was riding a motorcycle with Hajin. The question was heard, is she all right? Yona breathed a sigh of relief, saying that she seemed to be fine. Opening her eyes, she heard that her friend had seen the same bike on the hero. The guards surrounded Rachel. Yona thought that while everyone was trying to figure out what was going on, the guy had gone somewhere alone, and if the princess returned, on this motorcycle. Congratulating the brunette with the gun, the girl thought that he coped with all the human monsters and saved the princess? Lowering her head, she thought she didn't believe it. Hajin leaned wearily against the wall of the elevator, and Yona mused that even though he had saved her earlier, she hadn't thought that he was so strong. On the facade of the house it was written that this is a double-star, Clancy Premium Hotel. Naeun looked at her watch and shifted her gaze when she was called. Approaching her, the hero asked why she was alone here, and where were the rest of the members of the Travelers Club. She told him that some people were very late, so they were most likely already waiting at the restaurant. The girl turned around and hurried him on, saying that she would pay for dinner. At the green branches, a question was heard. What was the reason? Scratching his head, the hero mentally asked, what happened? The leg stepped forward. The girl lowered her head. The hero looked ahead as she addressed him. Naeun turned around and asked him what he thought. Very embarrassed, she asked if they could betray them as friends. Their shadows were close to each other. Her eyes grew larger when she heard the refusal. Hajin stood opposite, saying that it was impossible. The girl clenched her fist, saying that she understood everything. Turning around, she asked him to forget it, calling it all a joke. Stepping away, she asked him to pretend that she had not said anything to him. The guy lowered his eyes, thinking that they couldn't be friends, because in the end he would leave. He imagined Naeun hugging the guy and thought that one day he would have to kill the most important person in her life. He went forward. Seeing the falling leaves, the guy thought that they couldn't be friends. A bright dormitory building. Entering, the hero announced that he was at home. The girl ran towards him, happily stretching out her arms. Jumping up and down, the girl asked if it was true that there was chicken in the bag, and Hajin told her that there were 2 portions. Smiling in confusion, he realized that he felt like a father. Moving his chair, the guy decided that he had borrowed her for a while and that there were only 3 days left until the end of the holidays, and he had to finish his business before the start of the semester. Looking at the small screen, the guy noted that he needed to tie his watch to his laptop. The laptop was glowing, and the hero reflected that it was inconvenient to use the laptop every time something happened, and so he put the SP aside. He remembered the muscular figure. The system then informed him that due to his incredible luck, he had escaped death, and his accumulation of fortune skill had been partially activated, and 193 SP had been obtained. Remembering the opponent's clenched fist, the hero thought that he could finally spend the SP he had received back then. The system asked if he wanted to sync the laptop and smartwatch for 190 SP. Looking at the device, he saw that the synchronization was complete. A lot of screens appeared in front of him. Hajin smiled broadly, thinking that it was very convenient, and he already regretted putting it off for so long, and then mentally thanked the brown-haired man. Sohik's contact window appeared. Hajin thought that one task had been solved, but he still had one more important thing to do. While the girl was eating the chicken, the hero asked the interlocutor if he bought it. He clarified that we are talking about an Augusta motorcycle. Looking at the screen, the guy heard the man's words that he chose the best of their line. But even if it is not fully equipped, it costs about 150 million won. He approved and asked to buy the one with a full set. Plugging his ear with his finger, the hero heard Sohik scream, which loudly asked him if he had seriously confirmed. Asking to do this, the man said that in this case he would place an order on behalf of the company. Hajin touched the screen and thought that he had won 2 million won at the casino, so some 150 million was not such a big spending. Besides, that day was getting closer. He imagined a gloomy mountain, thinking that the day was approaching when the masked demon leader would raid the devil's lair. The guy, looking at the chart, thought that soon the price of his shares would rise. He smiled, and loud laughter rang out. A lot of people walked around the city. The brunette, walking along the sidewalk, thought that the holidays were over. Looking at the people, he mentally noted that probably all the cadets had had time to have a good rest, because the atmosphere in the cube was quite relaxed. Pressing the watch, the hero thought that he had not checked the social networks of the main characters for a long time. He needed to constantly monitor them. Jayak posted a photo after the shower, adding that he was fighting with himself. Then there was a photo from the training, also signed with a quote that he loves classes. In the third photo, he was thoughtful, and at the bottom there was a new pathetic quote. The hero grimaced in disgust as he mentally called Suhik crazy. Switching tabs, the guy noted that Suho and Yona rarely post something, and Rachel's account is run by people hired by her family. Looking at a photo of the wreckage with a caption about unclear feelings, the guy thought that Naeun had not posted anything since the incident at the casino. Seeing the sign with the word truth, the hero tried to understand whether he was too harsh and hoped that it would cope. He sat down in his seat, thinking that at least they were all right. A man walked into the office, announcing the start of the second semester. Standing behind the department, the teacher said that as they knew, the second semester would be different, the ranks would change and new cadets would join. Hajin looked at the teacher, who said that a welcoming ceremony had taken place yesterday, and he was sure some had seen it. Hajin, resting his head on his hand, thought about the welcoming ceremony. Magi who wanted to become heroes are given the opportunity to transfer to their academy from the country's 10 magic academies. Imagining the people in robes, he thought that there were only 200 people, 20 from each academy. He remembered in advance those who were important to the development of the plot. The door opened when the teacher asked the transferred students to enter, saying that they would study with them. The hero folded his hands and began to count. When he saw the dark-haired girl, he thought that she was familiar to him. She turned to him. The guy thought she was one of those he remembered. The guy's eyes rounded. When the girl took off her hood, the hero recognized her as Tomer. The guy looked at the information window and thought about how the color of his hair and skin are different. But it's definitely her. What is she doing here? A message about Tomer appeared on the screen, where it was written that although her role in the development of the plot is huge, she and her power appeared too unexpectedly. She tries to establish contact with the main characters from the very beginning. The guy reread the last line. Clenching his teeth, he cursed in his mind. The girl stood in the crowd until the hero thought that this was another bunch of problems. Tomer smirked. The wind shook the white curtains. The apartment was shining with cleanliness. There were many boxes in the room. The girl smiled happily and asked if they would live here. Her eyes lit up as he replied that yes, it was spacious here. Evangel exclaimed that she liked it. Presenting the rating, the hero noted that the situation had changed. He was given new housing, because the rating had increased. Now Hajin was ranked 334th. Putting the box on the table, he thought about the fact that he had moved up 600 positions, and got into the rank above average. Since the new apartment is larger, it will be easier for them to live. Remembering Tomer, Hajin tensed, thinking that now he had a new problem. What should he do with it? Then he smiled and told the girl that it was time for him to go to the academy. She said goodbye. Students were standing near a building in the forest. The guy thought that the first lesson after the break was training in the fresh air. The teacher stood in front of them, while the brunette thought that to allow the translated teachings to join the team was the goal of this sortie. These were dangerous mountains. Master raised his finger, and noted that there were no dangerous monsters in these mountains. Presenting the map, he continued that there are dangerous traps throughout the area, similar to those commonly used by human monsters. Sulik became gloomy, saying that if they hit them due to inattention, they would end up in the hospital. He said that everyone will be divided into groups of 12 people, and they will start from different places. Suho and Naeun were talking when they were in the same group. Rachel watched them closely. The hero looked away. His group moved forward when the start of the trial was announced. Later, the students walked through the night forest. The group looked around. One of them checked whether it was 10:30 for sure. It was already very dark and cold here. Suho turned to him and asked him to remember the teacher's words that there are a lot of traps here, so you need to be careful. The cadet stepped on the root. He was pulled upstairs and screamed loudly. Looking at the moving black roots, the girl exclaimed that the traps appeared as soon as he mentioned them. Roots wrapped around the bodies of the students. The girl and her friends were running away from the fire. The long-haired man crawled on the ground. The students quickly ran away. The tense characters were breathing heavily, discussing how scary it was. Soho laughed, saying that despite this, she still did well. Naeun replied that he did too. Suddenly, her gaze became surprised. The guy looked at the girl when she clarified if they were friends. He smiled and confirmed, asking why she was asking him this. Naeun scratched her cheek awkwardly, replying that she just thought it was a natural reaction. Thinking back to a recent conversation with Hajin, she thought he didn't want to be her friend. The girl pursed her lips. Her face turned red as she wondered if he wanted more. The heroes watched as someone came out of the bushes. The guy, pushing aside the leaves, asked what they were doing here. The students sat by a tree, discussing the illusory barrier. Delik and Jiun were looking ahead. The guy asked, "Aren't they going around in circles?" The guy, pointing to Hajin, said that suddenly he asked to get out of the way with irritation. Looking at the screen, Delik said that at first they thought he was just pretending to know, but he quickly brought them here. The guy touched his chin, asking them about to work in teams. The girl replied that team training is a mandatory part of their training. Among the foliage, Delik asked if they had chosen their partners, but heard a negative answer. Naeun tensed up when the brunette said that she would like to team up with Hajin. The others looked at her in surprise. Jian said that there should be members of different ranks in the team, and among those with a 3-digit rank, he is one of the best, and also very smart. Naeun, opening her mouth, began to make excuses, which she meant. She blushed, embarrassedly saying that she thought she would say that it would be hard to work with him, and mentally asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. The guy put his hand to his mouth, saying that there were various rumors about him. Imagining the main character among money and alcohol, he said that he is said to often leave the territory of the cube for obscene entertainment. Suho and Naeun stared at him in surprise. A shadow covered the hero. He added that he also pays the bandits. Naeun gritted her teeth in anger, and asked if he had seen it himself to say that? With an angry look, she asked again, and Delik replied that he had not seen it. Turning away from him, the girl asked if he believed in all this. Suho looked at the student and noted that she was right, asked not to spread rumors, because Hajin is not the kind of person who would do such a thing. Looking at his comrades, he said that they had rested, and they should continue their journey. A cough was heard near the dormitory building. The girl touched her neck. Sitting in front of the laptop, she said that her voice was changed perfectly. As she put on her hood, she thought that since this was her first meeting, mistakes were unacceptable. She introduced the logo and noted that the Falling Flowers Information Guild is a spill-independent faction that works for her. The petal fell to the surface of the water. A girl in a hood and a mask said that she was glad to see everyone. Images of people who greeted in return began to appear. Yona smiled, thinking that it was a good start, and noted that she had divided the falling flowers into 3 groups. Imagining the people in the alley, she mused that the first division was the infiltration and collection of secret information of the already established guild's spies. Looking at the people on the screen, the girl said that their task is to find out what the guilds are planning for the Creator's Fortress and the Dark Moon. They should find out the plans of the competitors. She imagined a hidden guy with a map, thinking that the second division was a search for new dungeons and high-ranking monsters, observers. People disconnected, saying that they were starting. The girl was looking at the last image. Imagining a person who was tracking another, she noted that the third division is the collection of information about people, follows, kidnapping, intimidation and even murder, if necessary. A human body was lying on the ground, and the shadows were doing it. Looking at the dossier, the girl said that it was necessary to find out everything about the past of these people. She folded her hands, telling them not to catch their eyes or try to harm them. Remembering the many documents, the brunette thought that the 4 goals were just bait. Only 1 goal was real, and said that was all. She hoped for good results. The text was reflected in the girl's eye. On the blue screen, there was a dossier on Hajin, where it was said that he lived in an orphanage. At the age of 9, he discovered unique skills, after which he was transferred to the military academy, providing the essence strain with information worth several $1 billion. The target is him. It was 6:30 in the morning. The young man rubbed his eyes and asked if it was already morning. Then he looked at the sleeping baby and asked when she came here. He patted her on the head and admired how cute she was. Someone meowed outside the door. The hero left the room and saw that the kitten had also already woken up. The guy scratched the cat's head, thought that a witch could create spirits. This spirit cat was not an illusion or a temporary form. The cat was surrounded by a glow. The guy thought that it was a real creature created by the power of Evangel. Putting on a sweater, the hero thought that now it is just a cute cat, but in the future it will become much stronger, and decided to go to the canteen for food. Yawning, he walked down the street. He looked to the side as he heard the words of greeting. Yona held the bottle and asked where he was going. It was such an early morning. The hero pointed his finger and said that he was going to the dining room. The girl came closer and said that she had heard that he had risen quite high in rank this semester. She was surprised when the guy said that he planned to stay at about this level in the future, and asked again that he already had plans for the future. The guys went forward and discussed that it was too early for this, but the hero did not think so. In the 3rd year they would begin a heroic internship, which would make it difficult to just go into the cube. There was only a year and 3 months left. Looking in his direction, Yona asked, "How about joining the Tide of Essence?" Imagining the heroine crossing her arms, Hajin thought that she would lead the guild in the future. For him it was a guaranteed path to success, but replied that he liked the guild as a source of light more. The guy closed his eyes and said that, of course, it all depends on whether he is accepted. There are no clear rules since most of the guild are mercenaries. My friend opened her mouth slightly. The hero was surprised to hear that she would force him to change his views. She smiled and added that if she gave him what he had been looking for so long, he would probably change his mind. The guy stared at her in surprise. Then I saw her tail and ears and asked what it was, but my friend refused to say. At the tall building, words were heard that the girl had heard that the cadet, who had treated him with disdain, had been punished. The cadets gathered in the auditorium. Hajin sat on top and watched Soho. The guy was smiling, and the hero thought that he needed to prepare to clear the dungeon. He imagined the main character in the forest, thought that in the original, after the end of the summer holidays, he climbed a mountain hammock and the resonance of energy led him to a hidden dungeon. Imagining a passage in the rock, I also thought that it is impossible to clear the dungeon unless it has incredible strength. There was a glow above the hero's palm. He mentally continued that Soho was the protagonist who had dealt with the boss alone and obtained a very important weapon. So, imagining the untied bag, he understood that this weapon had to be awakened with the help of sapling pollen. Closing his eyes, the hero thought contentedly that the problem is that he is the only one who has this pollen, and he is also worried about whether everything will be fine with him. The blue-haired man was talking to someone, and the guy thought that in order for him to develop properly, he had to go to the dungeon with him, since he himself created this world, and it favored him. The guy brought the pen to the tablet, and thought that maybe he would be lucky, and something would fall? The setting sun lit up the dormitory. Hajin sat with the baby on the couch and wondered what he should do with Tomer. Evangel slept on his lap. The guy thought about taking action against her before the dungeon raid began. Touching her chin, he mused that she didn't fully support the human monsters. If he found her father, then maybe drag her to their side. Imagining her furious gaze, he thought that this girl needed only one thing: to find her missing father and kill him with her own hands. Hajin scratched his head, reasoning that the problem was that he had no idea where her father was. He imagined the open book and thought that even when he used the Book of Truth, he didn't have enough mana, which was why he got some vague information. Imagining a man in a coat and a hat, the hero thought that since the detective only works on the Korean peninsula, it is pointless to contact him if the target is abroad. But who else can he ask for help? He remembered the hand and the words that Chandong had stayed up late yesterday. The guy's eyes widened as he realized that the only person Chandong was in contact with was a graduate of the intelligence course of the Military Academy of Agents. The tired man answered the phone. His name was Hozab. The hero looked at his watch, saying that it was him. The guy smiled and said that it had been a long time since the last conversation at the admission ceremony. Asking what happened? He was typing on the keyboard when the guy asked that he was still working in an information campaign, hoped that he could help him find a person, and was even ready to pay. Looking back at the man, the interlocutor whispered to him that in general he could help if he told him his name. In response, he heard gratitude, and the question was whether his boss really loaded him with work. A dark sky was visible outside the window, and when asked how he knew, Hajin replied that he had a tired voice. Lowering his eyes, Hozab heard that if he decided to leave the company, he would advise him to go to the guild. I was sure he would be more appreciated there with his skills. He introduced the logo and said that it is the Information Guild of Falling Flowers. The call was over, the guys said goodbye and wished each other good luck. The young man looked at the blue screen with a smile and thought that Yona was now his debtor. Night fell. Soho continued his training. He twisted the sword in his hand. He waved it in front of him. Dust rose around from the wave. The guy looked down. Hajin appeared behind him and asked if he was still training. Soho turned around and asked if his friend had also come to train. In response, he heard that he was not, just walking, and he was training so hard, although the semester had just begun. The friend smiled when he heard that he seemed to be preparing to clear the dungeon and replied that this was not the case. The guy's eyes widened when he heard about the Hammock Mountain. Hajin smiled and said that he found the entrance to the dungeon last week. He wants to clear this dungeon alone. Soho looked at him in surprise and asked how did he know. The brown-haired man smiled and said sweetly that he had accidentally seen him. After all, he left the academy quite often. Touching the closed eye, the hero added that he was not boasting. Immediately I looked at him with burning eyes and said that his eyesight was quite sharp. Stars were visible in the sky. The guy continued that vision is useful even outside the cube, so he has a suggestion. The interlocutor was surprised to hear the offer to go with him to this dungeon. Hajin smiled confidently and said that the reward could be split 9-1. If he found a branch, he would take a couple of leaves from it. Surprised, Soho heard the question, how did he like such an offer? Standing in front of him, Hajin said his proposal. His friend looked at him and said that it was true. Last week he discovered a dungeon on the mountain hammock. The hero imagined the entrance to the cave and said that it was probably newly formed. It was small. He thought that he could cope alone. Hajin waved his hand and said that although the dungeon was small, it would be difficult without a partner. Soho confirmed that going alone was risky. He threw off his jacket and said that the question was whether he was ready to entrust him with his back. Clenching his fist, the blue-haired man said that he needed proof of skills. Stunned, Hajin thought that he wasn't ready for it when he heard that this was a simple test, and mentally resented imagining the ladder up. He thought that even if he fought with one hand, not sure that he could defeat him, they had too much strength difference, he should try to dissuade him. The guy raised his hands and said that it was true. It was not profitable for a rifleman to fight in such terrain, and his abilities were heavily dependent on weapons, so it was not fair. The interlocutor was holding a wooden sword and said that it didn't matter. He was not interested in his weapon. He stepped closer and said that he didn't need to win, he would stop when he was happy with the result. Hajin smiled awkwardly and thought that he was obsessed with the idea of checking it out. Imagining how the bullets bounced, the hero thought that if mana was poured into his sword, none of his bullets would be able to touch him, and it would be stupid to go into a frontal attack, he would lose and look pathetic. Clenching his fists, he hoped that luck would help him. The guy opened his eyes when he heard that he needed to warn when he was ready to fight. At that moment, the young man opened the status window and then said that he did not need to prepare. Touching it with his fingers, he said that they could start right away. The light reflected in his eyes. Soho was rapidly approaching. Skill symbols appeared in Hajin's eyes. The hero seemed to be in negativity after applying time dilation. The young man moved slowly and thought that he could see the trajectory of his sword. The guy jumped away from the attack. His fingers gripped the weapon. Soho struck again. Hajin looked at the wound on his arm. After that, the guy took out a gun and thought that he could not just defend himself. The bullet flew past the surprised enemy. The hero aimed again. As he gripped his gun, he thought that he had used time dilation, but he was so fast that he could barely dodge. His position was becoming more and more disadvantageous. He saw the jacket lying on the ground and thought, what if he could get him to take that step? Dust rose from the movement. Suho was behind the hero's back. He turned around and wondered, when did his friend manage to be behind him? Then he stretched out his hand and activated the broadcast. After wrapping the ether around the tree, he tied a knot. The hero with the rope dodged the attack. Suho looked at this and asked, was he able to dodge an attack of this level? The foot hit the ground. The blue-haired man instantly found himself in front of the enemy. The guys were very close to each other. He thought that it would be a little longer. His opponent's foot was above the jacket on the ground. The hero thought that a little more. His foot touched his jacket. A bright beam flew back. Suho flew far. Brown-haired smiled when he realized that he had coped. The blue-haired man slammed powerfully into the ground. A pistol appeared at his head. Hajin was standing in the back and asked if he was satisfied. His eyes reflected the system window. He remembered activating the windows behind him and thought that it didn't do any serious damage, and was invisible as it would disappear in 10 minutes. It was good that he had invested points in it. The system reported the cadet's outerwear. A mine trap when someone steps on, activates and pushes the target with great force, is active for 10 minutes and disappears after one use. Suho sat on the ground and said that he lost. He looked at his opponent. The hero did not lower the pistol. Suho stretched out his hand with a smile and said that he agreed to go with him. The guys shook hands, and the hero offered him to rely on him. The abandoned factory looked empty. The glass shattered into fragments. The man broke the artifact and said that he did everything as he was asked. But is it normal to destroy something so valuable? The boy was holding a glass cube and said that there was a way to earn twice as much if they used this item. The crystal lit up. A bright beam began to repair the wreckage. They joined together, and blue stones appeared. There were shining swords around the man. A lot of blades hovered around, exact copies created from fragments. The boy held the blade above his palm, saying that there was no need for any modifications. He could recreate parts of the artifact from crystals. Introducing the silhouettes, he said that tests showed that the characteristics of such weapons are higher than those of low-ranking artifacts. About 30 swords can be created from one relic. The amount of mana is enough for more than 6 sources. Smiling, he said that if you sell 700 to 800 million won each, then it is easy to calculate, they will get 5 billion. The man smiled and replied that it was like a goose that lays golden eggs. The man clapped his hands, saying that this was amazing. There was a woman standing upstairs who ordered them to listen to her carefully. She had something important. After introducing the guild logo, she said that the masked demon master had launched an attack on the devil's nest. Opening her mouth slightly, she heard a question about him being their next target, and replied that he was. The girl crossed her arms and stated that a group of chameleons would steal from the masked demon master. Suho was walking down the street and thought that his friend's movement was slow and careless. He remembered their battle and thought that he had done everything possible to dodge the attacks. Imagining a powerful blow, he did not understand what it was. Bringing his hand to his face, the young man thought that it could be either physical strength or an instant mana surge of mana. Then he smiled. The hero laughed sweetly and said that he could not find an answer, no matter how hard he tried. Then he looked down. Standing in the light of the lantern, he thought that those who demonstrate above-average abilities definitely attract unnecessary attention, and the reason why they hide their strength is self-defense. Looking at the shadow of the butterflies, the guy noted that he considered himself the only one who hid his power. Introducing his friend, he noted that he had chosen the same path. In the distance, behind the bushes, a sound was heard. Naeun trained there. She was frightened when she heard the question about what she was doing. She looked away embarrassedly, and replied that it was just endurance training. Suho took a step when the girl asked where his comrade was coming back so late. He smiled when the idea came up. The girl opened her mouth in surprise when Suho said that he had seen Hajin and asked what kind of business they could have. The interlocutor was very embarrassed when the guy said that they talked about her. A cry was heard all over the forest to stop saying this. In response, I heard that it was a joke. They trained together. Blue-haired heard the question with a smile. Wasn't Hajin too weak to train together, or was there some special reason to choose him as a sparring partner? Naeun was displeased to hear that it would remain their secret. She turned away and said that it didn't matter to her. Tana was finishing training. She turned around when she heard that it was better to try to loosen the hand she was holding her sword with. The guy touched the hilt and said that if you squeeze the sword so hard, it will be uncomfortable. Then he snatched the weapon from her hands and explained that it was unlikely that she would be able to cut anything. The girl exclaimed with admiration. A scream was heard throughout the neighborhood that she wanted to look again, but she heard the answer that first she needed to loosen her grip, and the girl asked if she was doing the right thing. Later, she was lying on the bed. The girl frowned silently. Naeun remembered Suho's smile and his offer to help with the practice. Then she clenched her fist and said that if you did otherwise, the grip would be better. Jumping out of bed, she said that it was stressful. Glancing aside, the girl said that at such a late hour, there was only one way to distract herself. Noticing a helmet nearby, she said it was a game. Naeun put on, So many students of the cube develop imaginative thinking in this way. The system reported that the login had begun, and the identification was completed. The two fought each other. The game was called the Gladiator of the Century. Passers-by looked at various banners. This game is so popular that it is in the spotlight and media. In the middle of the field, a screen appeared welcoming the gladiator. A girl appeared in the game who had the peculiarity of not having characteristics or items, which means that you can only win by relying on your fighting instincts and your body. Naeun was smiling contentedly. There were already 98 wins and 17 losses in that game. A man passed by when she was thinking that she didn't want to think about ranks today, wanted to relax, and was looking for someone to fight. Looking at the guy in the raincoat, the girl noted that he had 43 wins, 43 losses. The white-haired guy was looking ahead. Looking at the symbol, Naeun noted that its rank is platinum. When she studied his information, she said that she could defeat him quickly enough. Then she pressed the challenge button, and thought that only today should she become her prey. Immediately there was a notification that Extra 7 was ready to fight her. Then it was reported that there were 3 seconds left before the start of the fight. Raising her sword, the girl thought that knowing in advance all the movements of the opponent was the key to victory. When there were 2 seconds left, she frowned and thought that she would look at his attack. The system counted down the last second. The enemy rushed at Naeun. The sweeps left bright traces. The girl deflected the blows as best she could, did not understand what was happening. From the very first second they began to attack her. Suddenly, her opponent grabbed her by the clothes. Her legs lifted off the ground. The opponent threw it and threw it aside. A moment later, his sword flew at her. A stream of blood spurted. The system reported defeat. She got angry at this moment and started screaming, not understanding how she was defeated. Pointing to her opponent, Naeun said that she was not going to give up and offered to fight again. He agreed. This time she was on the ground. The player accepted the challenge again. Naeun was not going to give up and offered to fight again. Again, the girl was on the ground. The guy was standing over her again. Naeun leaned on her arm. Then she lowered her head and thought that she simply could not defeat him. Then she looked at him and offered to fight again. But in response she heard that it was time for him to sleep. Still on her knees, she asked if this player always came in at this time. The answer was yes. Frowning, Naeun asked to teach her the tricks they were using. The blonde looked at her and agreed. Then he said goodbye and teleported. After that, this player took off his helmet, wondering where this restless man came from. It was Hajin, who said he had beaten her 7 times in a row. Looking at the window with the occasional upgrade, he noted that he just wanted to see if his ability applied to game consoles. All this time I looked down and thought that the effect was much better than I expected and worried when the mana began to run out. Imagining the helmet and the character, I thought that now, as a result, his senses are sharpened to the limit. Then I turned around and thought that it was a pity, of course, that the maximum gain is 44%. It's good that the luck indicators are high. A girl was sitting next to her. I immediately turned to her. He took it and called her a glutton, and asked when she had time to eat it all, noting that it was enough for today. The girl ran up and began to shout why she wanted to do so and begged to give her back. But in response she heard that she had to be patient until tomorrow. And while she ran around and tried to snatch the cake, the hero thought that he had to admit it was difficult to refuse her. Then he took her in his arms and said that she should not cry, and if she was smart, he would bring her more goodies. The baby with tears in her eyes asked if it was honest. Looking at the box, the guy said that he always keeps his promises. And now he needs to go to bed, the girl agreed. Night fell. The hero looked at the watch screen. And suddenly I saw something. He received a message about the second Friday of August, and this is a message from his acquaintance. Then he smiled and thought that he had finally made up his mind. The answer appeared on the screen that I agreed and suggested where to meet. I thought that it was great. Everything was going as it should. Now all that remained was to clear the dungeon. Hajin did push-ups. The next few days were spent in training. I also went to classes and trained, spending all my free time. Sighs were heard in the middle of the forest. Naeun pointed to her opponent without understanding how she managed to do this. He hesitated a little, said that he needed to concentrate, but she interrupted him, noting that it was easy to say. The interlocutor looked away when she did not understand why he had only 50% of victories. The guy turned away and said that he wasn't chasing numbers, ranks and all that. It wasn't for him. He thought that just an accidental upgrade didn't work properly. But in response he heard that he never ceased to amaze and she wouldn't be able to sleep if she lost a ranked fight. Several windows appeared around the interlocutor, and he offered to end there. The guy turned around. Looking at the way the girl waved her hand, he thought that she was acting as if they had arranged a meeting. But then I saw her smile. He smiled back. The leaves circled around. The interlocutor said goodbye in response. After that, the hero took off his helmet and said that he was already going there as if it were a job. While he was holding his head, he thought that this man was quite polite, not like when they first met. I wondered why he had challenged him to a fight then. Looking at the helmet, I thought what kind of nickname he had. He still didn't know how to pronounce it, so he just kept addressing a stranger on a first-name basis. Hajin brought his finger to his head. Then he suddenly remembered about the girl, tried to get rid of these thoughts and decided that this could not be. The rays of the sun illuminated the foliage. Naeun made a wave, But the hero thought that given the style of communication of the interlocutor, this is definitely a guy. She raised her sword and shouted that she could do it, and the young man praised her and said that now the movement looked more natural. Naeun smiled and said that she has been playing a lot lately, and it is paying off. Soho looked at her with surprise, asked not about the game, the gladiator of the century, if we are talking. In response he heard that it was so. He said that he did not try, but they say it helps a lot. The guy smiled when he heard that she had found a mentor there, a really good player. Both found a common language, and he agreed to conduct training fights with her. Naeun clenched her fist, adding that in the pursuit of rankings, everyone is too cautious, doesn't want to take risks, and gets bored, but this person is not like that. Then she introduced her mentor and said that this person constantly attacks, confident, clear movements, rapid blows, in every step you feel threatened, helps her master close combat. The young man came closer and asked if that player was really so good that even she admired him, if she was trained by the current hero. But in response he heard that he was not a hero, she had already found out from him. Naeun's eyes widened as she heard a familiar voice. The girl turned and looked back in embarrassment. Behind them stood Hajin, who asked what the guys were doing here. Naeun punched a friend when he said that his girlfriend admired the player, but Naeun interrupted him and said that she accidentally met someone during training. Soho looked at her questioningly. The girl threatened with a kalam. Then the comrade smiled when the hero called him and told his girlfriend that they would see each other again. Watching them leave, Naeun asked where the two of them needed to go. The comrade replied that they needed to discuss something, and she should not forget to rest, and said goodbye to her. Hajin also turned around and wished her luck. The girl raised her hand and responded in kind. Then he lowered his hand and just said nothing. There were guys in front of her, and the girl did not understand when these two managed to get so close. Remembering her embarrassment, Naeun noted that she was reading a joke when he said that they were discussing it. The girl brought her hand to her face and thought that this was unlikely, because the hero did not even want to be friends with her. It was better to just ignore her. But she hid behind the trees, realizing that she could not. In the distance, the guys were actively discussing something. Naeun peeked out from behind a tree. Looking at the hero, she heard that he was interested in how she coped. She was surprised by this question. And then he was completely embarrassed. It turns out that they are really talking about her. The light was on in the windows of the cafe. The sign said that the place was called Grandma's Rice Soup. Soho was on order after hearing a question about the dungeon being somewhere in Suwon. Looking at the interlocutor, he replied that this was why we had to be careful. Presenting a bright beam, he added that Suwon is one of the most dangerous areas of the metropolis. Due to constant calls, the terrain is greatly transformed. Only a burnt tree remained on the slope, so more than half of the territory has become dangerous for criminals, and that is why people try not to go to the western part of Suwon. Having presented the map, the hero then reflected on the fact that the mountain is located just somewhere on his border. Imagining the shards of the stained glass window, Hajin thought that although he was the creator of this world, there were many places unknown to him, and among them there were some that he could not pass on his own. But if he did not do this, then many treasures would fall into the hands of the bad guys, so he would have to find them first. Then he began to snap his fingers and thought that, however, the situation is radically changing, because he will have a comrade with him, whose skills correspond to the middle class of heroes. Looking at his smile, he noted that together they would be able to find all the hidden places faster than villains. The hero handed him a napkin and said that as soon as he thought about it, he immediately spoiled the whole impression, took it, and got dirty. The door to the establishment opened at the moment, when Hajin thought that most likely he had nothing, so he would have to share both equipment and dry rations. He thought he would need to prepare properly. Suddenly, someone walked in and greeted him. The guys turned around and thought, what kind of suspicious guy is this? The man passed by and paid attention to them. Then he hid even more and approached the waiter and said that they were talking on the phone. In response, he was asked to wait a minute. The unknown person was noticeably nervous. The hero looked at him attentively. Then he smiled. The unknown shuddered when he heard the question. Who was it? The hero looked at her with a smile, assuming that it was Yona, thinking that this girl likes ordinary cheap food. She hid her face with her hand and asked who she was talking about, but the other one also recognized her and said that it was definitely that girl. Her love had been hamburgers all her lives. The girl covered herself more tightly with her raincoat, so the guy smiled and said that since it happened, he could join them. In response, he heard that she was clearly confused with someone, but the other said that they could eat together, because they had just arrived. And when the guys called her again, she shouted back that it was not so. She looked at them with tears in her eyes, begging for rice soup. The girl snatched it and ran away. Then she quickly rushed away, forgetting to pay. The waitress and the guys stayed inside the cafe. The woman looked at the main character. He embarrassedly asked to rewrite her account to him. Later, the girl hid from Hajin, avoiding him for 3 days. Hajin walked down the street and thought that he must have come to the right place. At the bus stop, he was met by Soho and greeted. Then the guys moved forward. The first question was what their path was, but he just had to follow his friend. Clouds passed through the mountains. For some time we walked between the trees, it seemed. The hero looked around and wondered how long it would take to walk. Then he frowned and thought, since the mountain is a dangerous territory, There must be boundaries somewhere that admire the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. As soon as they enter the dungeon, they will need to constantly watch around. At some point, his friend stood up and said that they had come. He pointed him to the gorge and said that this was the very place. The hero looked inside and said that this place is strange. You can't find it if you don't know exactly where it is. Hajin turned to him when he heard that it was true. As you can see, the passage is quite narrow. Suho lowered his head and added that once inside, it would be quite difficult to escape. Were he sure he was ready for that? He looked at him and said nothing. Then he smiled. The hero stood up and said that he was naturally ready. He took out a pistol. Hajin smiled and added that he was quite strong. Imagining the clip, the hero thought that in case something went wrong, he created several light bullets. Looking up, he also thought that since the boss of the dungeon was superior to a mid-level monster, such a trick would only buy them some time. Then I looked at Suho and decided that he looked quite relaxed, which meant that everything should go well, and immediately asked if he was ready to go. He held out his hand. Raising his gun, Hajin invited him to grab his hand and walk together. At that moment, a strange pause hung between them, after which my friend asked why they should hold hands. In response he heard that it was because it was dark inside, in order not to get lost. Suho smiled happily when he heard that if they started using flashlights thoughtlessly, they could disturb the spirit monsters. The guy agreed, and they went inside. They are holding hands. Suho looked around. Looking back behind him, he said that despite the narrow passage, the dungeon itself was huge. The guy shuddered, noting that it was very calm here. Hajin heard something. He stopped and told me to wait here. A strange pipe appeared in front of them. It was not clear what it was. Could it be another entrance from the other side? Frowning, the hero thought that they had come here from the eastern side, so this was not the only way. It was too strange for such a place. Then he activated his gaze and decided to look more closely. Silhouettes of two people appeared in front of him, and for some time the young man scanned the spaces. Hajin looked ahead. His gaze became more concentrated. Noticing the footsteps, he realized that someone was walking in their direction. After that, he raised his hand and asked him to wait for his friend for a while. The unknown looked around, wondering where they were, deciding that it seemed to be a hidden part of the dungeon. Gritting his teeth, Hajin didn't know who it was. They were surrounded by a red area, and judging by the energy emanating from them, there was a high probability that they were villains. The hero noticed something else. He received a new message on his watch. The system reported that the mountain dungeon was too small to receive rewards for it, and offered a solution. Hajin stared at the screen, seeing that the dungeon would be created with Suwon's devilish lair nearby, as a hidden scene. Imagining different locations, the hero thought that they were separate, and could be connected to each other, through some tunnels. Without turning to Suho, he asked what date it was and heard that it was August 14th. The hero froze in place, remembering something. He presented the emblem, thinking that today, the Eternal Horse Master, created by the human monsters of the guild, would descend on Suwon's devilish lair. After that, he looked at the people who were approaching them again and thought that in this case, they were members of this group, but since there were only two of them, most likely they were just scouting the situation. Hajin got angry and thought why now, and his comrade whispered what happened. Suho looked at him in surprise when he heard that there were people there. Imagining the silhouettes of the people, Hajin mused that the master of the pack house, one of the strongest monster man organizations in the area, each of the alternate personalities they used were at least mid-level heroes and above. Then the guy clenched his fist and thought that it would not be easy to defeat them right now. What should they do? Frowning, the hero heard a voice. One of the men raised his hand and said that it was better to return to the main squad first, because if they were accused of stealing something, they would not be acquitted. The other thought for a moment and said nothing. Then he took a step forward and agreed. So the two turned around and walked away. They moved farther and farther away until they were not visible at all. Hajin still clenched his fists as he watched them leave. Then I activated my seal and thought that I need to clear the dungeon while they are gone. It is better to use stigmata. His eyes shone even brighter. Literally the entire dungeon was visible. It was necessary to find the location of the boss. He looked deeper. In front of him was a wall with the words that this and that is nowhere. From afar this looks like this, and this looks like that. Standing behind, Suho heard that I had to go straight first, then 2 turns to the right there would be space. The hero turned around and explained that there was a boss there. The comrade nodded his head. On the other hand, there were people in the devil's lair. They rested and contacted those who had gone further. Their leader put his hand to his ear and asked if the two had found anything. From the earpiece, words were heard that they had discovered a secret passage. They thought that this was a secret level. Jin Kyung smiled and asked how. In response he heard that we should go there all together, so we decided to return to the main detachment. Confidently looking ahead, he replied that there was no need to do this. It was better to leave everything to them. Let the guys continue their reconnaissance. The others looked at him when they heard that they had to go up. Looking at them with a smile, the leader said that the two of them had found a hidden scene. They had to survive all of it. One of them stood against the wall and asked what about further reconnaissance. In response he heard that then he would join them. The man smiled slightly. Then he took a step forward and noted that only 2 were missing. Then he tapped on his ear. This was noticed by another member of the group. The captain looked at him. but the man silently took off his glasses. Jin-kyung looked behind his back and asked what was the matter, said that no one had asked him to open an artificial portal, but he simply remained silent in response. Then I put on my glasses and thought that this phase shift that connects close spaces is too difficult to explain. His commander became visibly angry and began to shout that he was ordering him to close the portal. With a satisfied face, he just took out his headphones. The veins on Jin-kyung's face tightened. The man went in his direction and began to insult him, said that he should not joke with him. The guy snapped his fingers. Blood immediately poured out. Everyone around looked at the captain in surprise. Something sharp pierced into his head right from the portal. After that, he was torn in half. The whole team was watching. In a second, only bloodstains remained of the leader's body. The guys were very scared. Someone's hand appeared from the portal. In a second, a woman came out of him. She looked down calmly. Then she looked up. This energy began to envelop everyone present. And in a moment, the others lost consciousness. The whole team was lying on. The girl took a step forward and said that she would let them live. Looking around, she added that she would do it to keep stock prices from falling, to which the aide agreed. The light reflected off the walls of the cave, and he wondered if he should go check on the hidden scene. Looking at him, the interlocutor replied that she wanted him to be ready. The guy folded his hands and said that there must have been some unforeseen changes. The woman introduced 2 cadets and said that there were 2 more people on the other side. Then she looked at him and said that these were their candidates. The man smiled and realized that this would be a test for them to determine how useful they would be for the chameleon. At the same moment, the captain began to be covered with strange and slime stuff. Then she closed her eyes and the transformation began. And a minute later it turned into a stream. Ivy sprouted on the walls. Someone's footsteps were heard. Several ghouls wandered around. The bullet hit one of them. Smoke was coming out of the pistol. Hajin blew it away. Then he put it out again and began. The bullet hit another one. After that, she hit another. The monster fell behind his comrade. He turned around and thought that because of the darkness, he could not see anything at all. Then he looked around and decided that his friend managed to instantly determine the exact location of the monsters. Smiling at Suho that it was just something, in response I heard that it was better without tenderness. Their voices echoed that they had to move on, they had little time, the other agreed. A few more monsters were ahead. Hajin shot at them. His comrade was swinging a wedge. A bright mark from the blow remained on the monster. Another enemy fell to the ground. The hero raised his gun and thought that these creatures were waiting literally around every corner, but they were all high-level monsters, so there should be no problems while overcoming the cave. Suho waved at him as he thought that something was almost about to appear. The guy turned around and heard that something was written there. There were symbols on the wall. Suho pointed to them and said they were some ancient words. Hajin glanced at the screen when his companion thought a smartwatch could translate that. The hero raised his hand and was ready to be scanned. Then I began to scan the text. Next to the hieroglyphs, there were messages that it was written that both are a single whole. You need to look closer, they exist simultaneously. Look from afar, they exist separately. What is it? The guys looked at the translation and discussed that it looked like some kind of riddle. I heard that dungeons often find something like this. Imagining how Suho himself on the screen, Hajin thought about how he was completely weak at solving puzzles and therefore it was difficult for him. Now, looking at how his comrade had planned, he remembered that he had asked for Yona's help, and she, in turn, had sent a request to the Scouts Guild, who solved it within 5 minutes, while he stood there and could not understand what was going on. Suho looked at him in surprise when he thought that they didn't have time at all now, and decided to give an answer right away. The inscription immediately lit up with a bright light when the answer was pronounced. The symbols also glowed brightly. After him, everything was lost. Suho looked at it, and said that the text was missing. At the same moment, the ground began to shake under their feet. The cave around began to collapse. A crack appeared on the wall. The walls began to pull apart. The guys watched all this. A passage further opened up in front of them. Both waved off the fervor. Suho was surprised that the answer was light. Hajin. I remembered myself in front of the computer, thinking that I had actually stolen this riddle from some random site. He imagined a thunderstorm. I think that during it thunder and lightning always occur at the same time, but since the speed of sound is less than light, the farther away they are, the more time passes between them. First he sees the light, and then hears the peals of thunder. His comrade smiled and asked how he had guessed so quickly. Just a genius, no less. Hajin took his gun and said that he would tell him about it later. They walked forward and he noted that first it was necessary to finish with this dungeon. The other agreed and noted that it was high time to do it. At that moment, they were being watched. The woman stood at the top and thought that Hajin was definitely on a completely different level than the rest of the cadets. Seeing his wary gaze, she thought that his prudence, quick ingenuity and courage, and moreover, exclusively the reason of thinking, surprised her quite strongly. Then she took a step forward and said that it was just a secret level, but with her own skills she managed to overcome it in just 10 minutes. And then she grinned. Folding her hands, the woman decided that this was enough and would accept him into the chameleon group. Then she scratched her head and thought about what was bothering her. Imagining Hajin thought, would he really be able to kill a person without hesitation? Suddenly she heard something in the distance. two guys were walking through the cave and discussing whether they had already passed along this road. It must be just some kind of labyrinth. Then the woman turned around and thought that these were human monsters. It seemed that Hajin was not aware that they were here too. In front of her eyes, they began to quarrel with each other. The girl smiled and said that she wanted to test it on these two. Water was dripping down his skull. There were many bones around. Footsteps were heard. The comrades stopped and looked around. Someone was sitting on a throne in front of them. Hajin stared at him. There was a man in armor. He realized that this was the boss of the dungeon, the warrior of destruction. His eyes were closed. There was light coming out of them when he opened them. Soho didn't have time to deviate as the monster moved in his direction. The man clung to him and said that he was interested. The guy looked at him in surprise, thinking that everything was fast. Then he grabbed his sword and decided that he needed to attack. Hajin, who was standing behind, called out to him. The young man saw that the monster was still sitting on its throne. He tensed up and thought that this man had just been right in front of him. Could this be a teleportation skill? Then he clenched his sword and thought that it was his aura. The monster was smiling mischievously. The guy reasoned that since he was able to speak, then he must be a humanoid monster of at least an average level. But this was a completely different level compared to those he had fought before. Soho took a step to the side. At that moment, the monster stuck his sword into the ground and asked if they were afraid. Hajin furrowed his brows. The man smiled and told them not to be afraid, their death would be quick enough. Soho opened his mouth in surprise. The hero smiled and thought at last. Then he looked at his friend and addressed him. At this moment, he was holding his sword and smiling. Thanks to this, the hero also relaxed and thought that he immediately gained confidence as soon as he realized what his opponent would fight with. Soho took out his sword and Hajin that his talent is sword fighting. No one can surpass him in this skill. Seeing his comrade raise his sword above his head, he thought that if the enemy was a swordsman, there was no chance that he would lose. Soho looked in the direction of the hero. He came closer and said that it seemed that his essence was in the weapon itself, and a question immediately came in. They looked at his sword. The hero noted that the voices they heard before came from his blade, and the body was just a corpse. The monster itself continued to smile at this moment. Hajin looked away and thought that they should have basically understood this battle time, but they shouldn't waste time. He loaded the pistol and said that there was no point in torturing him, he had to focus on the sword. Then he smiled and added that he would have his back. Soho turned around and said that he trusted him. In a moment, the monster was already his head. Hajin frowned and thought that this was an attack, it shouldn't be, and immediately shouted to his friend. A powerful blow sounded. The hero covered his face with his hand. Looking ahead, he realized that clouds of dust blocked his view. The two swords touched. The man lowered his head and smiled. Soho held back the onslaught. He retaliated and they scattered in different directions. The guy slowed down with his feet. His opponent did the same. Soho rushed forward. The monster pulled his hand behind his back, saying that this was not bad. After that, he also rushed to the attack. The guy was over his head. A powerful blow sounded again. The enemy stood in the middle of a cloud of dust. He noticed something. Under his sword, there was only a trace of a blow. Soho was behind him when he asked where this man had hidden. The monster looked up. The guy had already attacked him from above. He focused on the sword. Soho intercepted his blade, knowing that all he needed to do was get to the enemy's weapon. Hajin watched the scene closely. Soho furrowed his brows. His weapon plunged into something. The enemy was smiling broadly. Gritting his teeth, Soho heard that he was strong. The monster stopped the blade with his hand and said that he would gladly take his body. The guy tried to move his blade, but realized that he could not pull it out. Soho noticed the brilliance of the enemy's sword. He gritted his teeth. The bullet hit the enemy's weapon with the words that Soho was careful. The monster glanced away. Bright lights were visible near the trunk. Finally, Soho was able to get out and thanked his friend for his help. He looked at him. Seeing that the enemy had lost his arm, Hajin said that this monster knew from the beginning that they needed his true essence. Frowning, the hero added that this is why they were lured into a trap. Soho glanced at him after hearing that it was a ruse. Then he closed his eyes. He raised his sword and said that it meant that now he had to fight, keeping this information in his head. Their opponent only laughed. Soho looked at him questioningly. The monster remembered the extreme blow, and thought that he did not believe that the guy was capable of using explosive force. A smile appeared on his face again. His laughter became noticeably louder. The arm began to recover, and he said that he finally had a decent body to occupy. The arm has fully recovered. Both looked at this with surprise. The hero reminded that the fact is that the soul is in the sword, it is pointless to mutilate its physical shell. Soho stepped forward and said that meant they needed to destroy the weapons. He rushed forward, adding that in this case, the second round was coming. The monster waited with a smile for his approach. Soho raised his sword above his head. The blades crossed, releasing sparks. The hero covered his face with his hand and was surprised at such power. For a while, he just watched the battle from the sidelines and thought that in fact, his comrade could easily deal with him alone. But they did not have time to drag out this fight. Having presented various weapons, the guy understood that he could not use it, since they could hit a friend, and the rifle was not suitable for the area. So he raised the gun and said that then the only option was him. The sweeps left bright traces. Suho deflected the blows. The opponent gritted his teeth and thought that it was simply impossible. How could he push him back like this? After all, ordinary swords had long since broken. Looking at the blade, he was surprised that he couldn't even see a scratch. Then I looked at Suho and thought, is it really the golden mana? The man clenched his teeth tighter. Pushing him away, the monster said that he should not look down on him. Suho slipped a bit. Then he looked at the trembling hand. A slight smile appeared on his face. The enemy raised his sword over him. The guy thought that the longer he fought, the more convinced he was. He gripped his sword tighter. Suho smiled, deciding that victory would definitely be his. The two of them brought weapons for the attack. Their blades approached each other. The bullet struck the monster's arm as Suho noted that he had a reliable ally. He was a hero who decided to help his friend. The monster withdrew his sword as Suho thought that if he could hold it for even a second, it would be enough. Hajin frowned, thinking that the swordsman was stronger than in the novel. The enemy opened his mouth in surprise. He let go of his sword from his hand. Suho pushed off the ground. He managed to strike at the sword. The blade cracked. A bright light appeared. The monster at this moment began to collapse. There was fear in his eyes. The body turned into smoke. The blade vanished into thin air. Hajin was happy about this, thinking that Suho had succeeded. Now all that remained was to take the award. The comrade cleared his throat. He noticed something. The guy lowered his head, and then Hajin ran up and asked if everything was okay. Suho looked at the stick and asked what it was. Then he looked around and asked only not to tell him that this was the reward. Then he looked at the other side and said that it was simply impossible. There was a stick, and it was a reward. Suho raised his hands in confusion, surprised that the reward was just an ordinary stick. Hajin looked at him with a smile and said that this is not a reason for depression, and there is no need to be upset. At the same time, two men came in and asked who was it. The hero turned around and thought that it was a familiar voice. Two approached them. The hero realized that they were human monsters and did not understand why these yours were here, if they had to return to the others. Turning around, the comrades heard that these two had decided to ask only one question. They came closer and asked how these cadets got here. Suddenly, the blonde looked at them and said that their guild had already received permission to raid the dungeon. And who were these guys? Hajin scratched his head and asked if it was true, said that they didn't know, and they explained to the cadets, the trail had brought them here. At that moment, the stick began to spin when they asked what they were doing here, and they replied that there was a monster that had been killed. Frowning, the man remained silent, and then asked what was my reward. Hajin threw up his hands in response and said that, as they can see, they did not receive anything. Then the guild member took the walkie-talkie and tried to address the head. Looking at the guys, he said that they had a problem here and found two cadets. Looking at the radio, he heard that they had been ordered to kill them. Hajin and Suho were visibly surprised. After that, the blonde looked at them and asked if he had heard. He activated his energy and said that it would be their punishment for being overly curious. In a second, the energy went to the cadets. Suho covered his face with his hands. He frowned and tried to shout to his friend. The hero was left alone. He looked around and realized that this was an illusionary barrier. It was impossible to understand what was happening outside. At the same time, one of the rivals approached him. The man rolled his eyes and said, as always, he comes across all sorts of garbage. He had 2 golden axes on his clothes, so he was a hero. Hajin looked him in the eye and called him an advanced level hero. Then he frowned and asked, why go so far as to deal with the 2 unfortunate cadets? He took the weapon and asked if there was any point in answering. Then he smiled and said that the hero would die here. Hajin looked at him at this moment and thought what a wonderful mana he had. Looking at the red aura, the guy thought that the difference between them was too great, and he was an easy target for his opponent. Hajin clenched his fist and realized that even so, there was still hope. The man stopped and did not understand what was happening. The guy put his hand behind his back. The hero was hiding something. Then a member of the guild intercepted the weapon. The man stared at the hero. Hajin showed him the stone. The latter looked at him uncomprehendingly. Then he began to laugh and asked if the guy was going to defend himself with it. The hero threw it, and said that it would be quite enough for him. This angered the opponent. The hero just smiled. Examining the guy, the man realized that he did not even have mana and did not understand where such confidence came from. Dodging the stone, he noted that this boy was going to wet his pants. A bright line stretched behind the stone. Turning around, the enemy realized that it was a thread. Hajin clenched his fist. The opponent looked away. The hero tugged at her. The stone hit the enemy on the head. This blow stunned him. The stone returned to the guy. The enemy began to fall. After a moment, he hit his face on the ground. From the impact, the dust flew to the sides. Hajin stumbled to his feet. Then he smiled and said that it worked because the enemy had relaxed his vigilance, and the ether could already be used, and it was surprising to him. Then he came closer. He took out his pistol and aimed at it. Looking down, the hero thought that he needed to hurry, since human monsters regenerate quickly, but he had some mana left. A shot was fired. True, something happened that surprised him greatly. The bullet just piled up on the man's head. The latter immediately opened his eyes and looked at him. The guy tensed up and thought that he needed a shotgun after all. Suddenly, the opponent opened his mouth and began to shout. His scream was almost knocking me off my feet. He was thrown against the wall. Hajin began to spit blood. Falling to the ground, he thought how much everything hurts, although he used ether to protect himself. After that, he looked at his opponent and thought that he could cripple him so much just by the power of his voice. The man tensed his hand and said that this boy had finished playing. His veins in his neck and face began to swell. He said he didn't want to use this power. He hovered over the hero, saying that it was even a pity to use it for such a small fry as him. Hajin understood his head and thought that he should have ended this sooner. Now in front of him was a monster that used demonification. If you go back a little, when you created a barrier and said that you can blame your curiosity for this, the guys are separated. Suho could not reach his comrade and was left alone. A blond man appeared in front of him. The guy looked around for some time and called his friend. His eyes grew larger from the realization that he had been isolated. The enemy was approaching. There was no way to escape, at this moment with murderous intentions. Raising his sword, he realized that all that remained was to fight and asked why they were doing this. He raised his weapon and replied that it was better to consider that they were just unlucky. Then he looked at him appreciatively. Seeing Suho in front of him, he noted that he had a familiar face. Remembering his image on the screen, the man realized that he was in first place among the cube disciples. The man continued to walk forward and reasoned that this guy could be useful to them if they could recruit him. Suho furrowed his brows. The enemy pounced on him. He made a wave. He only managed to cut the guy's cheek. Suho touched the ground. The guy swung his leg. His opponent disappeared. The cadet gritted his teeth. He looked around. The opponent at that moment was already behind him. Suho stood up and wondered when he had even managed to escape. Suddenly he felt something. Cuts appeared on his leg. Remembering the kick, he thought that it could have been at that moment. The guy clenched his fist and thought that his opponent was too fast. Then he looked around and asked himself if he could match him in speed. Looking at his opponent, he suggested that it was worth trying to focus and read the movement of his opponent. The man rushed in his direction. The guy put out his sword and was able to deflect his blow. Raising his sword above his head, Hajin was surprised that he had managed to block it. Nevertheless, the enemy continued to attack, and the guy thought that he was hardly able to react to his attacks if only he could lure him closer. The same was inflicted on him another one. The blond man was very confident. But then I noticed something. A bright wave appeared next to him. Blood spurted to the side. A cut appeared on his leg. The enemy retreated even further. The guy raised his head and realized that now his opponent was keeping his distance. He frowned and decided that he was much weaker than the Chaos Knight. But even so, he couldn't find the right moment to parry his attacks. As he held the sword in his hand, he began to speculate, what would Hajin do in his place? Then he took a step back and realized that now was not the time to think about it, because this was his fight. Suho lowered his head and said that he boasted about fighting alone while being so weak and regretted his words. Grabbing the sword, the guy decided that his talent was to protect the world with a sword. When he looked at the man, he thought that as long as his opponent was also a swordsman, there was always a way to win. Then he raised his weapon and decided that the only thing he could do in this situation was to make all his efforts and defeat the opponent standing in front of him. At the same moment, his body began to fill with a light aura. The blond man was surprised and thought that this was too much magical energy. A trail of blood remained on his pants. He thought that this was an ordinary boy, even if he was the first among the cube students. But it seemed that he needed to be careful with him. Frowning, I decided to finish him off with another attack. Suho raised his sword to his face. Suddenly he felt something. A strange feeling enveloped him. The guy looked at the enemy, thought that it was coming from him. Memories surfaced in his head when he first entered this dungeon, experienced the same feeling. The guy stood and realized that it was as if someone was calling him. The stick was shining brightly at that moment. Hajin looked ahead carefully. He sat in front of the monster and listened to the insults addressed to him. He lowered his eyes and said that he would make sure that he could no longer see the light of day. The hero looked at him in confusion, realizing that this was not the opponent that could be defeated. Then he gritted his teeth. The monster waved his hand. He closed his eyes and was ready to die. But then something happened. Hajin opened his eyes. The guy saw the blade right in front of his face. This stake pierced his opponent. Then they pulled him out. The woman's shadow appeared in front. Looking at her, the hero did not understand what she was doing here. Suddenly, chest pain enveloped him. Hajin grabbed onto it, and thought that this was no longer good, not sure if he would be able to withstand being attacked now. Meanwhile, the woman approached him while the hero thought that there was a suspicion that the chameleon group had something to do with the masked demon. The guy raised his head and thought, what do they want from him? At last she stopped. The girl held out her hand. Hajin looked at her uncomprehendingly. Lowering her head, she said that she was glad to meet her. The hero opened his mouth in confusion. Laughing lightly, he noted that it seemed that they began to cross paths often. The girl came even closer and said that it was so. Then she looked at him and said that it was all because he was being watched. His eyes grew larger at these words. A step was heard behind the interlocutor's back. When the guy asked what she was talking about, the monster pounced on her. Hajin opened his mouth wide, shouting that there was danger behind him. A dark trail struck the monster. Hajin was shocked. The girl came closer and said that they needed to talk. The words reverberated throughout the cave. When the guy asked if it was true, she replied that it was. Then she bent down and turned to him. Hajin looked up and realized that it was familiar to him. It was in the novel. Only this was a turning point in the history of Jihak. It turns out that the author himself changed the course of events, and if so, what can happen? The interlocutor looked away. Looking up, she said that the time was up. Then she looked at him and said that she hoped he was blowing her words well. After that, she disappeared. And then it flowed like a stream from there. The hero only stared at it silently. The hero looked to the side when he heard a scream. It was Suho who ran towards him, who immediately asked if everything was all right and if he was badly injured. The guy smiled and noted that it was nonsense, and heard that his comrade coped. Suho gave him his hand. When he was picked up, they immediately asked how he felt. The hero replied that he could rest for a couple of days, and it would be like new. Suho turned around and asked what to do with his opponent. The man was lying on the ground. The hero immediately realized that since his body was still there, he had just lost consciousness. Hajin looked at his friend in fright when he suggested that he needed to report. Hajin immediately dissuaded him and said that they had no proof, and moreover, they had entered the dungeon without permission, they would be punished for it. Holding on to Hajin, the guy thought about how he invested all his money in them. You can't let them be exposed. Suho said that sounds logical. He looked at his comrade again when he heard the question of what had happened to his opponent. The guy looked away. Then he looked around and remembered what had really happened. Remembering the girl, I decided to say that he just ran away. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The leaves rustled in the wind. They sat down under a tree. Suho dropped to one knee as he thought about how even once using stigma was already hard. Then he held out a stick and said that he thought it was unusual. Hajin lowered his eyes, thinking that he hadn't forgotten, and took her with him. Suho remembered his fight and said that it was as if she was calling him during the fight. And then he picked up this twig. Smiling shyly, he said that it was probably nonsense. But in response he heard that it was not nonsense and understood everything. After that, Hajin smiled at him. Then he raised his finger up and said that just by looking at her, he immediately felt her strength. He asked if it was true and asked to tell me. Suho looked at the stick. The hero thought that it was difficult to even imagine that such a legendary item could get into the dungeon. It could only be recognized by someone who was well acquainted with mythology. Then he smiled and asked if he had heard of Mistletoe. After introducing the strong man, he noted that he is from the mythology of Northern Europe, known as a legendary weapon associated with the god of light, and nicknamed the branch of the god killer. Suho picked up this wand and said that it just can't be, but his friend smiled and nodded to him. He imagined a stick in a circle, saying that he would acquire his true shape only when he had spent it, but for now he looked like this. Suho squeezed it happily, glad that it wasn't her real form. Looking at the stick, they discussed that they knew it looked somehow pathetic for a legendary weapon, and the young man was really very upset back then. Looking up, Hajin thought about how this guy hadn't even awakened this weapon, but had been able to defeat the monster man with its success, all thanks to his power. But immediately afterward, he had a question about how to awaken it. They put a stick on the ground and began to discuss that there are certain actions. At the same time, Hajin took something out of his pocket. His friend saw this and was very surprised. He had a bag of pollen in his hands. Looking at the pollen, Hajin said that it is artifact that will help awaken it. Immediately came the question to where he got it. Looks very valuable. The young man then looked at the joyful Suho and thought that according to the original story, the powder should belong to him, but didn't he deserve it himself? Bringing his hand to his face, the hero wondered, how else could he boast? Suho was frightened when he heard that these were the ashes of his parents. There was an awkward pause between them. Hajin was upset and wondered if he couldn't even make a joke. Then he smiled and said that he was joking, just saying that it was important to him. He thought that he had gone a little too far. Then he introduced the wizards and said that this powder accelerates the realization of his potential and helps to reach the peak. This applies to both objects and people. He held it out and said that to sum it up, we need to sprinkle it on this artifact and it will change. The stick emitted light. Suho was visibly nervous. He stopped him. He looked at him with frightened eyes and asked if he was sure that it was right. After all, this powder was important to him. Hajin smiled and said that the powder is important, so it should be used at such moments. Suho was still confused. Hearing the question of when he would be able to get such a mythical item, his friend was still hesitant and tried to object. Then the hero told him to shut up and agree as long as they gave him. He thanked him. Hajin poured out the powder. Then a bright light appeared. The guys watched this carefully. The stick began to change. Suho opened his mouth in surprise. Leaves appeared on the branch. He took it in his hands. The hero said that he was right, and his comrade agreed with him. The leaf fell off the branch. Hajin immediately imagined Suho with a sword and thought that everything was going perfectly. The first awakening was complete. Now, it would gradually take the form of a sword. Hajin then stood up and said that everything was fine. Then he took the fallen leaf in his hand and reminded him that they had made a promise to each other. He smiled and reminded him that if his friend took a stick, he would take a sheet. The two of them walked along the forest. Suho glanced at the hero and asked if his friend was sure that the paper was enough, but in response he heard that he had already been told several times that it was enough. Hajin pressed his watch. deciding that he had had enough. After that, I entered the sheet of my inventory. There was information that this was a sheet that the legendary stick left after waking up. The hero looked at the screen, thinking that this was not just a byproduct of a legendary weapon. He was quite happy with it. Hajin suddenly stumbled while pondering how to use it. A scream was heard throughout the forest. Sitting on his knees, he did not understand where the tree roots came from. Suddenly it dawned on him. This had already happened to him when he stumbled over a root and found ginseng. Then his friend turned around and asked what he was doing for so long, if something had happened, but he replied that he was already coming. Then Hajin went humming. Ginseng root appeared in his inventory. Meanwhile, inside the cave, the girl was looking at the screen. The blonde watched their fight and noted that it was not bad. Looking at the blow to the head, she noted that even if you put all your magic power, it is difficult to inflict such damage with a whip. The girl raised her head and said that what she liked most was the composure with which he made decisions. She smiled, noting that she had no problem shooting her opponent back then, as Hajin didn't seem to know that his opponent was a human monster, but was willing to kill him without hesitation. Then she paused the fight and said that this time the leader was right. She turned around and said that this child had potential. The woman closed her eyes and asked her to stop. In response, she heard the question if she was leaving. She would not look to the end. She wanted to see the demonization. But the captain passed by and replied that she did not want to look at it. The question immediately came why. The interlocutor just went on and remained silent, then said that it looked disgusting. Meanwhile, the guys finally got to the observation room. Hajin looked very tired. Barely like a guy, he walked forward and thought that his whole body hurt and would definitely die. Suddenly, a little girl came out of the room and met him. Hajin immediately asked her in a whisper if he had woken her up. Then he took him in his arms, apologized and said that he had to go to bed. After that, together with the girl, he went to the window. He raised his head and looked there. There were many stars in the sky. The moon was shining brightly among them. The guys had been together some time before, and Soho told him to go back to the cube. Hajin turned. Soho looked at him. He smiled and said that he was very grateful to him for today. Hajin was a little confused at first. Then he looked at him with surprised eyes. Looking at the departing comrade, the guy thought that this person is the main character of the main story, does not compromise on anything, just a hero of justice who is on the right path. Imagining a lot of passers-by, Hajin understood that in the real world it would not be possible to find such a person. They simply do not exist, and yet, he wrote him like this. He remembered himself at the computer, wondering what he wanted such a person to exist. His fingers touched the keyboard. Now Hajin was looking out the window. There was a light in the windows of the houses. He thought that this was a true savior who protected this world. That night he could not answer him, and did not even change his face. Smiling, Hajin replied that it was nothing and asked him to take care of himself. Seeing Soho wave at him, the hero realized that in this world, this is the one he trusts the most. The secret cave is located in the middle of the rocks, and there is a story that in the Hero Association, the 9 strongest monsters are called the 9 disasters, although it was believed that this nickname was interpreted as the source of evil in terms of the number of destructions, but they took it as a compliment, and accepted it. But then, the third calamity, contempt, created a very secret base deep in the mountains. Events unfold on this mysterious base. Inside everything looks quite technological. The guy looks at his partner in bewilderment, and asks what came over her, and why she came to the office. A white-haired girl sits silently nearby, saying that she is ordinary, she is not interested in missions. A guy enters the room. At this time they discuss whether she is definitely not a human monster. He silently walks past them. Tomer sits at his laptop with a disgruntled face, addressed by her first name. She gets up from her chair hot-tempered, not knowing if it's serious. She is surprised to see a folder with papers in front of her, which is handed to her. The girl picks it up and hears that she has elite skills, but he has no intention of listening to complaints due to the fact that the mission seems unworthy of her attention. Tomer with a serious look clarifies what the mission is this time. The officer looks at her calmly and offers to see for herself. She objects, saying that it would be better if he told the details. The lady turns the page and asks if it is so. He agrees. Tomer is silent with a stern look, realizing that she will be under surveillance. A girl with a beautiful braid appears in the frame. A tall futuristic building stands in the middle of the city. There are a lot of people walking inside it. Hajin looks up in surprise after hearing that he has been called. A benevolent guy asks that he is engraved with a magical aspect. The joyful blonde hears that everything is correct. The protagonist smiles and sees how he bows and introduces himself as a 4-star magician Jean. The protagonist, in turn, clarifies if he is really responsible for the aspect today. They smile benevolently at each other. Hajin reflects that he specializes in artifacts, and he also has the highest rank that an ordinary person can meet, so he is very lucky. Suddenly, the blonde man examines him completely. MC is perplexed. Jean, with a serious face, holds out his hand and tells him to go there, with the protagonist wondering if the mage really just appreciated how he is dressed. Hajin, smiling broadly, walks in front, realizing that mages are very mercantile, but he knew about it, and so he dressed up. Probably he should have dressed even richer. An employee brings Jin tea on a tray while he asks what magical aspect he wants to engrave. The protagonist watches in amazement as the tea is poured and explains that he would like something with physical strength or protective magic. The magician snaps his finger and exclaims that he understands everything. Jin sips his tea calmly and assures him that it should suit him. The main character considers the proposed options. They ask him if he likes anything. A warrior with bracelets is shown. It is explained that usually people engrave a magical aspect that consumes very little mana, because even if a person has a lot of it, there is always a limit to how much they can use it. However, an obsidian bracelet has no such limits. Frowning, the protagonist realizes that this is why he needs an aspect that consumes so much mana that he can only use it once a week, and that has incredible features. Jin is drinking tea and looking at his tablet. Hajin wonders what kind of attitude he has towards the guest. The protagonist sits angrily on a chair and decides that the protagonist is openly looking down on him and judging him by his clothes. The main character can barely restrain himself, not understanding what to do with him. He wonders that if he leaves, then there is a possibility that he will not do the job conscientiously. The blonde man with a cup in his hand looks up in amazement when the protagonist coughs slightly and says that he doesn't need the usual aspects like these. Hajin sits confidently across from him, wondering if there are any aspects that require more mana to activate. Jin doesn't take his eyes off the tablet when he hears that MC is looking for something like enhanced protection or instant wake-up. He replies that in principle this is possible. However, the main character with a snide grin clarifies that this is probably too much for a 4-star magician. The blonde man sits opposite and, after a long silence, asks again. Hajin calmly gets up from his chair and says that everything is fine. He was in a hurry, so he came here. So maybe they will meet again. He asks to stop, because that's not the point. The guy asks in bewilderment if this is not the case. Jin worriedly states that apparently they did not provide enough information. Hajin at this moment wonders what is wrong with this child, if he is really that rich. The protagonist looks stern at the guy, who nervously justifies that such an aspect is possible, but he was just worried that it was too expensive. With a forced smile, the blonde says that this applies only to ordinary customers. Currency symbols are shown. He asks if he has an approximate budget. The protagonist leans over to the table and whispers in his ear. Jin turns his head to him in amazement. Money is reflected in his eyes. He asks if there really is so much. Hajin sits back down with a serious look, hearing that the mage will show him another list. Since the guy is in a hurry, he will only present the best, while demanding that the employee renew his tea. Bright sunlight falls on the building. Cadets are sitting at a lecture and discussing something. The protagonist is bored when he thinks that they cleared the dungeon on the mountain, and Soho got a mistletoe. The joyful protagonist remembers Jin who bowed to him. He realizes that he has figured out the engraving of the magical aspect, so thanks to Soho and the shares. Sohik confidently walks towards the lectern until Hajin realizes that he didn't want to strain himself so much. But he had no choice as the man is very mercantile. But so far everything is going smoothly. The teacher looks at the cadets and asks for attention. The man in orange glasses says that starting today, they will unite in groups of 5 and start working together. The protagonist remembers in amazement that this was planned. Cadets are shown looking at the window. It is explained that this is a team game, or rather, work in groups, raids into the mini-tower. Students fight in the forest. This is also a part. The cadets happily sit around the fire with a guitar. It is said that this is a kind of joint trips, the purpose of which is to strengthen the bond between team members. Hajin sits at his desk and listens that they need to team up with whomever they want and provide a list of participants until next Wednesday. The protagonist wonders what an outcast like him should do. He muses sadly that this idea is also SOSO, while the teacher says that if they don't team up with anyone by next Wednesday, they will be distributed themselves. The main character turns around in surprise because he heard a strange sound. Behind him sits a man who taps his finger on the desk. Rachel, with a depressed face, is silent and looks away. MC turns around to watch her, and decides that she's probably in the same situation as him. The princess sits with a sad face. The protagonist reflects that they differ in that she chose to be alone herself. The main character closes his eyes and imagines the pollen of a butterfly seedling, realizing that it sounds good to cooperate with it. Besides, he has something to give it. The blonde, holding her sword, reaches for the light butterflies. The protagonist realizes that in the original story, she should have already received a hint about her further awakening. If the delay is longer, then the difference in characteristics will increase compared to the original. Hajin opens the message menu on her watch and asks if she would like to team up with him. He clicks on the send button. The main character immediately, smiling, turns back. The classmate, closing her eyes, thought. Suddenly, a message comes to her watch. She is surprised. The excited protagonist watches and realizes that she has read his message. The girl opened the notification menu. Suddenly, someone comes up to her and addresses her by name. The protagonist sees this in shock. Tomer reaches out with a friendly look and asks if she wants to team up, while Hajin wonders why she approached her. She looks smiling at the princess, who does not understand what is happening at all. The guys nearby are discussing whether they knew each other at all. The protagonist, with a serious look, wonders why Tomer is making a move right now and why he is asking Rachel. The protagonist decides that if the villainous mercenary begins to act, then most likely someone is behind her. Rachel looks at the table with a sad look while Hajin is concerned that Tomer is targeting her. Frowning, the main character realizes that only one person comes to his mind. The image of a Lancaster standing in a hood appears. Rachel innocently looks up and says that there is still time, so she will think about the answer. The interlocutor smiles broadly. In the bright room, her words are heard that it will be as she wishes. Rachel suddenly remembers that she received a message. She looks at her watch in amazement. The girl turns, realizing that Hajin has texted her. MC is smiling sweetly and looking at her. The blonde almost immediately turned away. The main character notices this. A message arrives on the protagonist's watch, while he thinks if she really wants to refuse him. A joyful guy sees a notification that she needs time to think. She realizes with a serious look that she will most likely have to wait. The girl draws in her notebook. She continues to do it with a tired look. It is said that Naeun has problems. Various names are written in her notebook. It is said that this is because she did not even consider cadets who are not in the top 100. She scratches her head, realizing that their team can get extra points if they take low-ranking cadets, but how to find the most skillful? The sad girl realizes that only one person comes to mind. A joyful lady greets Hajin and asks if he would like to join the team. The guy, feeling awkward, says that he has a ticket to go to the museum, then he asks if he wants to go. The guys have surrounded the protagonist and call him to their place. Naeun notices this and gets angry, calling him very popular. The cadet sits a little further away from the protagonist. She reflects on the fact that given that the theoretical course is one of the most important criteria when creating a team, excellent students like him are ideal candidates. In her thoughts, she puts her hand on his shoulder and calls him to the team, while realizing that it will not be difficult to cooperate with him if she wants. The sad cadet understands that there is only one thing that bothers her. The embarrassed girl blushes slightly and wonders what if Hajin thinks she likes him. Suddenly, the apprentice behind her asks if she has thought about it. Jahak sits insolently side by side, told that it is better to let him do his own thing. The white-haired cadet declares that it doesn't matter who she chooses, so why bother? Because you can take someone like him to the team and motivate them to do better. Disgruntled, Naeun assures that it doesn't matter, because she has her own plan. Jahak snatches the notebook from her hands and asks her to take a look. The guy with a grin begins to flip through the notes. The girl is furious and demands to stop doing it. She tries to snatch the notebook from his hands, but he brazenly continues to read the names. Suddenly he opens his mouth in surprise. Jahak shouts to the entire audience that Hajin is written there. The guys turn around, not understanding what it was at all. Someone at the same time assumes that someone is aimed at the protagonist. The girl, blushing with shame, stands still. The students understand that it was she who wrote. Naeun trembles with anger as Jahak asks what it means and why she chose MC. The cadet punches him with all her strength and demands that he close her mouth. She snatches her notes from his hands, asking why the hell he reads someone else's stuff at all. Discouraged classmates look at the guy, assuming that he has died, because he does not move at all. The main character and a group of guys at this time are surprised to observe the passions that are happening. Naeun turns around angrily. The protagonist looks at her in bewilderment. In the lecture hall, you can hear that the lesson is over. Students leave the classroom in a crowd. The protagonist walks along with his classmates, followed by a classmate who calls him by name. She takes his hand and stops him. Hajin asks in surprise what happened. The girl comes closer and assumes that he must have heard what happened. Suddenly, Rachel appeared, saying that she sent him the list, at which time Naeun didn't even have time to suggest that he get together. The indignant girl asks what other list. The blonde stands next to Hajin and says that they are on the same team. The cadet, who wanted to call him, asks again in shock. She turns to the protagonist and opens her eyes wide in surprise. From what she heard, she has glassy eyes. The girl is dumbfounded. The main character and Rachel are perplexed as she tries to say something. Naeun claims with a forced smile that she was just worried that no one would take him into the team, just looking after him, because they are in the same club. She happily pats him on the shoulder and declares that she probably worried in vain. The girl turns around and leaves. A blonde with a sad face looks after her. Clenching her fists, the girl walks away. Footage of Rachel fighting. Her classmate realizes that they have similar physique and sword skills, and very similar grades in all subjects except theory. Naeun purses his lips in anger. An angry cadet walks down the hallway, sincerely trying to understand why she was not chosen. Students walk around the academic building, some of them talking to each other. The main character walks next to Rachel. She suddenly stops and turns to him. The guy turns around and asks what happened. A blonde with a sad face asks if he is going to join another team. MC, smiling, denies it, knowing she's probably asking because Naeun was approaching them. Haosung suddenly appears and happily thanks the protagonist for joining them. Embarrassed, Hajin hears that he was hoping to team up with him, and MC realizes that he is simply following Rachel. Tomer passes them by. The guy offers to go eat together, to strengthen the team bond. The protagonist realizes that he is a little worried, since the girl is always somewhere nearby, but probably everything will be fine. The blonde with a slight smile declares that it sounds good. The protagonist is amazed to hear a question from his companion about what kind of food Rachel likes. She replies that she is omnivore. The embarrassed girl is asked what about the Korean food restaurant, while MC realizes that although she is not picky about food, she would love it. The guys happily tell her that this is a very good place. Naeun sits on the bed and looks at the clock and declares that they have 2 warriors on their team, 1 gunslinger, 1 player, and 1 mage. Hazuki tells her over a video call that since she's both a marksman and a warrior, this could be an incredible team combination. Surprised, the girl hears a question if Hajin will join them. The green-haired cadet looks at the monitor, and is told that if Naeun wanted to, she could persuade him. The girls talk to each other about how if she does this, the other team will be left in a very sorry state, except for Rachel. There is no one outstanding there. Hazuki remarks that it would still be great if they had MC. Brunette looks at her friend and asks to stop talking about them, while offering to show a list of their team names. The tired cadet falls on her bed and sighs. She looks at the ceiling with a tired look, feeling that she cannot fall asleep. A light bulb shines above her. She realizes that if she had known that this would happen, she would have invited Hajin at the very beginning, then she would not have to worry about the theory. The girl clenches her fist, stating that she missed it because of Rachel because she hesitated for no reason. Flashbacks to the heroes' battles. Naeun realizes that she still remembers her defeat in the midterm exams, and it happened again when she started using a sword as a team. The girl hits the pillow with her fists, shouting that it is very offensive. She is lying on the bed with a sad face. Hajin happily eats with Rachel, while Naeun wonders if she will lose again. There are blue crystals hanging on the ceiling. Someone is very surprised by this. The guys are dressed in winter jackets. The first lesson of teamwork is taking place. One of the cadets says that you can get cold here. They are conducting an exploration of the dungeon. Everything around is frozen. It is said that basically, when a new dungeon appears, the advanced squad goes to scout it, and their current goal is to fulfill the duties of the advanced squad. Rachel looks ahead in surprise. The guys behind her are freezing. She asks them to pay attention. The cadets are standing in the middle of an ice cave. There are several passages around them. They do not understand which one to go to. One of the participants points her finger and offers to go there. Hajin calmly retorts, stating that there is no need to go there. Tomer looks at him and wonders why he made this decision. The main character, frowning, says that he notices the details well. While he is aware that her motives are crystal clear, she lures them into a trap. Her rival twisted her face with anger. She asks Rachel to resolve this issue. The protagonist smiles slightly when he hears the blonde listening to him. Tomer turns around, saying that even though this passage looks like the right one, a hairy creature with fangs sleeps peacefully. The guys are walking in the middle of a large cave. A giant monster is sleeping not far from them. The disgruntled cadet turns around while another guy says that they found Bigfoot, and apparently the path that the protagonist chose was correct. Tomer stopped near the aisle and pointed his finger to go there, while MC just walked on, continuing to interfere with her. The girl points in the other direction, and Hajin realizes that while her desperate attempts to get Rachel away from the team were commendable, he won't give her what she wants. An indignant participant looks at the satisfied protagonist, who is asked how he manages to find the right path so well. She clenches her fists in anger. The blonde goes with the guys. The girl wonders if it is really so difficult to injure one person and make them retreat, because it is all MC's fault. A suspicious cadet stretches out her hand to her and demands to go with her. Ice crystals glitter around them. Tomer assures that it is much more effective to split into 2 teams for research, because it is not good to rely on one person. Rachel wants to clarify with a puzzled look. The main character resolutely covers it with himself, and claims that they have no time to waste. He takes her by the hand and leads her. Tomer yells at him, asking why the hell he's acting so confident. A crosshair appears next to Hajin's eye. His skill is activated. He thinks about why he would be unsure about behaving. In the middle of the ice blocks you can see a painted path. It says that you need to go in that direction. The main character continues on his way. Rachel feels himself pulling her along. The team member happily exclaims that he has guessed where to go again. Sohik is calmly standing in the middle of an ice cave. They notice the instructor. The girl, led by the protagonist, turns to him in amazement. He holds her hand. She pays attention to it. The frightened protagonist quickly removes her, assuring that he completely forgot about it, and apologizes. She replies that everything is fine. An embarrassed Rachel with flushed cheeks says that there is no need to apologize. At this moment there is a demand to make a report. The main character stands with the guys in surprise and talks about Bigfoot, a tree, a golem, and a dragon. The instructor looks at the tablet screen. MC explains that judging by the rank of the monsters in the dungeon, there should be a boss of at least the 3rd class and above the average level. Happy guys celebrate, after being told that everything is perfect. They happily discuss whether they really did everything perfectly. Tomer stands behind them. The guy asks that from now on, I guess I should just count on Hajin. The participants' eyes reflect all the anger and hatred. Some time ago, Tomer received information on a surveillance mission. She had a Rachel questionnaire in her hands that needed to be wounded and weakened, but the leaders of Cuba, who had become moles, promised to help, so it would not be difficult. The girl flipped through the papers while the interlocutor said that as soon as she distracted the student from her daily affairs for a minute, the agents they sent would take care of the rest. Tomer slammed the folder shut. She grinned and said that it was easy, because they were children after all. The girls sprawled on the couch, muttering that no one had pulled her tongue then. A message appeared above the bracelet asking why the mission was delayed, if something unexpected had happened. The brunette jumped up and exclaimed in irritation that it hadn't been long since the beginning, so why the hell was she being rushed? She ruffled her hair and sighed. The girl frowned and thought that something unexpected had really happened. The agent introduced the main character and realized that he constantly appeared and stopped her, and generally stuck to Rachel like a bath leaf. The girl looked at the printout with the Hajin profile and said that he was always with her both during and after classes. But how did a boy with rank 334 get so much audacity? Because there was nothing special about him. The brunette grinned and assumed that he believed in the nonsense that if you plucked up the courage, you could get a beautiful lady. Tomer looked down thoughtfully. She looked at the cadets' profiles and decided that the young man was interested in her goal. The agent leaned over the table, coming up with a plan. The girl presented a loud sign at the academy and thought that she should just spread the rumor that he liked Rachel. In her imagination, the blonde will immediately ask her classmate to stay away, and then the distance between them will increase. Tomer smiled happily, deciding that this way she would be able to complete the mission with ease. She leaned on her arm. The agent smirked and said that first you need to get closer to the team. Theoretical class, analysis of the second phenomenon. The teacher looked at the tablet and said that next week each team will choose a small dungeon and present the best raid strategy they can come up with. And that's all for today. The student closed his eyes and muttered wearily that homework was too difficult this time. But he immediately smirked and added that he wasn't worried at all, because the first and second places in the written exam ranking were sitting behind him. The protagonist arched an eyebrow when he said he was counting on him, and replied that he wasn't that good. The interlocutor clapped his hands and called him modest. The headman went to the exit, loudly announcing that next Wednesday at 7 o'clock in the evening there would be a meeting of the heads of the teams, and everyone should be present in the assembly hall. Hajin and Rachel began to gather. The guy looked at her and offered to go to a cafe to divide the roles before parting, and she agreed. Tomer smiled radiantly and exclaimed that she could take the cake and get to know each other better. The brown-haired man stared at her inquiringly. The young man knitted his eyebrows and asked what she was up to. The brunette smirked and replied that she just wanted them to become a cohesive team. Hajin squinted at his comrades and thought that her behavior was strange. Why did she suddenly become so active? Tomer nudged everyone to get out, saying they were short on time. The main character narrowed his eyes, noting that it all looked very suspicious. It was sunny outside. In the cafe, Hajin turned around and thought that the roof and basement had been scanned, but he did not find any traps, although something still haunts him. He returned to the papers when the blonde called out to him. Among the desserts on the table were printouts, and the hero asked Ho Zung and Bakyu to look for information about the dungeon, and Tomer and Rachel to calculate the mana concentration. Chatine took a sip and added that he would put it together and prepare a presentation as soon as he had the data on the study. The brunette smiled and suggested that they stop chatting about homework. The cadet reached out and muttered that he was very glad that they had Hajin, because he was worried about the group assignment. The hero twirled the glass in his hand when the interlocutor said that it must be nice to have such good results, and as soon as the young man became a marksman, he began to make progress in battles, to which the brown-haired man replied that this was a common thing for him. Rachel looked at her friend with interest when she heard that he had already been approached by a well-known guild before. She tugged at his sleeve. The blonde looked at him and whispered to him. The student leaned over and asked if the English royal family had approached him. Rachel arched her eyebrows and added that they had a guild when the young man didn't understand what she was talking about. The main character looked up thoughtfully and thought that he did not remember a single message from them. He pressed the bracelet, remembering something. A notification from the royal guild appeared on the screen, and the guy said that he had received a letter from them, but did not notice, since he does not check his mail every day. The girl clenched her fist, and the interlocutor muttered that he would open it now. A letter written in Korean appeared in front of him. Rachel looked at the hero and asked him to take a look too, while he mentally noted that he was promised an annual salary of 100 million and a commission separately. But these were not good conditions, considering that they were trying to figure him out. The girl looked at the screen and was indignant that they were doing their job so carelessly. Tomer turned in surprise to the blonde, who asked the hero to forget and not read him. Rachel stood up and announced that she would leave first. The brunette looked after her, mentally asking her to stay and continue cooing with Hajin. Ho Zung and the hero turned around, trying to figure out what had made her so angry. The spy glanced at the young man, thinking that everything was not going according to plan. Brown-haired scratched his cheek thoughtfully, suggesting that he had done something wrong. Bakyu looked at the brunette when she called him out and asked if he thought Hajin liked Rachel. Jim. A can of drink rolled out of the machine. The protagonist bent down to pick it up and thought that there was nothing better than resting after endurance training, even though it wasn't easy. He squeezed the jar, realizing that he did not even have the strength to open it. Someone's hand reached out and bent the bottle opener. The guy lifted his head. Naeun looked at him and asked him to talk for a minute. The brown-haired man arched his eyebrows in surprise. The classmate looked embarrassed. The young man intercepted the jar and asked what it was. The girl looked away and asked if he knew anything about the Hongchen Mantis dungeon, which she needed to prepare a presentation on. The brown-haired man stared at her and asked her how she managed to choose the most difficult dungeon, to which the student replied that she did not do it on purpose. Naeun remembered her team's meeting and revealed that the nasty magus kept insisting that they had to do it. The guy poked at the printout and asked to trust him. The hero took a sip and thought that it must have been Junsik. He remembered the brunette and noted that he had some skills, but he was extremely boastful and rude, and thanks to his wealthy family, he did not feel inferior even in front of Naeun. Hajin sat down on the floor and decided that he would give her the information she needed, saying that they could get extra points due to the increased difficulty of the task. The girl looked at him questioningly when he asked if Junsik was also in charge of the presentation. The guy frowned and demanded to replace him immediately. The hero looked at his interlocutor and explained that the magician likes to pretend to be cool by his face, but most likely he will fall into a stupor during the performance itself. Naeun stared in admiration at the young man, who warned that if he entrusted the presentation to someone like him, the academy and the entire society would collapse, and their results would be catastrophic. She jumped up and was glad that he thought so too. The girl snorted in displeasure and muttered that she had never seen someone who was even more extravagant than herself. The main character drank from the can and offered to let Hazuki perform. The interlocutor arched an eyebrow and replied that she also wanted to do so, but she was not sure that Junsik would put up with such a decision. The young man looked up as the student added that it was difficult for her to decide what to do. They looked at each other, surprised at such a spontaneous friendly conversation. The cadets stared at each other in silence. Then they turned away and quickly said goodbye, citing busyness. Later, Junsik stood on stage, nervously going over the words. He stared at the tablet and read out the text in fright. The main character looked at him skeptically, noting that he looked pathetic. Naeun, who was sitting in front, was furious, and the shooter guessed that she had failed to replace the mage. Junsik smirked nonchalantly and stated that he was just too nervous. His crew stared at him silently. Naeun frowned, not believing that the guy was serious about such a thing while laughing, and Hazuki advised him to just score. The girl clenched her fist and decided that she would blow his jaw off as soon as they came out after class. She squinted at her comrade with displeasure when the next team was called to perform. The main character in glasses passed by her. Naeun stared at him in shock in her new accessory. The young man went on stage with a tablet and announced that he was starting the presentation. He looked ahead and revealed that their team was in charge of the Wazin dungeon, which existed at the foot of Mount Sirak. The hero pointed to the slides and led the lecture. The red-haired woman watched him in surprise. The young man turned, saying something. Hajin was smiling and confidently presenting the material, and the girl thought it was very good. The teacher raised his hand to ask a question. He looked at the disciple and wondered how they were able to estimate the mana flow with only this information. The hero smiled, expecting this. Everyone looked enthusiastically at the guy, who immediately replied that this was due to this formula. The students watched him, discussing that they knew that he was smart, but did not suspect that he could present information so coolly. Naeun opened her mouth. She blushed and muttered that the young man was very good. Rachel happily gave Hajin a high five and praised him for his excellent performance. The red-haired woman stole a glance at them. The blonde and the rest of the team stood around the hero, rejoicing at the result. The girl turned away offended. Training hall. Rachel wiped her hair. She rubbed her face and thought that she was done for today, and the presentation had gone well, and tomorrow was the weekend. The student remembered how she walked with the hero, and noted that she gave him the contract. The rest of the guys stared at them insistently, offering to throw a party, but they both refused. Haji nodded to her and said goodbye. The girl quickly reached into her bag, stopping him. She handed him the papers. A classmate stood in front of him asking him to take it. The guy accepted it and asked what it was. Hajin froze when he heard that this was a preliminary contract of the Imperial Family Guild. The blonde nervously fingered her fingers, saying that it had much more favorable conditions than what it had before. She frowned and added that she had asked them to contact him beforehand, but it seemed that they had a bit of a misunderstanding after they saw his rank. The hero looked at the girl in surprise. Rachel looked at him resolutely and stated that she wanted him to seriously reconsider their proposal again. The cadet clenched her fist and thought that she had succeeded. She headed for the door to quickly change clothes and go to the dormitory to rest. Her hand stopped when someone in the street began to whisper. The girl froze when she heard the rumor that Hajin liked her. The student stood at the door while someone discussed that this could be true, and they say that he has already confessed to her. The cadet opened her mouth. She blushed, amazed at the news that the main character was in love with her. The blonde stood all red, trying to comprehend what she had just heard. The girls on the street chuckled, saying that he had always been a little suspicious and had been hanging around Rachel a lot in recent days. The student immediately froze in displeasure. She clenched the door handle and thought it was because they were in the same group, so why the hell were they spreading this nonsense? Memories from the dungeon flashed before her eyes when the guy helped her. The girl stopped, thinking that it was natural that he would be there. The blonde froze, remembering how the young man said that he was her fan. She shifted from foot to foot while the gossip said that their statuses were too different. Suddenly, someone from behind bumped into her. Rachel turned. Naeun looked at her and asked what she was doing. The interlocutor looked away and replied that nothing, but the redhead hinted that she had been stepped on. The blonde stood on it, unaware of anything. Rachel jumped away and apologized. The girl turned pale sharply, realizing what would happen if her classmates entered the locker room now. She flinched when the gossips greeted Naeun. The swordswoman clutched her head, wondering what to do, because this ridiculous rumor could spread further. The blonde opened the door before the girls proposed. Everyone turned to her in surprise. Rachel knitted her eyebrows. The gossip girls quickly turned around and muttered that it was time for them to go. Naeun looked after them and asked what about Hajin. The redhead stared at the closed door, not understanding anything. The blonde closed her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Yona looked at her suspiciously. The swordswoman turned as she spoke to her. The brunette smiled and asked if she was on the same team with him. The girl tilted her head and asked again, and the redhead explained that it was Hajin. Naeun pointed to her friend and muttered that for some strange reason, she couldn't say his name out loud. The trio was standing in the locker room, and the brunette wondered how it felt. She smiled ominously. Then she grinned and noted that the blonde was acting like she didn't know anything. Rachel frowned when she heard that the Royal Guild had already made a contract with him, and everyone already knew about it. Yona crossed her arms and said that the precious pre-contract had been offered to some rank 334, and it was pointless unless the Royal Guild had gone crazy. The girls froze as she added that she would have understood if it had been someone who had seen what the young man was hiding. Naeun stared blankly at both interlocutors, not understanding what she was talking about at all. The blonde turned away and replied that she did not know what she wanted to achieve. Yona waved her hand and calmly exclaimed that it was just a joke. She looked at her and said that it was much wiser not to use this privilege left and right. Rachel knitted her eyebrows in displeasure when she heard that it was not good to make enemies among the people around her unnecessarily. The brunette sneered, and the other woman thought that she was just trying to say that she was the first to look at Hajin, and she didn't like the other crossing the line. The student pursed her lips, realizing that she didn't need to cling to him if he rejected their contract anyway. Yona closed her eyes, sure that this would be enough for her opponent to retreat, and said that it was fate that they were in such a situation, so maybe she would have dinner with her before leaving. The brunette shuddered when the interlocutor agreed. Rachel looked at her resolutely and replied that she accepted the offer, deciding that she didn't want to lose. The trio sat in the living room. Yona narrowed her eyes. The blonde closed her eyes. Naeun was sweating, not understanding at all why there was such a tense atmosphere between them. The brunette glanced sideways at the guest and thought that this proposal was a formality. Who knew that she would agree? The cadet crossed her arms and offered juice, but was refused. The interlocutors looked at each other silently, which made Naeun even more tense. Yona stood up. Then she headed to the side. She began to pour juice. The blonde remembered how she had found the bullet, and replied that she had just gotten to know him better. The interlocutor grinned. Yona approached her with a glass and asked if the student knew why the hero was hiding his true self. Her opponent arched an eyebrow and concluded that this was really the kind of information that was difficult to obtain. She shrugged her shoulders when Rachel stated that it wouldn't change anything, but said that her guild was much stronger than most guilds in the country in gathering information. The blonde put her hand on her chest and said that she would prevail, patiently waiting for the young man to open up to her, and it was better this way than trying to extract information from him by force. The interlocutor frowned in displeasure. Rachel stood up and noted that it was late, and it was time for her. She walked past and thanked me for inviting me to dinner. Yona looked after her with displeasure. They were left alone with a friend. Naeun clenched her fist in annoyance and asked why both girls were talking about some strange things that she didn't understand at all. Cafe near the academy. The students looked at their friend and said that Hajin liked Rachel. Tomer was feigned surprise and asked again. The apprentices sat at the table, saying that the rumor had recently caused the cube to be on his ears. The brunette remembered studying books on how to make friends, and then going and spreading these rumors personally. She flinched when the other girls said that they spent a lot of time together, but wasn't that because they were on the same team? The student introduced Rachel and added that she would become the head of the Royal Guild, so she made more useful acquaintances in advance, and this sounds quite convincing. Tomer turned pale, listening to Hajin rise to rank 334 recently, so perfect for the English Royal Guild, which is rank 60th in the world. The girl imagined the birds and thought that according to the plan, she was supposed to get close to a couple of cadets of the cube, and then lead their company in order to spread the rumors even more. Then a picture of the blonde leaving the main character drew up in her head, and the brunette decided that all her work should not be allowed to go down. The spy bit her fingers nervously. She sweated and muttered that there is no smoke without fire. The girls looked bored, and Tomer knew she needed to give them more information. The brunette winked and revealed that she had recently witnessed Hajin staring at Rachel with his eyes full of love. Her friends looked at her with interest, because at this age girls are very interested in other people's relationships. The spy looked away, trying to think of something else, when asked for details. The bracelet on her arm blinked as she began to tell a new lie. She received a message from her boss asking her to bring an item to class on Wednesday that would help her accomplish her mission. Tomer's correspondence flashed on the screen. The protagonist leaned back in his chair and muttered that he suspected that she had come to the academy for other reasons. Last night he had met the girl at the 24-hour station, and then she smiled and said that she had not expected to meet him here. The young man looked at her inquiringly and thought that he had encountered her much more often lately. She had a watch on her wrist, and he noted that it looked strange. The brown-haired man looked at the screen and said that it was indeed a fake, and his eyes could not be deceived. In front of him was a list of messages from superiors proving that they were targeting Rachel. The main character smiled and muttered that he used 80 points to hack it without a beat, but he learned a lot of interesting things, and Tomer can't even imagine that he is leaking information. The young man rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he read a new message with information about the occupation in the B3 underground area. The bracelet on his arm jingled as the guy muttered that there wasn't much time, so he had to hurry. He opened an incoming message. A photograph appeared in front of him and a request to explain it. The girl underlined a few lines in the textbook. Naeun turned pale inside. She clutched her head and exclaimed that she did not understand anything. The student was sitting in the library, carefully reading her workbook, but she could not decide anything. The redhead was sweating and thought that the teacher was still talking about calculations, but she didn't understand anything. A blonde woman was sitting opposite her. She looked thoughtfully at the sheet. She then closed her eyes and sighed, causing Naeun to conclude that it wasn't easy for her either. The words on the page were blurred. The cadet leaned on her arm and thought that Hajin was doing it easier. She looked at her watch in embarrassment. She knitted her eyebrows as she tried to come up with the wording of the message. In the end, the girl blushed, checking what she had written. Then I clicked on the send button. Naeun crossed her arms and convinced herself that she had practically decided on her own, but asked in case she made a mistake. 20 minutes later, the girl was looking at the bracelet, thinking that the guy was ignoring her. She jumped up and thought irritably that he was not the only one who could be asked for help. Suddenly, the clock screen lit up. The student looked at them happily. Then she put the bag on the table and sat back down. The protagonist scratched his head and muttered that it took him time to write a response that would help Naeun figure it out. The brown-haired man grinned, noting that the girl really worked hard, no matter what she undertook, and at the previous presentation she also gave her best. The young man shuddered, thinking that in the future she would become a better hero than her brother. Hajin froze, realizing that he had completely forgotten about it because he was used to living here. He introduced Jinyun, who is now in a coma as he has become a demon seed, but will turn into a demon after the incubation period. The hero imagined a silhouette, and noticed that now there are no strong enough heroes who can defeat him, and no one knows how long he will be unconscious. The young man continued to be in the hospital. The brown-haired man clenched his fist, realizing that he had to do something before that happened. He sat in the room, thinking that the problem was that only he knew why Jinyun was in this state, which meant that no one could help him, and there was no way he could get close to him. Haji knitted his eyebrows and realized that he could disguise himself. He took the card, remembering something. An image of dark long hair popped up in front of him. The woman leaned over to him and invited him to join her group. Then she handed him a business card. The main character took it in surprise. It wore the emblem of the Geronimo mercenaries. Haji narrowed his eyes and thought that these are some of the best mercenaries at the moment. However, in reality, this is just a cover for the chameleon group, and he does not know why they decided to call him instead of Jahak. But he wonders how much the story will change. The guy remembered the boss of the group, as well as Jane, and then suggested that if they helped him, then he would be able to kill Jinyun. He thought about his classmates, and how he didn't want them to know. The brown-haired man continued to sit at the table. Hajin flinched when he was called. Evangel came out of the bedroom and asked if he was still awake. The guy closed the laptop and apologized for the light waking her up. He lifted the girl in his arms and offered to return to bed. The young man knitted his eyebrows and thought that he should slow down a little, since the incubation period of the semen is about 5 or 6 years, then there is still a year left, and in that time there may be a way to solve it. Geronimo's business card remained on the laptop. In its shadow was the emblem of chameleon. Students lined up in rows. The teacher stood in front, telling me that today's practical lesson would be the war for the relics. The main character looked ahead, thinking that usually the relic becomes the property of the country in which it was found. He presented the devastation and noted that there are many countries that have been destroyed by outcasts, and in the current situation, the relics found in free lands belong to those who discovered them. The young man visualized heroes and human monsters who fight among themselves to get them. Shaten looked at the trainer and thought that this activity would help them get a sense of what a real relic war was like. The man knitted his eyebrows and said that the excavation site would be extremely vast, and the concept would be close combat. He made a gesture with his hand and said that the team structure, how to communicate with other team members, and the location of the relic were unknown, and they would need to make the right decisions at every turn. The instructor pointed to the sketchy men on the slide and said that during the practice, the white team would be responsible for defense, and the black team would be responsible for offense, and if they thought the student was mortally wounded or said they were surrendering, they would be disqualified. He snapped his fingers. A dark mask appeared on the face of the main character. The rest of the students also found themselves with their eyes closed. The coach looked at them and explained that he had used his abilities, so there was nothing to worry about, but closed his eyes so that they could randomly distribute them to different locations. After that, he led the stumbling disciples with him. Hajin walked among the others, thinking that it wasn't surprising that an advanced level hero was able to close the eyes of so many cadets. The guy activated his special vision, realizing that it would not work on him. He enlightened the space in front of him. As the students walked down the corridor, the young man noted that when it comes to searching for a relic, people usually imagine pits. But thanks to advanced technology, it's more like exploring an underground bunker. The brown-haired man turned around, remembering that in this world, people have all kinds of amazing talents. Confused students stood around him. 15 cadets were on the first underground floor. 25 cadets were left on the second underground floor. In third was Naeun and Rachel, along with 15 other students. The hero moved on, realizing that there would be a strong fight between them. He stepped forward. Then he stopped. The young man noticed that the color of his clothes had changed, reporting that the guy belongs to the black team and is also on the fourth underground floor. He looked around, thinking that he wished he knew where Jae-hak and Soho were, but that wasn't likely to help, and then wondered if it was a residential area. The brown-haired man looked away. There was another person in the next room. Hajin flinched as the voice said that all the cadets were distributed throughout the area. The trainer looked at the images from the cameras, saying that the relic would either be guarded by NPCs or moved, and the white team needed to guard it, and the black team needed to steal it. The gate between the hero and the other person closed abruptly when the teacher announced the beginning. The students stood listening to the countdown. Rachel and Naeun belonged to different teams and were turned in different directions. There was a bang, and the coach ordered to start. The hero inserted the magazine into the pistol. He looked at the bracelet, and noted that the relic that Tomer was supposed to take was in Area B3 on the lowest floor. The young man narrowed his eyes and remembered that the lowest floor here was the 7th. But everything became more complicated. The cadet looked towards the wall, realizing that in the next room was Yona, and she was on the white team. The brunette smirked in anticipation. The main character stood in the room, realizing that he needed to get into the corridor, and before that he would inevitably run into a girl. The student smiled and said that she heard that someone was there. She straightened her hair and revealed that she belonged to the white team. The brunette looked at the door and assumed that the interlocutor was wearing black, since he was silent. Yona pressed the button and said she was sorry, but it had to happen. The door opened, and the girl said that the opponent was just unlucky. Shock was reflected on her face. In front of her was Hajin. The classmates froze, looking at each other. The young man looked at her, not understanding why she was not attacking. The hero narrowed his eyes and noted that the brunette seemed a little tense. Yona clenched her whip and frowned. She was sweating and thought that everything was very bad, and it didn't even occur to her that he could be the first opponent. The hero raised his hand. At this gesture, the girl's eyes widened. The cadet twitched and shouted at him not to do anything stupid. Hajin froze in surprise, because he just wanted to scratch a little. The interlocutor gritted her teeth. She remembered the hero's fight and thought that he had an ordinary cadet pistol, but the attacks were so powerful that they were able to break through the reinforced defenses. The brunette squinted back, wondering if she should fight him or run away. There was a corridor in that direction, but it was so narrow and only one way that she would still be within range of his gun. The student clenched her weapon and decided that she needed to pull herself together, because this was a chance. She remembered how she had only watched from the sidelines until that moment. The main character looked at her questioningly. Yona knitted her eyebrows and noted that it was not clear when she would have the opportunity to personally check how strong he was. She gripped the hilt resolutely. Holding the gun, Hajin called out to her in surprise. Suddenly the blow of the whip knocked the weapon out of his hand. The weapon flew up. The heroine caught a stolen gun. She looked at him happily and thought that she didn't even think that she would be able to take him. Wasn't he really that strong? Hajin stood with his palm open. Yona stood in a confident posture, saying that without a weapon, he could not do anything. However, the pistol was no longer in the palm of his hand. The brunette held him and the girl exclaimed, "When did he manage to return him?" Yona stared at him in shock and shouted that she hadn't even seen his movements. Could it be that he had used mana, and heard that he had? There was a bright ribbon around the weapon. The hero thought that, to be more precise, it was not mana, but ether. He had prepared it in advance specifically for such situations. He pointed his pistol forward. The girl held the whip tensely and thought that the room was too small. There was nowhere to run. It would be everywhere in the affected area. Would it hurt to get a bullet? But if she was disqualified, she would be the first to die. His finger was on the trigger. The brunette squeezed her eyes shut. The man in the white shoe took a step. Hajin held the injured arm and said that if it had been a little higher, his bone would have already been broken. Yona is really very strong. The guy looked around the hall and thought that such a large room was empty. Looking at the images from the smartwatch, he assumed that they had gone elsewhere. There was a gray ribbon around the hero's neck. Every participant in the war for the relic was equipped with a signal device. He presented information cards about the characters and thought that they determined the user's health in numbers that others could see. They showed whether the cadet was able to continue. The girl was playing next to the desk. Hajin mused that by using a laptop to collect data on the location of these devices, he would be able to check where the cadets were now using a smartwatch. Looking at the image of the map, the guy thought that, for example, Tomer was in the toilet on the 7th underground floor. Touching his face thoughtfully, Hajin thought that judging by the fact that the dot on the map was not moving, She was waiting for an object there. The room was empty. The brunette decided that he would check the location of the others. Looking at the schematic image, he learned that Rachel and Naeun were on the third underground floor. Now they were fighting. Looking at the corridor diagram, the hero learned that Suho and Jonghak were on the fifth underground floor. A colored glow appeared in the space. Hajin rejoiced at the fight and asked if there was a security camera there. On the screen was an image of Suho from the right camera. Opposite him stood Jonghak. As if in a cinema, the hero heard the words that the blonde knew that one day this day would come. The other agreed and said that he would show him the difference in their powers. Suddenly, the guy was frightened by a loud sound. Looking at the exit, he said that goosebumps ran down his skin. It was too busy next to this area. He looked at his watch and said that he was distracted. He needed to go to Tomer. The hero confidently went to the exit. The guy was sitting on the floor and shouting that he was giving up. A black bandage appeared over his eyes. Naeun breathed a sigh of relief and said that this was her third kill and it was easy. Happily clutching the sword, the heroine thought that she had switched to the sword only 3 months ago, but she had become so good, it seemed that she was quite a talented swordswoman. Suddenly, Jiun rushed towards her, happily shouting that she was saved. Naeun heard with a smile that she was trying to hide, but came across the black team and barely escaped, and replied that she must be tired, glad to see her here. The radiant friend said that she was able to defeat a person with the weakening skill, and the swordswoman reflected that heroes like Jiun were not useful during close combat, but thanks to her enhancement skills, she could help. Swinging her sword, the redhead said that they would earn some points. She turned when she heard her friend remember that Rachel was at that level too. Staring in surprise, the heroine asked again. She stopped her with a movement of her hand when she heard that yes, she was very surprised and ran away when she saw her. The girl listened to the sounds on the stairs. Grabbing her sword, she ordered Jiun to stand behind her. Someone appeared nearby. The heroines were emotionally surprised. Yona was resting wearily on her knees. Coming closer, Naeun asked if she was running away from someone. Wiping her face, Yona noted that from one guy. A friend asked, "Is it Hajin?" Jiun tilted her head and naively asked. She had defeated him. Her rank was much higher. The heroine closed her eyes in bewilderment. She remembered shutting her eyes. A fist lightly touched her shoulder. Walking away, Hajin said that this is just the beginning of the game. It is better for them not to complicate things. The girl turned around in surprise. The hero went further down the corridor. Crossing her arms, Yona replied to her friends that she had not yet, and thought to herself that she herself had almost given up. Naeun touched his chin, asking what he was doing, and heard that he must have been scouting. Jiun covered her smile with her hand and asked if he was looking for Rachel. The swordswoman asked why he needed it. The girls were shocked to hear that it was because he liked her. Naeun opened her mouth in shock. The girl's hand trembled. She shocked to imagine the hero in love with the blonde. The world seemed to crack. She asked what she was talking about, and her friend asked again. She didn't know. Lately this gossip has been driving everyone in the academy crazy. Crossing her arms, Yona stated that this was all nonsense. She thought that this fake relic war had a huge impact on the grades, so they couldn't waste time on ridiculous rumors. There was a small box in the palm of Jiun's hand. She heard the question if they had found the location of the relic and replied that yes, she found out from the NPC she met on the way here. The heroine called them to the first floor. Naeun was still in a lot of shock. Raising her hand, she turned to Jiun. Yona looked at the girl, hearing that as she said, "This could not be true. Most likely these rumors went, because they are in the same team." In response she heard that probably so. She just wondered if there was at least a little truth in this, because everyone was discussing. The blue-haired woman laughed when she heard that her friend was sure that there was nothing between them. Suddenly she noticed something ahead. His eyes opened in surprise. Bright sparks flew forward. Jiun turned around when she heard a scream. The heroine repelled the attack with a whip. Fragments of arrows fell to the floor. The girls looked at the brunette excitedly, asking if she was okay. Naeun abruptly drew her sword and asked who it was. Let him come out. A man was standing on the dais. Rachel was standing next to her teammates. Naeun turned to her, indignantly shouting that she was acting cowardly. The heroine stretched out her hand with a sword. Opening her mouth, she ordered everyone to get ready. The opponents from Black's team rushed to attack. Yona turned around and ordered the brunette to hide. She agreed. An arrow crashed into the ground at her feet. Naeun turned around, calling out to her friend. She repelled the attacks of her opponents. His foot slipped on the ground. One of the guys was clutching his sword, thinking that even she wouldn't be able to stand up to both of them. The girl opened her mouth and chased them away. Smiling in surprise, the blonde man asked. A sharp sword attack left a trace. The girl shouted that she was busy, so let them not interfere. The whip rose into the air. Yona held him, breathing heavily. The sword cadet was standing in front of him and thought that she had prevented them from going to Jiun. Had she always been so sacrificial? Turning around, the guy shouted his guess that the relic was in Jiun's possession. Naeun was surprised, Jiun was scared, and Yona was angry. The hidden girl was frightened when she was found. Naeun ran to catch up with the enemy. A bright light appeared under her feet. The girl looked down in surprise. A crack appeared on the ground, and she thought who could attack with such force. She only knew one person whose technique was so strong. Rachel jumped from behind. Naeun managed to quickly turn around. The blonde looked at her silently. There were flashes from the attacks. The brown-haired woman squeezed her eyes shut with the effort, and thought that even this powerful sword, which is suitable for quick combat, cannot cope with Rachel's brute force. She is really very capable. The blonde attacked again, and the heroine thought that she knew that she lacked sword skills, and deliberately drove her into a corner. Even deflecting her attacks is very difficult. Gritting her teeth, she cursed. The sword was surrounded by a green glow. The girl thought that she really did not want to lose. In the hands of the determined heroine was a flaming sword. The blonde jumped away, fleeing from the attack. Looking ahead, Rachel thought her energy had suddenly changed. Naeun threw her opponent back and she thought that her mana was impressive. But she had no experience. She would not deflect attacks, just dodge. She stumbled and twisted her leg. The girl looked at her in surprise. Naeun swung her sword, realizing that this was an opportunity. She jumped up, raised her sword, and shouted that the princess should not be distracted. Debris scattered in the dust from the impact. The blonde managed to jump back and thought that it was close. She needed to close the distance between them again. There was a large crack under the palm. Rachel looked down in surprise. Naeun was frightened when she fell down. The heroes turned around in surprise. The princess fell among the rubble. Her gaze was frightened. The girl fell in a bright glow. There was a large hole in the floor next to the cadets. Rachel sat on the floor, thinking that he had just collapsed. She remembered her opponent's attack and thought that only one blow was enough. The girl looked at the breach, hearing the screams of her comrades, and thought that she needed to return to the team as soon as possible. A man appeared nearby. Soho took out his sword with a sweet smile. Rachel got to her feet, thinking it wasn't the right time. The blue-haired man attacked, rapidly approaching. Bright flashes remained from the attacks. Meanwhile, on the 6th floor, a camera flashed on the ceiling. Hajin squinted at her and thought that these cameras are everywhere. You need to be careful and not arouse suspicion. He stopped at the entrance to the toilet. Staring ahead, he shouted in a simulated actor's voice that it seemed to him that the relic was somewhere here. Should he go in and check? Someone was sitting in one of the booths. There were skill symbols in the guy's eyes. A frightened man was sitting on the toilet, and the hero thought that the relic was really there. He took the relic from the man's hand. He ran out of the booth and begged for mercy. Looking at the hologram disappearing, Hajin said that it was like the real thing and a bit frightening. He looked at his watch and thought that he had accidentally found a relic. Now he had to decide how to expose Tomer. He sat on the toilet, thinking that right now she was under him, waiting in the toilet on the 7th floor. The girl was sitting on the toilet. Touching his chin, the hero read the message and thought that there were 15 minutes left until 11 a.m. What could he do? My eyes opened with realization. Raising his finger, the guy thought that the ventilation should be connected to the 7th floor. He rolled up his sleeve to show the symbol and thought that he was using the magic of stigma. Squinting his eyes shut from the glow, he asked to be the smoke that could put Tomer to sleep. He happily saw the haze rising, thinking that it worked. It would spread the smoke through the ventilation. A haze appeared behind the girl. She waved her hand, driving it away, and did not understand what it was. But the hero thought that it was useless to brush it off, because the smoke was controlled by his mind. Gray smoke rushed towards the surprised girl. Using the skill, Hajin looked down. Tomer touched the side of the cubicle and asked why she suddenly wanted to sleep. She lowered her blurry gaze and said that she could not fall asleep. But immediately she fell face down. The girl was lying on the floor. It was 10:53 on the clock. The hero thought that he had succeeded. By the window there were tables with monitors. Hajin peeked into the room and asked if there was anyone there. He looked at the box. Then he opened the lid. Hajin was surprised to see a bright light. There was a small needle. This is a weakening drill. Weakens the target that it pierced and is endowed with the corresponding magical effect. Looking at the box in shock, the brunette thought what was wrong with him. He even had an advanced enchantment. He pursed his lips, thinking excitedly that since the equipment was not a relic, it was worth hundreds of millions. A happy smile appeared on his face, because he belonged to him. Hajin looked away, thinking that he had erased the recordings from the cameras and all the problems were solved. Rachel was leaning against the wall and looked shabby. The hero wondered why she looked like this on the 6th floor. Rachel was very frightened when he whispered to her. She turned around frightened, recognizing Hajin, who said it was him. It's okay, they're on the same team. The girl touched her hand after hearing the question what happened and replied that she had participated in the ambush, but she had failed. Very gloomy, she continued that she had escaped from Soho, but Naeun and Yona caught up with her, and when she was able to escape from them, another mage set her on fire with magic. In the room, a question was heard whether there were many people. The comrade had one. He replied that there was none. The girl said that she was only one. Rachel exhaled tiredly. Looking at her upset friend, Hajin thought that at this rate she would get a low score. It is not difficult to make up for these points, if it is normal for him from the middle of the ranking. For her, a failure because her goals are very high. His palm reached for the glow, and he heard the words that it was not too late. In the palm of his hand lay a relic. The blonde held her in surprise, asking if he had found her. The guy asked to take her to the upper floor. She would be able to do it faster. Rachel opened her mouth in surprise, exclaiming, "Why would she do this?" Standing nearby, the guy replied that he wanted to help her. He looked at her silently. The girl looked surprised. In the gray corridor, He heard the words that at the end of the right corridor through which he came, there is an emergency staircase. He does not think that there will be people there. Rachel looked at the relic and asked if she could really do it. She looked sharply to the side as she heard a scream. Naeun resolutely moved ahead of the team and said that this time it would definitely kill her. Hajin looked tensely ahead, realizing that these were 6 members of the white team. Naeun frowned as she recognized him. Then she saw the box in the hands of her rival. Approaching in displeasure, she shouted that she had taken her from someone else. Hajin turned to the princess and ordered her to leave immediately. Shifting his gaze, he said that he would buy her as much time as he could. Rachel stared at him in amazement. She was clutching the relic. A little embarrassed, the girl thanked the hero. The girl looked at Rachel running away and shouted that she would not allow this to happen. She shot a bow. The arrow flew towards the blonde. There was a bright flash. The archer rounded her eyes in shock. The arrow fell to the ground. The hero put out a pistol. The girl pointed at Junyoung and said that they would go after Rachel with him, but Yona stopped them. Frowning, she added that Hajin was a strong opponent. The hero was standing in front of a group of rivals. Naeun raised an eyebrow and asked if Hajin was seriously going to fight against the 6 as a suicide. The guy looked indifferently to the side and muttered that who knows. Looking at the corridor, he thought that, fortunately, there are many structures in this place that you can cling to and perhaps get away from them with the help of parkour. Hajin reloaded his pistol and offered to find out, mentally adding that first he needed to detain them. The guy with the axe frowned and exclaimed what they were afraid of in front of some ordinary snot with a gun. He clenched his weapon, emitting energy. The guy rushed forward, exclaiming that he would start first. The hero pointed the gun. Bullets hit the floor in front of him. The opponent looked back. Yona and Naeun attacked from behind him at the same time. Bright footprints were approaching Hajin. His eyes began to glow when time dilation was applied. The hero pushed off the floor. The guy dodged the whip. Then he fired. The bullet rushed to the arrow. It hit the tip. She headed to the side. The cadet sweated when he noticed this. He flew back from the impact. A flaming arrow flew overhead. The hero shuddered nervously. Naeun and the archer rounded their eyes. Everyone looked at the young man lying on the floor. Naeun approached him and asked if he was alive. The guy jumped up and asked what had just happened. A dark mask appeared in front of his eyes. He shouted that the hero almost killed his own classmate. Byung-go was holding his head. The system reported that he was disqualified. The hero looked to the side when he heard someone. Yona stood in front of him and said that he should not be underestimated. She gripped the whip menacingly and muttered that he had even been able to calculate the angle of the ricochet. The brunette became visibly nervous and realized that he hadn't thought about it. Rachel ran up the stairs. Her hair had fallen back. She didn't want to believe it was true. She lowered her head as she thought about the rumors that Hajin liked Rachel. Remembering how people whispered, the girl was sure that it was impossible, just false and dirty rumors. Imagining the hero, she tried to find an excuse for this. Then she looked at him in confusion. Then I remembered how he held a small box, realizing that he knew the truth. Rachel gritted her teeth, thinking it was her. She went upstairs. 2 members of her team turned to her, asking if she was okay. As she regained her breath, she heard a question about the object in her hand. His comrade raised his hand and shouted to everyone that Rachel had found the relic. The girl looked at the artifact and thought that it was not worth taking it. Lowering her head, she realized that she could not give in to her feelings now. After imagining the silhouettes of people, Rachel remembered that she had decided to sacrifice everything for her country, her parents, and the Imperial Guild. The swordswoman looked at the relic with regret and thought that she didn't want to lose what she had already achieved. She squeezed the cube. The guys looked at her questioningly. Rachel looked ahead resolutely and stated that the man on the 6th floor needed their help. The sign said that it was AB6. Someone tried to move his legs. In front of them, the bound members of the rival group were lying on the floor. The blonde raised her hand in confusion. One of the allies turned to her and asked whom they needed to save. The girl replied that he seemed to have managed without them. She put her hand to her lips and thought it was unexpected, even though she knew that the hero was strong, but not strong enough to defeat 6 people. The guy in the bandage turned behind him. He smiled and greeted him. The girl thought it was Hajin. Rachel was frightened to see who was there. The man grinned. Jang-hak slung his spear over his shoulder. A little earlier, the location of Suho and Jang-hak was marked on the map. There was a camera on the ceiling. Suho had his hand on the hilt. Jang-hak was standing opposite. Looking at him, the second said that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. He smiled and asked if he had already come up with a sophisticated way to escape. The interlocutor smirked and pulled out his sword, answering that he hadn't even started. The opponent put up his weapons and said that he really wanted to see how different they were. Suho looked at him with a smile. Pushing off, the guy accepted the offer. The sweep left a bright mark. The cadet smiled and said that he was not going to give in. The blonde lowered his eyes and asked not to disappoint him. Jang-hak lunged forward. There was a loud stamping. Suho dodged the spear. The blade cut through clothes. The blonde raised his weapon and decided that this was his chance. He stuck it on the floor. Clenching his teeth, the guy thought that his opponent was dodging like a rat, but next time he would definitely hit. The cadet froze inquiringly with the spear in the floor. He twitched, but realized that he could not move. Jang-hak was visibly nervous, not believing that he had made such a stupid mistake. Suho kicks his opponent. The spear fell to the floor behind. Jong-hak looked behind him. The swordsman pointed his blade at him and reminded him that he was not going to give in. The opponent hit the priest on the floor and wondered who said that everything was already over. Suho covered his face with his hand. He looked at the other person and asked what he was talking about. A hole was punched in the floor. The guy closed his eyes. Smoke rose all around. Suho opened his eyes. The guy noticed that there was no one in front of him. Jong-hak was walking down the stairs. He smiled and said that he was careless this time, but he would definitely repay Suho next time. Rachel flinched at the sight of the spearman. The guy smirked and replied that he had business. He looked at her. The girl nodded to him. Jong-hak nodded in response. One of the cadets pointed to the opponents lying on the floor and asked if he had done it. Smiling slightly, he answered in the affirmative. Rachel frowned. Her companion smiled and said that she could not have come. Hajin introduced Jong-hak fleeing, noting that he lost to Suho. The guy was looking around the corner and saw that Naeun and Yona were having trouble with someone fast. Then the guy launched his spear from hiding and thereby was able to knock out 2 cadets. Now Jong-hak looked away and thought that although it looked like he had stolen these murders, he had really knocked them out himself. The girl clenched her fist when she heard that he could now lead the black team. One of the allies pointed to him and asked if she was with them, because the others were all for it. Rachel turned around and replied that she was leaving. The interlocutor looked at her in confusion and asked the reason. She replied that now she could cope on her own. Taking a step, she heard the emotion, but replied that everything was fine. Rachel lowered her head and thought that she didn't want to team up with someone who was stealing another person's merits. Jong-hak silently looked after her. The guy frowned in irritation and thought that he had a feeling as if he had been offended. After that, the relic war gained even greater momentum. Jong-hak clutched the cube in his hand, saying that it was easy. He collected the remnants of the black team and stole 2 more relics. Rachel was facing an opponent who was giving up, so she was able to show excellent results. Pulling off her own guerrilla warfare, both cadets were able to show excellent individual results. Suho pulled his hand to the side. He showed his excellent leadership and fighting abilities as usual, and considering the relic that Li Jian had, they were able to transport 5 relics. Hajin peeked around the corner. He miraculously managed to survive the fight with Yona and Naeun. At the entrance to the toilet there was a cleaning sign. He was sitting in the toilet, looking at the screen, so the hero conducted the relic war in his own way. The hero looked up and said that he had a feeling that he had forgotten something, but decided that sooner or later he would remember it anyway if it was important. Someone's moans were heard. Tomer raised her hand to her head. She rubbed her eyes and muttered that she had fallen asleep. The girl looked at her watch and remembered that she needed to find the object. It was 15:02 on the clock. Tomer sighed and asked what was wrong with the clock, that it was showing the wrong time and couldn't believe it had been given on a mission. Tomer compared the line on the hand with the originals. About the time was the same. Frowning, she didn't understand what was wrong with the time and saw a notification about the unread message. Opening it, she saw that the relic war was over. Tomer jumped out into the hallway, shouting if the relic war was over. The corridor was empty, as well as the entire floor. The girl was sweating and exclaimed what had happened here. Her mission progress was 0%. 2 cadets were sitting on the grass when the coach called out to Tomer. The teacher frowned, not understanding what she was doing, and said that he would now announce the results and name the cadets who showed the best results. After introducing Jong-hak and Rachel, the man announced that the black team had survived 12 members, received 3 relics, and they were the best cadets. After thinking about Suho and Naeun, noting that they were the best in the white team and had 11 team members survived, they managed to get 5 relics. The cadets cheered with joy when the coach announced that the white team had won in the end. The girl plucked the grass and swore. Naeun dropped her head to her knees and muttered that it didn't matter if her team won. She frowned and thought that she couldn't finish her fight with Rachel, and they couldn't deal with Hajin, even the 6 of them. Remembering his conversation with the Outsenii and the words that the main character likes Rachel, Yona hovered over the archer and asked if she was upset about what Jian had said. Naeun turned pale and exclaimed, making her think so. A friend sat down next to him and noted that this way he could be stolen. The girl shouted that no one would be kidnapped, and there was no need to talk nonsense at all. Naeun turned away and said that there was nothing special about Hajin. The interlocutor said that she did not believe the rumors. The girl lowered her eyes when she heard that the guy could join the Rachel team because the archer kept pushing him away. The hero was sitting in a clearing and talking to the blonde when she replied that if it was so easy to conquer him, but it was not for her. Yona laughed. She smiled and asked her friend whether she liked Hajin or Suho better. The interlocutor clenched her fist in anger. The others turned around when they heard and shouted that everything was not like that at all. Jong-hak approached her and asked her what she was screaming. Yona smiled happily at him. Naeun asked how the blonde felt after his team had lost. The guy straightened his hair and replied that it was a pity, of course, but since he was the best cadet of the team, then everything was not so bad. The hair on her head trembled as he added that Naeun was on the white team after all. The girl rubbed her nose contentedly and replied that it was so. The second thought that her friend was so simple. Not far away, the coach was scolding the cadet. He looked at her angrily and demanded an explanation as to why she had been in one place for the whole lesson. Tomer turned pale and said nothing. The man leaned over demanding to answer. Naeun asked what was going on there. Jong-hak turned around and said that he was going, since there was nothing else to do here. Yona lowered her gaze. She reached out to her friend and suggested that she liked Jong-hak if she wasn't interested in Hajin and Suho. Rachel grimaced and wondered if the interlocutor had gone crazy, thinking that she definitely did not like him. The wind blew a few leaves. Yona said that he was jealous of her. Her friend did not understand what she was talking about. The girl hugged her knees and thought that her friend could choose from three, but she had no one. Suho was pushing his comrade. The wind blew Rachel's hair away. The leaves flew past, and so the full-scale practical imitation, the Relic War, came to an end. The hero reached the door on shaking legs, thinking that he did not really write a Relic War, so just in case, he stayed away, although in the end nothing happened. The guy opened the door and thought that he should have just been disqualified in the middle of the class. Evangel ran to meet him with a smile. The hero picked her up and asked if she was having fun. There were many different animals in the room. The guy guessed that the girl was having a good time. He raised his finger and asked if she had forgotten what he had told her about spirit animals. She replied that they were not allowed to go outside. The girl looked at the young man from all sides and asked where the food was. The hero turned pale and realized that he was so tired that he completely forgot about it. She burst into tears and asked if he had not brought something to eat. The young man put the child on the floor and said that he had ordered it on the way home, and soon it would be delivered. Then he rushed forward, adding that he needed to go to the toilet. Hajin was flipping through the menu. Among other things, I decided to order pizza and fried chicken. The hero wiped the sweat from his forehead afterward. Suddenly, his eyes became larger. There was a message that a new guild, the Master of the Demonic Mask, had successfully cleared the Devil's Lair in Suwon. The hero was worried that he hadn't heard anything about it, and finally appeared in the news and decided to check out what was going on with his shares. A new window appeared in front of him. He was thinking about the 1.5 billion that he had invested. The console's finger of the window. Hajin saw a growing chart. The hero closed his mouth and noted that his 1.5 billion had turned into 13 billion. The guy smirked and wondered if the price would go up further, but decided that he needed to sell everything now before anything happened. Victoriously raising his hands, Hajin realized that in any case, he was now so rich that he could do nothing for the rest of his life. Then the young man stood up and sighed. He looked down. There was sadness in his eyes that this money would disappear when he returned to his world. The city shone under the sun's rays. The girl was sitting at the computer in the office of the Geronimo Group. She took a sip as she spoke of the tasks she might assign to the mercenary trainees. Scrolling the mouse wheel, I thought about the condition that is associated with the test mission to join the group. A knife was stabbed into a photograph, a target that killed a lot of people, a villain who deserves to die. The girl opened her eyes wider and decided that this one would do. Then I touched the earpiece and, calling the captain, said that I had found something. Xiaoping crossed her arms when she heard that it was the Italian mafia, although it was suspected that it was a demo, and replied that it was suitable. The leader looked ahead when the interlocutor asked if she had received the answer she needed. After introducing the hero, she asked if Hajin would join them. The woman closed her eyes and replied that the guy agreed. The girl asked what he said. The brunette turned pale and said that the young man promised to call back when he had time. The interlocutor looked up and clarified that 2 weeks had already passed. In the middle of the corridor, a girl asked to wait, when the captain replied that the hero would call soon and therefore the task should be left for him, and then ended the call. She leaned on her arm and exhaled. Frowning, she suggested that Xiaopeng simply never had any social interaction, or she simply didn't get the hints. His hand rested on the mouse, saying that he had been told to do so. She clicked the approve button. The hero was walking down the street and thought that for the first time near the women's dormitory. He noticed a blonde woman ahead. Hajin called out to her. Rachel turned. The guy came closer and asked if she was going to the library. The interlocutor answered in the affirmative, and added that there was very little time left before the midterm exams and asked what the hero was doing here. Hajin looked at her, and replied that he had business here. The girl had bruises under her eyes. The guy thought that she was somehow drooping today, although they still had time before the exams, assuming that she was studying so hard. Both lowered their heads. The hero took the first place in theory, and the interlocutor the second, and he assumed that it was because of him. Rachel shuddered when she heard that she hadn't been asking him any questions about her studies lately and thought that after finding out what he liked, she had a feeling that she was using him, answering that it was important to try to figure everything out on his own, and also advised the young man to start preparing too. The hero replied that he was fine. The interlocutor nodded when he asked to call if there were questions. Rachel ran away faster than the guy had time to say goodbye to her. The guy was surprised that she was so fast. He rubbed his neck and wondered if she really needed to prepare so urgently. Yona was standing by the gazebo. Hajin waved to her. Yona smiled at him. She went to the meeting, asking why he was looking for her. The interlocutor looked at him in surprise when she heard the question that the girl had opened a pharmaceutical company. The girl squeezed the cubes. She looked away and replied that it wasn't that she had hidden it, so it was not surprising that the guy found out, adding that she had done it about a month or two ago. The guy took something out of his bag and threw it to his interlocutor. the brunette caught. Rachel looked at the object in surprise. In her hand was a 5-year-old wild ginseng. Hajin remembered how he found it on Mount Geomac. Then he remembered how he sat at the table and thought for a long time what to do with it. The guy touched his chin and thought that he had a lot of money, so he didn't have to sell the root, and the best option would be to make an elixir out of it. He bared his hand with stigmata and decided to do it right now. The guy put his head on his hands, because in the end nothing came of it. Hajin frowned and realized that he had no choice, and if there was a well-connected person nearby with whom to make an elixir, it was her. Yona looked at the hero dumbfounded and asked if he was really giving him to her. The hero pointed his finger and replied that it was an investment, asking him to use it for research purposes for the time being, and then repay the debt with a high-quality elixir. The girl rounded her eyes and thought that in their time, it was very difficult to find wild ginseng even at purple banquets. The cadet smiled and asked if she agreed. Yona smiled and agreed. The girl happily touched her breasts and replied that it would take time, but she would pay back this debt with interest. Looking at her, the hero thought that, of course, the girl did not refuse. Imagining the interlocutor against the background of a towering building, he remembered that her pharmaceutical company would definitely be successful, although this would happen only in 10 years, and while she was still a beginner, it would be difficult for her to find ginseng. The girl called someone. She turned away and apologized to the hero. He wondered what kind of call had changed her face so much. Yona frowned as she listened to her interlocutor. Hajin wanted to eavesdrop. The man said that he was in Daehyun Hospital, and a rumor spread among the nurses. Introducing Jin-yoon, she heard his finger moving. The hero shuddered. The girl's interlocutor said that this still needs to be checked. Yona lowered her head and said she would call back. When she turned around, the guy asked what it was. The girl replied that it was for work. The girl looked at him in confusion when he heard the question about what had happened and replied that these were just some management issues. Yona was visibly nervous. Her hair covered Hajin's eyes when he was asked about why she had such a face. Turning around, he began to leave. She raised her hand and shouted after him that she would definitely return everything for wild ginseng. The girl looked after him anxiously. The hero quickly left. Yona wondered what was wrong with him. He stretched out his hand and called out the Book of Truth. The hero sat on the bed and asked when the Jin-yoon devil seed would germinate. Looking at the lines, he noted that it seemed that his magical powers were not enough to know the details. The stigmata on his arm lit up, and he asked a new question: how much the Jin-yoon devil seed had sprouted. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. The answer loaded 89%. The book in his hand disappeared, and he noted that it had not yet sprouted, and the guy's movements could just be a convulsion. Hajin touched his chin, suggesting that the incubation period would take at least 5 years, and since Jin-yoon has been in a coma for more than 4 years. The guy looked at his watch. The screen was reflected in the eyes. A message from Seopeng flashed. She asked when the hero would get in touch when he realized that there was only about half a year left. Hajin put his hand on his head. The hero clutched his head. When he imagined him, he knew that he had to kill him between the end of winter and the onset of spring. The testimony was visible on the screen. The guy was still asleep. The hand lay motionless. The heartbeat was reflected on the screen. The light of the moon came through the window. The pulse increased sharply. The patient's hand moved. That was the end of the second season. The guy hit the board. The headman smiled and reminded everyone that this week there will be a competition between classes and everyone must take part in at least one event. The hero looked at him indifferently and thought that he had completely forgotten about it. Presenting the competitions between classes, he noted that, as the name suggests, everyone competes in areas directly related to combat skills, as well as in entertainment and sports. Hajin looked at Rachel and thought that if it were an activity, he would definitely have to fight, and since it was just an event for cadets, there was no such need, and asked where she was thinking of going, and she replied that it was for a quiz. The headman pointed his finger and shouted that everything was already packed there, as well as in football and basketball too. Hajin leaned on his arm and asked what was left. The cadet looked at the hero and replied that there was only singing left. The headman looked at him, talking about archery as well, and asked if Hajin would go shooting. The guy glanced at Naeun, but she stated that she did not plan to participate. The girl turned away when he agreed to go archery. Hajin glanced at the girl in the back row. There was a message from the Agency of Truth and Tomer's request was approved. The girl tapped her finger on the table and thought that they had finally answered, otherwise she had already decided that it was a simple deception and hoped that they could be trusted. She squeezed, thinking that no matter who they were and no matter what century they were in, it didn't matter as long as there was a chance of finding him. The hero looked at her silently and thought about the fact that Hosup had contacted him last night. The letter said that he had resigned and applied to the guild that the cadet had told him about. Hajin sat with Evangel on his shoulders, answering that it was wonderful, and the interlocutor made the right decision. Hosup thanked for the recommendation. In a new message, he indicated that he found out who Argus Benjamin is. The hero frowned and realized that this was the information about Tomer's father, which he asked for by asking if the guy could establish his identity, and what he was doing now. Hosup replied that he was already dead. The screen showed the composition of the classes. Students gathered in the stands of the stadium. Hajin thought that Tomer's father had been in a Korean nursing home before he died 4 years ago, and Hosup had sent him the address of the nursing home. The guy touched his chin and thought that since the girl's father was dead, it was understandable why the Book of Truth couldn't find him. After that, he crossed his arms and noticed that the main story would continue very soon. He needed to deal with Tomer before that moment. The hero stood up. He headed for the exit. Yona looked at him questioningly. The sun's rays fell into the church. Hajin was sitting on a bench. Seeing the cross, he thought that he would experience reverence. But for some reason this is not the case. The hero looked at his watch. In the correspondence, he asked Xiaopeng if the job was highly paid. The interlocutor guaranteed this, as well as the concealment of identity, and added that this applies to rookie mercenaries who have not yet got on their feet. But if desired, it is possible to hide his identity afterward. After introducing the humans, Hajin reflected on the Geronimo Mercenary Guild, an organization of villains. Although they follow an unspoken rule to avoid unnecessary victims, there are few of them, which distinguishes them from a community of villains that rampage left and right. The guy stood with his fists clenched, realizing that if he joined the chameleon group, he would forget about the worries about the changes in the original story. With such a salary, he would be able to cope with any unforeseen circumstances on his way. Imagining blood, he also realized that he could kill Jin Yun. Lowering his eyes, Hajin said that from the very beginning he knew that he could not cope alone. But it was still unpleasant that for this he would have to become a criminal, and did not know if he could kill a person. This world ceased to seem to him simple words on paper. Soho appeared nearby. He looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he was a Christian. A friend sat down next to him. The hero asked what he was doing there, and added that he did not guess when he asked the interlocutor if he was a Christian. Looking up, Soho replied that he didn't either, and said that it was just a reminder of the past. The guys looked at each other. Hajin noted that he thought he was a Christian, but he replied that this was not entirely true. The hero asked whether it was the Catholic Church, Buddhist, Mormon or Zoroastrian. The interlocutor answered in the negative. Hajin opened his mouth slightly, asking about his faith. Soho looked at him in surprise when he was asked that he was from another world. Hajin looked at him after hearing that it was nonsense. Soho lowered his head slightly. Looking at him, the hero heard a question if he thinks that there is another world, like the Lord of the Rings. Hajin looked at him and said that the outcall happened 50 years ago, and if we count according to the Christian calendar, then monsters and mana did not exist for 1970 years. Hajin glanced at his fingernails, noting that instead of thinking monsters suddenly appeared on the ground, it would be more logical that they appeared from another world for some reason. The interlocutor looked at him attentively. He clenched his fists. The comrades looked at each other again when the hero said that this was part of the theory of the other world that Professor Jers was talking about. Hajin raised his finger, and when asked that this is one of the theories to explain the origin of the outcall, he replied that many, of course, consider it absurd, but he is impressed, especially since the outcall itself is some kind of absurdity. Soho smiled and said that the young man was right. Imagining the boy with the sword, Hajin thought that they were in a similar situation, but Soho came to this world in his youth, and even found a new family. Now, looking at him, he noted that he was not alone. The hero looked at him attentively. He stood up and said that it was time for him. The interlocutor said that he would stay for a little longer. Hajin turned to him before leaving and said that he could recommend one agent if the guy didn't already have one. He replied that he was not going to rush into it, insisted that he just listen to his recommendation. The hero looked around and thought. Looking at the guy, he thought that he must become stronger than he was destined to be. The hero opened the door, realizing that Soho was his only means of dealing with unforeseen challenges. He raised his head. Then he lowered his eyes. His hand was clenched into a fist. A loud sound was heard. Naeun lost again and exclaimed that it was close and used her best strategy. The guy replied that he wouldn't be able to beat her in a couple of months. He sat down near the tree and asked why she was not sleeping, because tomorrow there was some event at the academy. The interlocutor replied that it was ordinary foolishness, and she was not asleep either. The guy asked if she was really worried about something and she agreed. Naeun blushed when asked that these were love problems. The interlocutor tilted his head, noting that he knew how to listen. The guy looked at her, hearing that this was not the kind of person she could get, but she didn't want to share either. He called him a white elephant. Naeun pointed her finger and stated that this was the case. The interlocutor thought that the man must be very popular, and she added that she was thinking too much about him. Naeun scratched her head when asked what the reason was, and replied that nothing really came to mind. The guy looked at her, surprised that this was such an attractive person, and said that if a person occupies all her thoughts, why not approach him? Naeun's eyes widened when she heard that if she continued to hesitate, someone would take him away from under her nose. The interlocutor looked away, hearing in response that she did not care if he was taken away. Naeun was a little nervous when he said that it seemed insignificant now, but that he would surely regret it later. After introducing Hajin, she realized that it was no longer a white elephant, and now that she was paying attention to him and seeing his strengths. The bright sun illuminated the training ground. An archery competition between the acceptance and cultivation classes took place, and it was announced that the first place was now taken by Justaz Heim, who hit the target at a distance of 320 meters. Naeun sighed heavily. Yona looked at her and asked why she was sighing so much. The girl only raised her head to the stands and wondered why there were so many magi today, remembering that it was said that 8-star magi would arrive, and it seemed that they all showed up in the hope of seeing each other at least once. Looking at the lodge, Yona replied that there were only 308-star magi in the world. Seeing the hero, Naeun said that it was her class's turn. The hero entered the court with an opponent. The Veritas class is represented by Hajin, and the Devotion class is represented by Buru Moraine. They took their places. The rules of the competition are simple. After presenting the targets, it was noted that both representatives would shoot an arrow in their lane, and the one who hit the farthest target would win. Each target could be hit only once. The hero raised his head. The host announced that the participants start with a distance of 50 meters. The young man looked down in surprise. Suddenly, his platform began to shake. The magi would apply various effects to hinder the archer. The hero frowned and thought that, of course, in this world, neither the archer nor the public would be interested in ordinary shooting, but it seemed to him that the mages had overdone it. Someone watched the participants from the second floor. The person clarified whether the nephew of Archduchess Ahane was now on the site. The red-haired girl was holding the orb in her lap. It was the 8-star Magus Ahane. She smiled and replied that it was unofficial, and noted that he had grown up so quickly. Her assistant leaned over and agreed. Seeing how the guy pulled the bowstring, he added that her nephew looked even better against the background of this simpleton. Ahane thoughtfully touched her face and noted that he was good with a bow. Ahane looked at the interlocutor and asked him to take a distance of 350 meters, because anyway no one would reach there, which he was surprised. He remembered how his boss had ordered him to agree with everything the Archduchess said, because then she might agree to read at least one lecture once. Looking at the audience, he heard that, after all, this was not a test, but just a holiday, and the cadets would honor her very presence. The arrow pierced the target. The commentator reported that Hajin hit the target at a distance of 300 meters. The brunette wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled. The opponent noted that he had talent. Hajin stood on the pedestal, saying that he looked quite relaxed. The interlocutor replied that it was the difference in their skills. The brunette smiled stiffly, hiding his irritation. Buru looked to the side when he heard that his aunt seemed to be bothering only him. The hero remembered how stones, an ice storm and a hurricane fell on him during the shots, hearing awkward words that this was nonsense, just to justify his failures. The commentator heard the words that both participants surpassed the best result. Starting from a distance of 350 meters, the targets will move faster, and the sequence will change. Buru pulled the bowstring with a smile when he heard it was his turn. The brunette stared at him, thinking that he was Ahane's precious nephew, but even so, he hadn't expected her favoritism to go that far. The platform under Buru shook, and the young man cried out in fright. Plant roots rose around him. The hero was surprised that 8-star mages were capable of such a thing. The red-haired man squinted at the roots, and Hajin thought that these were very calm plants that generally stroked the cadet, but seemed to frighten him. The arrow jumped off his bowstring. She flew past the target. Buru was surprised to see this, and Hajin said that the archer's first rule is to always stay calm. The commentator said that unfortunately he failed. Ahane touched her head in frustration. She frowned and added that this was the last one. The sorceress put her hand to the ball and said that if this fool missed, a draw would be declared. The guy took a step. The host announced that it was now Hajin's turn. Next to him, sharp roots flew out of the ground. The plant moved menacingly. The hero thought that it looked ferocious. Hajin pulled the bowstring and thought that he just had to ignore them and shoot. But this is all starting to annoy since this is just a competition. He didn't plan to go that far. Hajin frowned and used the bullet time. The target seemed to be moving. Roots blocked the way to it. Looking at the intertwined plants, the brunette thought that the direct line of sight of the target was blocked. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that this was cowardly, because he couldn't even see the target before firing. He opened his eyes from the idea that came to him, and he forgot about it. Identity. There is a description of the random upgrade system. It can improve the stats of 5 items. The stats will improve by 1 to 44%. The selected percentage lasts for 24 hours, after which it is replaced with a random one. When introducing the weapon, the hero chose a bow and arrow, the elasticity of the bowstring and the flexibility of the arrow, which will emphasize the elasticity. The guy let go of the arrow, thinking that he would strengthen them. The arrow flew towards the target, skirting the roots. The magi looked at this in shock. Buru asked in fright why the arrow was bending. The target shattered into pieces. The commentator announced that the Hajin from the Veritas class had successfully hit the target at a distance of 350 meters. The hero touched his head, hearing a cry that he must have used mana, and tiredly replied that his aunt would have detected mana. Buru gritted his teeth angrily. The brunette threw away his weapon. The bow spun and fell to the ground. Hajin turned to his opponent in displeasure, and stated that this was what the difference in skills looked like. He went from the red-haired man. The commentator said that since Hajin hit the target at a distance of 350 meters, he broke into first place. The shooter walked quickly across the platform. He was seriously looking ahead. Yona chuckled, saying that he should always have the last word. Naeun blushed and remembered saying that now that she had noticed him, she would probably always notice his strengths. She thought embarrassedly that she had gone crazy. Funny photos appeared. The last competition took place on Sunday, And at this point the class competition came to an end. The guy was sitting at his laptop and thought that he could finally be quietly with Evangel. A notification sounded. Messages from the mercenary guild Geronimo flashed on the screen. In a new window, there was a description of the mission for a novice mercenary and a reward of 300,000 won and a useful item. The hero was surprised that this was an order to kill an Italian mafioso. By introducing a man in a suit, he reversed that the Italian mafia had taken advantage of the chaos caused by Outcall and rapidly expanded its influence, and that their robust systems of governance, coupled with their astonishing cohesion, would have been enough to found their own state. Hajin rubbed his chin and thought that the Korean group was playing an important role in the middle of the main story, and that the assistant to the head of the industry should have a low rank, saying that he had joined the Chameleon group in order to write his own story. But this mission was too difficult for a beginner. The hero drew attention to the fact that we are talking about a human monster. Putting his hands on the laptop, he decided that he shouldn't feel guilty killing such a person. The girl turned and called to him. Evangel took another box with a smile and asked if she could eat another one. Looking at her with a smile, he replied to eat to his heart's content. The guy frowned, and in the background the girl was singing a song about a chicken. He thought that before taking up this business, he needed to prepare a lot. The stat of Constitution 0 out of 3 appeared. After introducing the various cadets, he pointed out that in this world, a gift received from birth is something similar to a talent, which can be considered the talents of the body. A window appeared with a description of the body's talent that cannot use mana. Hajin introduced the chains, thinking that even though his body was unable to use mana, the life energy replacement would make up for it. He smiled and thought that a normal person would say that this constitution was just terrible, but he was not able to use mana, so in fact he did not lose anything. As he stared at the screen, he thought about how life force replenishment was pointless in the long run, but that it would allow him to survive an ambush that promised instant death, and that it was perfect for a low-ranking hero like him to survive the storyline. A notification appeared that an organism unable to use mana costs 500 SP. He said that they ask for so few points. The guy pressed a button, agreeing. Screens shone around him. A special effect of excess luck was activated. A new message has notified that the golden symbols are stacking into a sentence. A new window appeared with a description of the skill when misfortune becomes a blessing. The hero exclaimed in surprise that this would increase the stats forever. Hajin's eyes lit up and he thought that of course we were talking about minuscule numbers, but this was a promotion. The guy raised his hands and shouted that it was beautiful. The girl reminded him not to talk during meals, for which he apologized. The guy looked at his hand and said that it was just great when he went to get the obsidian bracelet that he entrusted to the Soul Tower of Magic. Looking at him, he added that the jewelry on his hand was definitely worth the money and looked at its description. Hajin remembered the man who handed him the bracelet and said that he could only use the enhanced magic power once in his life, and asked him to use it only in a desperate situation, deciding that it meant that the magician who discovered the ring did not know about the automatic accumulation function. Remembering their first meeting, the guy noted that he turned out to be much more honest than expected. Someone came up from behind when Hajin thought that maybe he would introduce him to Yona when she put the magic tower on its feet. Hajin turned around with a smile. Sohyuk was holding a folder in his hands. The man apologized for keeping him waiting, and offered to move to the office. The hero looked around admiringly. The interlocutor asked that it had become much better. He walked to the door and said that they already had 11 employees and also had 5 exclusive contracts with hunters, and this office was also an investment of Yona. The cadet replied that it looked great. In front of them was the motorcycle they had talked about earlier. Touching it, Hajin noted that he was shining. The manager noted that he looked good. Putting his hand on it, the guy saw the description of the motorcycle and thought that it was immediately clear where such a cost came from. He smiled and thanked the manager for buying it for him. The man replied that it was not worth thanking and added that the young man could immediately talk if something was needed. A noise was heard in the backpack when Sohyuk added that, of course, he would not be able to jump above his head. A puppy with a red bow appeared from it. The manager looked at the animal with admiration and said that he did not know that the hero had a dog. He replied that he himself did not know how it happened. Hajin was a little confused when he heard that this did not look like a cadet at all, and asked to give him a minute to answer the call. Looking at the hero again, the manager said that he needed to go, since there were small cases. The guy replied that he was also going to leave. Hajin looked at the departing interlocutor and promised to come back again. Sohyuk waved and said goodbye to him and his puppy. The hero looked at the motorcycle and offered to go to a place where there are no prying eyes. Later, he stopped near the house. Looking at the wall, the young man made sure that there were no CCTV cameras here. After that, he looked at the screen and said that at the same time he added a couple of new features to the bike. Hajin rolled up his sleeve and activated compactness with the help of stigmata. A suitcase appeared on the ground. The hero picked it up and said that it was still heavy, definitely more than 20 kilograms. The system noted that the activation of compactness allows you to compress any object into a suitcase. The guy looked at the puppy and said that she must have been very cramped and thanked her for being patient. Evangel barked happily. She begged the protagonist to take her with him to finally visit Seoul. Hajin smiled and offered to move out. The girl asked where to go. The cadet pointed his finger and replied that a place with delicious food was waiting for them. The streets were lively. Yona looked around when she heard her name. The woman smiled and asked to look carefully. Yojung waved her hand and said that all of these lands would belong to the student in the future. Yona smiled and asked not to worry, because she had already thought about how to make the most of it. The mother exclaimed that it was her girl. She crossed her arms and said that her daughter could be relied on. Unlike her father, who knew nothing about investments, the bodyguard thought that he was an ordinary householder in his native walls. Smiling broadly, Yona retorted that the man had been making progress lately. She turned to the busy crowd. A hero was walking nearby, leading a little girl by the hand. The girl looked at them more carefully. When she saw the girl in a hat, she did not understand what kind of child it was. Yona froze in place. Then she wanted to come closer, intending to find out, and called out to the hero. However, she was grabbed by the arm. Yojung held her daughter, reminding them to visit the residents of their buildings. The girl looked around, trying to say that she had urgent business here, but the mother objected that her daughter must be present, because one day all this would be her inheritance. At this time, Hajin went further and further. Mother pulled Yona with her, saying that they were late. The rays of the sun were visible in the sky. Yona thought about what she needed to know. Evangel put her fork in her mouth. There was a lot of food in front of her. The hero looked at her and asked what she liked. The baby replied that it was garlic bread. Hajin glanced at her large eyes. She put her fork to her mouth when she heard the question. Will she be able to hold out without him for the weekend? She raised her head in confusion. The guy thought that she was almost crying, and even stopped eating. Hajin was visibly frightened and promised to buy her all the toys he wanted today. Evangel omitted. He noticed that the child was upset and did not understand what to do. They were brought a plate of tomahawk steak. The girl stared at the dish with admiration, asking what it was and asked the hero to cut it for her as soon as possible. In the evening, the two of them walked down the street. Suddenly the girl looked at something. The hero looked around, noticing that the interlocutor had stopped, and asked what was wrong. On the road in front of them sat a white cat with different eyes. Hajin leaned towards the animal, wondering that it was in such a place. She pulled Hajin's sleeve and said she wanted to play with Whitey. The guy sat down and asked if she had already given him a name. He stretched out his finger and thought that he was really cute and that given the size of his current room, he could easily shelter another cat. Remembering her imaginary friends, Hajin asked how they would react to the kitten, whether they would start fighting. The girl promised that she would make sure that this did not happen. Then he held out his little finger to her and asked her to promise him this. They intertwined their fingers, and Evangel made a promise. Later, she held a torn toy in her hands and asked the kitten why it bit her, and then exclaimed if the pet really wanted to be scolded. The guy was standing at the door and said that he would be delayed like last time and asked to find an approach to Whitey. She threatened the kitten. The cadet thought that now she did not pay attention to him at all and even somehow sad, but just as better. The employee handed the guy his passport and welcomed him to Turin. Hajin looked at the spread and thought that he was worried about the fake documents. But everything went well, and that says a lot about the chameleon group. The hero looked around and noted that this place was fascinating. Looking at the people passing by, the guy remembered that in his book, Italy was a unique country. The hero walked down the street, thinking that the main reason for the uniqueness, of course, was the mafia, and this is not just a reckless organization that creates lawlessness. So, imagining a handshake, he understood that at first glance it seemed that they were in bad standing with the government. But with the appearance of monsters, they cooperated and created their own guild. Now they can conduct not only shadow, but also legal business, so they do not depend on anyone, albeit within the law. Hajin sighed and thought that the Korean mafia, to which his target belongs, is the strongest mafia group. The guy slouched and realized that he had to kill one of them. Hajin lowered his eyes, thinking that in fact, there was a chance that the order was made by someone in power. The young man shuddered when he heard that he had been called as a novice. He turned around in confusion. Xiaopeng waved her hand. Hajin revealed the motorcycle. The cadet looked at her and asked if she would help him. She answered in the negative. She sat down in the back seat and heard the question of what she was doing here. Xiaopeng looked at him indifferently and asked him to go already, because she wanted a ride. The hero looked at her inquiringly, hearing the offer to calmly see the beauty of the city, while there was a lot of time. Nalan lay down on the floor of the training hall and moaned that she was tired. Soho replied that it was understandable since they had been springs since the training was over. The girl looked at her friend and asked why she was not participating. Yona recalled how she saw the main character with a girl and wondered if it could be his niece. But the guy was from an orphanage, and she herself did not find a single relative during the investigation. Nalan looked at her in displeasure and asked what the girl was thinking so hard about, suggesting that Jonghak had dumped her. She froze, because she was refused when she offered the guy to study together. Nalan was shocked to hear that she no longer liked Hajin and asked what she was talking about. Soho looked at his classmate anxiously and asked if she was joking. She replied that the rumors had already spread throughout the academy. Then she smiled and added that she would also prefer Rachel if it were in his place. Naeun frowned and asked if she was done. Naeun lowered her eyes when her friend asked what it was, because the girl herself said that she hated him. The guy saw the girls staring at each other intensely. He raised his hand anxiously and asked why they were so suddenly locked. Suho clutched his head, saying that everything had been fine a second ago. The hero and his boss were riding a motorcycle. His passenger looked away as he wondered if the woman really wanted to just take a ride. She opened her mouth slightly, saying that the meeting of the society would be held at 9 in the evening. Hajin looked at her in surprise and realized that this was a clue to his mission. A keyboard appeared in front of him when Xiaoping added that the venue was the Liuan mansion in Turin, and that their goal was responsible for organizing it, and there was an abandoned cathedral in the woods near the mansion. They drove up to the tower. Xiaoping said that the spire of the cathedral is quite high, making it an ideal place for a sniper. The guy touched the wall and asked how long this cathedral had been abandoned. The interlocutor watched as Hajin got to the top and immediately saw the same mansion, noting that this vantage point was indeed magnificent, just as the boss had said. The woman raised her head and asked if she could observe the mission. The hero replied that he was uncomfortable. Xiaoping pursed her lips in displeasure when she was asked to move away. The woman went further when the cadet demanded that she leave as soon as possible. The brunette glanced in her direction. After that, he activated special vision. Looking at the mansion, he noted that there was about 1 kilometer between this place and it. Most heroes can cover such a distance in 30 seconds, and given this, as well as the time it will take them to realize and discover it, he will have a minute to escape. Hajin narrowed his eyes and noticed that the mansion was protected by a weak mana barrier. Looking at the watch, I noticed that it was so unreliable, because the event had not yet begun, and decided that it was time to start. The stigmata on his arm lit up. A sniper rifle appeared in his hands. The bullets were surrounded by a bright light when using identification, and the cartridges by several percent. Hajin smirked and said that he was unlucky today. The brunette looked through the scope and decided to use the mana of stigmata and give the bullet anti-magic properties. The butler scolded his subordinate, pointing to the time. The guy thought that in order not to leave evidence, the bullet would dissolve immediately. The man pointed to his watch. He put on his mask and decided that there was nothing to worry about. His fingers trembled slightly, but Hajin thought that he would kill the man with one shot. The hero holds his finger on the trigger of a rifle and wonders if his opponent could be a human. The guy sits on the roof with a weapon, realizing that the rumors about the human monster may not be true. A bearded man stands below. The main character thinks what will happen if this is not the case. The protagonist with red eyes looks through the crosshairs, wondering if he will become a murderer. Images of happy characters are shown. Hajin realizes that he is in a novel that he wrote himself and understands that they are created characters. But now he feels that they are truly alive. A guy in a mask holds a rifle and thinks. He remembers his parents, realizing that all this is in order to return to his home. MC doesn't take his finger off the trigger, assuming he'll have to stay here for at least 10 years or more, so he needs to become less sensitive to situations like this. The main character walks down the corridor. It is said that even if they consider themselves living beings, this is not at all true. The friends are happily discussing something. Hajin is sure that they are just characters in the novel. The protagonist smiles sweetly, realizing that this is the case. A loud shot is heard throughout the forest. The birds fly away from the terrible sound. The bullet flies into the enemy's head. Splashes of blood scatter to the sides. The workers standing next to them are screaming in horror that he has been shot. They run away from his corpse. At this moment a girl is standing nearby. Xiaoping speaks with a serious look about man's fears. Scarlet blood spills from the body of the murdered man. She is sure that human monsters do not bleed. The guy is silently sitting on a chair. People are walking not far from him. The protagonist looks silently in front of him. Xiaoping approaches the surprised protagonist and addresses him. The main character sees her and greets her. She sits down across from him. Hajin wonders how she knew he was there. Hajin replies that she just tracked his location. MC asks if she really can. The guy calmly holds the cup as she states that he did a good job today. He holds the drink with a trembling hand and drinks it. Xiaoping watches him with a serious look and assumes that the previous task hit him hard psychologically. The protagonist wipes his mouth until the boss realizes that this is the first time he has killed a person. A beautiful sunset sky is visible above the buildings. She clarifies how he is doing today's work. He replies that it is a little difficult, but perhaps this is because it was the first time. The brunette calmly notes that money is still hard to earn, but in this world you can only trust them. The Hajin cup is next to him. He once again clarifies about them. She replies that she was not mistaken. The astonished protagonist hears her say that they have no family or loved ones. Sadness appeared on the face of the main character. He smirks slightly, stating that he probably is. MC reads the menu carefully until his boss realizes that he is quite stoic, and the longer she looks at him, the more she likes him. An energy bullet shatters the shield to smithereens, saying that what shattered the protective wall of mana was the power of anti-magic. The brunette looks at him without taking her eyes off him and realizes that she was not mistaken. Hajin is presented as a serious fighter. She realizes that he will definitely be their trump card who will kill that guy. The girl turns around in amazement, hearing the question why him. Drun stands next to his comrades and says that if you search, you will definitely find people who have the power of anti-magic stronger than him. So is it really necessary to choose an immature cadet? Xiaoping lowers his head with an indifferent look. While the other asks if he really brought up this topic after so much time, he replies that it was just interesting. The lady suddenly intervenes in the conversation, stating that it's all because of his eyes. She stands on high heels, while she is called quite romantic. The main character stands with a sad look. It is said that loneliness can be read in his eyes, indicating that he should not trust anyone. In a flashback, Xiaopeng stands in the rain, explaining that everything happened just like that day. The girl sits at the table opposite him, wondering if she is still worried about him, hoping that he will not repeat her path. The boss smiles slightly and looks at the protagonist across from him, puzzled. The main character sits with a cup of tea and asks if she gives any items as a reward. She replies that this is not difficult to arrange. Hajin smiled broadly when asked what he wanted. He said that she could choose something herself. She looks away with an indifferent look and remains silent while the protagonist reflects on the fact that the boss has a lot of expensive good items. But since she does not know their real value, there is a chance to get a more valuable item as a reward. Xiaopeng suddenly stands up from her chair and states that she's to congratulate him on being with them. But the protagonist interrupts her and remarks that he hasn't made up his mind yet. He runs his finger over his face and asks if he can decide for himself whether he wants to join or not. MC claims with a slight smile that it is too early to make any choice. The boss with an excited face wonders if he is serious about this. Above them is a beautiful purple sunset. Xiaopeng at this time cannot understand what kind of person is in front of her. Snow-white moon shines in the night sky. A great building is shown in the middle of the night. A little girl lies next to a white cat. She gets up and almost cries as she calls out to Hajin. Surprised, the protagonist approaches and sees Evangel. He leans over to her and asks why she is awake. She replies that she was waiting for the protagonist to return. They hug tightly. The little girl greets him and says that he did a good job today. MC is silent in amazement and hugs her. His hands on her smooth hair. He snuggles up to her and feels the real warmth of the family. The protagonist remembers the murdered man in horror and realizes that he actually knows that they are not just characters, because they really live and breathe. Hajin keeps his hands on her locks. The surprised girl feels him trembling. The main character wonders if he will have to do it in the future, and how many more times. The academy building is shown. It is said that the midterm exams of the second semester have finally begun, but everything was different from the exams of the past. Flashbacks arise with battles in Lancaster. Due to the sheer number of events that occurred during this time, outsiders were strictly forbidden to enter. Hajin scratches his head nervously and thinks it's different from the original. But no one cares because he wrote this part without much detail, so he vaguely remembers the content himself. Desperate guys walk around the academy and cry about a difficult exam. The main character understands that for him, who took first place in the theory exam, the day passed quickly. The protagonist looks at the blue screen of the watch and declares that he needs to go to the nursing home as soon as possible, but suddenly someone calls him. Naeun looks at him angrily. He asks what happened. A classmate stands opposite and asks if he will go to class. He replies that he is from there. The indignant girl asks if he is going to study. He replies that he does not need it. She, in turn, asks if he has a brief summary. A drooping classmate hears that he is not there. She, in turn, demands to help her a little. Hajin looks at Naeun with a serious look, who claims that she screwed up on the written exam today. She heard that if she remembers all the most important things, she can get another 10 points. Through tears, the girl insistently asks for help with preparation. Discouraged, Naeun hears an offer to ask Yona to help her. The nervous girl fiddles with her fingers, stating that she just had a fight with her. An enthusiastic classmate suddenly comes up with an idea in which she will buy him delicious food for it. Stunned, Naeun sees that the protagonist has suddenly disappeared. The protagonist stands in front of a nursing home. He knocks on the door and realizes that Fernand Jesus has lived in him for a while, at which time he is told that he can come in. The excited protagonist looks at the worker, who asks what brought him here. The old lady with a sweet smile recognizes Hajin. The protagonist is silent in amazement, not understanding what is happening. He stands in front of her, trying to realize what it was just now. You can see surprise in his eyes. A guy's silhouette is shown, and MC realizes that he used to be Kadun. The cute old lady states that a whole year has passed since his last visit, so let him come in as soon as possible, while the main character thinks that Kadun was not a kind person and probably he had a personal relationship that was not known. The guy nervously goes inside, stating that they really haven't seen each other in a long time. Hajin asks if they're okay. The worker sees MC off and says that everything is always the same in this place. The main character turns around and sees an old man in a wheelchair waving to him. The joyful old man says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Other old people notice him with a smile. The protagonist is silent in shock and looks around. The old woman turns around and asks what brought him here. He replies that there is nothing special. The woman with glasses is happy to hear that he has decided to visit Agus. She clarifies that he is from South America. Discouraged, the guy looks at the worker, who says that he was very quiet and only occasionally spoke to him a little. The woman, pondering, watches as the protagonist decides that the co-creator added this story and this time it may play into his hands. Then he asks if he left anything behind. She replies that she is not sure what happened. The drooping protagonist lowers his head while the worker declares that he could have left only a letter. They look at each other in surprise. Hajin remarks that nothing has changed. The old woman asks in amazement how he knows about the letter. He nervously clarifies where it is now. He resolutely explains to her that he made a promise, knowing that he doesn't know what Kudun really was. But judging by people's reactions, he had a good relationship with these people. She adjusts her glasses and is silent. The woman takes them off and declares that it is quite logical that he left something. The benevolent worker puts them on again and says that the protagonist has never judged anyone and was even the first to approach him to talk. The stunned protagonist hears that he needs to go to the memorial park. The image of this place is shown. It is said that the letter will be next to his ashes. Hajin calmly looks at the cells and wonders how many things that he has not encountered in real life, and he will have to live here. The guy walks down the corridor and finds sector number 17, first row, number 4. The main character stops in front of the boxes. He sees the envelope with the letter, glad that it is still there. Hajin reaches for the handle of the cell. He sits near these boxes and realizes that he knows the content of this message. He thinks excitedly about the girl, wondering that he doesn't need to open it, but at least he doesn't have to be the first to read it. MC pulls the handle, realizing that there is a possibility that the co-author has changed something, and thus the content has changed. The main character reads the letter with excitement, realizing that in this case everything will become extremely difficult. A mysterious hooded character asks about volunteer work. The man is sitting in a mask. Opposite him is a screen with the image of a girl. It is said that before he entered the cube at the age of 11, he often volunteered in orphanages or nursing homes. The hero with purple eyes wonders that perhaps this is why he often disappears somewhere, because there were so many rumors, but the truth turned out to be completely different. Hajin stands with his hands outstretched. It is explained that he grew up as an orphan and entered the military academy when his talent awakened. This is a story about a life that has changed dramatically for the better. Drops of water hover near his hands. It is said that in his place, she would throw her disgusting past into the trash. But he chose to remember, and may have decided to live his life, helping others find the past. A flashback arises with the girl and the murdered hero. It is said that he does not use his power to attract attention, but secretly uses it only when it is really necessary. The brunette, frowning, closes her eyes, realizing that although this is far from her values, she cannot help but respect it. A dossier on the protagonist is shown. She decides that he is indeed a mysterious person, while there is a discussion about whether there really is no more important information about his past. Another replies that they are still working on it, but so far there is little data. A girl on a video call nods her head when she is ordered to work harder. The owner waves his hand as he is informed that they then received a request from the mafia to track the killer. One of their leaders was killed and said that the killer is from Korea. The boss realizes that she planned to contact them about the smuggling of the relic. The masked heroine realizes that she will be able to set favorable terms. Then she asks if they can track the killer. Data comes out on the blue window. The henchman explains that a newcomer has recently joined them and he has good skills. Hosup is smiling in the photo in his dossier. The main character stands in front of the cell. He looks at his watch, realizing that the content of the letter has not changed at all. He puts the letter back in the envelope. Frowning, he feels real relief. The girl looks in surprise at her watch, which suddenly began to glow. The protagonist realizes that in the current situation, this is the only answer that the truth agency can give. Tomer sees this indignantly. She has a crazy smile. The notice says that they have found Fernan. Beautiful white flowers are visible near the envelope. The message says that you need to make a payment to receive an answer. The ceiling of the classroom is visible. The teacher begins to explain something. Sohik stands behind the department and states that this was the last written test in the midterm exams in which everyone did well and therefore can go. The cadets are happily walking down the corridor during the break, while the protagonist is standing near a soda machine. He turns around after being called by name. Naeun asks with a smile what he plans to do, since the dough is finished. The bewildered protagonist holds a can of soda and declares that he will prepare for practical exams, while the girl claims that they are only next week, but he is already preparing. She rummages through her bag and says that she needs to return something to him. Naeun holds out a notebook with notes, and claims that she did quite well on the test because of this. A joyful Hajin looks at her and hears what she thought. He just left then. MC replies that he only left because he had urgent business. The guys are standing in the hallway. A classmate declares that he is good at squeezing the most important things out of the text, while the main character understands that he received these notes during the hacking of Yona's personal database. He opens a soda with his finger. He is told that as a thank you she will buy him something to eat, so he can eat after the end of the practical exams. The protagonist clarifies where exactly. The astonished young man remains silent after hearing the suggestion to go to the Hanjun Pavilion. Shown the green building of the pavilion and its beautiful food, the main character realizes that this is a super luxurious Korean restaurant. The stunned protagonist about the same pavilion. He calmly turns away, stating that he won't go. The shocked girl asks why. The guy drinks soda, realizing that he needs to prepare for the event that will happen after the practical exams. But he says out loud that he is just busy. Naeun hears with a serious face that if she wants to go there, she should go with Soho. The embarrassed girl looks at the main character in shock and asks if he is really jealous now. The discouraged protagonist spills soda on himself from these words, then asks what kind of nonsense she is saying. She, in turn, nervously asks to forget it. Hajin walks away from her and waves his hand while the girl says that she just wanted to repay what happened at the restaurant in Paris. He replies that it's okay and he's not interested. The protagonist goes further. She persistently asks that he will not agree even if it is a full set. Excited, Naeun prepares another proposal. An embarrassed classmate, with flushed cheeks, asks what if only the two of them go. Hajin happily walks down the street, remembering to buy some Evangel treats on the way home. He stops suddenly, hearing a familiar voice. The main character looks around the corner with interest, where a person claims that he just needs an advance payment. Tomer looks at her watch, which tells her that she needs 2 weeks to complete the task, but this has been going on for many months. In the black box there is a tool. She is told that she has lost the item that the head sent her. She apologizes. The frightened girl makes a face, saying that she really urgently needs money. She is asked in response that she really still insists, because it is better to focus on completing the task. She turns away in displeasure, stating that everything is going according to plan. Suddenly, their eyes and Hajin's meet, and she is frightened. The protagonist awkwardly greets her while she wonders how long he's been standing here and if he heard her talking. She goes on in a rage, realizing that this conversation did not mention that she is a human monster. Discouraged, Tomer turns around after hearing an offer to borrow some money. She nervously looks away. He haughtily brushes it off, saying that he should forget it, because he doesn't even know how much she needs. He in turn clarifies that she is a mage. Tomer turns around with a smirk when he hears that it's easy for warlocks to make money, so he'll lend her if he writes a receipt, but the girl claims that he doesn't have that amount. The main character fumbles with his hand in his pocket, saying that no one knows. The protagonist takes out a bank card with a smile and says that although you can't tell from it, he is quite rich. The action takes place in the second arena, in the first practical exam, in a team battle, in which the rules are similar to the individual fight in the first semester, where the only difference is now that you have to do it together. The participants of the battle are shown. It is said that the attacking team of the first day will be Rachel, and the defending team will be Yohei. The surprised protagonist states that there are many obstacles in this place. He loads the gun with a smile, saying that these are all advantages for him. The contestant walks through the green grass and claims to make it forward with Ho Zung. Rachel, holding the blade, states that the others should stay close and support them. The blonde looks ahead and says it's time to go. Suddenly, the protagonist jumps abruptly onto a tree branch. He turns around in amazement when the girl notices him. Rachel hears with a smile that they need to go forward and he will provide air support. She replies that she is counting on him. Hajin pushes off the tree trunk in a second, realizing that he needs to act. The main character lands on a tree again. He spreads the leaves and looks around. His eyes open wide from what he sees. The guy instantly takes up the pistol. The protagonist aims while bouncing the shot in his direction. He slides along the branch, realizing that since there is an archer here, then the rest of the enemy team is also somewhere nearby. The amazed protagonist turns around and at the same time suggests who will be in charge. There is a small branch in the teeth of the lying guy. Yohei lies peacefully near a tree and dozes. The main character is just shocked. He sees him completely calm, and Hajin wonders what is wrong with him, as although he is covered by an archer, he is too relaxed. Rachel rushes forward. The main character understands who is confronting him. The rival claims with a calm grin that vagabonds, like the wind, run wild and free. A moment later, a flying Rachel appears above him, swinging her sharp blade. The opponent immediately grabs the hilt of the sword. The blonde is shocked to see that he blocked her shot. She immediately jumps away. The protagonist notices that he parried her attack. Ho Zung runs out with an accent concern and shouts out the name of the team leader. In a rage, he attacks Yohei, who is standing nearby. In the middle of the forest, a powerful bang is heard. Hajin covers his hand in shock and exclaims that they are fighting on equal terms. Two cadets attack one. The protagonist notices that Yohei is not losing, although he fights Rachel and her comrade in arms. The protagonist excitedly follows the guy's actions. At this moment, he continues the battle with a slight smile. MC wonders if he has always been so strong. Ho Zung stands with the blonde, realizing that the opponent is fighting on an equal footing against two. The main character at this moment sits on a tree and observes. Understanding their formation, the fighter at this moment asks if he uses amplifying magic. Yohei blazes with blue flames and holds a sword with a smirk, with an archer behind him who covers him. 3 more fighters calmly hold the line. The main character is sure that somewhere behind them there is a mage who strengthens him in every possible way, and the support and the warrior provide impenetrable protection, so the point is that they are all covering one. Hajin watches in surprise, noting that this is a pretty good strategy for a defensive team. He smirks and jumps out of the tree in an instant, knowing that this condition will be fulfilled if their mage is not finished. He grabs a tree and jumps on it. He sees several fighters nearby and realizes that there is a mage there. A blonde man with an axe covers the magician with his body. The frightened protagonist is sitting on a tree trunk. They notice him and shout about the shooter. The protagonist deftly dodges the shots, wondering if he is really that bad at penetrations. The opponent with the axe exclaims that the shooter came here alone. The main character at this time confidently shoots a pistol. The blonde wonders what he is only thinking about. The guys cover themselves from shots with shields. Hajin jumps down from a tree to the ground. He runs over the rocks and aims his weapon. The girl stands next to the magician and asks how his enhancements are. He replies that he is holding it. The main character points his gun, noticing that he is hiding well, so he can easily shoot them from above. The girl leans over to her colleague and assures her that she will do it. The blonde man goes to the protagonist in a second, who wonders if he really wants to cope with him alone. Holding the gun in his teeth, the main character dodges his blow, realizing that it is only to his advantage. The enemy continues to attack with a stern look until Hajin realizes that there is no way he can catch him in a place where there are so many obstacles. A member of the enemy team watches in shock as his teammate fails to catch the protagonist. She raises her fingers and begins to conjure. A bright purple glow surrounds them after using the merge skill. Shields begin to float in the air. They gather in a sphere, thereby covering the mage from all sides. The main character sees this in shock and wonders that this is something like an armadillo. The opponent is on fire in a rage and attacks with his axe. MC expertly dodges another blow and jumps onto the shields, realizing that they can't be that tough. He holds a gun in his hand, knowing that he sees everything clearly. The main character flies over the shields and shoots, realizing that he sees a weak point. Yohei turns around in horror as he senses something amiss. Behind the shields lies the mage. At this time everyone shouts if he is alive. Yohei is shocked to hear the announcement that his team's mage is being eliminated. The main character realizes with a serious look that if at least one barrier had been installed for him, he would not have been taken out with one hit, so they tried to save mana in vain. Hajin smiles nervously when he hears that he is a coward. Rachel and his companion are fighting an opponent at this time. The protagonist, in turn, claims that this is just such a tactic. Yohei trembles in horror, realizing that his mana is not enough and he will soon be finished. At this time, the cunning magician directs his attack from burning stones. A drawing is shown in which the protagonist hides on a tree from opponents. An exclamation is heard throughout the forest, saying that as a result of a team battle, Rachel won. Hajin sits on the steps while everyone around him is discussing something. The blonde with a smile declares that everyone did a very good job. She is told that she is also great. MC turns around in amazement and watches her, noticing that she is also in a good mood, as even her voice and gestures have changed. Rachel looks happily at Hajin and highlights it separately. The protagonist scratches his head awkwardly when he hears that they were able to win only because he eliminated the magician, who replies that he made such a decision himself. Suddenly, Hozung hugs him heartily and exclaims that if he failed, he would be a loser, but he won, so he is a hero. Another fighter stands nearby and states that he was in such shock when he went and brought the mage's head. The protagonist walks forward, followed by Neon. He wonders if he really tried so hard. The girl at this time calls him and says that Seho asked to convey that he fought well. Surprised, Hajin turns around and asks if he really asked for it. She replies that he did, and he just joined the fight. A flashback with a bullet is shown. The girl clarifies that his shot changed the trajectory. How did he do it? Disgruntled, Neon hears that it's just his talent. She states that it's a boring explanation. She yawns and says that she wanted to perform today, but her teams will fight in the afternoon and evening. The main character suddenly draws his attention to something. A gray-haired guy is standing next to Yona. Jahak is furious and thinks why the hell he is talking to Neon. The main character, in turn, notices the look of the maniac. The girl looks at him in amazement and asks why he is staring at them like that. The soldier suddenly smiles broadly and is silent at the same time. He waves his hands nervously and assures that he did not look. A disgruntled Yona hears a question if she is preparing. The girl replies that she does, because their team is next. A discouraged girl walks past the protagonist, who talks about 5.56 caliber and 600 rounds. She turns around and asks why he suddenly decided to talk about assault rifle bullets. He replies that they will always come in handy. They stand next to each other. The cadet asks if he knows that high-quality magic bullets cost at least 200,000 won. He replies that 120 million is nothing, and there is no need to say that it is impossible. The joyful girl asks not to insult her. While clarifying whether anything else is needed, the main character says that this is the only thing. Surprised, MC hears that the elixir will be ready in about 2 weeks. Closing her eyes, Yona declares that she would not give up looking for a place to do business. After thinking about it, the protagonist says that it is not easy to do, but if something happens, he is ready to exchange for shares of her pharmaceutical company. She agrees. Behind the joyful girl with purple hair stands John Hack and asks Neon why she is so friendly with the protagonist. The indignant cadet clarifies where he got it from. He, in turn, wonders if she has forgotten that she herself said, saying that she does not like him. Yona turns to the protagonist, advising him to simply ignore their words, because John Hack does not know him. Hajin waved his hand away and said that there was no need to worry, because he didn't care, so he would go. Jahak quarrels with Neon. The protagonist realizes that he is uncomfortable, but this is exactly the plot atmosphere that it should be. The white-haired fighter is a descendant of the prime minister who was loyal to the king for a long time, and he is also the grandson of the great hero who saved Korea from starvation during the blockade. He pulls the handle, stating to Evangel that he is back, saying that John Hack is proud of his status and bloodline. The main character happily enters the room and asks if she is okay. A little girl runs into his arms. The main character wonders if she is okay and hungry. Hajin watches her in amazement. Bitter tears flow from her eyes. She desperately holds on to his sweater. The protagonist asks what happened. She shows him a small scratch on her palm and screams that the pet scratched her. The main character closes his eyes, remembering the rule that in no case should you be annoyed with a child. He takes her in his arms and asks what happened. She replies that she does not know, but she now hates him. The main character hears with a serious look that she has done nothing to him. He reflects on these words. In a flashback, Hajin stands in shock in front of the veterinarian. He remembers that the pet has the 4th level of mana, and such animals recover quickly, live a long time and are quite intelligent, so such a creature will not scratch the owner for no reason. Cat treats are scattered on the table and on the floor. The main character realizes that he warned the girl not to give more than one a day. Evangel snuggles up to MC, who wonders why there are so many open bags of cat treats. She continues to silently hug him as Hajin begins to guess. He opens his mouth in shock and asks if she really ate them. The girl with a guilty look claims that she was just interested in trying what they tasted like, because the pet loves them so much. The protagonist holds back his anger, and says that it is now clear why he is so angry. Suddenly, a message from Rachel came to his watch. Surprised, Hajin sees a notification congratulating him on his birthday. The blonde sends him a set of cakes and invites him to go to karaoke today. The profile of the main character is shown. It is indicated that September 8th is his birthday. Naeun lies on the bed with a sad face and looks at the screen. She waves her legs and notices that everyone has become so active on social networks, although there is only one exam behind. Yona posted a post with a shared photo and a postscript that she was happy with the team's good result. The girl with a disgruntled face notices that the cadet is very close to her team, so maybe it is also worth celebrating with her own, but the work was done extremely poorly. She remembers her ex-girlfriend and realizes that after what happened, they stopped communicating, but at the same time, Naeun understands that she is to blame for that quarrel and would like to reconcile. The girl rolls on the bed and angrily thinks about what to say to her. She silently holds a hair clip in her hands. She looks at him with a dissatisfied face. At this time the post has already been liked by 4,500 people. Naeun comes up with the idea of first liking her post. Jahak holds a spear and sits with a grin next to his comrades in arms. The girl wonders if they are impersonating some gangsters, and if he will stop acting like a child. A Suho post is shown where he was photographed with the only Hajin shooter. The lady wonders if he was photographed this way on purpose, comparing their appearance. In the comments, Yunsung writes that she watched their competitions and they were just great. Naeun notes that these are pretty obvious things. The girl scrolls further and realizes that she is bored. She raises her hand with the watch, suggesting that she may have unread messages. In the list of friends it is written that the main character has a birthday. She notices it. There are several gifts on her screen. She wonders if she should give him some digital gifts, namely a cake. With a serious look, she decides that if she wants to make a gift, it is better to do it in person. The girl gets out of bed in 1 second. A blushing Naeun remarks that she must have gone crazy, as they are not close enough to give gifts in person. In a rage, she types a message in which she allegedly does not know that it is his birthday, while the cadet states that this will be enough. The student continues to look at her watch, noticing that time is passing and he has not yet answered. The outraged girl sees words of gratitude in response. She wonders if this is all true. She throws her watch on the bedside table. A disgruntled Naeun lies down on the bed, stating that this petty rascal is behaving impeccably as always. Students are walking near the large building of the academy. It is explained that on Thursday the last exams ended. Although the main character did not do very well in individual tests, he was able to get a very good score for the team task, so he safely entered the top 200 as planned. Hajin thinks with a serious face that he will be able to get a bigger room in his second year, but now he does not worry much about it. There is a lot of food and utensils on his desk. He is worried about whether it will be enough. The guy pours out of the box into a first-class magic bag that holds up to 200 kilograms. The main character turns to the vibrating clock. A message pops up that the cube is going on a week-long vacation next week. The protagonist realizes that this is probably due to an external investigation. The detectives are interviewing people. MC thinks that they can't find anything unusual. Only the human monsters who have already infiltrated the cube will lie low for a while, and the most important thing is the next part of the message. The notice says that next Thursday there will be an excursion organized by the Jin Sung Foundation, in which only first-year students will participate. Without prior appointment, he understands that this event is from the original. Hajin watches carefully and thinks that during the tour, the main characters will be overtaken by the ghosts of the past. Thanks to this, there is an opportunity to grow up well, so he needs to prepare more. Evangel takes up Whitey in shock and yells that he ate a chicken. The main character turns around and with a smile declares that there is nothing wrong with this. She replies that this is not what she means. She exclaims to the whole house that it was the last piece of chicken. Yona, wearing sunglasses, holds out a case and states that what the protagonist asked for in the magazine holds 45 rounds, so she put 900. An astonished MC picks it up and thanks her. She holds out another object. The protagonist is surprised to pick up a wrist guard. she notices that the wrist is most vulnerable when using a gun. There is an orange sunset in the sky. The girl asks that his birthday was on Monday, because she then wanted to give it, but was busy because of the exams. He thanks her again. Yona walks away and waves his hand as he bids him farewell. Hajin understands something with a slight grin. The girl moves away from him. He realizes that of all people, it was she who gave him the gift. The dumbfounded protagonist looks at his watch and realizes that it is already late, and may be late for the meeting. Hozung greets Hajin with a smile. The protagonist approaches the guys. The guy asks him that he wanted to be late, because he is the main star of the evening. He replies that there were just some things to do. Rachel looks at him embarrassedly and suggests that he go now, since everyone is here. A suspicious sound is heard in the hallway. The blonde looks inside in surprise and sees a guy singing. Hozung happily pulls out a gold card and asks to pay for 5. The worker talks about room 17. The blonde excitedly turns in different directions, thinking about this room. A corresponding number hangs above the door. Rachel exclaims that she found it, while her comrade invites you to enter. The main character silently follows them. Naeun suddenly walks out the other door and tells someone that he will come out to buy water. MC looks at her silently. Her mouth opened in surprise, because she clearly did not expect to see him here. She exclaims his name to the whole establishment. The main character looks at her with a serious face. She wonders what he is doing here, while realizing that she is dressed quite normally, because she just came to have fun. The enthusiastic girl hears the question if she really came to sing too. Naeun replies that she is. Jaeak holds onto the microphone to applause as she reveals that the written exams are over and her friends have invited her to relax. The girl turns around and, smiling, asks who he came with. Rachel sits outside the door, flipping through a book. A disgruntled Naeun suggests that apparently he came with his team. The protagonist stands in front of his friend and asks if she is going on a tour. She agrees, clarifying whether he will go. A dark-haired girl leaves the room and tells her that it is her turn, while Hajin states that he is also coming, as he has nothing else to do, so he decided to join. The main character goes further and offers to talk next time. She says goodbye to him. Naeun does not take his eyes off his back. MC enters the room with the realization that he hasn't gone to karaoke for a long time, and in reality, he hasn't often gone to such places either. Suddenly, he sees that he has been grabbed by the arm. Hozung desperately begs him to run. He does not understand what is happening. The discouraged protagonist sees the guys lying down. Rachel is standing in front of him. He asks why he suddenly says this. Hajin excitedly realizes what is going on. The blonde turns around with a smile, while holding the microphone. She notices that he is back. MC remembers that she just loves to sing. The main character can hardly restrain a friendly expression on his face. Window panes fly out from her shrill voice. It is said that she cannot sing at all. The protagonist wonders what he was thinking about when he created her. The main character is sitting at a table in a laptop. He looks ahead with a smirk, and says that he had the perfect plan to put butterfly pollen in a bracelet and give it to Rachel. On the table there is an ordinary bracelet with the effect of enchanting sapling pollen. He understands that all that remains is to come up with an excuse. The guys are happily discussing something. Hajin thinks about how he wanted to discuss the specs with Soho first, but if he wants to close the gap between the current events and the original, he has to give it to her as soon as possible. Thinking about it, the main character understands that even if by some miracle he gives it to her, simply wearing it will not give anything. He looks at his watch and sees that a new message has arrived from Rachel. He wonders why she would write to him. In the notification, the girl asks if he can help her learn to better control her magical power. Amazed, Hajin thinks about this situation, and whether it will play into his hands. The tall building is located in the middle of a night park. The main character happily looks away and sees a girl who greets him. The blonde runs up to him and declares that he has already arrived. Rachel stops in front of him and thanks him for agreeing, even though she wrote very late. He asks him not to worry. He smiles awkwardly and asks if he can really teach her anything. In her memoirs, the girl fought with her opponent. She explains that she analyzed today's fight and she needs to improve a lot, because if not for him, they would not have achieved such a result. She moves her fingers excitedly, declaring that this is why she asked him to help. A blushing Rachel loudly asks to be taught to become as strong as the protagonist. The protagonist remarks with a slight grin that it sounds like she wants to try his regular workout. Hajin angrily states that she is quite difficult, so she doesn't know if she can handle it. The determined girl exclaims that she will definitely cope. The protagonist sits on the grass across from her, and wonders if she can do the same. The blonde struggles to sit up. He says that if it is difficult for her to repeat her pose, then let her just take any comfortable position. The girl, frowning, exclaims that everything is fine and she can do it. The cadet, closing her eyes, sits on the grass, asking if this is normal. It is said that she never could. Hajin smiles and asks if she can hold out her hand to him. Rachel opens her eyes in amazement. She has a bracelet hanging on her wrist. The protagonist claims that it is just a gift and it will be useful for her. She asks in amazement if she can accept him, since he himself has already agreed to train her. MC says that it is a simple bracelet, so there is no need to worry. The protagonist calmly advises her to straighten her back and stay in this position, as if someone is pulling the top of her head up, and she needs to breathe as usual. A friend sits with her eyes closed. She is told that she needs to try to focus on the flow of mana in this state. It should flow evenly from her fingers to her toes. This method does not seem more difficult than usual. A joyful Hajin smiles and declares that she is doing everything right, while realizing that she actually found this method of meditation at the last second, but it probably doesn't matter if you can feel the effect. The amazed girl hears the question if she will be able to distribute mana now. Starting from the left hand, the blonde asks if it is from the left hand. She holds it with her fingers while the main character explains that you need to feel as if the energy from the bracelet is spreading through the body. Closing his eyes, Rachel repeats his instructions. She opens them up, feeling something familiar but more intense, as if nature is talking to her. The student looks around in surprise. There are bright spheres around her. The girl looks at everything in amazement, asking if it is really a perfume. Magical spheres soar through space. The joyful protagonist sincerely congratulates her on becoming a summoner of spirits. She, in turn, cannot believe it. MC sits across from her and asks if she's ever checked if there's a connection to the spirits. The friend agrees, clarifying that she was younger back then and the test showed a good result, but gave up because she couldn't find a suitable way to control the spirits. The girl watches the spirits in amazement. It is said that she was born with a talent for controlling spirits, but since the methods of control are not sufficiently developed, it would be difficult for her to achieve everything alone. The smiling protagonist follows her, realizing that the butterfly pollen that has spread throughout her body has served as a bridge to communicate with the spirits. Rachel looks at the burning lights in quiet delight and sincerely thanks him for his help. The main character declares with a smile that he has not done so much, while he realizes that now she can become stronger without any problems. MC looks at her in surprise, not understanding what is happening. She holds her blade tightly. The protagonist is shocked to see her jump up from her seat and take out her sword. A small explosion occurs in the middle of the forest. The guy sits on the grass in shock and exclaims her name. The determined girl looks around and declares that she needs to be careful, because there is someone here and he is targeting them. In the distance, a barely noticeable silhouette is visible. The main character understands that not so many people are hunting him, and the goal of this person is not him at all. The mysterious hooded man laughs mischievously. The enemy stands still and says that she didn't even know who was there, but attacked anyway, so most likely the spirits betrayed their presence. Discouraged, Rachel looks at the stranger. Lancaster removes the hood, claiming that she still can't make decisions for herself. The protagonist, frowning, glances at him. The opponent stands in front of them and declares that it is better for him to be more careful. The blonde is in complete shock to hear that one day, sympathy for her will turn against MC. She sees the main character covering her with his hand. He resolutely stands up in front of her and declares that this is none of his business at all. Lancaster is standing on a hill, having heard that if he just wanted to ambush him, he would have done it while they were defenseless, but for some reason he wants to give Rachel a harder stab. The long-haired rival looks attentively at the protagonist, who asks what he is trying to achieve. Hajin looked at the guy standing upstairs and asked why he was bothering her so persistently. The long-haired man stared at the two of them silently when he was asked what his goal was. Standing behind the hero, the girl said that he always disliked her. Lancaster smiled. Rachel's eyes widened when she was asked if she really thought he had gone this far because of his hatred for her. The girl looked up in surprise. Looking at her, the guy said that this was very presumptuous. She was not even the object of his revenge. He was going to destroy those who framed, insulted and threw away like garbage all those who were ready to part with their lives for them. Imagining the girl at the throne, the young man continued that his goal was the imperial family, and she was just a tool with which he could take revenge. Rachel gripped the hilt of her sword, saying that she remembered him as a man whose knightly pride was unparalleled. Looking at the long-haired guy, she asked how he could go to such a thing. Lancaster asked, didn't she know? A man was holding a bloody body. She heard that what he did for the sake of one particular person, and what it all turned out to be in the end. Tears flowed down the hero's face. His hand hung limply. The guy continued that in any case, today he had only come to talk, she had nothing to worry about. The heroes were shocked to see the falling body. He asked to accept a parting gift. The body collapsed in front of them. The guys looked down in shock. Rika was stained with blood, and it was said that this man was one of many who had protected her from the shadows. Turning around, Lancaster said with a grin that he would never stop watching her, let him remember it. The guys were left alone in the clearing. Turning his head, Hajin asked, is he really gone? Rachel touched his body with his palm, and the hero thought about the fact that he knew that Lancaster would soon prove himself, but still, in the original, he only sent a few assassins, but abandoned the idea of revenge after it awakened. He did not expect that he would kill someone with his own hands. Arching his eyebrows, the hero decided that he would report the situation to Cube, but he realized that the management was already rotten to the core and cooperating with human monsters. Rachel looked down sadly. The hero understood that they would definitely find a way to hush up this case. On the screen in front of the girl was a man who repeated that Lancaster was behind everything, and she confirmed, saying that she couldn't believe that he just left earlier. He even sent assassins to her, hoping to weaken her. She imagined a man with blades, Touching her face with her fingers, she heard a request to share details about what had happened and said that she had been training with a friend in the park. He had a piece of jewelry on his wrist, and she said that before they started, he had given her this bracelet. After showing it to the man, she went on to say that he said it would help her succeed. The interlocutor thoughtfully touched his chin. Rachel was surprised to hear the suggestion that Lancaster had drawn erroneous conclusions about her relationship with the man. Imagining her hands reaching out to each other, he explained that the enemy wanted to force her to go through the same thing he had encountered. Clenching her fist, she indignantly asked why. The girl lowered her head sadly, asking why such a stupid misunderstanding had to happen. She thought that if his guess was correct, then Lancaster had made a big mistake. Rachel looked at the bracelet, thinking that she is not in a position to have the right to feelings. The heroine pursed her lips. She remembered the image of Hajin and the enemy's words that all his concern for her would one day turn into problems, and thought that at that moment, she couldn't see the expression on his face. Touching the wrist with the bracelet, she mentally asked what emotions were read on it. Would his grace turn into hatred? The heroine smiled when she heard the interlocutor's question whether she was okay and replied that she was. Imagining the guy standing with his back to him, she thought that it was even better if Hajin was disappointed in her. He would naturally put a wall between them. Everyone would be better off this way. Coughing into his fist, the man suggested a change of subject and noticed how much she had changed. He remembered how the cheerful baby ran away and said that she always ran around the house, to which the girl objected. The man replied that then she was a child who could deal with housework and run away for the whole day. The light from the window fell on the floor, and it was said that a meeting would be called anyway, and they would work together to decide whether to put more bodyguards at her disposal or hire assassins to replace them, and he would inform her of the results as soon as the discussion was over. Words of gratitude were heard, and the girl asked if it was possible to find out if the deceased had a family today. She lowered her head when she heard that the files were empty. The light from the window illuminated her face, and she asked to see him off on his last journey with all honors. She would attend his funeral. Later, as she lay on the bed, she thought that someone had died because of her again. Imagining the family, she asked in her mind, how many more times should this happen again? Covering her face with her hand, the girl thought that she should become stronger as soon as possible. She looked at the bracelet. There was a blue stone in the bundle. She remembered Hajin's words that it was just a bracelet. A smile appeared on her face. After that, my eyes began to close. The girl's eyes closed. The moonlight shone on her through the window. The pulse touched the bracelet. At this time, the Lancaster was standing on the roof. He recalled pictures from the past, saying that attachment is not a feeling that can be avoided at will. After a while, the leg took a step. The heroes were standing in front of the limousine. They finally got to the next act of the main plot. John Hack hovered furiously over the hero, asking who allowed him to be late. It seemed that he was arrogant. Hajin got into the car, thinking that by excluding him, all the other participants in the trip fit the set from the novel. Their destination is Wind Mountain, located on the outskirts of Seoul at an altitude of 800 meters above sea level. Soho reached out and offered a gummy. There was fog in the mountains. The author of the novel recalled a brief retelling of this arc. All the students, including Soho, would be trapped by the ghosts of the past from Wind Mountain. The tower collapsed from the impact. Suddenly they would find themselves back in time in the 70s, when the outcall happened. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked what they would do, and the guy thought that, in other words, they would get into a magical dimension capable of recreating historical events. Jae-hak smiled as he said that there were a lot of options. His family owned Wind Mountain. 50 years ago there was a magical explosion here, which caused the concentration of mana at the epicenter to be high to this day. He crossed his arms, saying that they would meditate at the very top and measure their strength. Naeun replied that it sounded fun. Hajin smiled as he thought that they would have something to remember. The guys took the marmalade with a smile. Naeun smiled sweetly. The hero thought that everyone in the novel had a hard time in this arc. Clutching the lace with his fingers, Hajin thought that he was with them now, so everything would be fine. Proudly touching his head, the hero thought that they should all be grateful for his mere existence. Yona was discouraged by the sight and thought it was disgusting. The trees grew close to each other. The hero thought that he had forgotten something. Opening his mouth, he said that they were climbing a mountain. The comrades were standing nearby. The hero wondered why they had been on the plane. Soho turned, calling out to the others in alarm. The guys looked away tensely. A Soho standing on the path asked if anyone had seen Hajin. The assistant was taking a suitcase out of the trunk, and Yona made an admiring sound. She saw her comrades and said that this is what it is, the Wind Mountain. Naeun hummed sweetly. She put her hands behind her head and said with a smile how great it was, something like a picnic. Hajin replied that it was. Jae-hak was puzzled to hear her ask what was wrong with him. He caught the Jae-hak virus. The brunette replied that, of course not. The bespectacled man sweetly said that the main building is at the top of the mountain, a short walk from the hotel, and a special guest from Jin-sung will arrive late in the evening. Naeun turned to the white-haired man and enthusiastically asked who it was. Jae-hak asked him to be patient for a while and find out for herself. The heroes were walking towards the building when they heard the words that they would not get to the top until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so they needed to start climbing. Naeun looked at the beetle sitting on the tree with a smile. Jae-hak raised his finger, saying something to Yona. The guy in white sneakers took a step, breathing heavily. The guys were standing on the path. The question was heard, how much longer to walk? Is it always so long? Jae-hak scratched his head and hesitantly replied that it didn't look like they had deviated from the original route. Yang-han remarked that it was strange. Clutching the strap of his backpack, he said that they were climbing the mountain. So why were they on the plain now? The group of cadets looked around uncomprehendingly. Soho asked anxiously, had anyone seen Hajin? The girls turned around in shock. Naeun said that he was walking right behind them. She saw that there was no one behind her. In the forest, an angry girl screamed for him to stop joking and get out. Yona said in fright that he was right behind them. Looking around, the brown-haired woman exclaimed that he was really missing. Jang-hak told her to relax. This weakling could just slip and fall somewhere nearby. Or maybe he was looking at unusual mountain plants. The ground under the white sneakers trembled. A suggestion was heard to look for him. Suddenly he was also lost. The frightened cadets swayed, losing their balance. A cry was heard, "Is this an earthquake?" Yona raised her head in alarm. Her frightened eyes reflected the eclipse of the sun. She exclaimed, "The sun." The ground near the tree trembled violently. A request to be careful was heard. Surprised, Naeun stood in the tall grass. 5 heroes found themselves in the middle of an unfamiliar field. Yang-han's question was heard in the grass that it was over. Yona excitedly noticed that the grass had become tall and asked, could it be the action of natural magic? She squeezed her hands in fright, saying that Wind Mountain was rich in mana, but similar, but Soho stopped her. Ahead behind the grass there was a light. Words were heard that someone was approaching. The man pointed the lantern forward. The white-haired man shielded his eye from the bright light, and he heard the words that he thought that there were animals frolicking here, and they were just children. The man with the lantern asked the guys what they were doing here. He turned around and asked, they were lost. This is not the safest place. A mana explosion could happen at any moment. Yang-han scratched his head as he asked. Yona added, just like in the history books? She remembered the description that a mana explosion is an extremely dangerous natural phenomenon in which there is an explosion of a frightening amount of mana. Especially this phenomenon manifested itself for 3 years from the moment of the alcohol. When the level of mana on Earth was unstable, the girl thought that it was impossible in their time. Soho looked ahead, saying that they had more questions than answers. He looked at the man walking in front of him and continued that it was better to just follow this man and get out of here now. They would meet Hajin at their destination as planned. The buildings were destroyed. The broken traffic light went out. The blue-haired man touched the blad, asking where they were. The escort turned around and said with an encouraging smile that this is the only safe place in their area. Have you ever heard of Gwangyang's City Hall? Soho's eyes widened when Naeun asked in surprise if they had passed by City Hall. To think that everything was destroyed. He anxiously asked the man what date it was. He replied that they could not afford such a pleasure. The man touched his chin, hearing the request at least approximately, and said that he needed to think about it. The cadets opened their mouths in amazement when they heard that it was about 1972. The guy remembered the pictures of what had happened and opening his mouth, said that now it was clear. They suddenly found themselves on flat terrain, and what was happening would not fit with their reality. They really returned to Gwangyang in 1972. The wrecked car was parked near the ruins of buildings. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Soho wondered how this could be. A man with glasses grabbed Naeun's arm, saying that it was dangerous to wander in such a place at night. Something flashed next to his face. Jae-hak stared at him furiously, demanding that he remove his hands. He held the man by the clothes while someone tried to calm him down. Their guide snapped his fingers, saying that they were not a threat. Soho grabbed a branch, thinking intensely that it was a trap. His eyes opened in surprise. Looking ahead in confusion, he thought why he couldn't use magic. Yang-han also asked in surprise. Yona turned to the man holding the knife, who told them to be good children and surrender in peace. The man with the bandage on his face was clutching the shining armature. A gang of people with weapons surrounded the heroes. Frowning, Soho exclaimed, "Why are they doing this?" The man holding the knife replied with a smile, "Who knows, maybe because they can?" The muzzle flashed. A bright beam exploded in a flash. The man screamed, grabbing his shoulder. The other shouted that it was an ambush. It was there. Behind him was a man on a bike. A cry was heard that he had returned, a man-eating monster. The guy in the helmet was holding a pistol. Holding onto his shoulder, the guide shouted to his comrades, "Do not panic and hide quickly, you need to warn Azura." A finger touched the trigger. Those bandits splashed blood. The cadets were surrounded by fallen bodies. Soho looked ahead in surprise and asked, "Who is this person?" The guy in the helmet was holding a weapon. The light was reflected on the protective glass. Jae-hak rushed to attack, shouting that if he didn't want to show himself, they would force him to open up. The guy stretched out his hand, trying to say something, but the words were not heard. Jae-hak struck his helmet with a stick. It flew into the air. Then he landed behind the brunette who fell to the ground. The guy touched his bruised chin. The white-haired man looked at the guy in surprise, who said that he was not given a minute to explain himself. They immediately climbed up with their fists. With a slight smile, Hajin said that he had not seen each other for a long time. He walked behind the cheerful comrades, thinking that he was wrong, since they were in the same place at the same time. It seemed to him that he would return to the same period as them. The brunette turned when he saw the frog. Then he stared ahead in shock. The guy stood alone among the tall grass and called for the guys. As soon as he was distracted for just a moment, everything around him changed. The building ahead was ruined, and even though he had indeed been blown into Gwangyang, he was there long before Soho and the others were supposed to show up. They were 5 weeks apart. Hajin sat on a rock in the rain and recalled that at first he was upset, but the situation turned out to be much better than he thought. He did not take into account that in the original story, only 5 people went to the past. Now everything is as it should be. The hero looked carefully ahead, thinking that the demons trying to take control of this place were much stronger than he expected, so he had a lot to do before Soho and the others appeared. He gripped the handlebars of the motorcycle with his fingers, setting up camp at a sufficient distance to make it convenient to observe the enemies. The hero in the bushes aimed his rifle. He attacked them so that they would not become even stronger. The sounds of gunshots were heard, and so he spent more than 40 days, eating alone, shooting enemies, getting stronger and hiding. Finally he would see the guys again. Comrades were walking through the field behind Hajin. The blue-haired man asked him if this place was exactly. He confirmed that they were in Gwangyang in 1972. The guys opened their eyes in amazement when they heard this. John Hack and Yona looked tense when they heard that this place was a living hell, as the towers had only come into the world a year and 3 months ago. The brunette touched his chin when he was asked how long he had spent here, and thoughtfully replied, he didn't know, about a year, probably. The girls stared at him in shock. The characters froze in shock. Chuckling, Hajin said that he was lying, no more than 5 weeks. The discouraged comrades opened their mouths and he had to exclaim, this time it was true, and he settled down well here, and his hair was sprawling due to the high magical background. Frowning, Jihak asked, so he figured out what caused this phenomenon. That was all he cared about. Hajin hesitantly replied that it was about, and suggested that we go to his camp first. The building cracked and collapsed. Kicking the rock, the white-haired man asked if this was their camp. Even his family's horses would run away from there. Soho pitifully asked if he had really lived here for a year. Hajin replied irritably that he had said that it was only 5 weeks. Why didn't they believe him? The girls, blue with horror, looked around. Yona said that there was nothing at all. Naeun replied that this was not true. Her eyes rounded with horror. She said that there was something here and it was a cockroach. A screech full of horror was heard among the ruins. Trembling with horror, the girl gave a thumbs up and said that she had great respect for Hajin, and he asked him to wait a little. His palms were surrounded by radiance. He thought that if he channeled the mana stigmata into the magic tent. A door appeared in front of Naeun, surprised. There was a double tent in front of her, and she exclaimed in admiration. Hajin asked, they are hungry, they probably need to eat. The guys exclaimed admiringly that there is food there. They looked inquiringly ahead after hearing that there was one problem before eating something, it had to be killed first. The hero was surrounded by a gloomy atmosphere and shouts of denial. He said that he ate everything that he took with him in case of emergency, so there was nothing to be done. He thought to himself that he had actually tried to kill a couple of animals himself, but he had failed. Soho happily raised his hand, and said that he agreed, he was good at it. Yan Han heard the request to help him and agreed. Jahak proudly closed his eyes, saying that butcher was the perfect job for him. Afterwards he held the bucket in surprise when he heard Hajin say that there was a stream nearby, so let him go get some water. Enraged, the blonde man asked what he had said, but the brunette indifferently asked Naeun to go with him. The girl leaned out of the tent and asked if she needed to get water, and agreed. The brunette turned around, hearing that if she walked then he could go once. The question was heard, why Naeun? Yona turned away in annoyance, and the guy thought she was upset because he didn't send her with John Hack? Opening his mouth, he remembered that he planned to cook ramen when they brought water. The girl raised her head. She turned to the sitting guy and asked, he said ramen? The brunette asked, is he not suitable for gourmets? Sweetly interlacing her fingers, Yona said embarrassedly that apparently there was nothing to be done. It was clearly better than nothing. Hajin thought that she liked fast food so much. Her voice was just overflowing with joy. Yona wiped her forehead with a broom, saying that it was much better this way. Turning to the brunette, she asked why they couldn't use mana here. It would be possible to deal with it in 3 minutes. The fire-kindling guy replied that in this time period, you can't use the mana they brought from the future. You need to wait a little longer, and then it will start to accumulate again. He imagined a blue glow and said that the mana background here is much denser and more saturated due to the recent advent, but because of this, it is much more difficult to control it. It will take about a week to get used to it. It will take about a week to work control. Pieces of meat were roasted on the fire. The guys looked at the meat laid out on the dish. Hajin told them not to be picky and eat. The guys began to eat. The hero said that they need to eat well in order to quickly replenish their mana reserves, and the meat of the local animals is full of it. Jahak brought the chopsticks of meat to his mouth, and Naeun thought in amazement, is he eating? Excitedly taking a piece with her chopsticks, she thought that she was afraid that she would have indigestion because of this. Bringing the piece to her mouth, she thought that there was nothing she could do. The girl was chewing on food. Her shining eyes opened in surprise, to the songs of angel pigs. The Hajin serving the plate to his comrade heard her ask why it was so delicious, and replied that the mana density here is much higher than on the Mountain of Winds in the present time. The meat must be first class. Meat with a high concentration of mana significantly exceeds the taste of ordinary meat, which is why it is considered an extremely high-quality product. The girl reached for a new portion, saying that she understood. Yona took the meat with chopsticks, thinking that she would not get meat. If she delayed, she needed to hurry. There was an empty grate on the coals, and the words were heard that it was wonderful. The hero clapped his hands and said that it was enough to rest. Leaning his hand on the table, Hajin said he would explain what was happening now. There was a forest ahead. Words were heard that they had been transported to the past because of a ghost. Looking at the hero in surprise, the blonde man asked if traveling to the past was so easy to do. A ghost could send people back decades. Hajin replied that he was not able to perform such a miracle originally, and asked the guy, "There is a Tower of Time on the Mountain of Winds, right?" Jahak crossed his arms and confirmed, saying that his grandfather had conquered it in the year 2000. Purple waves destroyed the tower. At the moment of capturing the tower, an unimaginable amount of mana condensed and remained in the present time. This is the island of Clancy. He introduced a flying triangular island, saying that it looked like Clancy's floating island in the shape of a magic crystal. Hajin demonstrated a purple crystal, saying that it was true. The ghost used the wreckage of the tower. He imagined purple stones surrounded by a haze and explained that the mana that the tower could not condense had leaked out and eventually became crystals. Holding a stone in his palm, the hero said that this ghost used their power by sending them to the registered world. Soho asked. The hero imagined the silhouette of the ruins and said that if they weren't going back in time, they were actually in a magical space that recreated the former appearance of this place. Imagining a masked monster in the form of a skull with glowing eyes, he revealed that there is a demon here that was caught by a ghost, just like theirs. He imagined a cloaked figure behind chains and said that he called himself Azura and used mana crystals to become stronger. Yona raised her hand and said that she had a question. The method of applying mana crystals was only invented in the year 2000. How could he use them to increase strength while in the past? Waving his hand, the guy replied that he was eating them. The girl asked in discouragement if it wasn't life-threatening, and the answer was that it was usually yes. But he seemed to digest them without any side effects. Yang Han sat there, bowed his head, and after hearing that maybe he was working with the ghost to get this power, he asked, "Is he quite dangerous?" He exhaled, and Hajin twisted the crystal in his fingers, thinking that there was really no point in worrying about Astura. He was indeed a little stronger than he was in the novel, but when it came to abilities, he had a clear advantage. But Chanhua, this is not a good character. He grinned discontentedly as he imagined the hooded demon man known as Azura. The name was made up by him. The real name is Chanhua. The guy thought he gave him such a beautiful name, and he still uses the other one. What's wrong with his name? Soho was surprised when the guy gave him the crystal, saying that he would now tell him how to get back. Gurley put the crystal on the map and said that it was the same crystal, one of the wreckage of the tower, the means used to maintain this place. The demons went to various places, including the town hall, to place these crystals there. Without them, the whole place would fall apart. In the tent with the lantern, I heard the question of Jonghak. It turns out that they just need to pick them up, and confirmation. Naeun looked down, saying that in such a case. Soho also looked at the map, and ended her thought that the plan of action was obvious. Hajin confirmed with a smile. Shining circles appeared above the map. He said that they had a total of 6 places, including the town hall, where these crystals were placed. Azura and his subordinates would guard these places. The cadets sat at the table, hearing that they would defeat them and steal the wreckage of the tower. There was a dark sky over the ruined building. Hajin stepped out of the tent and yawned. Naeun, sitting on the bike, asked the guy, "Is he already awake?" The hero looked at her, saying that he needed to make sure that she was on duty properly. The girl shouted indignantly, "Who does he take her for?" The brunette closed his eyes, light-mindedly saying that he was joking. Having lived here for 5 weeks, he was somehow already used to not sleeping. His friend was surprised and assumed that his nerves were heavy. She jumped off the bike when the guy chased her away. Looking ahead, Hajin heard the words that his hair had grown a lot. It didn't bother him at all. It was almost the same length as hers. Naeun opened her mouth in surprise when she heard that it was uncomfortable, of course. But if his hair fell into the hands of a dark magician, it would be even worse. It would be better to be patient and asked, "Are there dark magicians here?" Looking at the flames of the fire, the hero replied that he saw one in the area. He was carrying a strange doll with him. They need to be careful. The girl sat with her arms crossed and was silent. Hajin looked at her in surprise when he heard a question about how far away Seoul's St. Mary's hospital was from here. In the distance he could see the light of lanterns. He said that the city was in that direction, so it must be about half an hour away. Naeun closed her eyes and didn't answer when he asked where the interest came from. She remembered hugging a woman as a child and said that her mother was born there in 1972. Wrapping her hands around her knee, she explained that this was why she became interested. Hajin looked down and said that at the moment only a few neighborhoods have been restored. The center is not accessible now. The girl crossed her arms in frustration. The heroes were sitting by the fire. The words of the heroine were heard, which is a pity. The blades crossed, scattering sparks. Naeun swung her sword while attacking Soho. The guy closed his eye, blocking the blow. The heroine smiled contentedly, thinking that she had adapted perfectly. Remembering the guy with the helmet, she thought that Hajin was right. Offering sparring, mana use, and physical activity were good for her. Now she was much more confident in her abilities. At this pace she would soon catch up. The blue-haired man grinned, blocking the blade with his sword. The cadet was surprised. With a sharp movement of his sword, Soho threw the girl back. Naeun coughed while sitting on the ground and said that she had lost again. Suddenly, a black thing flew at her. Holding a black jahak jacket, the girl asked why she needed it. The blonde told her to cover herself. She was a girl. Let her watch her movements. Hajin drove up on a bike and his comrades enthusiastically exclaimed that here was lunch. Everyone surrounded the hero. Naeun asked what was on the menu today. The guy asked to check the refrigerator herself. Soho praised him. And Yona thought that no better than a dog as the engine of the bike hears, drool immediately flows. On the plates there were prepared dishes. The girls looked at the food enthusiastically, and Soho said that you can eat as much as you want. The cadets sitting at the table began to have lunch. A cry of gratitude for the food was heard. Satisfied, Naeun held the bottle and said that the local food was inflating her food standards to unprecedented heights. Hajin told her to eat well and move a lot. This would help her better adapt to the new world. The girl touched her breasts, anxiously saying that she understood. But every use of mana brought her terrible pain. It felt like her heart was about to burst apart. Hajin explained that the fact was that there was too much of her inside. She needed to use up the accumulated reserves to ease the pressure. He held the meat with his chopsticks, hearing the indignation of half Ruga why they were the only ones brandishing their swords. And he was resting, and replied that he had suffered his own before they arrived. The brunette put the food in his mouth with a smile and thought that he had also received a great buff. He remembered the notification from the characteristics of the body that his body was not able to use mana, so it absorbed all the accumulated mana, increasing its strength by 0.002 points, and thought that due to the huge concentration of mana in this place, he had earned a quarter more experience than usual. The hero touched the voices quite a bit, thinking how sweet passive income is. A year here is equal to an hour in their world, so they don't lose much, but this pass will begin to self-destruct in 4 weeks, and this is already a problem, which is why the heroes in the original came here for such a short time. There were empty plates on the table. Words of gratitude for the food were heard. The guy slapped his hands on the map, saying that going back to the previous discussion, they would discuss the strategy. The cadets gathered around the table. Hajin pointed his finger at the map, saying that this is their plan, starting with them. He presented the silhouettes of the men in the right buildings and said that Minjio is at the northwest water tower, Parang at the south. Looking ahead, Hajin said that the first thing they would do was deal with the weak link in the Crystal Guard, and the operation would begin in 3 days. The guys looked pleased when they heard that they would split up, and Soho and Jahak would be in charge. As soon as night falls, they will follow this route. 3 days later, under the full moon, an angry cry was heard. Oh, that they had gone mad. Indignant, Jahak pointed his finger and asked why he was with this creature, why the two of them. The guys from the Soho team were standing nearby. Naeun asked why he was whining. Let him do what he said. Yanhan added that Hajin knew what he was doing when he distributed them. The hero turned when the white-haired man called out to him. Surrounded by flames, the guy angrily asked why he was coming with him. Looking at his friend, Hajin mused that Minjio was an average hero, so it was necessary to work against him as a team. The others were unlikely to go so far as to make an attempt on lives, even in this recreated past, and replied aloud that he was the weak link here. For the sake of balance, it would be only logical that he would team up with the strongest. Jonghak's eyes widened with the realization that he had been called the best of the best. Proudly scratching his nose, he reluctantly agreed, promising to sacrifice his happiness for the sake of a common goal. The girls discussed how he boasted. In the mirror of the bike, Hajin's face could be seen, who said that here is the water tower, Minjio must be inside. A case surrounded by pixels appeared. Looking at the blonde sitting behind him, the hero said that they had promised the others that they would do it in 2 hours, so they had to act quickly. Disgruntled, Jahak gritted his teeth, thinking that he couldn't believe that he was riding in the passenger seat at Hajin. A question was heard. Was he sick at the very thought? Pointing the guy with his finger in displeasure, the blonde heard that for his sake Hajin attached the steering wheel to the seat so that he could calmly hold on to it, and exclaimed that it was not in the handlebars. He shared the bike with him. The man with the lantern loudly asked them who was here. These were the lands of the head of Azura. Strangers were not welcome here. Let them leave. The guys looked at each other. Jahak said that because of him they were discovered. The guy angrily asked if they were listening at all. Clutching the nunchucks, he said that they asked for it. Spinning the weapon, the guy exclaimed that puppies should not yap at the tiger. Jahak frowned in displeasure, and said that he was a bastard. Later, the bandit was lying on the ground. Hajin said that it looked like there were about 20 guards around the tower. Let him wait here. He would deal with the guards at the entrance. The blonde man exclaimed. Why should he wait for him? There was a machine gun belt in the cases. The guy said that it was worth removing the small fry from the road. Holding the weapon, Hajin said that this was so that no one would get in the way of the battle of the strongest. The guards slept under the trees. A bright beam flew past the yawning brown-haired man. He was surprised to see his comrade shot. Blood splashed on his forehead as he asked where it came from. Smoke was coming out of the muzzle. Hajin was sitting on a branch with a rifle, saying that this was the 5th. A pool of blood spread on the ground. The hero thought that in his brain he understood that these were not real people, but still lousy. The rifle's sight glowed. The hero lowered his gaze in frustration, thinking that he was not sure that he would ever get used to it. Looking at the tower in the distance, he thought that he would like to know how the guys were doing. Yona was surprised to see the cut strand. The heroes looked at the tower, asked how they would carry out their plan. Suho asked Yona if she had any ideas. There was a bright glow around the building. The girl thought that the tower was saturated with magic. Her whip would not help here. Naeun put her hand to her forehead and said that there are about 40 enemies. They will believe in themselves and pretend that they are all at the level of cadets. Yanghan plaintively said that there are only 4 of them. Will they definitely cope? People held swords. Heroes are distinguished by rank. It is believed that a person of a certain rank is able to single-handedly cope with 10 people a level lower. Yona turned to the guy and thought that, to be honest, she wasn't really worried about their differences. She thought they would be about the same level. The hero looked down and she continued the thought that except, of course, Suho. The guy turned around after hearing being asked to get as much attention as possible. Some would stay in place for security reasons, but most would surely rush after him. Raising her finger, she presented the diagram and said that while Suho would distract the bulk of the crowd, they would take care of the remaining extras, infiltrate the base, and take the enemy by surprise. Naeun looked at the blue-haired man excitedly and asked if the mission was too dangerous for one person, who replied that no, he was sure Yona chose the best option. A glow appeared around the guy's body. He said that he went. Its rapid movement produced bright flashes. The man was walking around the camp. Yawning, he noticed something. Suddenly, Suho was rapidly attacking him. From the blow, the guard flew far back. The others looked at it in amazement. Figures on the dais watched as the man shouted about the ambush and that the enemy had infiltrated the area. They thought it worked. Holding a shining weapon, the heroes rushed to attack. The guy shouted that now it was their turn. From powerful blows, the man fell face down. Naeun turned around, saying that her half was unconscious. Yanghan shouted that he was also done. The girl stood next to the lying bald man, hearing her friends say that Yanghan would take care of the tower, and they would go help Suho. Turning around, Naeun called her friend, and she said she was coming. Yona followed as the man lifted his head. The girl's hair was tied up in a ponytail. A man clutching a knife was reflected in his eye. Rapid movement. A cut strand of hair lay on the ground. Yona held a whip wrapped around the bald man's head. Frowning angrily, she asked, "Is he completely crazy? Does he even know how long she has been growing them?" A trembling man was trying to free himself, and the girl was thinking, maybe she should crush his skull. After all, this is not a real person, but a projection of the past. She closed her eyes as she heard his pleas for mercy. With a movement of her whip, she threw him back. Calmly looking down, Yona said that he was lucky that her conscience played in her. The guy shouted to the girls that Suho could handle it himself. Frightened, Yanghan climbed the tower. His loud cry for help could be heard among the trees. 2 hours later, the cups clashed in a toast to their crushing success. Yanghan stood at the brazier, telling the others that everything went as it should. He glanced sideways at the Hajin sitting behind him and asked if he had already eaten, who replied that for some reason there was no appetite. The comrade grinned, saying that these were eating like the last time. Suho and Naeun hurriedly threw chopsticks of meat into their mouths. The brunette said they were like starving African children. Looking at his comrades, Hajin said that in any case, they were all great. They will continue in the same vein and collect all the crystals in an instant. Suddenly, Yona coughed and began to pound her chest. Closing one eye, the girl heard Naeun's question if everything was okay and replied that it was hard to breathe. Maybe a piece in her throat was stuck. Hajin looked at her anxiously, thinking that it was hard to breathe after absorbing mana-soaked food. It was bad. He couldn't see any bodily injuries. Suddenly, he noticed a cut strand of hair in the girl's tail. Jumping up, the brunette anxiously asked what had happened to her hair. The guy's eyes opened in surprise when he heard that she was caught in the battle. Let her not worry. He clutched his head and cursed in frustration, thinking that he had made a mistake again. The comrades looked anxiously at the guy, who thought that he understood perfectly well that none of the guys would dare to kill. It was necessary to discuss it right away. He imagined a strand of hair, thinking that the enemy had picked up some of her hair while returning to the base. He was sure that it was now in the hands of a dark mage, and that could only mean one thing. He imagined the hair wrapped around the rag doll and thought it was the curse of powerlessness. Discouraged, Yona asked what kind of look. It's not the end of the world, he can relax. Looking at the others, Hajin stated that they were dealing with a dark magus. Jahak looked alarmed to hear that her hair had fallen into the hands of the enemy. Her current condition was proof of that. The girls opened their eyes in shock when they heard that her very life was in the hands of a dark magician. Naeun was frightened and said in a trembling voice that they had definitely discussed something. She hadn't paid much attention to his words and had forgotten about them. She clutched her head in contrition, and Hajin said that he had mentioned it in passing, even at dawn. This is his mistake. He should have warned everyone at once. The heroes sat silently at the table. Yona smirked and asked why everyone was so worried. It has not yet been proven to be a curse. She touched her chest and calmly said that her body was highly resistant to magic, so it was likely that she would easily endure this ailment. The man touched her head. Jahak looked at her carefully, saying that if he felt bad, let him speak right away. The heroine looked at him embarrassedly. She lowered her head and replied that she was fine. The guy reluctantly agreed. Hajin wondered, how can bad guys do that? His hand clutched a spear. The blonde said that he was sure that the main forces of the enemy would be thrown into restoring the destroyed bases. Jahak pulled back his hand with the spear and offered to raise them to the ground right now. He thought they would make it before dawn. A red glow surrounded the guy's body. He asked if there were any objections. Hajin waved his hand, saying that he was right. If it was really a curse of impotence, they didn't have much time. Soho replied that then they would move out now. Yona stretched out her hand in an attempt to stop them and said that she was too. Naeun shouted that she should rest. Hajin looked at his friend and promised that they would quickly deal with everything together. Jonghak's clenched veins swelled on his face, his ability boosting his physical stats in proportion to his anger level. And now he is just furious. A powerful explosion shook the room. Words were heard. A tower of water. A tower of steel. People saw an attacker with a Jonghak spear. Someone said it was also an armory. The human monster Azura, whom the author named Manhwa, threw his legs over his legs and ended up being robbed and smashed in one night. The man bowed, apologizing. The human monster said that there was no need to panic so much. The main thing was that they noticed the instigators. He imagined a blue-haired guy and a blonde man and thought that not only Soho but also Jonghak, two of Cube's rising stars, had fallen into his net. Gon grinned and thought that he would bring their heads on a saucer, and it would not be difficult to become the chief of the evil of destruction. The young man looked at the leader in surprise when he heard the order to move the remaining crystals to City Hall. Azura imagined the red thread wrapping around Yona's neck and thought that without the crystals, the people responsible for them would be significantly weakened, but they had a dark mage on their side, so there was no better solution at the moment. These spawn will never allow their precious friend to be ruined. The hooded man stood up, saying that these are pathetic people. He walked towards the exit, thinking that their own plan would collapse because of empty sentimentality. Suho supported Yona as expected, and the very next day, the curse of powerlessness took over her immunity. The guys looked at the structure in the distance. Although they acted quickly, in the morning, all the remaining crystals were moved to the town hall. The spoon in the girl's hand trembled. On the second day, only a shadow remained of the self-confident Yona. On the third day, the girl's whole body was trembling. Hajin asked what was going on in the town hall. The girl fell on a chair. Her legs stopped holding her. The blue-haired man replied that it seemed that they were going to barricade themselves. A week later, Naeun was holding a spoon of food and asked the girl to eat some porridge. The look of the blue-haired man was exhausted. The comrades gathered around the girl lying on the ground, thinking that at this rate her life would be in danger. Hajin turned to his comrade, who said that there was still no news. Not a single person entered or left the town hall. Imagining the building and the eyes of the enemy, the hero thought that he was hiding in his shelter and waiting for them. Who would have thought that he would decide to deviate from the original strategy? Looking back, Hajin mused that he was well aware of Yona's condition, so all he needed to do was wait for them to crawl into his net. Jonghak held a spear and said that there was no choice. He gritted his teeth grimly, saying that they would infiltrate the town hall grounds. Discouraged, Yanhan turned to him and asked. He was serious. There are only 4 of them, and there are probably hundreds of them. He saw Hajin wave his hand, saying that it wasn't really a problem. With so many crystals piling up in one place, the past would become extremely unstable. There was tall grass growing on the field. The hero continued that all the people in the town hall were just a reflection of the past, so they should also be knocked down. 100 or 200 people could come out against them. Among them only 10 were really dangerous, including Azura. In the purple space, the hero's words were heard that if the 4 of them went with him, everything would go well. The girl gritted her teeth, saying that 200 people is nonsense. With a hand trembling with anger, she reached for her throat, angrily saying that she would strangle each of them personally. Soho turned around excitedly, saying that there was something important. The guy looked down and thought that they couldn't leave Yona unattended. The trembling girl was lying on the floor. He thought that there was a high chance that she would be ambushed. Imagining the package, Hajin thought that as long as the dark mage was alive, they couldn't take their eyes off it. But they couldn't take it with them either, so what could they do? The guy was holding a bundle in his hand. It had some red stones in it, and he thought he might use the stolen crystals. The girl was surprised when he said that they should leave the protection of Yona and the crystals to him. A shout was heard. No one knew how many enemies would decide to attack them. The white-haired man silently listened as the guy told him not to panic. He had a bike, and if the situation escalated, he would take the Yona as far away from here as possible. Soho closed his eyes after hearing that he only came up with this. Do they have any other ideas? He opened his eyes. Among the foliage, I heard the answer that it seemed that there was no other choice. Yanhan touched his neck in agreement and asked, Are they moving out at night? Should we sleep and recover now? There was an ominous red aura around Jonghak. He was furiously clutching his spear, saying that he would tear them to pieces. A full moon shone over the ruins. The heroes walked along the broken street. Naeun turned around, thinking that the grass had turned white. Does this mean that the illusion of the past is weakening? Soho looked away in surprise, saying that the town hall was very close, but it was very quiet on the other side. The heroes looked at each other when they heard that they had gone very far. They couldn't help but be noticed. Yanhan said that there was 100% trap ahead. They saw a man. A group of people was sitting on the roof, one of whom said that children should not go further. He held the broken metal piece with a smirk and asked what brought them here. The heroes clutched their weapons, thinking that this was the assistant Hajin Dansik was talking about. Pointing his finger, the white-haired man chased him away, asking where Azura's hiding was. He was called a rude. Introducing the building, the man replied that if he was not here, pulling back his hand with the spear, Yang Han asked, did he decide to stall for time? A red glow surrounded my hand. Dansik was surprised to note the color of his magic. Gripping the weapon with force, the blond man demanded to bring it quickly. He attacked, forcing the man to jump away. Looking down, he whistled impressively. Upon landing, Dansik saw the flash and said that he was crazy. Yang Han gritted his teeth when he heard that the leader was really not here, and asked what he was carrying. If not here, then where? His eyes opened with realization. The man smiled and asked, they came for the crystals, and left their sick comrade lying. What kind of stupid idea? The heroes opened their mouths in surprise. The girl thought that they guessed that the enemy would descend on their hiding places. But what about Azura? Yang Han abruptly turned around, saying that they should return as soon as possible. He saw a weapon pointed at him. The enemies surrounded the guys. A vein bulged on Jonghak's face as he cursed angrily. Naeun gritted her teeth, wondering what to do if they were in no hurry. Hajin and Yona got hurt. Soho raised his fist to his mouth, and then he laughed merrily. The stunned girl looked at him and thought that he had gone crazy. The man smirked, asking uncomprehendingly, why was he laughing? Soho continued to smile, and said that he himself said that their leader went alone. The foot took a step. The man approached the guy sitting at the tent. He was holding the bag of crystals with a smile and thought that the preparation was over. Hajin imagined the web, thinking that now he was setting the traps. He was holding magic crystals in his palm and thought that this was Azura's goal. Of course, he would come after him. The man in the hood laughed, and the hero thought that he was caught. The girl pulled the fabric and called the guy. With an effort to get up, Yona asked to leave her and run. Opening his mouth, Hajin turned. Then he smiled encouragingly and asked not to worry. Soho was holding a branch and also said that there was nothing to worry about. The guy was standing in front of the tent, and the blue-haired one was saying that Hajin was much stronger than him. The main character sits on a chair opposite his opponent. The enemy with red eyes understands that everything is happening as the ghost said. Yona lies behind the protagonist who is holding a bag. The guy realizes that he has all the crystals and the cursed girl is also here. He concludes with a smirk that this will be too easy a fight. Hajin looks unfazed at the enemy, who calls him a pathetic person. He throws up his hands with a sinister smile and claims that this is why he refused to be won, because he hates excessive emotionality like him. The protagonist suddenly advises him to close his mouth. Hajin stands in front of him and asks if he came alone. Frowning, the enemy assures that in fact he did not come alone. He has a personal army. The main character, in turn, wonders why no one is visible. The protagonist shrugs his shoulders, hearing that there are more than 2,000 soldiers in his army. He clarifies whether they will really measure themselves now. The scoundrel gritted his teeth in anger, because Hajin claims that he has more than 100 golden calves at home. The guy in the raincoat angrily calls him an arrogant degenerate, to whom he will now show a place. He raises his hands to heaven and calls to sea. He is not capable. Several energy portals open above them. Suddenly, a monster's paw comes out of there. Hajin smiles and remarks that this is Azura's talent, and he uses his mana to summon creatures from the demon realm. The villain is surrounded by many ferocious animals, uses the skill of summoning demonic creatures. The protagonist suddenly turns around after being called. Yona lifts his head through pain and asks him to leave her and leave. She is amazed to hear that she should not worry. The protagonist leans over to her, smiling and claiming that it will all be over soon. A girl with purple hair listens to the fact that he will be fine, and she needs to rest. Her thick curls flutter in the wind. Her friend is counting on him. MC grabs his gun with a smirk and is about to do something. A sign begins to glow on his hand. He forms a weapon near his hand, declaring that he needs to start. A powerful rifle is shown. It is said that by increasing damage with ether, he was able to increase the attack power of the Desert Eagle. He will not use any stamina or mana, so he just needs to pull the trigger. The protagonist looks at the weapon in amazement, realizing what he needs to identify. The system gives a number of 44%, with Hajin exclaiming that he is lucky. He holds the purple stone with a smile, and says that we need to add some stigmatum mana to the crystal. Powerful violet energy begins to radiate from it. The stones begin to move from a small earthquake. Cobblestones roll from the trees. The main character with a confident look radiates a powerful flow of light energy. A lone Hajin warrior stands in front of the villain with his army. Azura remarks with a serious face that the protagonist does know how to use the crystals of the past. MC holds a rifle standing in front of him and listens that even if he makes changes to the surrounding landscape, nothing will change. The guy starts aiming his rifle with a grin, noticing that a lot of things will actually change. Yona in a business suit walks among people. It is said that her family is nicknamed Hunting Dogs. A girl with a serious look encourages them to laugh as much as they can. In the end, they will still bow to them. She confidently heads for the exit, realizing that in order for this to happen, she needs to succeed and bring glory to the family. It was a long-standing desire that must be fulfilled herself. The main character stands in front of her rivals. The girl wonders if this is true because Hajin is standing with his back to her. As ferocious monsters approach him, Yona notices that watching him handle everything on his own, she seems to be looking at herself from the outside. The guy pulls the trigger. Powerful streams of energy burst out of the muzzle and head towards the mutants. The amazed girl calls it incredible. The protagonist concentrates on shooting while his girlfriend realizes that he has created an area that does not allow him to be surrounded and accurately hits the vital places of the monsters. The terrible monster gets a bullet, the mutants swept over him like a wave. The main character accurately hits their heads. It is said that they disappear like soap bubbles. The determined Hajin looks through the scope. He does not allow them to approach or attack. He has an impeccable shooting technique. The girl folded her hands, wondering why she felt so warm. She sleeps peacefully under the covers, feeling peaceful, because she knows that someone is protecting her. The sign of a battered building is visible. Soho holds a branch in his hands with a surprised look. He swings it and forms a matter vortex. The opponent confidently stays on his feet, while the other bandits fall. The cadet bravely fights his enemy, who uses a metal object. They get closer again to strike. The opponent with a smirk asks if he told the truth. Soho is amazed to understand what it is all about. The opponents fight deftly. The villain talks about the guy they left behind, and that he is stronger than him. The cadet, smiling, declares that he does not like lying. The man opposite holds a metal beam, asking how often he spared with him. Soho claims only once. Suddenly, the two of them turn around in surprise when they hear a loud sound. The guys not far from them fall to the ground, while screaming. John Hack strikes furiously, urging everyone to attack him at once. He swings his spear in rage, the man clarifying if he is really as strong as Soho. The villain with a beam in his hand goes on the attack again, realizing that his comrades are far from weak. So I wonder how strong that guy is, while he says that apparently the plan has completely failed. The student confidently blocks his attacks, stating that it's not too late to stop, as they don't need to fight, they are just being used by evil after being possessed by ghosts. Their weapons meet in battle. The scoundrel exclaims that it doesn't matter, because in this era only force rules. Soho holds a fighting stance and realizes that words will not be able to settle everything. He squeezes his branch so that it begins to burn. He looks intently at the enemy while his gun begins to burn. The surprised opponent sees this and asks if he really hid something interesting all this time. A metal beam falls to the ground. The villain's hands begin to tremble. His body begins to change. Soho is frightened to watch his changes. The villain claims that in this case, it is time for him to do the same. A red-eyed giant stands in front of him, claiming to have pulled out his trump cards. The protagonist shoots the rifle with a smile. It is said that he did not feel anything special in it. He takes shots at the monster, deciding that it is just a child who fights with all his strength. Other mutants also take lethal damage and are cornered. Hajin sees a flying snake above him, screaming in rage. The protagonist notices that she is releasing a strange liquid on him. MC holds his rifle tightly, and the bracelet on his arm lights up. The mutant's black liquid is approaching him. He calmly begins to shoot at the enemy. Azura, making a face, thinks it's impossible. Monsters near portals take heavy damage from bullets. The opponent wonders why after summoning a huge number of demonic creatures. Hajin calmly holds his rifle. The enemy notices that there is not a scratch on him. MC reloads spectacularly. The villain thinks what kind of monstrous strength and reaction speed he has. The main character again opens fire on his opponent, who cannot believe that the guy remains invulnerable, even when he changes the magazine with cartridges. Azura, frowning, realizes that at this rate, there will be no demonic monsters left. The protagonist says with interest that there are too many of them, while wondering what it is because he has a spirit, and what he wants, revenge or maybe wealth or success. The protagonist raises his rifle, stating that he doesn't care about the answer. The villain sees monsters flying to shreds in front of him. Hajin pulls the trigger, claiming that it doesn't change anything. He holds his rifle and looks ahead in amazement, with a strange click heard. The protagonist's eyes are completely bewildered. He stands in front of the army of mutants, and cannot fire a shot. Hajin stares at his rifle in amazement. MC pulls out a magazine full of ammo and looks at him. He says with a serious face that in any case, he does not hate him. Azura is surrounded by his ferocious monsters. The main character assures that he even understands him, because he probably had no other choice but to do it to become stronger. The villain states with a smirk that for some reason he was thinking about why the protagonist talks so much, while saying that the reason why Azura became a human monster is quite simple. Hajin looks at the horn with cartridges, and the villain claims that they must have run out, while the main character realizes that he created it himself. The protagonist holds a magazine of bullets. It is said that he had no backstory. He was a simple tool for the protagonist's growth, with Hajin saying that there are still some bullets left. A distraught Azura hears that no matter what kind of life he has had, he will still meet the end of his story here. The villain in turn asks if he still hopes to buy some time. The main character points the horn at the rifle. The enemy asks what he can do with the magazine that does not fit the weapon. The villain points his hand at him and declares that he will tear him apart. Azura enthusiastically prepares to cast spells. The question is whether he can be called a villain. His eyes suddenly opened wide. The protagonist assures that this is the end. Smoke pours out of the muzzle of his gun. He says that he is just a minor character, and this is how the clichés end. The main character thinks that he may still feel sorry for him. Naeun screams anxiously, trying to find out if Hajin is okay. Smiling, the protagonist waves his hand and says that it is just in time, who in turn wonders if Yona is okay. Azura turns around in shock and sees a crowd of people. The fighter with the metal beam asks in surprise if the villain really lost, while he thinks what they are all doing here. Azura clenches his fists in rage, realizing that he seems to have been betrayed. MC calmly points his gun, his rival wondering how much time and effort he spent on just one rat. The fighter feels a strange effect, while realizing that there is no strength left to win. Dark smoke streams from his chest. He is terrified and does not understand what is happening. Red clouds of energy burst out of the villain, who screams what else he can do. A skull with a long energy tail flies out of it. Only a cloak remained in the place of the scoundrel. The guys look at this in shock and wonder if this is really the spirit. Someone advises not to panic, because he cannot do anything on his own. The protagonist sees Suho in the distance and calls out to him. The guy holds a branch with a smile. It is said that it becomes stronger by absorbing souls. The fighter begins to twirl a branch and read a spell. Dark smoke is drawn into his magical attribute. Suho is happy to see this, explaining that now the spirit will remain with him forever, sealed in the Godslayer branch. Hajin sits down on the ground, not understanding how Suho was able to convince people from the past, but this ending is somewhat similar to the original. Closing his eyes, the main character opens his watch. He is very tired. He is amazed to see many windows that say that he has defeated many monsters and now some improvements are open to him. An enthusiastic protagonist sees a message that they have obtained 330 SP. He sees a window with information that his luck has been activated, while realizing that the achievement of a first-class sniper is excellent, but the understanding of the attribute added to the ether will definitely affect his pistol. MC closes his eyes and realizes that the power itself may not be as powerful as an infusion of SP, but still. He opens his eyes with a confident look. A disgruntled Naeun stands in front of him, and Hajin asks why she looks at him like that. The embittered girl asks what he thinks about this. They are standing in the middle of the killed monsters. The question is whether it was worth it. Traces of the battle are visible on the ground. He asks if this is what she means, because everything will soon be lost due to the lack of magic. The girl in turn exclaims that this is not what she is talking about. Indignant, Naeun looks away and says that she probably shouldn't have worried about him. Hajin looks at her in amazement. Closing his eyes, the protagonist declares that this talent is related to the skill of using weapons, which means his flawless rifle shines. He claims to thank him. His girlfriend asks in shock what it is. The protagonist stands in front of his teammates and says that this time he was a bad opponent for Azura, because when there are a huge number of enemies, it is more effective to pull the trigger 2,000 times than to do the same number of lunges with a sword. The enthusiastic guys agree with him. The protagonist sees Suho and wonders if he has brought the crystals. He places some purple stones in his palm. The fighter happily asks the protagonist if he can now return, but he denies it. There are crystals in the bag. The protagonist claims that they must return them. Suho asks in surprise why this is necessary. MC replies that it is a pity to lose the opportunity. Shown the world around them, he says that this place is a gift from nature that is not affected by time and reality, so they can train effectively here. The happy girl offers to stay here for a couple more days. Hajin turns around with a smile and remarks that they now have a lot of people to fight. The bandits look at each other with a grin. The guys are standing in the middle of the destroyed building. Suho is shocked to see himself handed a huge bag. Inside there are various foods, rice, meat, vegetables. The villager, smiling, states that it is their gratitude for getting rid of Azura. The protagonist in turn wonders if he can accept so much from him. Residents of the city are standing nearby. It is said that thanks to them they were able to get rid of the oppression of the villain. A gray-haired man stands in front of the cadets and explains that he constantly talked about the magic crystals that caused them to suffer so much, so they say thank you again. A smiling woman exclaims that the food is ready, so everyone can join in. The enthusiastic guys thank her. Juicy meat is fried on the fire. The guy stands next to the main character, who is cooking meat. He asks him to sit down and eat with the others. He replies that he eats while cooking. Hajin puts a piece of meat in his mouth. Someone says he knows about it. Junsik sits with the guys, stating that they have heard a lot about Seoul, as they say that the rich area is divided between two opponents. Jahak looks at the guy and asks what Myeonkil is like. He remarks that he is a very nice guy. Naeun sits next to a friend with an enthusiastic face. It is said that he was the one who brought peace to the area. Jinsik talks about the next achievements with a smile. Jahak opens his eyes in surprise when he hears that he is still saving people there. Frowning, the soldier listens to the conversation about how there are very few such good people left in their time. Jahak sits alone in a chair while the guys discuss that they saw him fight, and it was amazing. Naeun asks what about Churchill with a big smile. She is told that this guy is better not to trust. Jinsik, crossing his arms, assures that he knows about this because he did not live in the capital for long, and this guy looks like a snake. At this time, the protagonist is roasting meat, wondering what they are talking about. He sees Janghak clenching his fists and walking off into the woods, and Hajin wonders what his reaction is to Myeonkil, who had a lot of respect for him in the original. The main character hurriedly begins to run, declaring that the cooking is left to his partner, while he wonders if the plot has really changed again. A white-haired fighter walks alone along a forest path. Closing his eyes, he purses his lips. MC stands behind him behind a tree, a disgruntled Jonghak wondering why he went after him. The protagonist scratches his head awkwardly, wondering what to do, because he cannot directly say that he just wants to direct the plot in the right direction. The disgruntled interlocutor exclaims that he asked him a question. The drooping protagonist suddenly says that he just wanted to say that the meat is already ready. The bewildered guy looks at him and says that he understands. Hajin breathes a sigh of relief. He scratches his head and realizes that he went after him without any plan, while wondering what to ask first. Jahak stands in front of him and suddenly asks him what he thinks of Myeonkil. The protagonist realizes with an astonished look that this question will help him understand the reaction. Then he says that the figure is the hero who saved the world. The gray-haired guy smirks when he hears that he deserves everyone's respect. The partner with a slight smile claims that this is what all weaklings like him think. The protagonist with a serious face notices his negative reaction and says that Myeonkil hated classification. The comrade-in-arms suddenly takes off. In anger, he raises his fist directly at the protagonist. An enthusiastic Hajin uses time dilation. He jumps away from a powerful blow from his opponent, which fell directly on the ground. The cobblestones fly to the sides. The main character slides on the ground in surprise. Dust scatters around. A crater is left in the ground opposite him, and MC realizes that if he had hit him, he would have shattered the bones. The villain radiates dark energy. The protagonist at this moment thinks that this is a special skill. The more evil the opponent, the stronger his physical abilities. Jonghak's eyes light up and he enters berserker mode. Hajin nervously dodges the punches. Noticing his speed, he concludes that his opponent has reached the peak of his rage. A gray-haired guy in anger hits the protagonist, who wonders why he reacts this way to any mention of Myeonkil, whether there is some unknown reason for this. MC bounces off his attacks and asks him to calm down. He in turn yells that people like him are a huge problem. He hatefully states that if they weren't such weaklings. Flashbacks arise with young Jahak and his grandfather, who says that a loved one would not sacrifice himself to save them. The dumbfounded protagonist hears that if he hadn't done so, he would still be with them. A powerful fist moves directly into his face. Hajin blocks it with his hands at the last moment. He falls to the ground from such a strong attack. He sits on the ground opposite his opponent. Discouraged, Jonghak opens his eyes, because he hears from MC that it is unlikely that Myeonkil would regret the decision. The fighter, furious, grabs him by the clothes and declares that he still won't shut up, because he doesn't know anything about it anyway. Hajin feels himself being held by the collar. He asks that he protected his family. The astonished opponent hears the question that this is why he is proud of his grandfather. Jonghak's lips barely move. He brushes off the protagonist, and says that he really does not understand when to bite his tongue. The main character sighs with great relief. The white-haired fighter looks at him and assures him that he will not spare him if he tells others about what happened here. The beaten MC asks in bewilderment what it is possible to talk about here at all. Smiling, the opponent goes further into the forest, stating that he is just warning in case he does blurt out something unnecessary. He walks among the trees. The main character looks after him in fright, realizing that everything seems to be settled. Jahak has an angry look, but the protagonist did not think that he misses his grandfather so much, because you can say that he is not a villain at all. MC looks down, wondering that he was the one who originally created it, but there's still a lot he doesn't know. Suddenly, a notification comes to his watch. The system window says that he has no rights to view the changed history of Myeonkil. He looks at his watch in shock and wonders that something has changed in his plot, but this cannot be, because the character is very important to this world. The same inscription is written in the system window. He does not understand what is happening. The main character stands alone in the middle of the forest, wondering what is going on here. Yanhan holds out a bowl of food and asks Hajin to take it. MC picks it up in amazement and asks what it is, who replies that it's for Yona, as she hasn't fully recovered yet. The guys are happily sitting around the fire. The main character asks why he gave him the dish. He replies that everyone else is busy talking. The lady with purple hair was asleep and suddenly opened her eyes. The protagonist leans over to her and says with a smile that the food has arrived. A smiling MC assumes that she has just pretended to be sick. She replies that she actually does not have the strength to even pick up a spoon. Suddenly, Hajin begins to spoon-feed her. Broth floats in a spoon. The girl asks what he is doing. He, in turn, claims that he feeds her, because she has no strength at all. A disgruntled Yona looks away. The protagonist suggests that she was coming up with a reason to lure Jonghak here. She states at this point that it tastes like wallpaper glue, clarifying that there really is nothing but porridge. The joyful girl hears that there is only one package of ramen left. He will cook it after she is done with the porridge. After a while, the bowl was completely empty. Hajin says that judging by her appetite, she is perfectly fine, so she can go out to the others to talk. Yona falls asleep again, claiming that he has no energy for this at all. The protagonist is already leaving, but he is suddenly called. The girl, without turning away from the wall, thanks him. Smiling, the main character hears that he always helps her. The guy in response asks when she plans to pay. The friend lies with an important look and says that she always repays the debt with interest. She smiles when MC claims that she always calculates everything correctly. The girl expects that they can become very good friends. Hajin looks up and thinks about it, knowing that with what the future holds, becoming a friend with her is a shortcut to a comfortable life. Discouraged, the protagonist hears that she wants to help him get together with Naeun. The dumbfounded girl jumps out of bed, stating that she doesn't need to say that he likes Rachel, who, in turn, disgruntledly claims that he actually doesn't like anyone. A friend with purple hair begins to laugh mischievously when MC says that he doesn't have time for this. She in turn asks him to stop pretending and tell everything as it is. A disgruntled Hajin claims that ramen has already run out for her. The main character stands next to Yanghan with a bowl and asks to cook ramen for her. He replies that in his opinion she does not like such food. The girl at this moment shouts in a rage that he cannot do this to her. Soho looks at the protagonist with a motorcycle in surprise and wonders where he is going. The protagonist replies that he needs to take something. The guy presses the throttle stick, realizing that there are some things that he wrote in the story, but deleted when publishing. He takes off, realizing that they will come in handy if he can take them. Long hair falls to the floor. Surprised, the protagonist sees his new hairstyle. The guy stands in front of him with a smile and asks how he likes his new skills. People around are discussing what kind of magic it is. The system says about the hairdresser's touch buff, which temporarily increases the charm, lasts 4 weeks, while Soho exclaims that it looks absolutely amazing. A joyful Wusiak reveals his name after Hajin asks him about it. The guys around look at his new hairstyle and declare that the skills of a hairdresser are simply amazing. The main character at this moment asks if he has children. The cunning protagonist hears about his 8-year-old son, while realizing that he will find him at any cost, because talent is hereditary. A gray-haired man with a big smile remarks that Hajin has become much more beautiful after a haircut. Another states that he was the one who defeated the tyrant in the end. The protagonist holds the mirror with a serious look and hears a question if he is really leaving today. The inhabitants of the settlement happily look at him. It is said that it is time to say goodbye. MC understands that staying in 1972 with people from the past, they not only trained and sparred. Smiling people walk around their house. It is explained that they drove out the rampaging minions of Azura and brought peace back to the area. And every time there was even a small explosion of magical power or an invasion of monsters, they stopped it together with the locals. And since they did everything together, they inevitably became closer. Yona happily discusses something with the women. It is said that she took advantage of it to find the ancestors of famous people in our time. Naeun is mad with the children. They frolicked with his partner every day. Jahak is confidently in the spotlight. He has created another fan club of his own. Soho holds a wrench with a friendly look and helped residents with repairs. The main character sits on a bench, realizing that this is in his spirit. The shadows of the trees fall on the lone protagonist, who realizes that this does not negate the fact that he killed some people from the past. He looks away, unsure if the people at City Hall know about it or if they're just pretending to be fools. Friendly and kind people stand in front of him with buns. A plate of goodies is next to him. He understands that they are honest and decent. Soho wipes the sweat from his forehead. The protagonist thinks about this scorching sun. A refreshing breeze blows over Yona's curls. Naeun happily runs after the boy, shouting that she caught him, saying that they have good memories. The main character bows and thanks them for everything they have done. The people smile and say that they should thank them, asking if they can meet them again. Hajin keeps silent with a kind look while they say that these people will do great things and maybe in the future they will read about it in the newspaper. So everyone is looking forward to their achievements. The main character says goodbye to the guys who leave. It is said that sometimes ignorance for the better, because this place is the past, and they are all just records from there. The protagonist stands in front of the most beautiful sunset, and realizes that it is very beautiful now. A white-haired guy suddenly comes to him on the roof and asks him to take it. MC catches a purple crystal. The sad guys ask if Jonghak is really already leaving, who in turn claims that he will not forget them. While everyone is hugging the white-haired man, another guy calls out to the main character. Yonghan holds the crystal with a smirk and shouts that he is about to throw it. Hajin catches him in his hand in amazement and thanks him for it. A girl in shoes approaches him. Yona hands the stone with a smile. The main character, in turn, wonders why she wore such heels. A friend with purple hair declares that she was given it, because after all, many people like her. Naeun silently walks nearby. Amazed, Hajin catches the crystal that Soho throws, but the blue-haired man is suddenly taken away by Yona. Naeun approaches the protagonist with a smile, and says that she seems to be the last one. She stands next to her friend and clarifies that now they will return to reality, and whether it is possible to look around, he, in turn, offers to do what he wants. A magic mark shines on his forearm. Hajin realizes that he just needs to infuse the power of stigmata into the crystals. Several purple stones grow into one and begin to blaze with blue flames. The astonished protagonist sees that only a sphere remains. It shines brightly in his hands. Suddenly, a bright flash occurs in front of them. Reality begins to gradually crack into fragments. The girl wonders if they will forget everything that happened. Hajin looks back at her and asks why she suddenly started talking about it. She replies that she was just wondering if the memories would be erased over time. Sad Naeun claims that no matter how hard she tries, she can't remember her mother's voice. Dark shadows fall to the ground. The girl declares that even her happy memories with her are gradually being forgotten, so I wonder if these memories will disappear like this world. Frowning, the protagonist asks not to think about it, because there is a saying that unfading flowers do not smell anything, so memories are valuable because they can be forgotten. They must fade and wear out in order to become someone's precious memories. Hajin hears with a serious face that his words don't help at all. He hands her an object, stating that he wants her to take it for him, and she asks what it is. A discouraged friend hears from him that this is a ticket. The protagonist holds a device in his hands, saying that this ticket will allow her to admire the flowers a little more. She holds a device with measuring scales in her hands and asks about the time capsule. Naeun holds it in amazement and asks why she needs it. He replies that by changing this number, you can look into the past. The protagonist stands in front of her and explains that this is the best way to explore the memories that are stored in her subconscious. She in turn says that this is not what she meant. The surprised guy is silent when he is asked that he probably needs this capsule himself. He stands opposite and says that it makes no sense for him, because he knows what they look like. The main character presses the throttle stick, realizing that it is right. The guy kept it in case he began to forget about his parents. He had a lot of ideas when he wrote the novel, but not all of them were eventually able to implement in the original. Hajin looks away with a sad look, realizing that he is now in someone else's body and is not sure if it will work, so it is better to give it to his friend than to waste his mana. Amazed, Naeun states that she won't use it either, and MC asks why in shock. Objecting, she says that if one of them does not use her, then the other does not need it either. He wonders why she decided this. The main character strongly recommends just using it so as not to regret it in the future. A surprised friend hears that this will not destroy her. The protagonist with a serious look argues that valuable memories will be stored in the depths of her heart. The embarrassed girl hears that she should not worry. He stands in front of her and asks what time she wants to return. Naeun looks down with a slight smile and says that she would like to go back to March 2013. The protagonist puts the numbers on the device while she clarifies about the 13th number. There is a birthday cake on the table, gifts in pink paper around, as well as balloons. The little girl sees this in shock and realizes that she has really returned to the past. She looks at the huge birthday cake in delight. The child stands near the table. Behind him is a guy who asks why she didn't wait for them to eat the treat together. Naeun turns around in discouragement. Smiling brother sincerely congratulates his sister on her birthday. The girl clutches her red dress, realizing that she shouldn't cry. She smiles broadly and says that he has already come, while the heroine realizes that in no case should she cry on such a happy day. The girl sees men walking towards her and waving their hand. An enthusiastic Naeun accepts a great gift. She is patted on the head. She is sincerely happy. On this day the whole family gathered to celebrate her birthday. A lady in white trousers walks through the green grass and asks about what they have already started. Surprised, the girl sees a woman who apologizes for being late, explaining that she was wrapping a gift. Naeun's tears welled up. She was silent. The woman sincerely smiles and congratulates the girl on her birthday. The child takes a step forward. She hugs her mother tightly. Through tears, Naeun desperately addresses her mom. The worried woman hugs her and asks if she is okay and if nothing happened. A man with glasses stands next to the old man and assumes that the girl was worried that her mother would not come. He, in turn, declares that the child has nothing more to worry about. Mom happily hugs her daughter and says that apparently the baby was scared, but now everything is fine, because she will always be there. The child stands surrounded by his relatives and wipes away tears, while looking at the gifts. You can see the blue daytime sky. Mom holds Naeun in her arms and offers to blow out the candles on the birthday cake. The girl looks ahead in surprise, hearing that if she makes a wish and blows out the candles, then it will definitely come true. A lit candle is in the cake. She understands that the wish has already come true when she sees the dearest person again. She opens her mouth, realizing that if she allows herself to be greedy, then let this memory remain forever in her memory. Little Naeun is holding on to the table and looking at her brother. He looks at her with a smile. She mentally asks to meet him again. The surprised protagonist looks around and wonders if he has returned, because when he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a mountain of winds. His girlfriend stands in the bushes and happily waves her hand. He realizes that apparently the others have also returned safely. Naeun is holding a time capsule in her hands. It has not disappeared, although the girl did not use it, but for some reason a message appeared demanding a mana recharge. He takes the device, which, according to the information on the watch, will need about 15,000 mana. But since this is too much for him, he decided to give everything to his girlfriend. Hajin stares at his watch as he wonders where the others are. She turns around, stating that they must be somewhere nearby. The main character walks along the path. The girl asks if he knows that this is the road leading down. He replies that he is going home. She, in turn, clarifies about training. Tired Hajin claims that he has no strength left. The girl understands him. There is a dense forest around them. MC asks to pass this information on to the others. He turns around when his partner suddenly calls out to him. The embarrassed girl sincerely thanks him for today's events and promises to treat him to something delicious someday. The protagonist happily agrees, noticing that she looks happy. There is a green forest around them. The guy thinks about what kind of past she saw. The protagonist is walking along the path and is about to do something. He sees a message from Tomer on his watch in which she talks about her bank account and a request to send money. The main character realizes that it's time to end it. The disgruntled girl keeps a magical oath. It is said that before going to the Mountain of Winds, he forced her to sign a loan agreement. He types a message on the keyboard and declares that if he transfers the money to her, as promised, the smiling protagonist is surprised. In the system window of the watch it is written that the payment for the information has been successfully credited. After verification it will be converted into points. MC is standing on a forest path and realizes that Argus is a pseudonym for Fernan. A man is running not far from him. Sounds are clearly heard. The frightened protagonist turns around. He sees Naeun running quickly through the forest. She heads forward in terror. Hajin peeks out from behind a tree and wonders where she is in such a hurry, and what could make her become so serious. There is surprise in the protagonist's eyes. The girl is in a hurry. The image of a guy lying on the bed is visible. The main character asks not to tell him that this is related to Jin-yoon. The main character rushed after him, deciding that such a girl's haste must be related to Jin-yoon. The student stopped in front of him, so he managed to catch up with her. Naeun looked around, wondering how she could get to her destination. The brunette stretched out his hand and unleashed his strength. He got on the bike and called out to his girlfriend. The guy looked at her anxiously and asked where she needed to go. After a while, they drove up to the hospital building. In the hallway, a man in a suit ran up to the girl, shouting that they were waiting for her. The cadet moved forward, asking how her brother's condition was, and she was invited to enter the ward. The main character stopped when his path was blocked. Naeun turned when she heard that the young man was being told that only relatives were allowed in the room. The girl stopped, thinking that her friend had helped her get here. Hajin opened his mouth and asked her not to stand still. The interlocutor shuddered when he hurried her. The student looked around one last time and thanked him. She ran to the door with her bodyguards. Hajin stood with his fists clenched. The brunette shuddered when he was addressed. Yona appeared in front of him. The girl came closer, and the hero noted that she arrived earlier than he thought, to which she explained that her family should be involved in all the important affairs of the Naeun family, so she went down the mountain and flew here by plane. The brunette looked at him and added that the others would come later. The main character looked pale, and she asked why he had such a face. The interlocutor pursed his lips and thought that, judging by the information he had received from the Book of Truth, the seed would germinate in a month, and it was October. There was a little time, but there was something he had missing. The guy thought about Jin-yoon and how he might wake up before the seed germinates. The student clenched his fist, realizing that in this case he would have to kill him. Yona stared at him anxiously, muttering that he even had a cold sweat, so what was he so worried about? The girl dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief. The hero rounded his eyes when he heard that the patient had not regained consciousness, just some minor changes. There were guards in the hallway, and she said that the situation wasn't really that good, but not enough to make such a fuss, and the young man was glad that the guy hadn't woken up yet. Hajin flinched when he heard that Naeun didn't think so, and it was difficult for her to remain calm if her brother's condition changed even slightly. The interlocutor smiled and thanked him for helping the girl get here. She put the handkerchief in his hand. Then the hero turned around, saying that he would go first. Yona turned around and asked if he wanted to wait for his classmate and say goodbye to her. The brunette stopped and paused. Then he looked around and admitted that he didn't think he should be here. The girl looked at him questioningly, trying to understand what he meant. The main character put his hands in his pockets and moved towards the exit. Naeun was standing outside. She looked up as her friend approached her. Her face immediately broke into a smile. The girl happily hugged the brunette. They sat down on a bench together, and Yona asked how things were now, to which she replied that she did not know, because there were many fluctuations on the graph. The redhead gestured nervously, saying that her brother was different from usual. The interlocutor smiled and suggested that this was a good sign, and Naeun said that she was told that this had happened before, and most patients regained consciousness after 3 months. Leaves rustled nearby, and she added that Jin-yoon needed a rest now, so she had been escorted out of the room, so she needed to be patient. The girl clutched her breasts and muttered that her heart was pounding like she was going to die. Tears dripped on her hand. They flowed down her cheeks while the cadet said that she was very ashamed that she was crying. Yona looked at her friend worriedly, who was muttering that she was happy and should smile, because this was good news. Naeun burst into tears, admitting that she just couldn't stop. The brunette patted her on the shoulder, trying to console her. She sat silently, knowing that it would be presumptuous of her to say that she understood these feelings. Yona remembered her family, and thought that she had never lost loved ones to tragedy. Jin-yoon was lying in the ward at this time, and his sister had been waiting for him to wake up for 5 years, and over time, her anger turned into sadness and disappointment, and then into despair. The cadet often came to the hospital to visit him. Now, after a while, she was standing the same way, but her feelings began to grow into resignation to fate. The brunette put her hand on her shoulder and thought that when she almost gave up, she suddenly found hope. Yona hugged the girl, wondering how to even understand her condition. Soho, Jang-hak, and the others ran up to them, asking how Naeun was doing. The students turned to them, not expecting to see everyone. The redhead froze, suddenly remembering something. She looked around and asked where the Hajin who had brought her was, but the brunette replied that he had already left. The friend rounded her eyes and clarified the reason, but the interlocutor did not know this. Yona looked away and thought that if the young man was worried about his girlfriend, he should have waited for her to come out. She remembered how worried the main character looked. The guy was rolling the bike down the corridor. He walked slowly, noting that he was suffocating and dizzy, although he did not even run, but this was apparently because of nerves. The bracelet on his arm blinked at the notice. The brunette glanced at the message from the boss, who wrote that Hajin hadn't joined the purple banquet yet, so she had created a new account for him. The young man was sweating and thought that they were lucky today, but next time Jin-yoon might actually wake up, and the notification said that the items worth 300 million won, the reward for the previous task, would be sent to his account. The cadet presented two silhouettes and noted that there is no need to choose between the one who is in a coma and the one who can consciously move, and it is clear who is easier to kill. A message flashed above the watch asking when he would be able to accept the task. Sunlight penetrated the warehouse. The woman was sitting on one of the barrels. A notification appeared above the bracelet in front of her. It was a message from the main character, who replied that he could take the order right away. The sun was shining over the Creator's Sacred Grace Guild office. The man passed the table and congratulated him on receiving the 25th place in the world ranking. Sunla smiled when she heard this. She looked at the interlocutor and thanked him, adding that she could not believe that it was already October. The man rubbed his chin when she asked if there had been anything new lately. The woman smirked when she heard that a new person had joined the Geronimo mercenaries. She narrowed her eyes, muttering that this was good news. After all, it took a lot of people to destroy human monsters, but that a beginner could do it. A report was opened on the tablet, and a subordinate said that he specialized in shooting and killing. Selma crossed her arms when she found out that the name was unknown, and even intelligence agents only knew rumors, so there was very little information. The interlocutor knitted his eyebrows and added that the shooter's code name was known, and it was Marang. A message with a login and his new name flashed above the hero's bracelet. The guy got out of the shower and muttered that it was a very loud pseudonym. He imagined the animal and thought that it was probably a reference to Fenrir, a mystical wolf monster that appeared in Northern Europe. But the boss gave a rather meaningless answer when the cadet asked why this particular cipher. The brunette shuddered when he was called. He got dressed and went out into the hallway, asking Evangel what she wanted. The girl smiled and showed him the figurine of energy. It was a wolf. The guy leaned over and admired, noting that he looked amazing. The blonde handed him a statuette and said that it was a gift to him. The main character rounded his eyes in surprise and asked again. Evangel touched on her creation. The wolf suddenly twisted and stretched. Then he narrowed his eyes and growled. The beast jumped sharply. Hajin flinched as he rushed towards him. The young man staggered back in surprise, and he landed on his elbows on the floor. He exchanged glances with the girl, and silence reigned. The blonde covered her mouth, holding back her laughter. The main character tickled her, asking if it was really a prank. She lay down on the floor and said that she did not want to play a prank on him. The brunette pulled back his jacket and noticed a mark on his chest. It was a bluish symbol, and the system notified that a wolf spirit lived inside him, which recognized him as his master. A window with the characteristics of the new skill appeared in front of the guy. Hajin's eyes widened and guessed that the girl had done it because she wanted to show off her new ability. The hero hugged Evangel, calling her cute. He looked down when he didn't hear an answer. The child went limp in his arms, falling asleep, and the guy was surprised that she was so exhausted. The student grinned. Hajin hugged the girl and thanked her. The baby was lying in bed, and the hero covered her with a blanket. Whitey appeared on the doorstep, and the young man assumed that he wanted to sleep with Evangel. The cat stretched and yawned. Then he curled up in a ball on the pillow, and the hero thought that he was worried that he had taken him in vain, because at first he and the girl did not get along, but now they have become close and friends. Hajin recalled how, after returning from the mountains, the blonde refused to go into arms because of his new hairstyle, and he was in a lot of pain. A symbol flashed on the laptop and a notification that the item had been delivered. The guy pressed the accept button, thinking that this was probably the reward that the boss was talking about. The emblem began to glow. A certain object appeared from it. It was a first-class armor with a mana charge of 5,000 out of 5,000. The main character stared in amazement at the description of the trophy's characteristics. Hajin placed the item to his chest to equip and infuse mana. His body was enveloped in blue energy. He moved his hand, noticing that it was a protective equipment that covered his entire body with mana, and the price was clearly not 300 million won, but at least 3 billion. The brunette sat down at his laptop contentedly, noting that he knew he could trust his boss's instincts, and then thanked her. The young man looked at the screen carefully. A message appeared in front of him that his next mission had been determined. The woman at the reception looked away. She stood up questioningly when a girl ran in with an exclamation that she had come to visit a patient. It was a small building. Tomer broke a sweat and said she needed Agus Benamin, an older Latino. The administrator looked at her puzzled and asked again. The girl posted a photo on the table, and the interlocutor said that she understood who it was about, although she almost forgot him. The woman looked up and said that the man had already died, and it was already 2 years. Tomer's eyes widened in shock. The brunette clenched her fists, remembering the document, and did not want to believe that all this was true. The girl gritted her teeth, outraged that this man had ruined her life, run away and lived comfortable years until old age, dying peacefully. But she asked if the man had left something for last. The administrator sweated and clarified that she was connected to Benjamin, to which Tomer said that this was a fictitious name, and his name was Fernan Jesus. The brunette put her hand on her chest and introduced herself as Tomer Jesus. The girl gritted her teeth and added that this was her biological father. The woman glanced at the magician's ID, with which the brunette confirmed her identity. She remembered a young man with an old man and said that last year the man communicated only with a student who came as a volunteer, but that guy had not appeared for a long time, but perhaps he had heard something from Benjamin. Tomer frowned and asked to know who he was. The bracelet on her arm blinked, and the chief demanded to return immediately, as the mission had expired, and the administrator muttered that she would now check the records. The girl took off her bracelet in exasperation, ignoring the alerts that the delay would cause a disciplinary committee to be convened and she would be demoted, but she didn't care, as she had already achieved her goal. The woman looked at the laptop and said that she had found his name. The clock fell to the floor as the receptionist said it was Hajin, a Cuban cadet. The girl rounded her eyes in shock. She remembered the main character, realizing what she had heard. A couple was walking on the street. They looked at each other embarrassedly and flirted. The main character walked by, muttering that the autumn leaves are incredibly beautiful. There was an academy building ahead, and the young man thought that they had put a lot of effort into landscaping the area to preserve the appearance and concentration of mana. But ironically, because in the end, this area had become the most popular dating place in the school, where relationships were prohibited. The brunette grinned and wondered what was going on in the spring when the flowers were blooming. The guy turned around when he was touched on the shoulder, and the girl noted that he was so deep in himself that he did not hear her. Yona handed him the envelope with a smile. The student accepted him and asked what it was, and the interlocutor replied that it was wild ginseng, which he had given her last time. She introduced the plant and said that she spent about half of it on the elixir. There was a pill in the palm of the guy's hand. The brunette proudly poked her chest and added that she wanted to use the rest for research and development. The girl closed her eyes and said that in return they would give the young man a portion of the shares, and if all went well, they would pay an amount equivalent to the cost of the elixir, and the brunette mentally noted that she had used it as she wanted, and spoke so calmly about it. The cadet was telling something with a smile, but the hero thought that she was not one of those who could attack from behind, and it would rather be attacked. Yona smirked, and the hero remarked that she trusted those she considered her own people too much now, but she was only 17. But the internal power struggle in the guild that she would have to face was a dirty battlefield. The guy narrowed his eyes and remembered that this would happen during the winter holidays. He presented records from the newspaper and noted that the incident of Yona's rise of power was related to that event. Hajin flinched and asked again when the girl muttered that he should take 1 elixir a day. They stood opposite each other, and she repeated that 1 pill was worth 1,000,000,000. The brunette shuddered and asked again, to which the girl calmly explained that the medicine was created by condensing mana crystals and wild ginseng. The student sweated and clarified whether such a price was justified, to which the interlocutor calmly stated that no, but this is how marketing works. Hajin looked at the system window, and Yona said that with the ingredients for 20 doses of elixir, it was possible to prepare about 400 doses of other medicines, so if they didn't sell it at a high price, they would simply lose money. A screen with a description of the medicine opened in front of the young man, and he noticed that the characteristics were better than he thought, and would be very useful if he changed it slightly. The student handed his friend the package, deciding that he should repay it. Inside was a new wild ginseng. Yona stared at him enthusiastically and asked where the young man had anything else. The brunette scratched his head and replied that he had taken it from the Mountain of Winds. The guy stretched out his hand and muttered that he should logically return it to the owner of Jonghak Mountain, but the interlocutor quickly stopped him. She put the trophy in her bag and said that a classmate had somehow forgotten about her birthday, so let's consider it compensation for that incident. The girl turned around before leaving and promised to keep him informed about the progress. The main character looked at the bracelet. There was correspondence with Tomer on the screen, but she has not yet responded. He introduced the brunette, and assumed that she had already gone to the nursing home, and she had a lot to think about now, so he needed to give her time to collect her thoughts. The mission of the mercenary trainee flashed on the screen. The student looked at his laptop and read that he would have to rescue hostages in China. He opened the map and decided that he would use the portal immediately after the end of tomorrow's classes and go to Beijing. And then he thought that in his novel the territory of lawlessness was on the border of Russia and Mongolia. The young man imagined the boxes of chains and remembered that it was actively used by human monsters for smuggling and human trafficking. This is their refuge, a zone of chaos where force rules and brutal crimes are committed, but even in such a territory of lawlessness there is a semblance of a human monster society and a set of rules. The protagonist visualized the ruined city, thinking that the human monsters call this place the Masked Demon Palace or Pandemonium. The guy put his foot on the ground. He stopped the bike near a bridge in the north of Beijing. Hajin took off his mask and muttered that the mid-level danger zone looked creepy. He opened a dialogue with the boss, who wrote that there would be many enemies on this mission, but not all human monsters were the same, and today he would meet those who threw away all humanity and became the dogs of the devil. The student imagined warriors and remembered that they are created by amplifying negative emotions through contracts, and the weaker a person is, the more desperate he will become, committing crimes without thinking about the means or the consequences, so that they spread evil, projecting their feelings of inferiority and self-pity onto those around them. The brunette moved forward, noting that he would not be tormented by guilt for killing them, but it was not worth rejoicing at this. He noticed the dust rising ahead. Trucks were driving along the road. The guy took out a weapon when he saw them. Then he took aim. The young man aimed at the truck driver with a bottle in his hand. A shot rang out. The car stopped. The other driver turned around, trying to understand what he was doing. The student recharged and proceeded to the next one. The shot pierced the head of the man behind the wheel. The hand fell off the steering wheel. After that, the truck crashed into a tree. People in cars jumped out into the street, shouting that both truck drivers were dead, so it was necessary to protect the goods. The men looked around for the sniper. Blood splashes flashed in the air. The man turned to look at his fallen comrade. The main character stood in front of them. The enemies rushed to attack, noting that he was alone, and he needed to be captured. Hajin put a pill in his mouth. Then he activated the new armor, and the system announced that the energy circulating in the body had increased, and all stats, except health, had been increased by 1.5 times. Mana has appeared around his weapon. The guy took aim and activated time dilation. He moved forward, firing at the first opponent. After the massacre, the student approached the truck. The hero quickly opened the lock, saying that he should not lose concentration. Footsteps appeared nearby. The man jumped up and swung his knife. Hajin opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that he had set himself up. The blade was approaching him. The young man closed his eyes when suddenly a light appeared in his chest. The enemy's eyes widened, sensing a strange energy. A wolf jumped out at him. The main character watched in amazement as the beast bit into the enemy. The animal spat out blood as the student realized that it had crawled out of his body. Hajin flinched as he remembered that the stats said that in a moment of danger, a giant wolf would appear to protect his master. The guy stood up and thought that he couldn't believe that he had relaxed in such a place, which meant that he still had a lot to learn. He opened the luggage compartment. The bound men stared at him in fright. The student threw them a bracelet. One of the guys looked at him questioningly, and Hajin said that he had dealt with the human monsters, and the mission to free him must be over. The hero stretched out his hand and said that it was time for him to return home. A dialogue flashed on the screen, where the young man reported that the mission was completed, and the boss asked to leave the cleanup to them. Xiaopeng looked away. Her subordinates were sitting nearby, looking at the screen with a recording of Hajin's fight. Colleen grinned and asked if only 5 employees were enough to evaluate a newcomer, to which the blonde replied that there was nothing to be done, because everyone was busy with their own business. The long-haired woman smirked as the others discussed how the student had killed 20 people in 21 seconds. The girl jumped off the rock and assumed that his ability was to transform and upgrade weapons with mana. She put her hands on her belt and said that the level of the hero was at least above average, and the interlocutor was surprised that he was so highly appreciated. The woman waved her hand and explained that a person of this level could kill at least 100 opponents. Glasses looked at Jane and asked for her opinion. The blonde touched her chin and noted that the guy was of an advanced level, perhaps like Suho. She presented the young man's last fight and added that she did not know how he would cope with a one-on-one fight, but he would be useful in group battles. Drun leaned on his arm and when asked about Junjiang, said that this wild boar had entered the demon realm, but apparently had no intention of leaving. They imagined what could be happening in this place now, and were surprised that the man was not tired yet, although he should just have a little fun there, and not hang out for days. Jane turned to the boy and asked what kind of wolf spirit it was. The blonde looked up and thought. He looked at the girl questioningly and assumed that it was just Hajin's pet, but she noted that no one was hiding them in her chest. The boss looked at her subordinate, and said that she would ask him directly, but the girl doubted that he would answer honestly. Xiaopeng smiled and asked not to worry. The woman put her hand on her chest and said that the young man trusted her very much and would answer any question. The interlocutor looked at her doubtfully. The main character sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Evangel. He patted the girl on the head and muttered that he had survived today thanks to her. The student remembered the wolf, and what he had read. That this is a family member created by a witch from a part of her soul, while he has amazing characteristics, and the armor should be used by the wolf, not him. The brunette smirked and guessed that the beast would become a real demon wolf. The blonde rubbed her eyes as she woke up. She smiled at the sight of the main character. Hajin picked her up when she asked if he had brought a delicious meal and replied that they would eat later, but for now, let him sleep a little longer. The girl hugged him, and the guy thought that he no longer remembered when this baby managed to become a source of comfort for him. He remembered the book and realized that it had only been a year since he got into this world, but when the main plot was over, he would move to his own world. The guy imagined himself in the city and wondered if he would be able to return to his old life, forget everything that happened here, and all the people he met. Ha-jin sat at his desk, noting that he had only slept for an hour, and now he would definitely lean back. He tapped on the table and thought that Tomer had not texted him again after that message. The hero remembered the trip to the memorial park, when he prepared something that would help him get the girl as an ally, but did she not find his letter? The teacher pointed his finger and asked all the cadets to take their seats, when suddenly a silhouette appeared next to the young man. Tomer sat down next to him calmly. She began to write something while the teacher decided to continue the topic of the previous lesson and talk about the extended use of mana. The student pushed the note aside. The brunette looked at her in surprise and saw that she was interested in whether he had volunteered before. As the two people sat at the table, the young man replied in the affirmative, and the student immediately asked if he knew a man named Argus Benjamin from the nursing home. Tomer flinched when the guy replied that they were pretty close. She nervously wrote a question about what it was. The teacher stood at the blackboard, recounting the material, and Ha-jin replied that the old man seemed rather lonely. The brunette pulled the notebook closer to her and asked how they had ever gotten along, because she had heard that no nurse had ever been able to find contact with him before. The student leaned on his hand and wrote that they both simply did not have a family, and he thought that the interlocutor was probably already aware, since she had studied his past. The brunette turned pale when the hero asked why she was asking such questions about him. Ha-jin turned around abruptly when she admitted that he was her biological father, as he hadn't expected her to know. The girl grinned and wrote that she was also shocked, and would never have thought that she would meet a person who knew him. The brunette gritted her teeth and said that this bastard had killed her mother and run away, and she wanted to know why he had killed his wife and abandoned his own child, but he had died. The main character stared at her dumbfounded, guessing that she, apparently, did not find the letter, but did something really happen in the nursing home. He imagined an old man in a wheelchair and thought about it, that he had never abandoned Tomer. The brunette's eyes widened when she found out that he had written a letter, and immediately asked where it was. The young man stretched out his hand and wrote an answer. An inscription appeared in the notebook: Soho Memorial Park. The teacher turned to the cadets and announced that that was all for today, but let them not forget about preparing for the final exam. At these words, the girl jumped up abruptly. Tomer looked at Ha-jin and said that she would leave the cube today, but would return the favor when he returned, so that he would not overthink. The guy grinned and replied that he didn't plan it anyway. He looked after her, hoping that she would cope. The hero stretched and thought that by some miracle everything went well, and now he could rest, because the weekend was ahead. Naeun suddenly slapped him on the back. The young man fell to his knees, losing his balance. The girl looked at him happily and asked if he had forgotten about his plans for tomorrow. The brunette looked at her questioningly and turned pale when she asked her not to be late. The young man rubbed his hand and asked again. The student crossed her arms and asked him if he had forgotten, and Soho came over to remind them that they were going to eat together. Ha-jin knitted his eyebrows and remembered how he planned to go to the restaurant after practice. The brunette arched an eyebrow and muttered that he thought they would go together, but the girl objected that she said that they would all be together. Yona came up and confirmed that the plan was to get together with the whole group, and you can also go to karaoke. Naeun looked at the young man carefully. The hero flinched as she reached out to his hair as he muttered that on this day he will not have time to rest. The brunette backed away and clarified what was going on. Naeun smirked and said that he had better come or add him to the group chat. The guy looked at her silently and sighed doomedly. The sky was already painted in the colors of the sunset. The girl ran across the hall. She looked around for the right locker. Tomer turned, keeping in mind, Area 17, first column, fourth row. The girl stopped in front of the right cell. Behind the glass was an Argus Benjamin urn. The student looked at the large number of flowers inside in surprise. She took out a clove with a signature from Ha-jin. The plants were saturated with mana, and the brunette was amazed that he had come here for so many years after his death, and even made sure that they did not wither. The girl remembered the building of the shelter and was indignant that this man died peacefully in a cozy place, and he is even given such honors. Tomer gritted her teeth and thought that this man had killed her mother and fled. She angrily threw the flowers on the floor. The girl was breathing heavily, standing among the petals. The brunette clutched her head, holding back her anger. The student fell to her knees, not understanding what it was all for. She looked up, remembering the letter. Her eyes rounded. The envelope was signed, "My daughters." A few years ago, a man sat in bed and wrote that emotions were tearing him apart from the inside. He drew symbols, saying that one part of him hoped she would never read it, and the other was desperate to know how she would feel when she read it. The girl stared at the paper, reading that no words could heal her wounds, but like her father, she thought it was wrong to let her live her whole life without knowing the truth. The brunette clenched her fingers sharply. She froze when she learned that her mother had sold her soul to a man. In the past, the girl turned around when she was called. Her father looked at her anxiously. The little girl looked at him with a smile and told him that her mother was going to take her to the amusement park. The man came closer and asked them to return home first. He knitted his eyebrows and said that his parents needed to talk about something. The woman crossed her arms and looked at him with displeasure. The apartment was dark, and Argus shouted if she had gone mad. The blond man stood in front of his wife, not believing that she was going to sell their daughter to a man. The brunette turned around and asked what was wrong with it. She chuckled and said that she would do anything if it would help her become stronger. The man's eyes widened, listening to the fact that one day this child would understand her. The woman nudged him with her elbow and asked him to leave and not to detain the busy man. The brunette went to the stairs and called her daughter, and her husband thought that he would never allow this to be done to their baby. He immediately grabbed the woman's arm and yanked her. She slipped. Then she slammed her head against the wall, losing her balance. The man froze, standing next to the body. Everything happened in an instant. The blonde man turned when he heard his daughter's voice. The girl went down the stairs, asking where her mother was. Argus sweated as he realized that if it became known that his wife had become a human monster, Tomer would be in danger of public condemnation. He took the baby by the shoulders and asked her to listen carefully. The man sat down next to her and told her to go outside and ask for help, lying that he had hit her mother. The girl froze with the letter in her hands, a tear running down her cheek. After that, the blonde man came to a friend and gave everything he had, asking him to take care of his daughter because he wanted her to have a stable life in Korea. But years later, when he returned here, he found out that she had left and tried everything to find her, but did not find any information. The student squeezed the paper and muttered that he was a liar. Tomer crumpled up the paper and asked if she had to believe it after all this time. She froze suddenly. In the past, the girl brought a small watch and congratulated her father on his birthday. The man happily accepted the gift and thanked her. On the palm of the girl's hand was a watch and a brooch that he had given her for her birthday once. They were the same color. The moon was shining in the sky. The main character looked into the bedroom and wished Evangel good night. Then he closed the door, and immediately received a notification on the bracelet. He smirked when he saw a message from Tomer thanking him and remarked that she had succeeded. The guy remembered the girl, but after this notification, she disappeared, promising that she would return the money at any cost, and since the mana contract is still in effect, their bond is not completely broken, but despite this, the hero had a strong feeling that she would become a strong ally. Tomer walked around the city with natural hair color. On her cloak sparkled a cracked brooch, a gift from her father. The sun was shining outside. The table in the restaurant was laid. The main character looked at the dish with admiration and said that reality exceeded all his expectations. Naeun smirked and said that the food here is simply delicious, and she is looking forward to it. The young man looked at her inquiringly. All the friends were sitting at the table, and the brunette thought that he had the feeling that her attitude towards him had changed, and the girl said that their joint gatherings reminded her of her time in Gwangyang. The elder and Soho sat next to each other and had lunch, and the girl said that then she became stronger after training, and when she returned, she felt as if she could not be stopped. Yanghan looked at her and reminded her that she had lost to Rachel, to which the student exclaimed that it was a draw. Soho turned to the blonde man when he called out to him. The guys looked at each other, and Jaehak asked how the preparation for the exams was going, to which the interlocutor replied that everything was in progress, and asked a question in response. The cadet grinned and reminded him that he was different from him and never prepared for exams, but was simply born with a superior pedigree, but someone who had to make a lot of effort would not understand. The protagonist took a look at them and mentally noted that they are much more friendly to each other. He poked at the meat and thought that, according to the original, their relationship should be very tense now. The young man put a piece of food in his mouth and noted that what was happening was very different from the original. The brunette's eyes flashed, admiring the combination of flavors. The guy took the cutlet and thought that it just melts in his mouth as soon as it gets on his tongue. The girl pushed another plate for him. Naeun winked at him, hinting that she had just given him a free meal. The main character arched his eyebrows, not understanding what was happening. He stared at the redhead, musing that her behavior had changed, but maybe because he had given her a time capsule. In front of him was a plate of food. Naeun was looking the other way while talking to the guys, and Hajin assumed that she had feelings for him. The girl looked at him. She turned and asked if he wanted to order anything else, and the young man refused. But she did not believe him and called the waiter with a smile. The brunette narrowed his eyes as she ordered 2 more servings of beef ribs, and decided that his guesses were unfounded, and it was definitely because of the time capsule and her gratitude. Then Jonghak started a stream, filming everyone in karaoke. Then it was the turn of the main character. He took the microphone and sang, wowing the audience with his voice. Naeun leaned on her arm while listening to Hajin sing. Yona looked at her friend and was surprised that she was still immersed in the young man's song. The brunette smiled and admitted that the guy was incredibly good at singing. Her bracelet blinked, and someone wrote asking her to come out for a while to discuss something. The sky was reflected in the windows of the establishment, and the sounds of music were heard. The main character waved his hand and greeted the girl in English. Yona glanced at him and asked why he was suddenly pretending to be a foreigner. The interlocutors stood opposite each other, and a classmate asked to get down to business. The guy held out an envelope and said that he needed her to make bullets. The brunette received him and asked what it was, and the young man explained that the contents of the envelope would need to be stuffed with them. Yona asked if he still doubted her. She looked down and said that they had advanced mana compression techniques that allowed them to put it even in very small bullets, and there was nothing they couldn't handle. There were leaves on the paper. The girl squinted at him and clarified, because he would not tell, even if asked, and the hero noted that she knew him very well. The brunette put the trophy in her pocket and promised that she would do everything in the best possible way, for which the cadet thanked her. The guy turned around and asked to tell the others that he would leave first, and the girl asked what was wrong. Ha-jin remembered the blonde and admitted that after he finished singing, John Hack threw lightning at him. The sunset was spilling over the city, and the friends said goodbye. The girl lowered her head when she heard the signal of the bracelet. She looked anxiously at the pop-up window, saying that while investigating the Ha-jin case, they had stumbled upon a suspicious event. The brunette presented documents and read that an event known as the Guangzhou incident took place in the year of his birth, and for some reason, all the material about it was classified. The girl covered her mouth with her hand when she learned that one of the agents had been attacked during the investigation. The student immediately wrote and clarified whether everything was in order, and she was reassured that the subordinate got off easily. Yona knitted her eyebrows and asked to first provide her with all the information she managed to gather, and then suspend the investigation, because the safety of their agents is more important than obtaining information. She looked at the report and muttered that the name of the incident sounded familiar. The girl's eyes widened. As a child, the girl looked into her father's diary and saw something similar there. The page was about something she didn't really understand, but her father scolded her for reading them. The cadet squeezed her hand. She smiled and suggested that she might be able to return the favor like a true buddy. Yona turned around and thought that she was lucky that her father was on a business trip now, so she would check his diary when he returned. She unexpectedly ran into Naeun. Her friend put her hands behind her back in embarrassment, and muttered that they hadn't come back for a long time. The girl looked around. Then she stared at the brunette in surprise when she announced that the main character had already left. Yona looked at the redhead dumbfounded as she asked what they were talking about, where he went, if he was heading home. The cadet blushed and laughed. She leaned over to Naeun and chuckled. The brunette smiled and said that at such moments her friend is just an incredible cutie. The interlocutor blushed and asked what she was talking about. The next day, a man approached the gate. He looked around when they greeted him. It was his mistress Yona, and the girl asked how he was doing. The butler looked at the satisfied student and noted that she hadn't looked at them for a long time, but unfortunately, Mr. and Mrs. were not at home, but the brunette replied that everything was fine, and he could ignore her. The girl narrowed her eyes and explained that she had come to see something. She presented the diary and lied that it was one book in her father's study. Yona walked into the room and muttered that she hadn't come here in a long time. Under the table where the head of the family kept his diary, fabric shimmered. The girl pulled off the canvas. In front of her was a safe with a password. The brunette arched her eyebrows and said that 10 years ago he was gone. She began typing numbers, suggesting that the code could be her birthday. Then I introduced my mother's birthday, when the first option did not fit, but there was a failure here too. The girl closed her eyes thoughtfully and decided that there was only one version left. The door opened as the student dialed the numbers, 04290816. The brunette smirked, glad that her father used his daughter's and wife's birthday at the same time. In her hands was her father's diary. Yona looked at the bracelet with a smile, which received a message that they had also learned that after the incident in Guangzhou, the young man was in a shelter nearby. The girl flipped through the pages, sure that she had seen it before. Her eyes caught on the recording of September 9, 2008. The man bit his lips until he bled and wrote that he had filed a Guangzhou report today. He wrote that he did not think that he would ever be able to forget what happened. The handle of the nerves displayed hieroglyphs. Yona looked at the page in bewilderment as she read. There was a cartoon for children on the TV. Evangel and Whitey watched it with interest. The main character grinned and noticed that the girl was as interested as possible. The cat was sitting next to him, and the young man was surprised that even he looked like he understood everything, although his intelligence seemed to be quite high. The brunette looked at the Homero's ring. He twisted it in his fingers and noticed in the characteristics an increase in the owner's intelligence by 0.001 every 24 hours. But there was no condition that only a human could wear. The young man opened the laptop and decided to check it, after which he found out that there was no limit that the owner could be alone. But if the ring was not worn by a person, intelligence increased by 0.01 every 12 hours. The cadet looked thoughtfully at the price of 40 points and thought that it would take 18 days to reach the maximum, and the cost was better than he expected. The guy typed in a question if this applies to humans too, and the system replied that for first-time users, the rate of increase in intelligence doubles. Ha-jin furrowed his eyebrows when he saw that the price for humans was 250 history points. The girl smiled and laughed, turning to the cat. She was happily playing with the animal. The young man grinned and noted that it was useless for him, but it would benefit Evangel. The blonde was sitting in front of the TV with a cat. A ring sparkled on its tail, and the hero decided to test how smart the cat would become. Clouds were gathering in the sky. The shadow of the window fell on the carpet. Yona, trembling, sat down on the floor and asked what it was. The girl nervously turned the pages, not understanding what was in front of her. Many years ago, her father was sitting at a desk writing. He introduced Jin Young-won and noted that he was an honest man who was respected by everyone and a righteous man who was always against violence. President Kim Seok-ho, who considered him a pain in the ass, clenched his fist and branded him the progenitor of human monsters, although he was just afraid that his shady deeds would be exposed. But the real problem is that Chai Jukiel also wanted Youngwon dead. The old men met in the meeting room, and the hero agreed that the man was a monster, and in order to avoid suspicion of murder, he ordered to deal with everyone who followed Youngwon, after which he hired assassins and entrusted the massacre to the girl's father. A man was standing at the window. On September 8th, an urgent message came from a military man who asked for reinforcements, but since he was the one who led the monster's attack, everything was doomed. Yona's father complied with the order and ordered them to focus on the rescue operation, which led them to their deaths. Youngwon and his team tried to rescue civilians at the Gwangho shelter, but around 8 p.m., an assassin broke in, and no one survived. The girl sat in shock with a diary in her hands. She was shaking, trying to comprehend what she had just read. The page was written in her father's handwriting, and she found it hard to believe that he was part of the massacre. The brunette turned pale when she read that the man had received a report the next day that there was a deeply pregnant woman among Youngwon's subordinates. The student nervously turned the page, muttering that this could not be. She trembled, saying that there was no guarantee that it was Hajin's parents. She froze when she read that the shelter showed signs of childbirth, but the baby's body was not found. Yona looked up, muttering that an orphan had been registered in Gwangho not far from the incident, and when her father questioned the killer sent by Chai Jukiel, he said that he had simply abandoned the baby, but the child was destined to die that day. The student was sweating. She covered her mouth and shed tears when she read that Dad was looking for that child to kill with his own hands. Hajin looked at the watch as it vibrated. A screen appeared in front of him with an alert from the Travelers Club that they would be going to a festival in Busan next Saturday. The guy squinted at the message and thought that he didn't really want to go, because wherever their group went, there were only problems waiting for him. But still it was written in the original, so you can unwind a little. The young man wrote in the chat what would happen. He rubbed his chin and remembered something. The girl turned around when the hero asked if she wanted to go out for a walk next Friday. Evangel jumped into his arms, asking where, and the guy replied that it was a festival in Busan, he would have some free time. They hugged happily. The man remembered the flowers and wrote that at that moment he suddenly remembered a little girl born in April. He was holding a mysterious creature in his arms, which by its very existence made him happy. His daughter Yona sniffed peacefully. The puzzles came together. My father deliberately did not tell about it in the report. He made entries in his diary, admitting that he left the baby to the mercy of fate and killed his parents. The pen printed notes that the man had already lived his life as a coward, and a little more dirt would not change anything. He sat at the table, not fully understanding the reason why he was writing in his diary, whether it was a matter of his conscience, or simply an excuse for being a coward, or perhaps a sense of guilt towards Chai Jukiel. Yona sat on the floor after finishing reading. The diary fell from her hands. The girl remembered the image of the main character, who risked his life to save her, and just yesterday called them friends. Her eyes were red with tears and the realization that this young man was calling her comrade. She began to tremble. The student bent over, covering her face. Yona buried herself in the floor and sobbed. The best hotel in Busan, Lotus Hall. The main character twisted the glass with a smile. Evangel and Whitey were sitting at a table, looking at their pictures from the festival. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and Friday came. In the photo, the girl was sailing on a yacht, admiring the sand castle and eating cake, and the hero considered the last frame to be the most successful of all. The guy was standing on the balcony and thinking about how usually such a suite is difficult to book, even if you have money for it, but he was very lucky that someone refused to book at the last moment. He looked at the fireworks on the embankment, and was glad that he had good luck and now he could admire the beautiful night view. The brunette lowered his gaze with interest. A couple was walking down the street. Hajin took a closer look at the man, who looked a little strange. He turned sharply. The main character shuddered when their eyes crossed. The man stopped, looking at the hotel building. Then he squinted slyly and smiled. The brunette was sweating, not believing that the stranger had seen him from such a distance. The young man knitted his eyebrows and noted an ominous premonition. He clenched his fingers and assumed that it was his instincts, as the original author screaming. The guy stood and looked down at someone who was born into another world, became a villain after losing his home, and had endured countless betrayals, the exact opposite of Suho. The man waved his hand with a smirk, and the hero thought that the main final boss should not be with such a good-natured smile, and the appearance was described differently. The man pointed his finger upwards. His companion turned. The girl looked at Hajin. Her face suddenly took on a sinister expression. Hajin's eyes widened and noted that it felt like the two wanted to nail him. He smiled nervously and muttered that even for a co-author it was too much. The cadet introduced Suho, who was the complete opposite of the final boss. But now the main villain was that girl. The main character grinned nervously. The companions below looked at each other, and the man asked who the person they were looking at was. Sayuk knitted her eyebrows and replied that probably no one, and she would have to have a lot of potential and a fast growth to eventually become the greatest threat in the finals. The brunette raised the glass to his lips and thought that if he had a bullet with a mistletoe leaf inside, he would have spent all the points to deal with it on the spot, but he would never have guessed that it would appear in such a form in front of him when the young man was also alone. The man next to her chuckled and advised her to improve her observation skills. They looked at the hotel, and he said that a person who could meet their gaze at such a distance and not flinch was definitely not ordinary. Then he turned to his companion and asked her to stop looking as if he wanted to fight, to which the girl replied that he was the first to start. The protagonist turned pale when he heard them talking about how he might have fallen in love with her, and she should better wink back. Then the man pushed his companion in the back and hurried her. Finally, he exchanged glances with Hajin with a smile. After that, the two of them disappeared among the people. The main character sat down on the floor and thought that he had aged 10 years because of them. The guy sweated and noted that he was glad that he was able to see Sayuk. But who was next to her? Could their relationship be deeper than with a subordinate? Evangel ran up to the young man and asked if he could go swimming with Whitey. The cat had already dived into the pool, while the hero was clarifying whether the girl could swim. She quickly put on a bathing suit, and the brunette noted that magic really makes life easier. The student stood by while the blonde was having fun, wondering if the original was of any use at all with so many changes in the plot. He glanced down and decided that he would deal with everything gradually, as he would meet Sayuk soon anyway. The next day, the young man was standing at the station. The other cadets approached after noticing him. Han Hyun looked at the hero and noted that he had come early. The young man remembered that after returning to Seoul in the early hours of Saturday morning, he and Evangel had gone to the apartment they had rented, and although he was uncomfortable leaving her alone in an unfamiliar place, she would be fine with Whitey. The girl waved at him at the end and asked him to come back quickly. Suho and the others also came over and greeted everyone. He looked at the main character and asked why he was so early, to which the brunette replied that he was just very excited. Naeun approached their leader and informed him that her friend was not feeling well, so she would join later. Hajin turned around and asked if Yona was sick, to which Suho said that the girl was even taken to the hospital. The headman put his hands behind his head and asked if his classmate's gastritis had worsened due to stress, and the redhead confirmed, saying that she had been taking care of her all night. The girl remembered a pale brunette who looked unwell and did not answer questions about what was wrong. Hajin remembered the academy and the fact that he hadn't seen Yona for a whole week, but he didn't even think that she was sick. Naeun smiled and said that she felt much better now and would even join them later. The main character stepped into the portal, deciding that everything would be fine. After all, the brunette is a lover of food and could eat something wrong. The blue sea stretched out in front of them. Seagulls were hovering over the city, and students were looking around enthusiastically, discussing that they had a street food tour as well as a shopping tour today. The main character glanced at the antique shop, wondering if he could find some rare thing with his luck there. Someone put a cap on him with a request to try it on. The guy shuddered and asked why Naeun pops out so abruptly, to which the girl said that she would buy him an accessory because it suits him. The cadet took it off and refused, but the interlocutor exclaimed that she had already paid. It had a price tag of $250, and the young man was surprised that the thing was so expensive. As a result, he still put on a cap, although he was dissatisfied. Naeun happily handed him street food asking him to try it, trying to parody the local accent. The guy almost choked when the corn dog was in his mouth. He began to chew and asked why the girl did not eat, to which she replied that she could have an upset stomach from street food, so she fed him. The red-haired woman smiled happily, and the hero wondered why she was in such a good mood, whether it was because her brother's condition had improved. The student grabbed him by the arm. She pulled the Hajin with her. The young man looked at her in confusion, wondering that her behavior was not just like that, but whether he could be next to her. The cadet was smiling, and the hero understood that if they got along, in the future she would be much more hurt by betrayal, so he wanted to keep his distance. The brunette sweated and turned to her, realizing that it was time to start keeping her distance. Suddenly, the redhead threw a scarf over him. His eyes rounded. The girl looked at him with a smile and said that it would soon get colder, and the guy noted that something dark and cowardly had begun to sprout in him. Naeun looked at the main character, saying that any color suits his face. She smirked and assumed that she was just in good taste. The young man arched his eyebrows in embarrassment, trying to convince himself that they could be close until then. He froze in place, thinking about taking a chance until he was caught. The guy pursed his lips and sweated as he listened to her. The girl was dumbfounded when the hero said that he did not need to buy anything. She called out to him in surprise as he turned around. Hajin ran the other way. Stars were shining over the city, and the last item on today's program was an amusement park. Suspicious men were standing in the alleyway, because a place that should be filled with dreams and fantasies is now a hot spot for smuggling. The hero looked at his comrades and thought that, according to the original, the deal would fall through and the smugglers would make a mess, and Sayuk would meet with Suho. Naeun turned around to see her friend. A girl's car appeared behind the hero's back. Yona put on her bag and walked out. The redhead immediately ran up to her and asked if she felt better, to which she received an affirmative answer. Han Hyun smiled and asked his friends to queue up to get the bracelets. The main character glanced sideways at the brunette. He looked at her and asked if she had come, although she was still sick, but she said that she was fine, although she did not look very good. The brunette fastened the bracelet and wondered if she was really so badly poisoned. Yona suddenly grabbed the young man when they said that everyone should be divided into pairs, and announced that he would go with her. Naeun looked after them, dumbfounded, and asked what was happening to them. The guy was sweating, trying to understand why the girl was behaving like this. The brunette looked very serious and distressed. The amusement park shone under the night sky. The cabins of the Ferris wheel swayed slightly. The cadets sat silently opposite each other. The main character looked at the girl and thought that he was expecting a conversation, but she said almost nothing when they walked in the park. The brunette crumpled the fabric of her skirt and continued to sigh and steal a glance at the young man. A few minutes ago, she approached him and offered to ride the Ferris wheel. The girl flinched when Hajin pointed out that they clearly weren't on a date. So what's the matter? She arched her eyebrows and replied that it was not about creating a bullet, and everything would be ready next month. The guy smiled and noted that the leaves were not quite ordinary, and she noticed. The guys were sitting opposite each other, and the hero said that if after the creation of the bullet there was anything left, he could keep for himself for research, let the pharmaceutical business flourish. The brunette shuddered when the cadet said that they were friends, and that was not a problem. She shook at the word. Hajin rubbed his chin and clarified that it turns out that in the pharmaceutical business it acts more as an investor. Yona looked at the hero and exclaimed that she needed to tell him something. Her face looked worried. The young man looked inquiringly at his friend and asked what he was talking about. Suddenly their booth shook. The bases on the Ferris wheel sparkled. The hero looked out the window, noting that they had stopped. Sayuk and Soho were already standing below. The girl looked at the cadet and said that he was quite famous here. She grinned menacingly and added that thanks to this, she immediately recognized him. The guy stared at her in shock and asked where she came from. The interlocutor grinned and noted that he would be a complete idiot if he did not recognize her. The girl's eyes flashed and asked if he really thought that he had become the only special person that day. Soho frowned and asked for a reason for her being here. Naeun looked at her companion, trying to figure out what the hell was going on, because it was the first time she had seen him so angry. The villainess made a gesture with her hand and replied that it was none of his business, and that he should be respected. Sayuk smiled and noted that no matter how much the world had changed, he shouldn't have forgotten about their relationship. The student lowered his head and said that after all this time, she had no right to say such a thing. The girl grimaced and said that the lower rabble had become arrogant, and it was time to fix it. The student in the hat twitched in displeasure, and exclaimed that she was infuriated by such words. Naeun stepped forward and said that she didn't know what connected them, but if Soho was so angry, there was a 9 out of 10 chance that the girl was wrong about the situation. Her opponent looked at her contemptuously. A sharp blow swept the student back. Soho only had time to round his eyes. He turned to his girlfriend. She was lying on the rocks among the fragments. Sayuk frowned as she stretched out her hand. The guy turned around and asked if his classmate was safe. He flinched when the villainess was indignant that he dared to turn his back on her. The long-haired woman's eyes flashed and released her energy. The cadet watched dumbfounded as the blades appeared out of thin air. Sayuk stood among the weapons and asked if his life was not at all. The protagonist was still sitting in the cubicle, amazed that the villainess was so strong that she was able to knock out Naeun with one punch. He turned, realizing that the situation would become too dangerous at this rate, and told his interlocutor that he would have to talk later. The handle flew off the door. The brunette looked down and said that he would go first. But suddenly he froze when he was captured. Yona held his hand, saying in a trembling voice that it couldn't wait. She was shaking all over. The brunette looked up at him and admitted that if she didn't tell him now, she wasn't sure she could do it at all. The main character arched his eyebrows in surprise, wondering what had happened to the girl, since she was in such a state. He rounded his eyes and suggested that it was time for an abuse of power scandal, and that would explain her stress-induced gastritis, so she had a hard time. The guy quickly released his hand. Hajin smiled warmly and stated that then it was not worth talking at all. The girl began to cry, realizing that he meant that even if she didn't tell her, he would help her. The cadet jumped down with a smile. Yona stared after him in confusion. She sat down on her knees and covered her face with her hands, and the hero thought that no matter what she was worried about, everything would be resolved in the end. Hajin ran, breathing heavily. Ahead of Naeun, she tried to climb. He sat down next to her and mentally noted that she was not badly injured, but there would definitely be internal damage, so he needed to carry her behind the trees. The girl opened her eyes. The young man sighed and took out a bottle. Without permission, he gave the student his contents to drink, explaining that when the potion heals internal wounds, they hurt a little, but she would soon feel better. Soho turned to look at them in alarm, and the villainess reminded him that he shouldn't pay attention to his girlfriend. The guy knitted his eyebrows and asked why the interlocutor had changed so much. She tilted her head and muttered what she had already explained. She raised her blades in the air and repeated that he should not speak to her arrogantly. The girl's eyes flashed menacingly. The student took the rebar lying nearby. Blades flew at him. He repulsed them with a quick movement. Then he looked at his opponent and asked if she had to do it, because they had no reason to fight anymore. Sayuk frowned and said that it was not for him to decide. The girl smirked and asked if that would be enough. Blades appeared above the young man's head. He waved his stick to block the attack. One spear plunged into the ground next to him. The main character turned pale, sitting in the distance, and realized that the villainess was incredibly strong. Sayu clenched her fist, and even her dark blue mana energy is a powerful force in itself, and she doesn't even need to resort to weapons. After all, compressed to the limit of mana is a weapon. Suho put a stick in front of him to defend himself. The blade pierced the rebar, and the hero realized that his comrade did not even have a mistletoe with him. The student gritted his teeth, noticing that his defenses had been broken. The opponent grinned and clenched her fist. The guy bent over, having received a blow to the stomach. A series of attacks followed. The latter threw the student back. Suho slid down the wall. Hajin jumped, knowing that if he didn't intervene, something terrible would happen. The villainess stood over her rival. She looked at him and held out her hand. The guy quickly found himself between them. The main character stood in front of a friend and told the girl that this was enough. Sayuk arched an eyebrow and asked who he was. The brunette was sweating when she remembered that it was yesterday's boy. The girl looked at him and asked if he was the teacher of these children. Charges flew past the young man as he answered. The hero froze, and the blows hit the wall. Sayuk raised her hand silently. The cadet turned pale and sweated. He used the ability to dodge the blade. The weapon pierced behind him. The guy clutched his heart, and the villainess admitted that he had deftly dodged, not knowing that it was all thanks to time dilation. Hajin straightened up and suggested that they end there because none of them had brought their weapons. The girl ruffled her hair and asked again if he really wasn't their teacher. The main character stared at her in bewilderment, and replied that he was their friend. The long-haired woman looked at him irritably and demanded that he go down if she didn't want to become a corpse. Hajin hid his hand behind his back and thought that no matter how he looked, she wasn't going to back down, so there was nothing to be done, and since the girl was arrogant and careless, this provocation should work. The main character took out a coin with a resolute look. The interlocutor arched her eyebrows and exclaimed that he had already said that he had no weapon, so why did he pull it out? The brunette grinned silently. The coin glowed from the concentration of the stigmatized mana, and it also activated the effect of the item, namely the ginseng elixir. The young man swung sharply. He gritted his teeth and applied the random upgrade system. The coin crashed into the girl's forehead. Hajin was sweating. The improvised weapon fell to the ground with a clink. Sayuk clutched her head. She frowned irritably and said that it actually hurt. The hero turned pale and noted with a smile that even using all his strength, he would not be able to defeat it now, but that would be enough. The girl concentrated her strength and cursed. Suddenly someone grabbed her by the arm. The man looked at her and said that this was enough, and it was time for them to go. He closed his eyes when Sayuk began to resent, and noted that her brain was in turmoil, that even mana could not be controlled. The girl received a sharp blow to the neck. She went limp in her companion's arms. The man looked at the main character, and noted that she always caused so many problems. Hajin smiled awkwardly and hesitated to answer when the other person asked if they had met somewhere. The man smirked and thanked him, adding that he would not let his guard down next time. Then he jumped up and walked away. The young man looked after him. Hajin collapsed to the ground and exhaled. Someone from above watched the devastation and the ambulances that arrived. The man with Sayuk on his shoulder narrowed his eyes as he thought about the protagonist. He remembered how the young man had taken a swing, being able to understand the girl's character and provoke her in such a short time, and also determined that mana control would be broken if he hit her on the head. The man grinned. Then I turned around and thought it was interesting. However, a silhouette appeared behind him, and a voice asked where he was going. Jane, in the guise of a security guard, adjusted her cap and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The man turned around and replied that it had indeed been a long time. The interlocutor frowned when he asked if there was a child here, and heard that he was not taken with them, as he could die. After all, the leader could not defeat him. Jane clenched her fist and stated that she had only come to check on how well he was doing, but it looked like he had managed to find a new child. The girl was hanging from his shoulder. The man looked at her and smirked, explaining that this was his student, although she was too special for such a title, and he was always looking for a way to nail him. The girl's appearance suddenly fell asleep. The interlocutor waved his hand and noted that she had gained a lot of self-confidence, or simply became more fearless. The blonde knitted her eyebrows and asked if he had said that those who had something to protect could behave recklessly. She put her hand on the belt and added that, although she could not defeat him, she was capable of killing an unconscious girl. The man grinned. He put his hand in his pocket and said that it was true, but now it was time for him, although he was glad to see her. Jane continued to stand in front of them, asking if he was going to leave just like that, and then added that their leader had found a new black man, and a wolf had been hired to suit his soul. People were crowded in the park below, and the girl said that the demon beast was already here. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and muttered that Fenrir was the one who had swallowed the king of the gods alive. The man turned around and asked to do everything possible to embody this myth. He exchanged glances with the blonde and added that it didn't look like the fairy tales were real. The protagonist was helping Suho at this point by giving him a recovery potion. The young man sat down against the wall, noting that the police and heroes had detained all the smugglers who had caused chaos on the territory of the amusement park, and surely tomorrow's news would be full of headlines. After the failed negotiations, the smugglers had made a mess in the amusement park. Suho shifted his gaze to the brunette, who was musing that the Sayuk group hadn't been caught and Naeun was safe in the hospital. The hero looked at his friend and asked if he had drunk everything, and the guy promised to pay for the potion, but the interlocutor did not accept this. Hajin leaned on his arm and asked if he knew the girl, and the classmate admitted that he didn't know much. His gaze became thoughtful, and a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Soho looked at the protagonist uncertainly and addressed him. The young man sat patiently beside him. The lights of the tower stood out in the dark sky, but the student suddenly asked him to forget. The hero stood up and asked not to drive too much, no matter what. The brunette glanced at his friend and sighed. Then he suddenly patted him on the head. Soho stared at him dumbfounded and asked what he was doing, but instead of answering, the guy quickly said goodbye. The cadet looked after him in surprise. The swordsman grinned and straightened his hair. Hajin walked among the ruins, realizing that after meeting Sayuk Soho, who also came from another world, he would surely drown in his thoughts. The young man narrowed his eyes, realizing that the loneliness and grief of losing his hometown reminded him of his own feelings. He introduced his classmate and remembered that he had no hope of returning home, and the opportunity to only observe made the task much more difficult. From the balcony I could see the city at night. The girl remembered the main character, who said with a smile that she did not need to say anything. Yona looked thoughtfully into the distance, and muttered that she didn't say anything in the end. Her friend abruptly opened the door to the balcony, and loudly asked what it was about. The brunette turned around and asked how she was feeling, but Naeun assured that she would live, because the first aid was provided well. The interlocutor looked away when the girl remembered that she should write and thank Hajin. She introduced her friend along with her grandfather, whom she respected very much. The image of Chai Juchio became clearer, and the realization came that he was one of the key figures responsible for the past, like her father. The memory faded, and the student thought that he must have always been kind only to his granddaughter, and Naeun would feel a crushing betrayal when he found out about it. Redhead stared happily at the bracelet as she wondered if she should talk about Hajin's past and tell her that her grandfather, whom she respected so much, was one of the criminals responsible for the murder of the young man's parents, and doomed him to a life without a family. The brunette clenched her fist. Then she looked at her friend and turned to her. Naeun turned to the cadet questioningly. She nervously lowered her gaze, gathering her strength. The swordswoman looked surprised. Finally, Yona patted her on the shoulder and advised her to be nice. She threw up her hands and said that every time she wrote Hajin, she sent grumpy messages. The brunette stopped for a moment and asked to listen to her. The girl covered her mouth, holding back tears, and said that she did not want her to regret it later. Dormitory building. Evangel took out chicken legs and handed one to the cat. The protagonist looked at them and was relieved to think that after so many arguments and skirmishes, they had finally learned to share. A notification of receipt of 433 SP flashed on the monitor, and the young man was glad that thanks to yesterday's incident, he could finally add another setting, as he wanted. The guy got up and explained to the girl that he had to work, and he was thinking about where to start, because he had a couple of ideas. The brunette took the documents, remembering that he had written it down. There was a list with highlighted items on the sheet, and the young man noted that he came to this ability to remember the effects of the drugs he took and reproduce them after he foresaw that in the future he would have to take a lot of doping. Hajin opened his laptop and muttered that if he was going to take his medication anyway, he had to make the most of it and achieve a permanent effect. A system notification appeared on the screen that 1,000 experience points were required. The student turned pale and said that he knew that constantly improving performance was expensive, even though such things were worth it. He accepted the change, and a window appeared in front of him with a description of the body memory of the drugs. The guy threw the ginseng elixir that Yona had given him into his mouth. The hero licked his lips, and the system notified that, thanks to the use of the medicine, his strength, endurance, stamina and mana would be gradually increased, and the body had memorized 4% of the boosting characteristics of the wild ginseng elixir, after which the young man noted that in order for the body to be able to replicate the entire effect, he needed to take 25 pills. He widened his eyes before he could say that it wasn't so bad. Hajin fell to the floor. His face turned pale and sweat broke out as the guy tried to figure out what was happening. The stigmata on his wrist activated on its own. The young man shuddered, noting that he had expected something like this. But would it always hurt so much? The girl went to the door and asked what the sound was, to which the hero quickly replied that he had just dropped something, and she called it clumsy. The student sat up as he heard Evangel and the cat walk away so as not to disturb him. The hero squeezed his hand forcefully, realizing that he could not scream, because the baby was in the next room. He turned pale, but he didn't want to worry her unnecessarily. Hajin opened his eyes abruptly and inhaled. The young man was lying on the floor covered in sweat. The student got up and noticed that it was already morning. Next to him on the floor lay Evangel, who tried to cover the guy with a blanket and a cat. The girl drooled, muttering that the hero would catch a cold if he slept here. The brunette smiled gently and said that in the end he still made her worry. The cafe was illuminated by the bright sun. The cadet sat at the table and studied. Naeun squinted at the swordsman, who was staring at his watch. She smirked and assumed that he was texting Sungha, since he was hiding the screen. The guy shuddered and said that they were just chatting, nothing serious, and the blonde replied that it was even stranger that an ordinary cadet corresponded personally with the deputy head of the guild. Yona frowned and interrupted the guys, asking them to be quiet. A friend put her hands behind her head and said that her studies were over for today, so it was better to decide on the dates of the trip, and she would be at the camp until the end of March, so she needed to get out early, for example, next week. Soho raised his hand and stated that he could not, as he and Hajin had other plans. Naeun turned around abruptly and asked what other plans were. The guy looked down, remembering how in correspondence he had agreed to go to the dungeon with the young man, and lied that they were going to ride. The girls imagined a brunette driving a classmate on a bike, and asked again. The redhead lowered her head. When the swordsman admitted that he had always wanted to ride a motorcycle, she became sad, not noticing that everyone had begun to choose another date. Naeun clenched her fist as she thought of something. Moonlight fell through the treetop. The guy stopped in the grass. He looked at the hut and checked whether they were supposed to meet here. The main character raised his hand and asked if there was anyone here. The brunette looked at the shadow from the side. A wolf jumped out of his chest, and a cry was heard. The beast clung to a large bat. The young man stared at this flying nightmare. Hajin stood up and realized that if it weren't for the wolf spirit, he would definitely have suffered from the sudden appearance of a 6th-grade monster. The hero grinned and wondered why she had made an appointment in such a place. Xiaoping opened the door and greeted him. Inside, the house was dilapidated. The woman crossed her arms and asked what exactly the young man was not satisfied with. The brunette sat across from her, and a dialogue was open to her. The hero folded his hands and replied that he was satisfied with everything, after which the boss clarified what was going on, and to a certain extent she was ready to revise the contract. The brunette tilted her head and asked to tell me when the young man said that he had a request that could not be spelled out in the contract. Hajin lowered his head thoughtfully. He squeezed his hand nervously. The cadet cringed and said that he needed her to help kill someone. The interlocutor looked at him intently. The young man remembered the hospital and thought that for a while he had been trying to figure out how to kill Jin-Yun alone. But in the end, he realized that it was impossible because the VIP ward was a place that anyone could enter. He introduced the guards and noted that even if he could break through them, it would inevitably reveal his identity. All eyes would be fixed on him. The young man lowered his gaze and thought that there were also a couple of allies with whom he had unconsciously become close. Hajin visualized his friends and realized that he wanted to stay with them now. The brunette put his hand in his pocket when the boss clarified who he wanted to kill. The guy handed her an envelope. The woman took out printouts. Then, almost immediately, she frowned. She threw the folder on the floor and asked if there was a reason. The photos scattered around the room. There was footage of Naeun with his brother. Jin-Yun was smiling at them. The main character leaned on his knees and held a pause. The brunette raised his head and said that he would kill him himself. He just needed help to create an opportunity. Xiaoping crossed her arms and tried to object, but the guy thought that he hadn't asked to kill the target with his own hands in the first place, and she wasn't going to help with it in the first place. The interlocutors sat opposite each other. The cadet nervously fingered his fingers. Xiaoping exchanged dumbfounded glances with the young man when he called her boss, although he had never done so before. The coach frowned and said loudly that all the final exams would be held as part of the trial ascent of the tower. Hajin stood among the other cadets, thinking about how time had flown by. The man stood in front and said that this was a real battle simulation used by the guilds before attacking the real tower, and everyone should treat it like a real fight. And the young man thought that he wasn't very sure about this part since he had carefully studied the cube exams for the first year and skimmed through the rest, and now he regretted it. The students returned to the portal, and the teacher explained that the starting point was the same for everyone, but as soon as they entered the portal, they would be automatically transported to their location, so they should not be surprised. The guy walked through the gate. He stopped in surprise. There was pitch darkness around him, and the young man assumed that they would most likely turn on the light when it all started, but there was nothing wrong with going forward a bit. The hero activated special vision to see what was there. A room was outlined ahead. Hajin looked around and noted that it looked like a small building from the outside, but inside it was quite spacious, and there was a passage in the right wall. The cadet covered himself with his hand when it suddenly became light, and thought that this could be someone's interference. But other than that, there was nothing unusual. 3 rules flashed to the guy: unite with those in white, beware of traps, and trust matters. The protagonist stared at them puzzled, muttering that this was clearly done in order to separate the players. He turned, thinking that it seemed that the human monsters had already seized about 30% of control of the cube. The brunette peeked around the corner and found a bridge. The guy stepped forward, realizing that it looked like a 100% trap, but there was no other way, so he just had to go. Hajin frowned and looked around. He activated the ability to dodge the arrow. The tip flashed in front of his face. The hero caught 2 more shells with his hands. Then he threw them violently. An explosion was heard in the wall. The young man shook off his hands and grinned. The guy smiled and said that this was not even close to the Rachel's sword. Suddenly, the bridge collapsed under him. Hajin's eyes widened in surprise. He hung in the air for a while. Then he flew down, not understanding what the hell was happening. Soon the young man plopped down on the ground and screamed. The hero rubbed his heel in irritation and muttered that hard times had come. Naeun and Rachel looked at him happily and called out. Both girls looked at each other in confusion. Then they moved away from each other. The brunette was sweating, wondering why, of all the people, they were the ones on the team. The blonde folded her hands and asked if he had also attacked the place from which the arrow had flew, for she had noticed as she fell that the crossbow was white. The redhead knitted her eyebrows and remembered those 3 rules. The hero looked around and wondered if he could see anything from here. He activated his special vision and saw monsters on the surface. It was an elite squad of goblins, but if the girls started working together, it wouldn't be a problem. The young man turned to the arguing cadets. Hajin ran to the side, stating that he would go first. His teammates turned around and called out to him. The girls hurried after him, taking out their weapons. The brunette walked out of the cave, and Naeun shouted that there was a cliff. The cadet jumped down calmly. The students looked down in surprise. They immediately followed him, attacking the monsters, as this is a dungeon made to work together. Naeun pointed at him with her sword and exclaimed that he should cover their backs like an archer, to which the young man lied that he did not know that there were so many enemies here. The brunette turned around in satisfaction as she sent him to the rear, noting that the mission was accomplished. The hero jumped into a tree. Downstairs, the girls were fighting goblins. The redhead swung her blade, knocking her enemies away. Rachel also did not lag behind, deftly dealing with monsters. The shooter took the pistol and noticed that they worked together better than he expected. The guy knitted his eyebrows and wondered if they needed his support at all, but he also had an exam, so he would have to work hard. With his special eyesight, he noticed another silhouette. A cloaked goblin was standing behind the trees, and the brunette guessed that it was their leader, after which he applied discernment. Hajin recharged, noting that 40% is not bad. He turned when he heard an exclamation. A monster with a sword looms over Naeun. The young man gritted his teeth and took aim, realizing that he had been distracted. The guy shot the enemy in the head, and the blonde pushed her classmate away from danger. The monster rolled his eyes. The girls plopped down on the ground nearby. The goblins turned to look at them as they talked, discussing whether everything was okay. The students looked at each other and abruptly began to argue, with Naeun claiming that she did not need help. The hero squinted at her from the tree and mimicked her, to which the cadet asked her to cover normally, and not to idle. The young man looked away and said nothing, realizing that she was right. The girl looked at him offended. She turned around and asked him to continue. The main character looked at her, not understanding why she was so angry. The corpses of goblins lay on the ground. Hajin jumped down and noted that there was simply no end to them, and it seemed that there were more monsters here than in a normal battle. He turned at the sound. A tall monster appeared in front of them. The cadets stared at him, not believing their eyes. The guy looked at his companions and called for calm, saying that they needed to do the same as usual, and he would cover them. The young man jumped into a tree when the red-haired woman asked if he could handle his gun. The hero looked at her and replied that they didn't really worry, because she was with them. Naeun blushed and agreed embarrassedly. Then she turned around and happily called the blonde with her, and she grumbled that she didn't need reminders. They both rushed to attack. Attacks rained down on the monster. He, in turn, hit with a mace, but the blonde managed to jump away. Rachel made a lunge with a rapier. The ogre dodged, and she flew past. The enemy's eyes flashed menacingly. He grabbed the girl. Naeun looked at her and asked what she was doing while the princess tried to get out. The redhead shuddered when she heard the main character call the blonde by name. The guy was standing over the cliff. He looked at Rachel anxiously and asked her to hold out a little longer. The young man ran from above, trying to find a suitable angle, but the enemy was so huge that he was not sure that a shot from below would work. Naeun looked at him in frustration. The brunette continued to run forward. At this time, the blonde was trying to get out of the hold. The redhead looked down thoughtfully, lost in her thoughts, when the guy called out to her. The hero sat down and asked her to concentrate. She opened her mouth silently. Instead of answering, she ran to the side. Hajin looked at her and asked where she was going. The student pushed off the tree with her foot. She jumped over the monster and swung. Her silhouette was covered by the bright sun. The girl activated the energy that enveloped the blade. The brunette shielded himself from the light. Naeun swung her sword. From the blow, the monster loosened its grip, and the blonde was able to get out. The redhead lowered her hand with her weapon. She cast an offended glance at the hero. Hajin exchanged glances with her, trying to understand why she had such an expression. Someone tapped the guy's chest, and he opened his eyes abruptly. He crouched and asked what the girl was doing, and the redhead hurried to apologize, muttering that he had not come to his senses. The brunette turned pale and asked why he would die. The hero stood up and asked if he had passed out, and Naeun said that he had suddenly fallen. Perhaps it was too bright, and he was dizzy. Hajin flinched when he heard that he had been unconscious for about half an hour. He looked at the girl and said that she should have gone forward, because at this rate they would be deducted points, and she reminded her that these were his words about teamwork, but it seemed to be his failure. The redhead pursed her lips when the young man asked how Rachel was. The brunette looked around when he heard that she had gone on a reconnaissance mission to save time while Naeun was keeping an eye on the shooter, and the guy replied that they needed to wait for her. He looked at the interlocutor with puzzlement when she asked if he really liked the princess so much. The cadet averted her gaze and noted that the young man was constantly talking only about her, as if there were only the two of them on their team. The hero rounded his eyes and wondered if he had mentioned Rachel too often in front of her rival, but said that he just didn't need to worry about Naeun. The girl gritted her teeth and blushed. She looked at him resentfully and exclaimed that he had said they couldn't be friends, and now he was ignoring her. Hajin's eyes widened and muttered that he didn't mean it at all. The student knitted her eyebrows as he said that she was strong enough that there was no need to worry about her. She blushed and tilted her head in bewilderment. The guy waved his hand and apologized if she thought he was only paying attention to the blonde, but when he said that he didn't need to worry about her, it didn't mean what the student thought. The guys were sitting in a monster camp, and the main character explained that the princess had recently begun to master a new fighting style, and he helped her a little with training, but it was not quite stable yet. Naeun blushed and thought that this was probably the reason they spent so much time together. She nudged him with her elbow and demanded that he admit that she was stronger than the princess, and the hero agreed, mentally noting that now Rachel could not properly cope with his spirit. The brunette smiled with relief, while the girl was glad that she was still stronger than the spoiled blonde, although she began to master the sword later. The redhead blushed and paused. The main character looked at her in surprise when she asked if it turns out that he does not avoid her because he hates her. Hajin arched an eyebrow and clarified how she had come to this conclusion in the first place. The interlocutor looked confused and embarrassed. The guy suddenly remembered her photo with her brother and thought that he was mistaken. He sweated and asked why he would suddenly hate her, noting that it wasn't a lie and he had an affection for all the characters, he just couldn't go any further. The brunette turned to his classmate and asked how her brother was. The red-haired woman looked at him in surprise and asked again. The young man narrowed his eyes and muttered that he had heard from Yona that she looked very upset the last time in the hospital. The hero presented the latest events and decided that this time he wanted to ask her directly how she would feel if someone killed her brother. He visualized himself with a gun. The girl shuddered when the cadet noted that she looked cheerful. The swordswoman looked at her comrade puzzled. They both looked at the sky, and the student said that she had decided to go to the teacher's camp again this winter, and the brunette remembered that it was about the same 3-month course of hellish training. The interlocutors were sitting next to each other, and Naeun suddenly said that she wanted to go on a trip with everyone before leaving, because the camp would last all winter break, but she especially wanted to go with him. The guy turned to her dumbfounded and suddenly said that it would not work. He turned away and said that he didn't have time, so he couldn't go. The young man stood up and muttered that the blonde should have returned by now. The interlocutor abruptly grabbed his arm. Naeun knitted her eyebrows and said that she would adjust her schedule, so let her say when she was unavailable. The brunette arched an eyebrow questioningly when she said that he had time to ride a bike with Suho. Suddenly, Rachel ran up and asked with a smile if Hajin had finally woken up. She stepped closer and said that there was a stone wall that looked like a gate nearby, and perhaps they could use it to move to another area. The girl squeezed the guy's wrist tighter. Naeun stared at him demandingly. The main character sweated and remained silent. Then he released his hand and said, "All right." He turned away and promised to think about it. The redhead smiled happily and blushed. Then she jumped up and hurried after her comrades. In front of them was a large stone. The trio looked up, and the hero thought that he felt that there was someone there, but could not see, and also perhaps there was some mechanism here. He glanced at the blonde and asked to summon a spirit. The young man pointed to the side and explained that it would be a good idea to scout the situation behind the wall just in case, and although spirits do not have human intuition, they are able to feel emotions much more broadly. The girl touched her wrist and agreed. Rachel closed her eyes and concentrated her energy. With her inner eye, she enlightened the space behind the stone. The student shuddered when she received a signal from the spirits. Her companions looked at her puzzled as the blonde stated that she felt a thirst to kill. They all turned to the boulder, and the swordswoman added that there was someone in front of them, and they needed to tread carefully. The rock began to split, and the hero thought that since they had a killing intent, they were not examiners, and the test was running out, so they should show up now. The cadets entered the cave. The main character narrowed his eyes, feeling the energy. The red-haired woman lifted her head, dumbfounded. It was someone in a hood. Above them, a man hovered in a dark sphere. He grinned and greeted the cadets, the brunette realizing that this guy was problematic enough to spoil the course of history. The man spread his arms and introduced himself as Hyukjin, the examiner of the last stage. The blonde frowned and exclaimed that he couldn't call himself that, radiating a strong killing lust. The enemy created a copy of the spheres in the air and offered to fight it if they did not believe it. Rachel widened her eyes as she noticed the clones. The redhead turned to the hero and said that he should shoot the main body, since copies are usually weaker, and the young man asked if she was okay. The interlocutor smiled and recalled that he had just said that he believed her. The guy knitted his eyebrows and replied that it was. Hajin quickly ran to the side. Blades appeared above his opponent's head, and he exclaimed that a game of hide-and-seek also sounded fun. The swords flew to attack. The redhead swung her blade, fighting them off. The girls looked at each other, and Naeun said that she would deal with the clones, so let the princess focus on finding her main body, for example, with the help of a spirit. Rachel began to run around the spheres and shine through them with her inner eye. Finally, she stopped near the man with the blades. The student frowned and stared at him. Then she made a lunge forward with a rapier. A hole sparkled on the sphere. The enemy laughed as his shield shattered and admitted that the princess had a good sense of sense. The girl pushed off the wall and noticed the symbol on her opponent's hand. The man from the waning moon of ascent and descent grinned. The blonde rushed into battle, asking whose order it was. The main character glanced down and thought that he had already heard this name somewhere. He rounded his eyes as he remembered that it was one of the faction groups associated with the Chameleon Group. The young man presented the emblem and noted that their group had established ties with many organizations over time. The hero visualized the silhouettes and noted that these are not connections, but deals, and most parties are not even aware that they are collaborating with the band Chameleon, with the waning moon of ascent and descent being one of them. The opponent stretched out his hand to the girl, surprised that she found out, and Hajin wondered what a person who usually works in Pandemonium was doing here. A red ball began to appear in his palm, and the man noticed that they were quite famous. The young man knitted his eyebrows, wondering what kind of magical device it was, because the flow of mana seemed familiar. His eyes widened, remembering how the fall felt at the beginning of the exam. The guy gritted his teeth and started shooting. The blades deflected the bullets. The ball is almost completely formed. The man chuckled contentedly. The blonde shuddered when the hero shouted at her to go back urgently. Darkness opened up above it, and the young man exclaimed that it was a magical device for moving through space. The student quickly pushed herself off the ground. Naeun jumped up and knocked the blonde away, leading away from the threat. The red-haired woman frowned and asked who it was and what it was doing. The princess looked at her and replied that this person was part of the Pandemonium faction who had been sent here on orders. The protagonist looked at his companions and asked Naeun to take the blonde and stay away from the enemy, and she asked what he was up to. The brunette clutched a golden tourniquet in his hand, a magical device that allows him to move a limited distance. The opponent grinned and muttered that Rachel was a typical princess who always needed to be saved, but suddenly something entangled his leg. The man's eyes widened as he jerked to the side. The hero swung his whip, realizing that he needed to remove the enemy from the students as far as possible. The man was pinned against the wall. The hood flew off his head. Then he plopped down. The man turned pale and exhaled. The young man presented a portrait of Rachel and assumed that this guy came for her, but the exact purpose is unknown, although there is a possibility that the guild leader made a deal with Lancaster, who is also from Britain. The brunette frowned and asked who had hired him. Red Eye grinned and asked what he was going to do with the training pistol. Hajin furrowed his eyebrows in annoyance, guessing that his opponent had deliberately attacked during the exam. The stigmata on the student's hand began to glow, and he said that he would not disappoint him. His weapons began to change shape. The hero put the gun to the forehead of the surprised interlocutor. Hajin looked at him coldly and offered to continue the conversation. Smoke was clearing around, and the man asked if the guy was just a cadet, but he didn't bother to answer. Red Eye looked away and muttered that he had gotten into who knows where. The brunette frowned and warned that he would finish him off if he continued to dodge. The man sat in front of him, but was silent, and the young man was thinking about how he could prepare for what would happen next, because he had not painted the final arc in great detail. The student turned when he was called out loudly. A spatial trap loomed over him. In the villain's hand was a red ball. The main character rounded his eyes and cursed. The interlocutor grinned contentedly. Naeun and Rachel looked at their comrade anxiously. Darkness was gathering around him. The redhead covered herself with her hands and closed her eyes. The dark sphere began to shrink, spreading energy around, until finally it shrank to a small size, sparkling in the air. The girls stared in that direction. However, no one stood on the stones anymore. Naeun flinched and shouted out the protagonist's name. A bright flash appeared in the darkness. The young man narrowed his eyes. He found himself in the middle of a spacious cave. The guy looked around and concluded that he was still within the tower. The hero turned around, noticing the threat. The brunette hurried to push off and jump away. Hajin landed not far from where the blade had plunged. The hooded man clattered in displeasure when the cadet asked why he was so stubborn. Red Eye frowned and said that he wanted to quietly take the princess, but he ruined all the raspberries. The man stretched out his hand, raising the blades, and advised the hero to just disappear and not interfere. The brunette frowned. There was an opponent standing above him, and the student noted that he had 17 daggers and seemed to be using mana to control long-range attacks, and given that Rachel had trouble with him, he was at least an advanced level. He remembered the orb in the enemy's hand and thought that a magical device for moving through space was very expensive, and if Lancaster really hired them, then he was determined to see it through. The brunette closed his eyes and sighed. The young man looked at his opponent and decided that it was even better, because it would be difficult for Rachel's spirit to deal with him, but he, the owner of the stigmata, would have no trouble doing so, because it was more suitable for battle. The guy froze. His body began to glow after activating the bodily memory of the drugs. Energy flowed through his veins. Hajin confidently looked ahead, and the system notified that the body enhancement effect was activated. He glanced at his hand and noted that finally all the elixirs he drank had paid off, though he didn't think he would have to use it so soon. The enemy threw up a blade and offered to start. The cadet took out a pistol. The young man dodged the attack by applying time dilation. The guy ran forward, shooting at the enemy. Red Eye held out his blades to protect himself from the bullets, and said that he had expected an interesting ace up his sleeve. Another bullet bounced off the sword. The brunette gritted his teeth and exhaled in irritation. He looked around, sensing danger. Hajin's eyes widened and cursed. The dagger bounced off the floor and flew upward. The cadet bent down to dodge the attack. An explosion was heard next to him, and the student wondered what it was, and why the trajectory of the blade that was flying in his direction suddenly changed. The opponent arched his eyebrows and sighed in displeasure. The hero continued to dodge the swords, assuming that it was due to the use of time dilation, but it just allows him to move incredibly fast, but does not give him the ability to predict movements. Hajin swerved to avoid being hit. Red Eye prepared to launch another blade. The shooter jumped from side to side, noticing that the opponent was throwing daggers with mana, and then catching them in the air with the same mana and directing them in the other direction. The sword sliced into the air, representing a real attack from a long distance. The hero slowed down, remembering that his top-notch sniper skill was at the very top of all ranged combat skills. Hajin took aim and decided that if it was a long-range attack, then he would be able to read her trajectory. The bullet slammed into the blade. The young man continued to run and shoot back, realizing that although he could predict it, it didn't mean that he could dodge, and the time dilation only lasted for 3 minutes, and at this rate, he would be exhausted before him. The brunette looked at his forearm and thought that there was only one option left. He remembered the stigmata, which always had 2 strokes, and the young man could not use it often, but now that there were 3 of them, he had an extra opportunity. The enemy was floating in the air, blocking all the bullets with his daggers, and the hero knew that parkour would not be enough to get close to him, and the guy had already used ether, so now he was definitely on his guard. The cadet's wrists began to glow. The enemy covered himself with his hand from the bright flash. The entire space around was distorted. There was no one in the place where the main character had just stood. Red Eye frowned and asked what had happened. At that moment, Hajin was behind him, aiming at his opponent. The man turned around, his eyes widening, and asked how this was possible. The student gritted his teeth and fired. The enemy stretched out his hand and raised his blades up, saying that it didn't matter how many times he fired, because he could still deflect the blow. The criminal created a dome around it to block the attack. The main character grinned. He froze in front of his opponent, and said, "He has opened." Hajin looked at his opponent as a light grew in his chest. The wolf spirit abruptly jumped out of its master and threw it into the attack. The beast grabbed the hand of the dumbfounded man. The young man landed on the ground, and immediately a heartbreaking scream rang out. The spirit jumped away from the man's body at the order of its owner. The wolf passed through his chest and disappeared, and the guy grimaced for a while from the sensations. The cadet stepped on the enemy's wound, and he cursed. Hajin looked down at him, pointed his gun, and asked if he was still not going to speak. The red-eyed man turned pale and sweated, but did not open his mouth. The brunette arched an eyebrow and said that if he continued to be silent, all that remained was to give him a good beating, since he had no time to play with him. But if he was gentle, it wouldn't hurt him so much. The interlocutor looked at him frightened and asked him to wait. The guy looked around when he heard a strange sound. The brunette raised his eyebrows in surprise as he listened to the melody. The hero's eyes widened as the voice announced that since the cadets had entered the tower an hour ago, the test was coming to an end, and soon they would all be moved outside the tower. The young man's body began to dissolve, and he asked how it was at the wrong time. The opponent smiled with relief and laughed nervously, rejoicing at the sudden rescue. Hajin sneered and said that he didn't even expect that there was someone luckier than him. The long-haired man sat up, trembling, and the young man thought that while he was doing such a thing, sooner or later they would meet again, and then it would be possible to teach him a lesson. The main character closed his eyes and sighed, deciding that he would need to tell his boss about it. The guy carried him to the hall. Other cadets stretched lazily. The brunette put his hands on his belt and muttered that it was necessary to put at least one bullet into the enemy. He shifted his gaze to the side when he heard his name. Naeun ran towards him, asking if everything was okay. The girl grabbed him by the cheeks and asked what was wrong with his face, why he had become even uglier, to which the hero replied that everything was fine. The swordswoman turned around and asked him to stand still while she brought him the potion. The student quickly sped away. The brunette looked after her and muttered that she didn't have to do it. He looked at the bracelet as he heard the notification sound. A message appeared in the dialogue box that the woman had met with the rest of the group. Hajin quickly sat down and turned away from everyone upon seeing such unexpected news. Xiaoping wrote that they had a draw, 5-4-5 against. The young man knitted his eyebrows and thought that, as expected, even the chameleon group didn't want to kill Jinyun, but he didn't expect such a count. In the next message, the boss wrote that she had not yet made a decision. The hero looked at the screen intensely. In the dialogue box, she wrote that the guy had already killed several people and did it on assignment, and most of those people were scoundrels whose death was only a matter of time. But this time he said that he wanted to kill someone at will. Hajin froze, squatting. He lowered his head, reading that whatever the reason, if you kill because you want to, it will leave a psychological imprint on him, so how can he endure it later? A memory with Naeun's embarrassed face appeared in front of the young man's eyes. A notification flashed on the clock with an offer to meet again and talk about it. The cadet scratched his head and sighed heavily. noting that he was beginning to doubt if even the chameleon group behaved like this. The hero raised his head when he heard a sound. He walked forward and noticed the girl around the corner. Rachel turned in tears when the guy turned to her. The student looked at her and was glad that she was all right. The man in the cap arched his eyebrows in displeasure and said that since the guy was fine, then stop making a scene here. Rachel looked at him angrily and exclaimed that it was not clear who was at the test site instead of the examiner, and they wanted to turn a blind eye to this, to which the interlocutor said that he had already reported this, and this was not the UK. The man touched the earpiece and reported that it was confirmed that all the cadets were fine. The number of people was also counted. The main character put his hand on the shoulder of a classmate and offered to just inform their homeroom teacher about it later. The girl looked at him in tears and tried to object. They froze, holding silence. The cadet blushed and exhaled, wondering what had happened to the hooded man, and the hero claimed to have defeated him. The student looked at her friend in surprise and asked how he did it, to which the brunette said that he had just beaten him, not saying that he had used stigmata and summoned a wolf. Rachel smiled with relief, putting her hand to her chest. The main character stared at her in surprise, after which he coughed in embarrassment. Soho swung his sword violently. He fought against the serpent together with the main character. The swordsman smiled and exclaimed that they had succeeded. Then he approached the corpse of the monster while the brunette was reloading the pistol. The bracelet jingled and a notification appeared in front of Hajin that his understanding of stigmata mana had improved, as well as the addition of a new feature essence imprinting. The brunette looked at the system window and thought that he had been putting off selecting an entity until now, but this notification appeared again, so maybe it was worth choosing the teleportation he used then. The cadet turned pale and sighed, muttering that he was very tired, but there was still so much to do. Suho smiled happily and exclaimed that it was very cool that such a dungeon had such unique bosses with previously unseen abilities, to which the shooter advised not to say such strange things out loud and in public, because he was also called a hero, after which he wondered why the guy told everyone that they race a bike, and not go to dungeons. The swordsman broke a sweat and said that he thought it was not worth saying directly where they went, to which Hajin replied that now everyone continues to joke that friends are on dates all the time. The interlocutor glanced at the bracelet, noticing the new notification, and then asked to wait for him to respond quickly. The main character looked at his comrade in surprise. Soho flinched when the brunette asked if it was Sung-ah, and the brunette muttered that it was not a good idea to call the eldest just by her first name, and the gunner grinned, which the cadet did not even deny. Soho looked away in embarrassment, and said that such a woman should not be interested in someone like him, and Hajin irritated thought that thanks to his face, the guy could live comfortably for another 30 years. The swordsman turned and asked if the hero really wouldn't go on a trip with them, and the young man chuckled that the other man had decided to change the subject, asking if he really liked traveling so much. Suho's eyes flashed pitifully and promised to give him what fell from the monster if he went with them, holding out a jug of wishes in the process. The main character greedily looked at the magical relic and thought that this is one of the items with a random function that he created, and this bastard co-author always leaves behind strange things. The brunette touched his chin and noted that it was quite tempting, and since he was often lucky, it was essentially a top-level item for him, and at this time, the swordsman said that they would not see each other for 3 whole months. Suho smiled and said that if they had fun, the rest of the vacation apart wouldn't be so sad, and the shooter asked why the fact that they wouldn't see each other made him sad. The brunette flinched when a classmate remarked that it was better to use the trip to get closer to Naeun. Suho froze when the hero asked uncomprehendingly. The swordsman waved his hands in embarrassment, and said that this was all a huge misunderstanding. Hajin smiled and thought that he shouldn't have gotten off topic at that moment. A car was driving along the road. It was a black minivan. The main character sat in the back seat between Naeun and Yonghan. The girl was sleepy. The young man froze as she fell on his shoulder. He looked at his classmate and asked if she was asleep. Hajin looked out the window when there was no answer. There were bare trees outside the window. The winter cold began to chill to the bone, and the main character went on a journey with these guys. The beach was half empty, and the sun was shining brightly. The redhead looked at her friends enthusiastically and hurried them on. Everyone was staying near a beautiful hotel, and Jonghak noted that it was difficult to book a place here. The girls waved to Suho and asked him to return to them as soon as he threw things into the room, and he asked what they would do. Naeun smiled and began to list billiards, bowling, water skiing, swimming, spa, board games, and a bunch of other things, so that the prefect noted that they were in the army. The student smirked and said that it was still a little longer. She looked happy, so everyone noted that her mood had improved. The cadet turned towards the protagonist and the swordsman. Hajin was talking about something with his friend. The girl blushed as she looked at him. Some time later, the brunette was roasting meat while everyone was sitting at the table. The guy turned to Naeun, who asked what she should do about it. She happily demonstrated the burnt piece of meat, and the shooter advised me to simply throw it away. The student frowned and asked her to do something else and leave the cooking to him, but she refused. The girl looked carefully at the hero and asked what his secret of such perfect uncooked meat was, to which the cadet hinted that no one should interfere with him first. Naeun slapped him on the shoulder and called him a petty asshole. The student smiled and agreed when he advised not to bother with this. The headman looked at them slyly and snidely asked what was going on there. Jae-hak, who was sitting at the table, stared menacingly at the main character and asked why the girl was standing there if the young man said that he would do the cooking himself. She looked away in embarrassment and muttered that she was embarrassed that the guy was doing this alone. Yona and Soho looked at her, discussing that it didn't look like she was there because of awkwardness, and they looked pretty good together. The redhead coughed embarrassedly. She closed her eyes and asked the hero not to get it wrong, but he suddenly put a piece of meat in her mouth. The girl looked at him in surprise, and the brunette asked if it was ready. The interlocutor nodded, and the young man invited her to go to the others. Hajin brought the plates to the table. Jae-hak reached for his chopsticks and suggested that Soho play another round of pool after the meal. The brunette grinned and said that she could get tired of eating only meat, and it was worth cooking ramen, but this was not at all because she really wanted it. Soda was bubbling in the cups. The protagonist took a sip, regretfully thinking that this was not soju. Their hotel was located on the seashore. Stars shone in the sky. The girl gently nudged the guy with her elbow. Naeun smiled and reminded me that she had said it would be fun here. The brunette looked away and replied that at least it wasn't boring. The redhead grinned contentedly. The guy choked when he heard that she also bought herself a bike. He turned to her and asked again, and the student calmly told her that he was standing in the parking lot. The hero stared at her in surprise and asked if the cadet really had a license, and the interlocutor confirmed, adding that experience alone is not enough. They were sitting on the balcony, and Naeun offered to ride together, to which the guy asked if she wanted to risk her life, but the girl said that if he was worried, he could just give her a ride. The main character looked thoughtfully ahead. Above him was a starry sky. The waves crashed on the shore and rocks. He had close friends by his side, and he felt a familiar bittersweet feeling rise up in him that he didn't think he could experience in this world. The night city fascinated with its appearance. The brunette closed his eyes and thought that it would be nice if it lasted a little longer. The cadets sat in the living room and played board games. The redhead looked at her bracelet, which began to ring. Friends paid attention to her when she said that she would quickly answer the call and return. The girl stepped away and accepted the challenge. She was standing around the corner, asking again, "What I heard?" Everyone turned around in surprise at the noise. Naeun collapsed to the floor, and friends asked what was wrong. The brunette immediately approached her friend and asked how she was feeling. The swordswoman shook and with tears in her eyes said that she had to go. Yona looked at her anxiously and asked what had suddenly happened and why she was crying. The main character came closer and asked to calm down and tell them. She looked up at him in despair and asked if he could give her a ride. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and agreed, then again clarified what was wrong. The cadet turned pale and began to mumble something. The main character rounded his eyes when he realized that he was talking about her brother. Naeun sat in front of him, saying that he woke up. The shooter introduced Jin-yoon and thought that it was impossible for him to wake up. He looked at the crying girl in shock. A friend stroked her and asked if this was really true, to which Naeun muttered that she had received a call from the hospital. The guy gritted his teeth. He stood up and asked where her bike was. The hero pulled the student's hand while she said that he was in the parking lot. The brunette looked at them and exclaimed that it was too dangerous, but Hajin said that they should get there as soon as possible. Everyone looked at them, and Yona said everyone would get there later. The guy gripped the handle of the motorcycle. He looked back at his companion and asked her to sit in the back. The cadet climbed onto the seat, and the young man asked to hold on tightly. The redhead clutched his jacket uncertainly. The hero sighed, listening to her sobs. Hajin took her hand and noted that she would fall if she held on like this. The girl blushed and burst into tears. She put her arms around his waist. The students drove out of the parking lot into the city at night. At this time, Yona urgently woke up Jae-hak. The bike was driving along the road, and the hero thought that he should not have postponed, and he should have done it even earlier, but he did not even want to think about it. The girl sat behind him while he wondered why all the worst work went to him. Could he really not do without killing Jin-yoon? The brunette did not turn around. The red-haired woman was crying with flushed cheeks. The guy remembered the faces of his friends and realized that, as the author of the story, he was responsible for the murder of Jin-yoon and was obliged to kill him. The motorcycle slowed down at the hospital. The young man turned around and said that they were there. The girl was all pale and shaking, not even reacting to his words. The student snapped his fingers in front of her, attracting attention, and she shuddered in fright. Hajin looked at her and asked if she was okay and could stand on her own. The hero handed her the keys to the bike and asked where her relatives were now, after which he found out that they were now at an important meeting in another country, so they would probably be later. The brunette looked at her and noted that even the chairman himself does not have the right to open closed portals at will, and the interlocutor arched an eyebrow, specifying what is so special in such a position. The girl blushed and looked down in embarrassment. She had the keys to the motorcycle in her hands, and the trembling in her body stopped. The hero stood nearby, asking if she could walk, to which he received an affirmative answer. The doors of the hospital opened. A security guard ran out to the girl, shouting her name. The student looked at him anxiously and asked how her brother was doing, but he only hurried the cadet. The man looked at the main character and asked who this person was. Hajin flinched when the redhead introduced him as her friend. She looked at the guard and told him that the young man had brought her here, so he should be allowed to come in with them. The brunette clenched his fist and remained silent, while the bodyguard said that in this case, it was worth hurrying up altogether. They made it to the consultation room. The girl sat on a chair, listening that this was a real miracle. The doctor in glasses smiled and said that, of course, the patient had not yet fully regained consciousness. However, she herself saw perfectly well that his condition had improved significantly. The student covered her face with her hands and shed tears when the interlocutor said that Jin-Yoon woke up after 4 years. But this is too long to recover quickly, so his memory is fragmentary. But there are clear signs of recovery, and he should fully recover in a month. The main character knitted his eyebrows and thought that he felt as if he was sitting on nails. He turned pale and sweated, not understanding what he was doing here at all. His girlfriend smiled happily, and the young man himself believed that it could not be worse. The door to the ward opened. The students went inside, and the guard remained in the hallway, warning that he would return when the time of the visit came to an end. Jin-Yoon was lying in bed. Naeun arched her eyebrows as she looked at her brother. The patient opened his eyes when he heard her voice. He turned his head slightly and dodged. The girl could not restrain herself and burst into tears when the man greeted her, calling her by name. Jin-Yoon smiled and stroked his sister's head, who collapsed beside him on the floor. The man looked at her warmly, giving her time to cry. The cadet closed her eyes, and he noted that she had grown a lot over these 4 years, which they had not seen. The interlocutor grinned and wondered if she was already used to the bow or found herself in something else, as promised. The girl looked up at him and replied that she had taken up her sword again. Her brother turned to her and was delighted, adding that it was excellent, and that she could handle anything she could do. The main character, standing at the door, lowered his head and turned away. Both relatives stared at him. The brunette's eyes widened when the girl suddenly asked her brother to say hello to him. Hajin turned pale as the redhead revealed that it was her friend who taught her what she really wanted. In the cave, Xiaoping was sitting on a rock and reading a book. She closed the volume and looked up when someone called out to her. The blonde scratched her head and asked if Jin-Yoon had come to his senses. Jane was in a doctor's uniform, coming closer, and asked if the woman was really going to take on this case. The brunette silently looked at her subordinate, and she noted with a sigh that it was clear that she had already decided everything. The blonde crossed her arms and said that the operation would be carried out by Hajin, but she was not sure that they had warned the right number of people about this, to which the interlocutor replied that they did not need everyone to know about it, because the minimum composition would be enough. Jane arched an eyebrow and said that this was the best way to win the hero's favor, and yet they were losing too much. She introduced the cadet, and added that she still couldn't understand why he would kill Jin-Yoon. The boss lowered her head silently when her subordinate remembered that then they would hate that old snarl. The brunette stood up and objected, saying that the energy center inside the patient, which was supposed to store magical power, had been destroyed that day. She walked by and said that the old man would not suffer because of a man who had spent so many years in a hospital bed and obviously could never become a hero. That was the kind of person that was. Chai Juchio would frown and ask what it would matter if it was his grandson, and in general he would probably be glad that he would be honored with worldwide sympathy by sacrificing only one grandson. The blonde ruffled her hair nervously and muttered that she wasn't sure about it, of course, but they were the first to cut all ties with them, so now they would never know the truth. Xiaoping turned around when the girl asked if she thought the young man was terribly strange, and even that money-obsessed Eugene Hyuk said he wouldn't interfere this time. She introduced Uncle Yona in the office and added that it was strange, because he would turn anyone in for money, but for some reason, everything was different with Hajin, so it was safe to assume that he had already found out about the young man's past and was backing down because he was afraid of the consequences. The boss touched his chin thoughtfully, and Jane said that the hero's past was definitely special if it could jeopardize someone's safety. The brunette froze and noted that this was a reasonable conclusion, after which the interlocutor asked what she should do, whether to continue to put pressure on Jin Hyuk. Xiaoping sighed and replied that it was time to find other sources of information, to which the girl said with a smile that she had just looked at 2 places. She introduced the emblem and said that they called themselves the Cascade of Flowers, newcomers to this business, but already quite popular, although they appeared only 6 months ago, but their reputation and achievements are quite impressive. They both looked at the screen, and Jane added that such guilds are worth their weight in gold in their time. But there is another one, the Truth Agency. The girl opened a page where she could ask anything. The brunette suddenly froze abruptly. She frowned and asked what the terrible design was, and the interlocutor noted with a smirk that it looked cheap, but it was popular with ordinary people, and they said that they found people amazingly accurately. The boss narrowed her eyes incredulously. Veins glowed on the walls of the cave, and she finally ordered a try to find out through the falling flower, so the blonde immediately applied. She looked around with a smile and said that everything on Jinyun's case was prepared, and the plan was perfect. So if the main character checked and gave the go-ahead, then that would be enough, after which the boss asked to send the contract. John Hack and Soho stood silently. The red-haired brother pointed to the swordsman and recognized him. The guy smiled happily and asked how he knew, to which the patient replied that in the Academy of Agents Naeun often talked about him, said that he was handsome, but he behaved like a know-it-all, and it was unbearably infuriating. The student frowned embarrassedly and exclaimed that she shouldn't say such a thing, because it was an eternity ago, and her friend was already petrified by such news. Yona and Hajin were standing on the other side of the bed. The red-haired woman smiled, and since her brother regained consciousness, she visited him every day, and the man's condition improved. The main character looked thoughtfully ahead. He saw the seed inside Jin Yun and remembered that the Book of Truth had shown that the recovery rate was only 97%, and if 100% was equal to 4 or 5 years, then even according to a generous estimate, there were about 2 months left, which was by no means enough. The brunette flinched when asked what he was thinking. The guy rubbed his neck and replied that he was just tired. He knitted his eyebrows as Jin Yun clarified his name, and thanked him for coming here every day. The brunette looked at her friend in surprise and asked when he had time at all. Someone put a hand on the hero's shoulder while he thought that he was just hoping to be alone with a man. Naeun leaned over to the cadet and stated that he was a fan of her brother, to which the guy recalled that she often mentioned him and constantly boasted. The girl smiled and remembered that she had captured the camera and could take a picture of them, but the hero refused. She shoved a camera into his hands and asked him to take a picture of her with her brother. The student happily ran to the bed. The lens displayed happy Naeun and Jin Yun. The man made a gesture with his hand and suggested that she take a picture with her friends, to which the cadet replied that she did it so often, but he insisted and asked her to stand next to Hajin. The redhead embarrassedly approached the hero and muttered that she did not mind. The girl showed 2 fingers, and the brunette looked awkwardly at the camera, after which a click was heard. Soho looked at the bracelet and informed the redhead that the master had called and told them to gather all the campers, so they quickly left, promising that they would be back soon. The main character remained in the ward. He was sweating, realizing that he had been waiting for this moment, but he did not know what to say to him. The man looked at the student with interest when he addressed him. The brunette came closer and asked how he was feeling, and the interlocutor replied that he was not sure, but it seemed better. The cadet looked down and asked if he felt any evil motives inside him, just in case. Jin Yun looked at the young man in surprise, who was listing something like waves in his chest or demonic energy instead of mana. The man rounded his eyes, which reflected the embarrassed hero, and asked if he was talking about a battle during a punitive operation. Hajin sat by the bed, wondering if he would believe if you told him that his body was becoming demonic, or if he would be willing to sacrifice his life for the sake of it. The young man lowered his head, realizing that he wanted to do it simply to reduce his guilt. Suddenly, the guy blushed when the man put his hand on his head. Jin Yun smiled and said that he didn't know what was going on, but he saw that he needed to know. The student was embarrassed and lowered his head. At that moment, Naeun peeked into the room and asked what they were doing here. The main character remained sitting, ignoring the chuckles about fan service and the information that the master moved the camp to the 25th. Hajin and Naeun were walking down a street lit by lanterns. The guy flinched as she thanked him for coming with her. He looked at her and asked again, but the girl said that most of all she wanted her brother to wake up, but to be honest, they hadn't seen each other for 5 years, and she didn't know at all if she was remembered. The red-haired woman blushed and admitted that the fact that the hero was next to her helped her. She turned to her companion. The girl came closer and asked if he was free for Christmas. They were facing each other, and Hajin asked if she was leaving for camp that day, but she replied that she was scheduled to leave in the evening, and that they could meet before leaving. The young man stood silently while the student made an appointment at 12 in the afternoon at the hospital, but then replied that he would come. Hajin was sitting on the couch with his laptop. The news was shown on the screen, telling that today, December 25th, the Essence of the Straight Guild announced a raid on the Tower of Wonders, which is recognized as the largest object at the moment, and the guild's shares jumped by 10%. Behind the head was Sung-ah, who looked tense. The brunette looked at the screen as he heard a sigh. A video call with Soho was opened there, and the hero asked if he was worried, but the swordsman replied that he was sure they would return in one piece. The gunner sat on the couch, remembering that according to the original scenario, their raid failed, but now the events take place 2 weeks later, so suddenly it will work out. He narrowed his eyes and thought that since the co-author's intervention, the future had become unclear, and the only thing he knew was the true nature of the forest. The swordsman leaned on his arm and reminded him that it was time to leave, after which Hajin asked where. He frowned in surprise when he heard that he had promised to meet Naeun today. The brunette was sweating, remembering their goodbye, and realized that he had not expressed himself accurately, so the girl misunderstood him. The hero looked at his watch and assumed that she had probably already gone home, since the time of the meeting had already passed. It was snowing outside the window. The young man gritted his teeth and cursed. He slammed the door behind him, telling his friend that he would be out for a while. The bike was driving through the snowy streets, and the hero wondered if the girl was still waiting like a fool. Then the hospital building appeared. The guy ran forward, convincing himself that he would just check. Hajin was sweating and blushing slightly. Naeun sat on the fence, rubbing her hands against the cold. Her cheeks were red, but she looked satisfied. The main character narrowed his eyes and called his girlfriend. The cadet frowned sharply and asked why he had taken so long. She knitted her eyebrows and muttered that she had a game center, cafe, and restaurant scheduled all day and even booked. The girl clutched her forehead when the young man gave her a slap, and the shooter suggested that she just go for a ride. He turned around and said that he would not tolerate objections. Hajin turned to her and noted with a smile that dates should be spontaneous. The protagonist rides a motorcycle with Naeun. It is snowing. She carefully examines everything around. Hajin holds hot coffee while she eats a treat. They admire the beautiful sunset, noticing that the snow has stopped falling. Opposite them is the endless sea. The girl notices that it was fun. She smiles sincerely. The protagonist says that if this is so, then it is good. Naeun looks at him with interest and begins to talk about his plans upon his return. The amazed protagonist hears that it doesn't matter anymore, because they will see each other soon anyway. A benevolent lady holds out her hand to him. An orange sunset is above them. MC asks why this is so. She, in turn, asks to just shake her hand. They hold hands as they stand by the beautiful sea. Naeun smiles sweetly. Her cheeks are slightly red. She says that in this case she will go, so let her take care of herself. The girl waves her hand and happily exclaims that they will see each other later. The main character stands with a drooping look and mentally apologizes to her. A doctor in a medical mask stands next to the interns and says that it's time to check on Jin-yoon's patient. They agree. Guards in business suits stand near his door. The doctor greets them and declares that it's time for an examination. She smiles at them and happily opens the door. A long-haired guy is lying on a bunk with his eyes closed. Doctors begin to turn into true appearances. The girl asks what is wrong with the cameras. He replies that he has settled everything. Xiaoping calmly puts out his hand and thinks. Hajin stands next to the lying guy in amazement. The main character nervously looks around when he hears from the boss that he is with him in an isolated space. Nothing will come out, so you only need to think about the goal. Images of the characters are shown. It is said that she will buy time if the mercenary notices. The protagonist holds a gun. He is given an order to finish quickly. Jin-yoon sleeps quietly and peacefully on a hospital bed. He remembers the same sleeping face. The agitated protagonist hears that he is being addressed. The patient opened his eyes with a slight smile and looks at him. MC is discouraged by this turn of events. Horror in his eyes, his friend notices that he has come, while stating that he has been waiting for him very much. Embarrassed, Jin-yoon smiles sweetly. The main character holds his gun with trembling hands. The patient rises from the bed. Hajin asks if he really knew everything. He replies that when he woke up, he was overwhelmed by a feeling that he did not feel 5 years ago. In a flashback, Jin-yoon looks at the doctors, saying that in their opinion, this is all due to the fact that he is in the same position all the time and has not been able to adapt. The guy with a serious face looked at them. The patient lies with red eyes. Everything around him has acquired a frightening aura. He claims that he felt as if his very basis had changed. It was like impulses. His frightened eyes reflect the protagonist. Jin-yoon recalls that he asked about it. The guy gets out of bed frightened. He reveals that he wondered about these feelings and why Hajin asked him such a thing. MC listens to him in surprise. While the gun in his hands trembles, the interlocutor states that he realized that he would return. A smiling Jin-yoon wonders if he will tell him why he has to die. The drooping protagonist is nervously silent, not understanding what to say. The patient sits opposite. He has a mysterious aura, while the main character claims that he is doomed to become a demon. A red crystal has grown into the roots. It is explained about the seed of the devil. When an evil deity enters the body in this form, Jin-yoon, with his mouth open, listens to the fact that if it sprouts, the demon takes possession of consciousness, will, flesh, and the person becomes the demon itself. Hajin calmly agrees when asked that the strange feeling is a sign that the seed is germinating. He says that the only way to stop it is. The patient lies with his eyes closed, blood bursting out of the crystal in his heart. Jin-yoon says that he needs to die. A long-haired guy with a satisfied face looks out the window. He turns around and looks at the protagonist with a slight smile. The patient lies in bed and sincerely thanks him for the right decision. The guy in hospital clothes happily says that if they told someone everything they knew in order to find another solution, then the grandfather would most likely allow it, because he understands better than anyone how it will hit the family. The golden gun trembles in Hajin's hands. He is told that he is making a choice that he cannot avoid, so it is not his fault. The interlocutor assumes that he is sacrificing himself for the sake of the whole world. He maliciously denies. The protagonist desperately screams that this is not true. He is doing it for himself, because he wants to return safe and sound. The patient takes his hand. Smiling, Jin-yoon says that if he only thought about himself, he wouldn't explain anything. Hajin, gritting his teeth, pronounces his name. Discouraged, MC sees the guy start coughing. Red veins are visible on the patient's chest. He is in pain and has nothing to breathe. Red veins spread across the face. The frightened protagonist realizes that this is demonic energy, because with this level of energy, the seed should have taken over the body long ago. Jin-yoon's face has changed. One eye has turned black. The protagonist wonders that he has been holding the demon back with willpower all this time. He in turn says that he was waiting for MC to be ready, wanted to wait. Hajin listens in shock that it is becoming difficult to restrain himself. The main character, in turn, thanks him for this. With a sad face, he points his pistol at his head. The main character says goodbye to him through tears. Jin-yoon, his body darkened, looks back at the barrel of the gun. The guy smilingly asks to take care of Naeun. Powder gases burst out of the pistol. The main character still fired a shot. Drops of blood fly from the head of the infected guy. The protagonist watches calmly. Jin Yoon lies on a bloody pillow. The red veins gradually recede from it. Hajin holds his head and sighs. He remembers his girlfriend, thinking that this was Jin Yoon's will. MC can't afford to give it up, his efforts shouldn't be wasted. The main character looks at his palms and asks himself to pull himself together. There is blood on his fingers. He assures that this place is just the plot of a novel. There is fear and despair in the protagonist's eyes. Green and purple images of the room appear. The protagonist stands in the middle of this aura and remembers that he did it. The main character can hardly open his eyes. He lies on the bed with a depressed look. He looks around in surprise when he hears the question if he is awake. The boss stands next to him and with a serious face declares that he has been unconscious for 2 days. But there is no need to worry, because no one found out that it was him. Xiaoping turns around and walks away from him, saying that she has all his equipment, so let her pick it up later. The protagonist in turn asks where he is. The lady turns around and calmly says that he is in her mansion. Hajin sits up in bed, hearing that they are on an island in the sea and everything here is in her possession, so she can rest. A girl with a serious face is holding a cup. Hajin clenches his fist when he hears that the funeral begins today. MC with a sad face is silent. The corridor of the building is visible. The man hurriedly opens the door and sees another. A stunned man with glasses asks if they have found the culprit. The interlocutor looks at him and asks if they really haven't seen each other for 11 years. He leans towards the body of the murdered man, hearing that there are no traces, so perhaps they used the barrier, who in turn assumes that the demonized man did it. The man turns around when he hears that they can't confirm it. Tears flow down his eyes. He asks with crazy eyes if he is really considered a fool. A saddened worker looks away, stating that he knows it's hard to believe in the demonic energy that has arisen inside Jin Yoon's body. The astonished bearded man asks again. Red veins are visible in the victim. The doctor explains that it flared up in the flesh, spread through the veins and stopped, and the reason for the stop is most likely death. The excited man looks at him and asks what he means. He replies that everything is already clear. Jin Yoon has practically become a demon. Father holds his head when he hears that he has never seen anything like this, as his arm is stronger than that of ordinary demons in their form, and the spell has dissipated after death. The man sits on a chair while the doctor asks if something may have happened during the operation 4 years ago. He looks back at the corpse of the guy covered with a sheet. The man sits on a chair, listening that they can find out the cause and find the culprit. Tears flow from his eyes. With a stern look he asks if he is the only person who knows about this or not. In the middle of the office, the word yes is heard. The father takes off his glasses and declares that he never thought that his son would open his eyes again during his lifetime. He was sure that he died then during an operation. A drop of tears glitters on his glasses. The man says that when Jin Yoon opened his eyes again, it was like a miracle, as if the whole world had been brought back. The sad doctor hears that now that he is losing his son again. An image of a joyful guy rises. The father says that if the truth is revealed, he will be branded as a man who has become a demon, and the association of heroes and the public will tear him apart. A brave warrior with a bow walks among his comrades in arms. The father declares that in this case even his past as a hero will be rejected, and this is no better than death. He looks up at the employee and claims that he cannot lose his son 3 times. Through bitter tears, the man asks not to tell anyone about it, at least for the sake of Naeun. He lowers his head, saying that he wants to bury him modestly this time. The employee clenches his fists, stating that he was expecting such an order. However, he touches the covered body of the guy, claiming that one day, for the sake of humanity, the truth must be revealed. The father turns to his son. The man's tears are flowing. He expresses the hope that in his next life, Jin Yoon will not be born as the son of a useless father like him. A bright green garden is shown. The name Naeun sounds. The little girl looks at her older brother enthusiastically and asks what is wrong. Jin Yoon, smiling, sits on the porch and states that she has been training nonstop all this time, so let her rest if she is tired. She in turn does not understand why, because she wants to become stronger than him. The guy looks at her pitifully and says that she is too zealous and forgets about their walks together. The indignant girl exclaims to her older brother that they are going to go another time, because a strong opponent was supposed to participate in that sparring, so she should not have missed him. Jin Yoon pats her on the head and agrees, but warns her not to train too hard, because she will become shorty. She exclaims that she will grow up anyway. The guy happily waves his hand and declares that in this case he will go to work. The smiling girl says that she understands him and they will see each other later. The bright sun shines from the open window sashes. Naeun is lying on the bed with a sad face and staring at the wall. The sad girl realizes that she had a dream about the day when her brother went on a suppression mission, so it was not worth canceling the meeting with him. She looks at their photo together with a depressed look. It depicts her and Jin Yoon. Touched, she looks at the frame, realizing that it is in the past and no longer matters, just so as not to repeat this mistake. The girl looks at their photo with Hajin and wonders if he thinks the same way. The embarrassed girl thinks if the photo turned out to be cute. A blushing Naeun muses that when the protagonist returns, what can they do together? The amazed girl hears a strange sound. A pumped-up fighter enters her room. The frightened lady looks at him and tries to find out what happened. With a stern look, he asks her to come out with him for a minute. A huge fighter stands in front of him, while Naeun asks again. The student looks at him in amazement, asking if she did something wrong. People in business suits surrounded a girl with purple hair. They persistently lead her to the car. The black car drives away on the road. Yona worriedly walks along with them. She turns around in amazement, noticing Hajin. The main character at this moment has his back turned to her. The protagonist takes out a cigarette. The girl does not understand why he is standing there. Another girl stands next to her and clarifies what she is doing, because she needs to go with them and keep up. The funeral photo shows Jinyun, with flowers attached to the frame. Drooping, Naeun does not raise her head. Yona leans over to her and asks if she's okay and if she's been able to get some rest. The girl continues to cry, stating that she did not call or write to anyone, so her friend should do the same. The worried cadet looks around and wonders how he knew then that he had to come here. Naeun raises her head and clarifies who she is talking about. The main character is smoking a cigarette with a stern look. The girl declares that she means Hajin. MC puts on a black jacket. The boss asks if she can ask something. Xiaopeng, arms crossed, standing nearby. He replies that it will be up to him to answer or not. The lady with a stern look states that demonic energy was not like the energy of an ordinary demon. She had never seen anything like it. Hajin turns on her face with a serious face and is asked if he knows about it. The protagonist stands in front of her and claims that he knew about the existence of the demon seed, but cannot tell from where exactly. Xiaopeng indifferently says that he will not beg much. The discouraged protagonist opens his eyes wide. She asks if he knows who imprisoned him. The dumbfounded guy exclaims, asking if it was planted by a demon. An excited protagonist looks at the boss. She says that Jinyun fell into a coma 4 years ago during Operation Fire Shards. If a real demon had descended then, it would have ended there. In the memoirs, the guy is lying in a pool of blood. His comrades in arms are around him. The image of a terrible monster appears. It is explained that as soon as the demon comes, its presence is difficult to ignore. Xiaopeng, standing in a room with the protagonist, assumes that whoever planted the seed in him was not a demon, but someone else. But this method is not possible unless the person enjoys the monster's deep trust, whether done with magic, an item, or some skill. The yellow-eyed guy grins, talking about the person who could have done all this. The astonished lady hears that this may be true, but he did not think about it. Clenching his fists, Hajin assures that if he finds out who it is, he will immediately inform her. While he wonders why he did not consider such a possibility, he needs to find out who could have planted the seed. The boss stares at him silently. The main character is shown next to a crying girl. Xiaopeng calmly declares that it should not do anything alone. She comes closer and continues to explain that there is no need to deal with either an investigation or a contract murder alone. Smiling slightly, the lady puts her hand on his shoulder and talks about revenge, while clarifying whether he is no longer her subordinate. The protagonist stands in a stupor and is silent. Hajin holds a cigarette in his teeth. Several smoked cigarettes lie on the ground. The main character looks around carefully while smoking. Naeun in a black dress walks towards him with a worried look. She comes closer, asking how he knew to come, if Yona told him. The protagonist turns away from her with a sad look. Smoked cigarettes lie near his leg. A friend asks why he smokes, whether he really feels better after that. Interested, Naeun genuinely examines her friend's face, trying to figure it out. Tears flow from the eyes of the main character. She asks why he is crying. A sad girl watches as Hajin wipes away her tears and tries to explain. The drooping heroine suggests that he must also be very sad. She puts her head on his chest. The protagonist is very surprised. Naeun looks down and asks what she should do now. Tears welled up in her kind eyes. She tried to say something. The worried protagonist looks at her and tries to cheer her up. She in turn talks about her brother. She begins to cry and calls for her older brother. Bitter tears flow from her cheeks. The girl says that he is unhappy. Hajin is shocked to hear that Jinyun was unlucky and now it is not clear what to do. MC puts his arm around her shoulder. She grieves in his arms. The main character sincerely apologizes to her in a quiet voice. Yona walks across the road and approaches them. She sees this with a sad face and thinks about her friend, wondering if she will be okay. The purple-haired cadet holds her hand near her neck and thinks that someday she and Hajin will be able to face the truth. It turns around and goes in the other direction. Suddenly, Yona hears a suspicious sound. The girl fell in the arms of the protagonist. They do not understand what is happening. The excited cadet sees the main character holding her in his arms. She runs up in shock and asks what happened and why she suddenly lost consciousness. He looks away and notices something suspicious. The protagonist looks at his friend with a tired look. You can see white houses with a blue sky. Hajin reaches for the doorknob. A sound comes from the room that he needs to be quiet. He needs to surprise him. MC smiles slightly when she hears this. An enthusiastic Evangel smiles broadly and exclaims. He enters the apartment, stating that she scared him, who in turn asks why it is so late. The child happily prepares to go into the arms, hearing that he needed to settle some things. The main character clarifies whether she has eaten. The girl replies that she ordered delicious food. They hug tightly. The protagonist says that this is very good. The sad protagonist hugs her, hearing the question if he has eaten. He silently lowers his head. Evangel hears nothing in response and asks if everything is okay, if he missed lunch. Drooping Hajin strokes her hair and says it's okay. The door of the room opens. Someone is surprised by this. The guy enters the hospital room and sees the girl lying on the bed. He says that she has finally woken up. Frowning, he asks how her body is. She replies that everything is fine, but he objects that the heroine actually fainted. Naeun sits in front of the food and eats, stating that she didn't eat anything at all. Closing his eyes, the interlocutor says that he can always prepare a place for her in judo, so let her get better. The enthusiastic girl holds the juice and denies, claiming that she will leave as soon as the funeral is over. She squeezes a juice box. The guy says that she doesn't need to force herself, she is still in shock. An angry Naeun insists that he is rumored to have been killed, and he clarifies if she is referring to Jin-yoon. The surprised fighter looks at his girlfriend, hearing that she will kill them. He shouts in anger that she doesn't even need to think about this nonsense. The worried guy hears a question if he really thinks this is nonsense. The girl sits with a blank look. She is told that she looks terrible. Let her rest a little. He leaves the ward and asks not to do stupid things. It is better to behave quietly. Naeun was left in the room all alone. Hatred and anger can be read in her gaze. She sees an empty juice box lying on the table. Suddenly, they come to her again. The girl is surprised by this. Yona holds the bag and asks how she feels. She replies that everything is fine. A cadet with purple hair hears the question of where Hajin is. She replies that he went home as soon as he brought her here. Naeun falls on the pillow and wonders if this is true. The friend walks around the ward, while the victim wonders how MC knew that he needed to come and whether she didn't tell him. The girl turns to Yona. A friend comes to put down a bowl of food. She is asked which information guilds are the best. She turns around with a serious look and asks not to worry about it, because she will find something. Naeun is lying in a hospital bed. She is told that she does not need to do anything alone, and it is better to be sure to tell everything. She is surprised to hear that they are friends after all. An embarrassed Yona looks at her silently. She agrees and thanks her for it. The victim is sitting on the bed with a sad face. Out of despair and anger, she clutches her white sheet. There is anger and hatred in her eyes. The girl thinks about the protagonist and declares that this is her responsibility.